Coming to you live from downtown Detroit, this is Benzinga's PreMarket Prep with your host, Joel Elconin.
This is a volatile puppy here, isn't it?
And Dennis Dick.
I'm bidding a penny. I will buy the stock for a penny.
With everything you need to start your trading day. Good morning, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Welcome to PreMarket Prep. Spencer Israel, Joel Elconin, and Dennis O. Dick with you this morning. We got a busy show today. A lot to talk about. We got the fact that everything is pretty much down this morning. We got a lot of news overnight. We got some accounting issues. We got some EV news. We got a Fed meeting today. My hat's falling off. We got a Fed meeting today that I want to talk about. We'll preview with our guests. We got a lot to discuss. A lot going on. Two guests on the docket today. First up at 8:35, Jonathan Corpina, Senior Managing Partner at Meridian Equity Partners. He would join the show from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange at 8:35. And then at 9, I'm bringing on one of our team members here, John Gobronson. We call him John G. He is a crypto nut, and he's going to explain to us, Dennis and Joel, the NFT thing and the Ethereum network and how all that works. Because we were fumbling around the other day, and I said John G knows what he's talking about. He's in the space, so we're gonna get John G on. He'll explain that stuff to us. That'll be at 9:00. Don't forget to hit that like button, please. Hit the like button, everyone watching on YouTube, Facebook, Twitch, Twitter, wherever you're watching this show. Thank you very much. Let's throw it to Joel now. Joel, I already said we're down, but tell us how
we're down, man. I don't know if that's triple D out there, but there's a step down seller in the S&P 500 futures, and they have had their foot on the gas since 7 a.m. this morning. We were at 52.75. We lost almost 20 handles here. Just lower highs. We are through yesterday's low. Pre-market high, 39.60 and a quarter. We ain't going to see that, folks. We're traded just off the pre-market low. I'm not seeing much down here. Maybe 39.13 was Monday's low. Crude, that continues to head lower. That's down 53 cents at 64.27. Gold, that's down. Everything's down. Gold's down 370 at 17.27.40. Silver's down 9.3 cents at 25.91. And Bitcoin just hanging out here in the 55,000 handle. It's down. Let's call it $900 at 55K. Triple D with the smart text last night. I wish I would have loaded up on the short side. You had a good feeling last night. We were going to be weak today.
I did, and I'm getting punished for it. Unbelievably, I put a few Kathy stocks long against a pile of Qs short. Came in way short overnight. And I'm down money because the Kathy stocks are hammered. And I mean, I got stocks that are down 6% and the Qs are down 1%. That's not, the way to make money. So I bought it. This market is so finicky. Attacks certain areas and attacks the growth so hard. I've got to reevaluate my hedging tactics to these new markets because I went heavy short Qs. I'm like, okay, I think tech's going to get hit. So I'm going to go twice as heavy Qs. You had to go 3 times as many Qs. You had to go like 3-to-1 on your hedges because Qs are down 1%. And I would say, you bring up Roku, it's down only 2.5. It's actually doing better than some of the other ones. But there's some smaller ones that are down 4, 5, 6% here. Tesla down 3%. It's hard to find a tech stock that is only down 1.1%. So, I mean, even if you look at Apple's down 1.5. I mean, you struggle to find. So it's obviously going to be those non-tech components of the Qs that are going to hold it up. But, even non-tech stuff is getting hit to a certain extent today. The only thing up substantially is the banks. We know there's a complete inverse correlation between banks and tech right now. Every single day, it's the same thing. If tech's way down, banks are way up. All linked to the TLT. TLT is going down. The banks are getting a little bit of lift off of that. But it's a difficult market to trade. I call it. I thought we were going to roll over.
Yeah.
In my overnight portfolio. I guess you just go short. You don't put any longs in there at all.
Why did you usually fade Kathy stocks?
because some of them were down so much last night. Like some of them
Oh.
were down significantly. I'm like, okay, well, Qs are up, and you got Roku trading down 1.5%. I'm like, okay, well, there seems to be an edge there because it's not short
gotcha.
quite many Qs against it. It didn't make up for it. Overall, I'm probably going to, I don't think I'm going to lose money here on my overnight, but I'm not going to make much. And it kind of pisses you off when you call the rollover and you screw it up. I mean, and people say, why would you not just short? When they don't understand hedging and the tactics and stuff. I just don't go short a bazillion dollars worth of Qs and, not hedge it somehow. So, I see opportunities, different opportunities. I go in and I go out. That's how, I kind of roll. So, I'm always hedged. I trade market neutral. I wasn't trading market neutral. I was actually trading to the short side last night, but it's not making up for it. The biggest issue is SPY. I mean, you can say the S&P's rolled over 20 handles, but there are so many stocks just hammered today, and the S&P's down 0.38%. Feels like a joke. It feels like it's not even replicating the market whatsoever. But, there's some banks in there that are helping the cause. There'll be some other things helping the cause. The rotation within itself helps the cause. Some consumer staples will probably help the cause. Coca-Cola trading in the green. So it's tech, and then it's the other stuff. And that's what we see here again this morning.
What's interesting, I mean, is the day that, tech was the leader, yesterday, and the market still ended up red. And then that was just like a 1-day phenomenon. Now that all of it's rolling over again today. So I don't know. Pump and Powell, you think Pump and Powell can
might help something? We'll see. I still think you just can't chase. I mean, we said it on yesterday's show and we're trading up and NASDAQ's at 322. And I'm like, people are asking, are you buying tech? You're buying Qs here. No. You're buying the rip. If you're buying Qs, yesterday you were buying the 6-day rip. We were up substantially. So we're correcting. We're still not in trouble here. I mean, we bounced out those lows of 300. So I'm not throwing in the towel and saying the tech party is over. But, we got to correct a little bit here. So now, do you come in here and buy some tech stocks? Maybe if you want to. It depends on your exposure. Like I said, I've been lightening up my exposure into all rallies. I was lightening up. I sold 2 or 3 tech stocks again yesterday, and I can't remember. A couple SPACs I sold. I mean, the SPACs have just been disastrous for the most part. I mean, CCIV gets the Kramer pump yesterday, and I see all my, my Twitter feed. It's a breakout for CCIV. And I'm thinking, well, yeah, you can say it's a breakout, but this is all because of Kramer. It's going to be on mad money, and does it give it back? And I mean, it gives it back immediately here. So, these aren't real breakouts. When you got to almost analyze, this is why just using a chart doesn't tell you the whole story. The CCIV was up yesterday because Jim Cramer said he was going to have Lucid on. That was the only reason. So is that, and we've seen these Kramer pops as of late get faded. We've seen the Kathy pops as of late get faded. Again, that was a great opportunity. The thing went to $33 yesterday. It's down at 28. So immediately faded. It's right back down to where it was. So you got to fade. You got to be willing to fade these moves.
When you see, you're looking to the left of the chart here, and when you broke out, what was this 35 right here? That's a whole different ball game. When you're buying this breakout over 35 in February, right? But this time around, it's different. It's a lot different because is this when the deal got announced that it went from 60 to 45? You got a lot of people that want their money back in this. It's different. Here, everyone was winner, chicken dinner, right?
Yeah.
And now it's like, man, I can't believe I bought this at 58, and here it is. So I still trading near the lows, 28.50. What did you have here? I mean, a lot of these charts look the same. They got off the bottom. You went from 20 to 33, so maybe 26 and a half, 27. I see a pair of low. I see one low at 27.03. So keep an eye on that. That's your 2-day low. And then if they really take this out to the woodshed, there's a pair of lows just at 25. But what I think the stock of the day is, man, Plug Power, Dennis.
Yeah.
Holy mackerel.
Accounting.
Give us accounting. There's one thing you can't do on Wall Street.
Never.
You can't
Not in any
have
market.
accounting issues.
That's exactly what I was going to say. The
You
market
can't have accounting
The market
issues.
is always changing, but some things never change. And if you report accounting problems, you're going to have a bad time. Here is what Plug Power said. I'll read directly from the release out at like 5 o'clock yesterday. The audit determined the company's previously issued financial statements as of and for the years ended December 31st, 2019 and 2018, and as of and for each of the quarterly periods ending from March 31st, 2020 and 2019, June 30th, 2020 and 2019, September 30th, 2020 and 2019, basically the last 2 years of financial statements should no longer be relied upon due to errors in accounting primarily related to, and then they listed through a bunch of factors, but that's basically the gist of it.
Was it the Amazon deal? Did I have anything to do with it? That was a funky deal they did with Amazon. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what to say
Just
about this one.
difficult, Joel, and Spencer. It's difficult, and listeners, to come in and buy stocks when you can't rely on the numbers.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why accounting issues. This is like, the root of all fundamental analysis is based on the numbers, and they tell you your last 2 years of your numbers are no good.
2 years.
Your numbers are no good. So, okay, you can read through whatever you want. Maybe it's just a minor issue, but that spooks the market always. They don't read. We know this market doesn't read and get into the details. This market looks at the headline. Headline says we can't rely on the numbers. They're going to hammer the stock. I like this one better than Fuel Cell and Ballard Power. I said yesterday. I said I wouldn't buy any of them, but if I was buying one, it would have been Plug Power. That would have been the wrong one.
Oh, and the reason this was out yesterday specifically is because they were supposed to report earnings for the December quarter, and they said, well, that's not going to happen, obviously. So we're going to finalize and restate all the statements for all these periods as soon as practical, whenever that is. So TBD on financial statements.
I don't know what to tell you, man, on this one.
Well, they've all had huge runs too. So, now you start looking Plug Power. Again, we talk about the huge runs. 2015, this was $2. 2016, this was $2. 2017, it was $2. 2018, it was $2. 2019, it was $2. Beginning of 2020, this was a $2 stock. It was a $2 stock for basically a decade. And then all of a sudden, they decide, nope, this is the future, even though the stock's been out there for 20 years and they rip it to 70. Is this the future or isn't it? I mean, we're at the crossroads here. So I don't know if you're looking Fuel Cell, Ballard Power, and Plug. These have been dogs forever. Everything, all these techs, everything tech, even the old school growth techs and the old school legacy ones like Plug Power, that were supposed to be the future back in 1999, have all come ripping back on the back half of 2020 and in the early part of 2021. Well, the rug has been pulled out from under these things. But, you look at the all-time high. Yeah, it was up at $1,500 back in the year 2000. $36 here now. It's hard. You're still in territory.
Yeah.
Could you go back to $2? It's possible. I'm not saying it's going there.
No idea where this thing is going.
It's possible. It was $2 for a better part of a decade. Was this all just fluff and BS? It's possible. But it's also possible that they do have a business now. And it's also possible that maybe it consolidated $2 for a long time. Maybe eventually it is worth a little bit more. But coming in and saying Plug Power at $35 is a no-brainer. It's not a no-brainer, because if it gets back to where it wanted to be always in 2018, 2019, it's got a long ways down. But, if you think fuel cell technology is the future, I don't know if Musk is in that camp, but if you think it is, then maybe you're buying the dip. I am not. I don't own any of these.
I'm not. No, I've never owned any of these. Fuel Cell getting hit on this as well. I'll just give you guys the pre-market low, and I'll try and what I try and do in this instance is I'd see what the pre-market low is, and that comes in at 32.80, and then I scrounge around and I try and find some. You got some gaps to fill. Well, they're going to get filled today. And I try and find a daily low, and I don't have much. So I would call a potential buy zone today, if you really want to be patient, 30.40 to 33.72. Now, is it going to get that low? I don't know, but that's the only thing the dailies have for you. And you got a little bit of a rally going right now.
It might bounce back. It's hard to say, but it doesn't. Accounting issues I lay off. I always lay off when there's accounting issues. I agree with Jim Cramer. Says accounting issues equals sell. It's going to be interesting. He never addressed this last night. I actually tweeted at him just asking because he's been pumping Plug Power's tires here for the better part of a year, and now they got accounting issues. So is he going to change his tune, or is he going to shrug this off? Because he's always told us accounting issues equal sell. Does it hold when it's one of your darlings? Because it's the Jim Cramer darling. I don't know. I'm hoping he's going to address it.
And this is not to say that stocks that are dogs for years can't become darlings. I mean,
They can.
You could have bought AMD.
It did.
You could have bought AMD for $1 6 years ago, right? So sometimes the comeback really is real.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. For sure.
It's just you don't know. You don't know, unfortunately.
Nobody knows anything.
No one knows.
So we just play percentages. We play the odds. That's all we can do. On any given day, nobody really knows anything. Nobody ever knows.
We got a little rally going, 5 points off the low. So we did get a little bit
the
of
S&P stock. I'm just going to say right now that the S&Ps are so not indicative of what this market's about. I mean, you can say, but it is so much rotation going on in the S&Ps that keep continuing to keep it up. So I guess, as an investment, it's awesome because the SPY just doesn't go down. The biggest portion of my long-term portfolio is in SPY, so I'm happy for that. But to try to look at the SPY on any given day and tell you what the market is doing is just not the case. And Joel's going to hate this as an S&P futures trader, but I'm telling you, man, you're looking at this S&P's down 10 handles. There is a whipping in the growth names. Like a Kathy stocks are getting whipped here again this morning.
Like what do we got?
Down to the tune of 3%, most of them. So down 0.3% it's down 10% of what the Kathy stocks are down right now. So Tesla down. Just any Tesla stock, Square is down 3%. Tesla's down 3%. Anything growth is down 3% plus.
While you're saying that, Dennis, I literally just sold the Kathy stock.
What'd you sell?
Kappa. She's been in this one. I was up about 10% yesterday and lost it all yesterday. So I just took like a 1% gain right there just to take it off the table because it was coming back down.
Keep lightening up growth. I'm just concerned. I'm
concerned too.
Yeah, I'm just concerned that the growth names, I think you're going to get rotation. I don't think the S&Ps they're at all-time highs. We're not saying the market is in trouble. The market's rotation continues to help it. But like I said last week, I don't think it's one thing to have value coming back into favor for a couple of days or a couple of weeks. Value has been back in favor now for the better part of 3 months.
6 months, I would say.
This is a long time now. A long time. And with the Reddit revolution, where I've said this before, as they seem to all go and look at, they are analyzing over there. They aren't just grabbing anything. They're buying value stocks. If you look at the types of stocks that they're continuing to buy, yes, there's a few other ones like Palantir in there. But if you look, GameStop wasn't a growth tech stock. It was a value play, deep value, roaring kitty.
Deep effing value.
This whole market, this value, and we see these waves in 2001 to 2008. Growth and tech massively underperformed value. Why? Because we had a big tech bubble burst and everybody jumped into value.
ExxonMobil was the king.
8 years.
Yeah, Exxon was the king.
Yeah. So the question is, are we 3 months into a new decade period of value? We could be. I don't know. But all I know is my portfolio has been allocated to tech for a long time. So I've been trading in tech stocks and buying some other types of value stocks. I put Bristol Myers in the long-term portfolio yesterday. I traded in some tech name. I can't even remember. But I've been trading in tech and I've been buying stocks that are, value names for the most part. Stocks with lower PE multiples. So I think you just gotta keep reallocating. If you're all in growth and saying, no, it's all going to come back, it always comes back. It's still periods of cycles, like longer term periods. And I don't know that we're not entering one of those longer term periods where the valuations are just a joke. I mean, all these Kathy stocks, the valuations are so extreme. They're never going to make sense from a value perspective. I mean, buying Airbnb at whatever the hell it's trading at. It's got the growth, so you can jump in and say, oh, yeah, it's a great stock. But, I mean, growth, if it stays out of favor for a while and multiples start to come in, there could be some serious rotation. So I just telling people out there, if you're all tech and all growth and saying, well, it always comes back, look at the period from 2001 to 2009. It doesn't have to do that. You got to look further. So I'm saying just a reallocation is what I've been doing. And not getting out, just reallocating some.
if I can make everyone a little bit less afraid, if your time horizon is really longer, then don't worry about it because eventually it'll come back. It always comes back. It might take a decade.
Well, that's not true, though, Spencer. That's not true, and we can make everybody. But there is probably from 1999 to 2000 in the tech bubble burst.
Yeah,
there are probably thousands of stocks that did not come back and never came back.
That's true.
So you've got to be, when you're putting something in a long-term portfolio, I'm going to say it again, you've got to be cognizant of valuation to a certain extent. If your long-term time horizon is 20 years and you're buying and you're paying 70 times sales for Zoom, that's 70 years of sales. Yes, Zoom can go up a lot. Yes, Zoom can, increase the sales. And yes, maybe it is we're all going to just be doing Zoom. We're going to get rid of mobile phones. We're just going to have, the headsets and Zoom. Maybe that's going to be the case, but maybe it's not going to be the case. So there's a reason that Zoom has been underperforming the market for the last 3 to 4 months. It's because the valuation got absolutely ridiculous. Was it a good stock at $50? Sure. At $100, getting expensive. At $150, ridiculously expensive. At $588, it was an absolute joke. An absolute joke. So at $335, I think it's still a joke. The valuation is a joke. Can the story get hot again? And can the growth go? Yes, it can. So we don't know the path. Maybe the story gets hot. Maybe we go to growth. Maybe, with this free money out there, everything's just going to trade 70 times sales. Nobody knows. But all I know is when I'm buying a stock that's got, a solid, track record, a solid dividend. It's got, a little bit of growth. Even Facebook, paying 19 times with all its businesses. It's a lot more reasonable investment than going and buying Zoom and saying it's going to come back because it always comes back. They don't always come back.
Obviously, all right, I was being a little facetious. Right, they don't always come back. That's definitely true.
You've got to be cognizant of valuation when you're long-term investing.
I've always had this boring stuff.
When you're trading, you can do whatever you want. I trade everything. I buy Zoom every day almost. I'm trading Zoom. Buy, sell, buy, sell.
Buy the dip on plug.
But Zoom has never, I did last night, but I've already sold it. But Zoom will never enter my long-term investment portfolio. Never. Why? Because I went through 1999, 2000, and I saw, what can occur when growth comes out of favor and there's no value investors to buy. So unless Zoom reinvents the entire business and comes up with all new models, I can't pay 50 or 60 times sales for a stock. It makes no sense.
Quick question here from James. I think I know the answer. Triple D, do these accounting issues dissuade you from trading plug in a pair? And I know you've mentioned pair trading plug with some other things. I would say, yeah. I mean, the correlation now, whatever correlations it's had until this accounting thing shakes up, I don't know.
I play sympathy off of it. I tried to short fuel cell last night. It had a tick issue. I don't know if it must have dropped 10% or something. I think it was. I don't know if it did. I'm pretty sure. The day before, I couldn't get the tick. So because of the short sell, so I couldn't get it. And then everybody's here getting on the offer trying to get short. Can't get the ticks. I did get short Ballard Power. So on that headline, I shorted Ballard Power flat at 25.70. So I do trade on. I didn't buy the plug against it. I just simply shorted the Ballard, saying it's going to come in. It came in like a minute or 2 minutes. It came in fairly quickly. Maybe not 2 minutes. I was in the trade for a little bit, but I'm already out of it. So I shorted Ballard Power on the sympathy play, which is the relationship-based to plug. Ballard Power didn't do anything wrong, say accounting issues, but there's going to be people that are going to hammer
sympathy.
It. It plugs down 16%. Ballard and Fuel Cell probably going to be down. So they were down last night before when the Qs were even up. They didn't care, obviously, because plug power is going down. So I did trade. I traded Ballard, tried to get the Fuel Cell, couldn't get the tick.
All right. A couple people are asking about what time is the Fed today. The announcement is always the same. It's always the same time. The announcement is at 2 o'clock Eastern time, 2 p.m. is when the decision comes out, and then there's a press conference at 2:30, and that's when people get to ask Powell, and that's really when the market will move at 2, and then it may do nothing for a little bit, and then at 2:30 when he starts speaking, it'll move. It might move again. So 2 o'clock and 2:30 Eastern are your times. We don't expect they'll do anything different. We expect them to really the only question is, what are they going to say? Like, are they going to say we may raise rates in 2 years or in 3 years, like, or longer? Like, that's really the question. Like, they're not going to raise rates. They've talked about that. They're just going to say the same thing. It's really just a question of like our expectations for the future. Have they changed or have they not changed? And we'll find out at 2:00. But that's what the Fed situation is for today. Could move the bond market, TLT, futures, and that's pretty much maybe the banks. We also got a question for the past couple of days, I think. Joel,
Sure.
Can you explain exactly what a quad witch is? I'm sure a lot of people listeners know, and I'm sure some of them don't. So Friday is going to be a very interesting day. One, because it's an S&P rebalance.
Yep.
And two, because three reasons actually. Two, because it's the first day of March Madness, and three, it is a quad witch. Joel, can you explain?
Sure.
What is a quad witch?
All right. Well, in the old days, back when Dennis and I it used to be a triple witch, and so I'm just going to give you the most insignificant part of the quad witch, and those are single stock futures. They just never took off. I believe one of the Chicago Stock Exchange tried it. I've talked to Rob Friesen about it. He said there was just no edge, no liquidity. The only person I know that used them is Jerry Parker from Chesapeake Capital. So let's take out the single stock futures. Dennis, I'm sure you've never traded. So if it's not a quad witch, it's a triple witch. And it happens the third Friday of every calendar quarter, March, June, September, and December. And that is when you have the simultaneous expiration of the following instruments. You have stock index options,
Like
stock indexes, and options on individual stocks. And there are a lot of turning points, and there's a lot of things. And that's when Dennis and we text last night. Last March you had the gamma unwind. I'm not exactly sure what that is, but I think one thing that there's going to be a wild expiration. I don't know which way it's going to go, but there's a lot of stuff coming off the board. So it's more volatile trading. Dennis, I know people asked you about how you do it, and you just kind of sit back and wait and fade it, right?
I fade the 350 to 4. I fade the 4 o'clock closes. If they're going gaps up this way, I'm selling the gap ups and I'm buying the gap downs. I'm buying the dips and selling the rips right on the 4 o'clock close.
And is that
I do that
algorithmically
strategy? Too?
Yeah. Is that? I mean, you do adjust that though, like over the years. I know you've been doing it. Yeah.
You trade it. I always pull for news. If there's a newsy stock coming or something's trading on a lot. Yep. Yeah, I pull those out of my spreadsheets. So, but I've always faded the moves, just providing liquidity. That's classic Don Bright. Rest in peace, Don Bright. So many good strategies came from you. I know there's some listeners that probably know Don out there as well. That's Don Bright creativity right there. That from back, in the 90s. We fade those big institutional moves. We fade those. And you know what? That strategies still hold water.
They come in. Sometimes they come in immediately. Sometimes they just come in within seconds.
Yeah, you don't get the huge gaps you used to. It doesn't seem like. Sometimes you can, I guess. There has been some big ones. There was one like 2 or 3 years ago, an option expiration on a quad witch, and it was a whole pile of stocks. Like there was like Johnson gapped up $2 on the closing print. I shorted that and immediately made $1. UNH, I think, gapped down. I don't know if some of the traders out there, the prop traders, if they're listening, probably can remember, but I think it was UNH when it was like, I'm going back like 2018. So UNH was maybe like a $200 stock. I think it gapped down like $10 or something on the closing print, or $8.
There's some big ones. Yeah.
Yeah. Those are like gifts. So, all of a sudden stocks trading like here and boom, they're here and boom, they're here. Well, I want to be a buyer down here. I want to be a seller down here. It's not rocket science. So, so how I play that, I've talked about this before. I use the LOC, limit on close. I got, stocks are trading here. I surround the fair value going out a little ways there. But, I use LOC, a limit on close. That's going to execute me on the closing print or cancel. So my offers here, let's say, Johnson & Johnson's trading, let's just bring up the price right now, hypothetical situations, trade at 161.5. Well, maybe I'm throwing out a 162 short or a 162.5 short. If it closes at 163, I get short at 163. I don't get 162.
Multiple orders too.
Yeah, I'll throw out multiple orders out there too sometimes if I really think it's really going to go. You can do a couple of different levels. You could throw one out, and sometimes it depends on how aggressive you want to be. Sometimes you go 0.5%, you go 1%. Maybe you're not a very aggressive trader. Maybe you want to go 1.5%. You start to go within 0.5%, then it starts to get dicey. Market could move on you. I mean, there's so I think you're staying out over 0.5%. But again, people that are listening are, what are you going into a trade for 0.5%? Well, you get 50 stocks and 0.5%. You just made a lot of money. So, I mean, this is basic market making at the close is what it is. So this is how I trade. I'll enter a trade for a 0.1% edge. If I have a 0.1% quantitative edge, I will enter that trade.
And we probably don't have time. We'll another time. The old, was it the Russell rebalance story when you forgot to turn off your algorithm?
No.
And you were going to Europe the next
Yeah, I was going
day.
on the European vacation. I was like, we might not be able to go on the European vacation. I got executed on the Russell rebalance. I got 200 stocks in about 2 seconds and with size. And I'm like, holy cow. I was trying to work out. And it was interesting anyway. So I ended up getting about half a mil, and then I hedged it all with SPY and went on vacation. I traded out from London.
That's the answer. Just hedge it with SPY, buy SPY, sell SPY, and call
SPY
it
hedge isn't working in this market. I'm
Yeah,
with SPY and Qs right now, and I got a couple tech longs like Roku, and I just destroyed on them.
Well, it was the thing, and we'll move on. We'll do some earnings after this. But you didn't turn off your algo, so
it was still running, in the background.
So you would sell a stock, and then you would be like, "Wow, I just sold this stock," and then it would be long again.
I don't know how it came back in my portfolio, but the algorithm's still buying. So I mean, this is one thing to algorithmic traders out there. Again, this is the first thing. It should be on page 1 of my algorithmic trading book. Is when you're developing your own programs, and I literally developed the software from scratch. I had 4 programmers developing it from scratch. Lots of money in that stuff. Believe me, lots of money to pay and that kind of stuff. Never put a minimize button on your program. So I had the little they put a minimize button so I can have more screen room and it can just run in the background. So I had the program minimized in the corner. And I'm like, how am I still buying stocks? I'm like, what's going on? And I'm like, oh my, it's running in the background right now. It's literally running in the background because I've got the program minimized. It's still running. I didn't shut it down. So, yeah, algorithmic traders, don't put a minimize button on your algorithmic programs to save screen.
Well, as usual, Dennis's pain is our entertainment. So, moving right along, let's go to.
I know you're such a good sport.
Good stories.
Yeah.
All right, let's do.
You're actually the funniest. I kind of hope you have losing days because that's when you're the funniest. Is when you have losing.
I'm
days.
having a losing day today. I'm pretty sure it can be the second one of the year. I'm buried right now.
I was
bearish coming in. How's this happen?
Hedging, man.
I lose money. All right, man, I'm dumb.
Earnings. Let's do a couple of earnings.
A couple, and then we'll have Corpina on in 2 minutes. Let's start with CrowdStrike, CRWD. They gave a lot of guidance last night. So their Q4 EPS beat the estimate. Their Q4 sales number beat the estimate. Their Q1 guidance for EPS beat. Q1 sales guidance beat. Fiscal year EPS guidance beat. Fiscal year sales guidance beat. Everything beat for CrowdStrike last night. And
doing well last night until they pulled the tech bubble carpet out. They pulled the rug out from underneath it.
Who was listening to the afternoon show yesterday? Because I was as about convicted as I could be about this 209 to 210 area.
Good level,
You remember that, Spencer?
Yeah.
Because we had 3 highs at that area. The 50% is right at that area. You got people crushed on the way down here. You had people that bought the dip at 170. And I don't know if any. I hope someone got. I did not participate in this, but I mean that 210. That was a gift from the market gods. I mean, holy moly! They marched it up, almost got to 212, right? So you're splitting hairs, But now it's 199.50. Yikes! You might not be seeing that 210 for a while. We're on the downside here. Let's just look at yesterday's range. Yesterday's low 193.50. I don't know if you're going to see that. And the close is right in below it too, with 196.31. So keep an eye on that. Make sure it doesn't go red on you. That's for CrowdStrike. What else did we have
Let's just
for earnings?
we'll do one more, and then I'm going to give Jonathan Corpina a call. I'm going to call him in the background, so I'll do that while Joel.
Okay.
What do you got?
You want to do Lennar? I mean, there's a few.
Lennar, did it pop and drop?
We can go to Kodak.
Yeah, it did.
Let's
I
do,
actually traded the Kodak.
all right. Let's do Kodak because that one's more fun.
Yeah.
Lennar was boring. Kodak, I don't even know how to interpret the numbers. They just here.
Either did they.
Yeah, I mean, here they filed for a mixed shelf offering of up to $500 million. They're going to sell up to 44.5, or it's from 44.5 million shares from a selling shareholder. Yeah, I'll just give you like they had operating EBITDA loss of $1 million last quarter or last year. I don't know. Talk about your trading in Kodak.
I actually had a long position in this that I'd bought because somebody said, "Oh, it's an NFT play," and I'm like, "Okay, well, maybe this could get a little bit of life." I bought it a couple days ago, and it actually was showing some life 2 days ago. Went up to 10.50. That's weird.
Oops, sorry.
Joel, you got to put that thing on vibrate.
I know.
Silent mode. Silent mode now. Thank you. So, anyways, I bought this a couple days ago.
I mean, I told Jerome not to call me between 8 and 9, and he does it every time.
Joel. My phone rings.
Joel,
my phone rings continuously.
All right, Joel, I'm going to interrupt you guys. I'm going to interrupt you guys. I've got Jonathan Corpina here,
okay, we'll
Senior Managing Partner at Meridian Equity Partners, joining us via phone from the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. Jonathan, good morning.
Gentlemen, good morning. Nice to be on.
Nice to be on with you. So you're back on the floor. Everything is back to normal.
Back to normal. Wow, I don't know if we can ever pinpoint that ever again. Yeah, so we've been back on the floor. Obviously, as you guys know, floor's been open since May 25th, I think.
Right.
And we've been operating with a scaled down staff. So we're operating at about 50% as per the NYSE guidelines. Okay. We continue to operate like that. Everyone's, we're here every day, but we do rotating shifts. So we've got, our traders here on the floor, and when they're not on the floor, they're working from home like the rest of the world.
Makes sense. All right, Jonathan, let's just start with Fed, start with Powell. What are your expectations for today as far as how, not what he's going to say, but how the market will react to what he says or doesn't say?
I think the market continues to be fragile. With the volatility that we've seen both up and down, I think is unhealthy for our markets. And I think we need to continue to tighten in those upper bands and lower bands to try to build a range and build a base here. Yes, we hear from the Fed today. Are they going to say anything that's off script or anything that we haven't really heard before or aren't expecting? I don't. I think they're going to go right down the middle and keep things as safe as possible. How does the market react to that? That's going to be interesting, right? We've seen big swings in our market. We've been watching the 10-year. VIX gets below 20 and bounces right back up again. I think it's going to be rough trading for the next 1 or 2 days because I just think the fear in this market is certainly there. We continue to trade near or close to highs. S&P, Dow. Russell's had some significant moves to it. NASDAQ, we're seeing tremendous pressure on that due to the inverse relation to the 10-year. So I think we're going to continue to see this uncertainty. Couple that with what's going on in Europe tied to coronavirus, and the progression that we were seeing there has now reversed, and we're seeing countries go somewhat backwards in some stances there. Yet in the United States, we continue to grow and expand and reopen. And it's only going to take a matter of time for us to realize how this reopening process is going to be impactful on a positive basis or a negative basis on our economy. So I think the uneasiness is certainly still there. This Fed conversation today is going to be somewhat benign in my opinion.
I mean, rates are going no. I mean, everyone's talking about rates going up, but I mean, and they're trying to force the Fed's hand, but I mean, what's up? Like, rates are never going back to the levels that where you're going to pull your money. I don't say never, but the people are going to pull their money out of the market to go into interest bearing. I mean, I don't know what the hubbub is about. It's just we're not going this inflation that there's inflation in certain things, right?
Sorry. I'm not sure if Jonathan heard what you were saying, Joel. So I'm just going to repeat what.
I did not. I'm sorry.
No.
Why not?
I think our connection just dropped off, but I got him back. I'm not positive here. This is our first time using the phone with StreamYard, so I tested it out, but we may have some glitches. I'm just going to repeat what Joel was saying so he can hear you. But Joel's point was interest rates aren't going up anytime soon, right? So really, I mean, what difference does it make? I think is the point Joel was trying to make. But Jonathan, I have a question for you. What are your client? What is the tone from your clients right now? You're on the phone with clients all day, and are they worried? Are they not? Are they like buying the dip in tech, or like what is the sentiment from them?
Yeah, I think the overall sentiment is happy the market is, in some indices are trading near or at all-time highs, but certainly there's an apprehension that the next shoe is going to drop in some place, and they're playing that protection side. The volatility that we're seeing in tech could certainly translate over to some other sectors in time on a rotational basis. We're seeing value be put into play at this point. Still early in the Biden administration. Coronavirus, vaccinations. We're getting comments out of North Korea as to how our relation should be. China's not happy. There's so many factors that are out there that I think could put pressure on this market. And I feel like in conversations with my clients, they too are waiting for just the next catalyst. Unfortunately, I think the overall feelings the catalyst might be to the downside.
Question from our chat to get your thoughts on GameStop here on that hullabaloo. Do you have any? Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. So I think a lot of people are going to be watching the hearings today. We've got round 2 of them.
Yep.
So they'll be broadcast everywhere. Great lineup that they have today, and I think it's going to be refreshing to hear different perspectives to it. Listen, I think what we're seeing here is clearly masses getting in and out of stocks simultaneously. And what we've seen over time, and I believe we've spoken about this, is with our shutdown and our lockdown, the increase in retail new accounts coming in and retail order flow and retail participation has skyrocketed. And a kind of interesting little anecdote, I have 2 daughters that go to school down in Texas, and I went down and visit them and, took their friends out to lunch and took their friends out to dinner. And all these kids were talking about GameStop and Bitcoin. Those are the 2 things that they wanted to talk about, cryptocurrencies and GME. And it's amazing how, 18, 19, 20-year-olds are so fascinated and drawn into what is going on and what's happening. And that just shows me and solidifies to me that if these kids are talking about it and if these kids are participating in it, then the other tens of thousands, millions of people are looking at the same thing. And it's the herd effect. We've got herd effect getting in and herd effect getting out. These hearings are going to be interesting because I think they're not, they're going to focus on, 2 things. One is payment for order flow and the effects of that on the market. And the other one is going to be the Reddit concept, right? The concept of message boards and message communities, and how that can influence people's instincts to buy or sell a stock. And listen, I equate it to you go to your you go to your barber and you're sitting in the chair and your barber goes, "Oh, I heard about this great stock. One of my other clients told me to buy XYZ." So you then go and buy XYZ. You didn't do any research. You don't know the fundamentals. You probably have a very minimal understanding of what they do, but you go and buy it. And that's no different than what happened in Reddit, right? They were posting messages of go buy GME, go buy Best Buy, Bed Bath & Beyond. These different messages that were coming through. I don't think people were posting falsified information about revenues and earnings and expectations and M&A activity. The messages were strictly, you should be owning this. So it's going to be interesting to see how they try to corral that freedom of speech. But we certainly have seen the effects on the markets. We continue to watch how these stocks swing, and most of the time we're only hearing the good stories about it, right? For every trade, there's a buyer and a seller.
Yep.
That was my message to those college kids down in Texas, that, listen, you hear all these great windfall stories of people who bought it low and sold it very, very high. There's always somebody on the other side of that trade, so you got to be really careful of what you do and how you do it.
Great point. Jonathan, one more here before we let you go. You mentioned tech as it relates to the bond yields. What leads what? What leads the relationship? Or is it the bonds leading, and as bonds go up, tech goes down, or is it as tech goes down, bonds go up?
I think bonds leading the momentum in tech, right? I mean, the 10-year trading, the 10-year trading at sub levels offers not only tech, but many companies out there just low interest rates for long-term cash, and that money could be put to use very quickly in a very expanded point of view. I think as tech has been very exposed to that and very exposed to the debt, that when we see the yields move higher, that's when the tech gets the ripple effects of that. So I do think it's the bond that's leading all of this.
Jonathan, before we let you go, Dennis we've talked about in depth the transaction tax. Do you see that getting any legs on Wall Street? I mean,
I'm not sure, Jonathan. Jonathan,
yeah.
You heard Joel?
No, I didn't hear Joel. I can only hear you.
Right. Yeah, I don't know why that's working. I apologize. Joel was asking you about the financial transaction tax. Do you have expectations for that? Do you think it could go through? I guess how likely is that to happen?
Yeah. So listen, that's a DC. That's DC who's running the lead here on that. I think clearly they're going to see some pretty strong opposition. What we are seeing at this point is that exchanges and institutions are flexing their muscles back and saying, listen, you guys do what you want to do, but this is going to be our reaction. So the ball keeps getting lobbed over the net and back and forth into other people's laps. Right now, I think the ball's in DC's laps, as we've seen that NYSE came out with a statement saying we, in fact, will move to a different location and where we can operate without these types of transaction tax. That too is going to take a lot of time to play out. Just the thought of the New York Stock Exchanges and Nasdaqs and the Virtus and Citadels, and how do they operate in that environment, and what's their solution? It's a mammoth undertaking. I do think that we'll have a lot of posturing going back and forth, but at the end of the day, there's going to have to be some sort of resolution, because the ripple effects of that is just tremendous. Think about the real estate around the New York Stock Exchange and people who live here and businesses. It goes beyond just this transaction tax.
Yep.
So I think smarter heads will prevail on something like this.
Jonathan Corpina is a senior managing partner at Meridian Equity Partners, joining us from the floor of the NYSE. Jonathan, we appreciate your time. Thanks a lot.
Gentlemen, have a great day. Thank you for your time.
All right. Next time, guys, I'll make sure we use our first time ever using a phone with this streaming service we use, and next time we'll get it so that he can actually hear you as well as me. But I apologize for that, Joel and Dennis. But
don't worry about it, Spencer.
We're able to get to hear from him. Okay, I see a debate in chat about NFTs. It's good that that's going on, because our guest at 9, Jonathan Goldbronson, or John G, as we call him, from Benzinga, will be able to explain all of this NFT madness, how it runs on the Ethereum network, what that even means, how it's different from Bitcoin, and all of that in about 10 minutes or so. What else was on our list here? We could go to Uber.
We were talking about Kodak.
We're talking about Kodak, and I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
That was the NFTs for Jonathan. That was great, though. So I had Kodak. I bought it just a few days ago. It's funny. I just we actually had mentioned it a couple of days ago. I didn't comment on it because I actually had bought it. It had a pretty good pop. It had a pretty good pop up to 1050. I thought, well, maybe this is going to be, an under, the radar, NFT play, because the universe been talking about this as a potential NFT play. So I was like, oh, maybe. Anyways, with yesterday's candle, I was like, no, this thing's in trouble. And I knew it was going to report earnings, and I'm like, any earnings pop, I'm getting the hell out of this. So I was like looking at this, and I'm like, I'm going to get out on any earnings pop. It didn't just give me a little earnings pop. It ripped higher. Bring up that Kodak chart after hours. It went over $10.
Ooh.
So I actually got out at 980. So
Nice.
I actually got out of my stock at 980 on the pop. So I'm out of Kodak now. The simple reason is that I felt like tech was turned yesterday. So I was trying to lighten up all tech stocks. I'm like, any tech stock that I own, it's going to be rallying into it. I'm going to get out. Not that Kodak's a tech stock, but it's like that Momo, hope name. It's the kind of name that's going to get hammered. And if we go into a risk off environment to a certain extent. So anyways, I still think it could be an under the radar NFT play, but I sold the rip. If it gets back down that 7 area, maybe I jump back in, but I don't know. This is just a storied stock. This is complete speculation. So I have no position in it now again.
Did you catch that 980 on the way up or on the way down?
On the way up.
Yeah.
I felt the strength. Yeah.
Okay,
I thought it might pop up, and I was like, oh, it's going to stall out. I had it in my head that it'd stall out around $10 if it really got there. So I was ahead of it. I had the order already out there. So I got lifted on the way up into the earnings report, and it was a couple minutes later. It ripped, and then it dipped a little bit, and I was like, am I going to have to bring that down? And then it started really getting the life. I don't know, if they read more details or whatever, but then it started ripping up over 10. So I sold the rip.
Yep. 1008 was the high. This is just a tough stock, traded down. What's yesterday's low? Are we through yesterday's low? Yeah, 871. That's going to be your resistance now. Not much in here. I see an 847 low, and then you look under $8 at 781. But that's what your move is in Kodak.
It's just using an earnings report to get, and when you're in something. Well, yeah, you're in something, you're in trouble. I actually thought about selling it before the earnings, but I kind of thought they might pop it in the earnings report for whatever reason. I don't know why I thought that, but they might give it some love, and I was like, I'm going to use the pop to sell. And then they came out with an offer, and they came out with a lot of bad stuff after that. So I got out at a perfect price. I don't often get that, that you get out, near the top of a after hours move, but just worked out that way. But, sometimes you can use those earnings to get you out of a bad position. That's what I did.
Mitch and I were on the stream. We were watching that pop, and we theorized Dennis is probably selling into this. Hey, we were.
I did.
Look at that.
I didn't sell it short. I just actually owned the stock, and I was like, I don't like this. Yeah. I don't like taking heat. So as soon as when I enter even a swing trade or a storied stock, I want immediate gratification. I want if the stock story and the momentum is carrying and people are talking about it on Twitter, like Chris Camille says, the social ARB stuff, I'll trade. If there's momentum there, I'll trade it with it. But if it gives it back, it's like, okay, well, momentum just broke. I don't want to be in the thing if the momentum's breaking. So I'm in it from the Momo. I'm not in Kodak on a valuation. It's not a value long-term investment. It was a trade. So I snuck out of it.
All right,
Palantir. They all want to talk Palantir every day. Yeah, we could literally do a Palantir show. Like everybody wants to talk Palantir all the time. So quick thoughts.
Well, it's interesting because the CEO doesn't give too many interviews, and that
was a good interview.
He was on CNBC at like 3:15, 3 o'clock, somewhere in that. Doesn't give too many of those. So it was interesting to hear him speak. And I was talking to Tom Nash yesterday on our stream, and he's bullish Palantir, and he said something that I thought was funny, and I want to tell you guys. Basically, he was like, well, Palantir, to the best I understand it, and that's how every explanation of Palantir has to start. To the best of my understanding, this is what they do. Because nobody actually understands it. The Bulls don't get it, the Bears don't get it. Nobody gets it except the people that built the thing for 17 damn years.
Jim Cramer always jokes like that too. We don't really know what they do, but it's got a good story. It was a recent IPO. We have just, how, like we said before, how many Kathy pops?
Yeah, there's two.
If you didn't have Kathy Woods, there's an argument to be made that if Kathy Woods wasn't literally buying this and getting all the Kathy pops off of this would be under $20. So it's had so much Kathy love that it's kept the stock floating. I mean, I just think eventually, I don't know. Like, it's a storied stock. Reddit could grab a hold of it. There's some reasons you could see why it could go higher. It's kind of a coin flip here. It's in the middle of nowhere. I just don't know if I don't like the tape when it's, had so much love from Kathy Woods, yet can't get off the mat. And everybody wants to talk about it every day. Obviously, everybody owns this thing.
Everyone's stuck.
A
There's
lot of people
stuck on
a lot of
this
people
thing.
stuck too.
Yeah.
But this is the market that's bailed out a lot of, bag holders. So, Reddit could bail them out. Reddit likes this stock too. It's talked about on Reddit a lot. So I never want to short a Reddit stock. At the same time, I'm not buying it.
It's thick though. It's really thick. I mean, you're getting a lot of Reddit. Yeah, I mean, it trades like water.
It's as liquid at 7:30 at night when the market's closed. It's got a 2-cent market. I mean, it basically doesn't close. It's trades from 4 a.m. to 4 p.m. and it's thick the whole time. It's impressive liquidity in that thing.
Boy, you got down to 2018 on the 5th, right? And then you had about a 7.5 point pop, 3.25. That puts you like 23.25, 23.5, giving back this move. So that's what I'd be looking for on a pullback, a daily low at 23.10. And then, man, I would not get excited about this thing. And I'm just going to target that whole 27 area. Someone was definitely targeting that after the last 4 sessions. 684, 692, and 710. Yeah, you had that 747 high on the 15th. Maybe they just let it go and then they sold it off to close at 26.79. But those are my early parameters. Just a lot of supply in here. And it got hit off earnings, folks. That was the thing. This gap down here was earnings. So you're going to wait for a long time for a catalyst to, the next earnings report. And I don't know. We never talk about analysts anymore, so I don't know if that's going to be the catalyst. They don't do anything anymore.
They do stuff, but it's just not as interesting as everything else. So
yeah. Oh, I just want to point out this roadblocks too. I know we talked about it, man. These new stocks, if you're trading these, I mean, you don't have much information, but holy mackerel. I mean, that 77, 78. That was your high, your all-time high. I mean, boom, you got up there yesterday. I believe it got a Kathy boost, right? And got to 78.
Not yesterday, though.
No, 2 days ago.
Not yesterday, 2 days ago?
I'm still, this is the one. If tech turns, this will go to $100. This one's holding up well. It's still got the story going. I wouldn't want to be short this one. So there's lots of other Momo names that have broken. You think, okay, well, Roblox is going to go too. It's very early here yet with RBLX. I think it's going to have a run to 100 yet. I'll actually like the Roblox. I'm not in it because it's valuations, but I might get in it for a trade if it starts to show life. But it is showing life. I mean, it was an awful tape yesterday for a lot of tech names in the afternoon, and RBLX has held up really, really well.
Big value.
So,
yeah.
I don't know. I think this one's eventually. If I was going to be long a growth name, this would be the one.
Is Spencer too young for this? Where do they start attracting kids? Age? What age? Because I know it's the younger kids, right?
What is I know everybody talks about it. So what exactly is the product? I've never played anything else.
A little bit too young. It's a platform. It's like a crowdsourced gaming platform. Like you can develop your own game, and then other people can play your game.
Pretty cool.
Like that's the platform. Right.
Yeah.
It's kind of like Minecraft, right? You have your own server, you build your own world. It's kind of like that in a way. It's basically like the platform for people to build their own game and then play that game and then monetize that game.
I called it the Linux of gaming.
What do you think about this one, Mitch? What's your thoughts here on RBLX? I mean, I'm risk off right now, but if I go risk on, it's the first one I'm going to buy.
So long-term story is there for sure.
Yeah.
But the question is the valuation at $76 just way too high?
Yeah, well, it is, but we need the market to turn and that growth story to get hot.
Yeah,
I think if the market turns and the growth story gets hot, so it's market dependent. My buy of this, I haven't bought it yet. I don't like the Qs right now. I don't like the overall market. I feel like we're still moving away from growth. But if we rotate back into growth, this one's going to lead the charge, in my opinion. So I think, if you see the Qs all of a sudden, turn around on a dime and start ripping higher, if we're making new all-time highs in the Qs, if this is all hypothetical, but if, and I've been bearish Qs. So I'm saying if the Qs go to turn and we start like going through 330 on the Qs, I think Roblox can be over $100. So this is the one I want to own if and when the tech market turns.
Okay. A couple quick things. First off, everyone, please smash that like button on YouTube, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Twitch, wherever you're watching this. It's St. Patty's Day. Throw us a like there. Second thing is, as I mentioned, it is St. Patrick's Day. We have a Benzinga Pro sale today. I put the link in the comments. It's also in the description of this video. I'll throw it up in there again. Get 57% off Benzinga Pro today and tomorrow only with this code. And it's back in the chat in the chat one more time. It's also in the description of this video. Third thing is, we've been talking about NFTs and what they mean and all that jazz. And I want to bring on our next guest, John G., senior developer at Benzinga. John, is your mic on? Do we work?
I believe so. Can you guys
Hey,
hear me
we
okay?
can hear you. What's up, man?
Good morning. Good morning.
All right.
Doing good. How you guys
I
doing?
need you to explain NFTs like I'm 5, like I'm a child. Okay. Explain what
All right.
they are. Well, not so much what they are, but like how they work.
Okay.
So start with that. Start with like I know it runs on the Ethereum network, but I don't really know what that means.
Okay. I'll take a step back, starting with the Ethereum network, just to
Sure.
get some context and how these NFTs actually work on the network. So, and I'll take one further step back to help people understand exactly how this works. So, when Bitcoin launched, it was a very basic network where there's very simple things. It's just a distributed ledger, right? So I think most people hopefully understand that by now. It's been a little over 10 years now. But yeah, so basically the difference between Bitcoin and Ethereum is Ethereum launched what are called smart contracts. And so smart contracts, our simple way to look at it is code on the blockchain. So it allows developers to do more complex things on the network by having more control over like if-else statements and defining functions and allowing you to actually develop on the network. Where Bitcoin is something very simple, where it's move money here, move money there. It's basically very simple functionality. Ethereum launched these smart contracts, which allows you to do this functionality. And there was a number of different improvements to the Ethereum network over time. And so the first one we saw was the ICO boom, where they created this function to basically make tokens. And so the ICOs where you can make, BAT, Link, all these different types of tokens running a smart contract on the Ethereum network. NFTs are basically no different, where it's another type of smart contract where there's functions involved that allow you to build a limited amount of supply of something. Where ERC20, they're fungible tokens where they all represent the same thing. And then the difference between that and the NFTs is there's a limited number of them. And so you can make one NFT or you can make a few of some NFTs, but they're all represented as their own individual digital asset versus the NFTs, or excuse me, the fungible tokens that we saw back in 2017.
Okay, so basically it's a network that allows for more complex functionality, and similar to how we saw like the ICO boom, this is just like the next step in that process, right? Is people just creating non-fungible, again, meaning meaning it's a unique piece of, it's a unique asset, right? It's like not like a bar gold or right, for example, they're all the same. Non-fungible asset that can be bought and sold on this network. So like for the moment, as far as use cases, all I've really seen is art, right? Are there other use cases that we're not thinking of right now?
Well, yeah. So the use cases, it started with CryptoKitties, was the first big one back in the last cycle. And throughout that time, I think there was a few other different NFTs that were created. Cypherpunks was the next kind of big one that happened, I believe, earlier last year. And all these are very basic attributes that you define to actually create this in this very simple digital art with different attributes, like this person has this glasses with this color and very basic attributes. And then yes, the artist kind of came in I believe like 8 months ago now is probably about the time frame, and representing their actual digital artwork. And now we're getting into songs. And I would not be surprised if we get into things like books. I mean, it's any digital representation, digital file that you can represent on the network as a non-fungible token.
And I guess who decides what has value? But I guess that can be applied to any asset, right? If people decide something has value, then it has value.
Yeah, well, I think one of the most interesting things is I'm sure you've heard of Justin Blau really getting into this game. He created his NFT where he launched a new album and did a one-of-one of, I believe, the album cover and one of his songs. I think it's called Everything. And basically, what he's been talking about and looking to do is building these into a form of royalty. So he's been working on figuring out the legal ramifications of this and dealing with that. But I think that'll be one of the bigger things if we can figure out, if we get through this phase where an NFT can be something you own, where you earn royalties through that token.
All right.
That'll really change the game in terms of how people can see value on it. But other than that, yes, I mean, it's art ownership.
I don't really know how you feel or felt about like the ICO boom from 2017, but like to the people that think this is all just a total crapshoot, this is just a stupid stimulus check induced bubble. Is that like where are you on the spectrum? Where are you on the spectrum of this is the future to this is total BS?
Well, I think the thing is there's so much scams out there. I mean, obviously we saw that with the ICO, and anyone with an idea and the ability to find the right spot in the internet to make their token. These technologies are really not that hard to use once you figure it out. Like you go online, there's so much information online. You can find how to do these things relatively easy. So if you can make a website, like we saw in the ICO boom, if you make a website, throw out an idea, you can get people to throw a ton of money at you relatively easy and without much regulation. And so there's a ton of scams that happen from that. But I mean, at the same time, there's a lot of very, very interesting projects that people are building real things on. One of them that was actually really fascinating to me at the time and at the ICO boom was a token called Sia Coin. And basically what they were doing is essentially trying to build distributed Amazon Web Services, where it started with file storage, where you can upload your file and pay people to kind of hold it for you. And then people could access that file from like a distributed network.
But so did that work?
I believe it's still running, and they're adding additional functionality. And I'm not actually sure what that project is. I'm just giving an example of something that, like BitTorrent, obviously, it was a very useful protocol for people to download music. This is a similar type protocol where, you can have a file exist everywhere permanently through this network. Granted, this is on the Ethereum network, so it's not going away. But there's definitely interesting applications, and who knows the value of these things? It's hard to. The value is more in the network use than it is like,
So that's a good point. At the very least, is this a bullish argument for Ethereum over other cryptos? At the very least,
the non-fungible tokens, or
the existence of NFTs, is that a bullish case for Ethereum? Like I own Bitcoin. Should I go in and sell some Bitcoin and use that money to buy Ethereum? And obviously, you're not an advisor, so I don't mean literally tell me what.
This is not the financial advice, but I mean, to me, it's definitely this NFTs have been around for a little while now, but I think the fact that it's kind of catching up into the mainstream, and more and more artists are getting into this, I just don't see it stopping. Like I could see this continuing, and the thing is, where I think is most interesting is, well, first, Ethereum has got to scale out. So there's the scalability issue that obviously Bitcoin has, and maybe you can argue that there's really not a scalability issue anymore with how it's played out as a store of value, and people aren't moving the tokens, the coins. But on the Ethereum network, if it scales out, the applications can become almost endless, where it's a network where it costs very little money to play with it, where all of a sudden maybe an artist creates 40,000 tickets to a concert that they set up with their friends, with whoever they have, and then they can just tweet it out and say, hey, buy a ticket to my concert, and it costs them a penny to make each non-fungible token.
Yep.
And also for the people to transfer on the network to actually get that token and then sell it peer-to-peer. So like there's like that, to me, that, I mean, I don't know, maybe there's a hole in there you could poke, but to me, that's the kind of the future that's possible with something like NFTs and Ethereum network. And I mean, who knows where this will go? I think the most interesting about this, I think it's kind of funny, is back when there was CryptoKitties, the programmers simply put attributes to build out their CryptoKitties, like make it yellow, make it a little rounder, make it more square, make it skinny, make it fat, like all these different like attributes to like make your cat. And now we have artists coming in here who are like infinitely more creative, I believe, than many programmers. So we'll see where they take this. I think it'll be very interesting to see where this goes. And I think NFTs, and how we're seeing it now play out is just another bullish case for me.
All right, John G's a busy man. I want to let him run. John, we're getting some questions from our chat. Really, a couple of them. One, are you on social media? People want to follow you, and two, where do you learn like all this stuff? Like you're a crypto nut. Like, what are you reading, watching, or listening to that where you're learning all about this world?
So I will say, if you want to the first place to start is probably Andreas Antonopoulos as well as Trace Meyer. Andreas Antonopoulos has a bunch of content on YouTube, a bunch of books as well. Trace Meyer has a great podcast. He was actually like a gold bug turned Bitcoiner from his understanding of gold as a market and seeing what Bitcoin could offer for the future. And I think that lays a pretty good foundation for what this networks actually mean. Yeah. And then from there, honestly, just YouTube. There's a lot of YouTubers out there. One I watch in particular, the Crypto Lark. He has a lot of interesting content to help explain a lot of what's happening. And I mean, there's all different types of YouTubers out there. The Defiant is a really good good YouTube and podcast that I found recently that interviews a lot of different people in the space. Okay. But yeah, I mean, it's really, search around YouTube. You can follow me on Twitter. I don't really use Twitter that much. Johnny G170.
Wait, Johnny G170?
Yeah.
All right. I'm gonna. Is it with two N's?
Pardon?
Two N's. Johnny.
Yeah, two N's. Yep.
Johnny G170. I'm putting it in the comments. All right, it's in chat. Johnny G170. All right, John G is a very busy man. He's a senior developer at Benzinga. He understands this stuff to his bones, to his core. John G, thank you so much, man. I know you're busy. You got a lot going on, so thanks for coming on, and we'll have to talk about this more in the future because this is some interesting stuff.
Oh, for sure. Thanks for having me.
All right, thanks so much, John. All right. That's going to be just about a wrap for PreMarket Prep today. I mentioned this at the close yesterday, but if you weren't watching, we are doing one continuous stream today. So we did that for a couple weeks back in February, and we thought, you know what? It's St. Patrick's Day. What the hell? Let's just do an all-day stream again. All right. We got some people saying that's how they prefer it. We thought we're all going to be drinking Guinness later. I don't know. Some of us more than others. Let's just do an all-day stream. So that's what we're going to do. So I'm not going to end the stream. I'm just going to leave, and then Neil Hamilton from Get Technical is going to hop on and take over the reins. And that'll be the way this goes for the rest of the day. We're going to go until... We should be going until 6 p.m. today. Until 6 p.m. We're going to end with flex trades. That'll be the plan for the day. I do want to hype a couple of interviews that we have later on in the day. We've got Peter George, who is the CEO of Evolve. And let me get the rest of this calendar invite. Kevin Charlton is the CEO of New Holding Investment, NHIC. That's the SPAC that Evolve is merging with. That'll be at 11:15. NHIC is the ticker there. We've got the COO of Car Parts, PRTS is the ticker, David Maniani, on Power Hour at 1:30 today. We're also debuting a new show, Ask the VC. This is going to be a more fundamental-based show. Jeff Ransdell is a former partner at Merrill Lynch. He's now a venture capitalist, and he's going to basically just talk about how he values companies, right? How he looks at, he's presented with the company. Okay, what metrics does he look at? What does he want to see from that company to gain his interest? That'll be at 2:00 Eastern time today. Ask the VC. And John G just mentioned, I got his handle right, Johnny G170. I think I got that right, Johnny G170. So Ask the VC with Jeff Ransdell at 2:00. Again, a more fundamental based show. We've got a lot of charts on this show. This is going to be a show not about charts, just about the fundies, about the numbers, about valuations, cash flows, that sort of thing. And his same logic can be applied to the public markets, right? Because you're still looking at financial statements and that sort of thing. So that'll be at 2:00 today. Ask the VC. And yeah, I think that's all I have as far as housekeeping. Again, guys, please smash that like button. All right. I don't say it. I'm told I don't say it enough. So I've said it like 4 times today. I wore a hat for you. Come on. I wore this dumbass hat for all you people. And I mean, I wore it for myself too, to be honest. But it's a great hat. I found this hat in the office actually. Smash the like for me, please, and thank you. Let's bring on Neil Hamilton. And I know Neil's been doing like a pregame show for Get Technical. I'm not really sure what that entails. Neil, do you want to come on and do your pregame?
I don't think it's a pregame. I think everyone watching this just wants the show to be half an hour longer.
Okay.
You know, why can't we do that? And Spencer.
Yep.
Can I get one of those hats?
Dude, it's in the office. It literally, you just have to know where the secret stash is. You just have to know in the back where all like our party crap is, and dig through that, and you can find, it's like a treasure chest. You can find all sorts of stuff.
Yeah, we do have a lot of wacky things in the office.
So
that hat is not even among the wackiest.
No, not even close. It's just literally, I don't even know where it came from. It was in the office. So
I mean, don't take it off. I don't want to make you self-conscious. I think you look cool as hell in it.
Well, I realized I don't have any green clothes really.
So so you need the hat.
You need the hat.
You look like I don't know, like a leprechaun if you were in The Untouchables, starring Kevin Costner. I like it, man.
I'm Elliot Oness is what I am.
There you go.
Neil, what's on the docket for today?
I want to look at. I want to take a perspective. I want to take a sector-based perspective by looking at sector ETFs, mostly the spider ETFs, to find where their strength, because the market is it's a hot mess today so far. Yeah. So I want to find the sectors that are doing things that we can trade with, basically.
Technically, you mean that are doing?
Technically, yeah. So up or down, it doesn't matter. Using options to profit on this volatility. I'm looking at IYR. So that one's not a spider. That's an iShares ETF. Yeah, real estate. It's looking like a nice reversal. I think it's got some good legs to go, so I'll be talking about that.
Okay.
And then 1 or 2 day trades at the open if there's a good setup for it, which we don't know. I got a little bit whipsawed yesterday a couple times. But we're sticking to the fundamentals on Get Technical, which is I'm just going to be looking at patterns. One that I've been ignoring with all these things bottoming out is a reversal triangle. We've been doing nothing but continuation triangles, so we'll be touching on that.
Awesome.
But yeah, do you want to roll the old intro?
I can roll the old intro.
Let's do it.
3, 2, 1.
Welcome into the open, where we get technical. You should have investments in long-term growth.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Neil Hamilton. This is Get Technical. As always, with me today is producer AB. We're getting the music right. We're getting the mood set. What day is it? It's Wednesday. The quarter is flying by. What a crazy start to 2021 we have had so far. Guys, if you were watching just a few short minutes ago, we were talking about sector ETFs. All right. I think everything has been leading up to this moment. This is like Thanos is about to appear on planet Earth. We've seen the after credits clips where he turns and smiles. Growth stocks are switching to value, you know? So now it's time to take a really good look at the sectors that actually have strength. I want to let you guys know, I'm sure many of you guys know this because I would say 90% of you are much more experienced than I am and better than I am. But for the 10% of you that aren't as good as me, I want to show you a couple things. The number one thing that I want to show you is how to compare two assets to identify strength. So one way I'm going to do that is just say, we'll come back to IYR. I like this one right now. And I want to be ready for the open. And we can check subs too, for sure, Vincent. And bets, subs and bets. Those are both from the same firm. We'll check that. That's a streaming ETF and a sports betting ETF. Which I would say those are industry, not sector. So I want to compare tech to like the broader market, right? So let's just say, like, how is QQQ doing, which is like our big tech stocks, QQQ, and then I'm going to use that as a numerator, right? So go back to fractions, go back to middle school probably, and we're going to use that as a numerator. That means it's on top of your little division line, and then for a denominator, I'm just going to use SPY. This is not the best way to compare growth to value stocks, which is the greater theme of what's going on. This is just a rough one just to show you how to do it on your platform, right? Pretty much any platform that allows you to do charting should let you put in a ticker / a ticker, meaning this ticker divided by this ticker. Now, the numerator, or the ticker at the top, so the QQQ, is the one that's really being shown here. It's how is that ticker performing against SPY, right? And we can see that it's not really outperforming it. Outperformance is this period, right? It was outperforming during this period of upward, strong, just solid upward chaotic momentum. And now it's in a sideways consolidation phase. A better one to really compare growth versus value. Let me see. What are some ETFs? If you guys know, let me know. Do you want to compare? You want to compare streaming to tech? Let's do that. Let's see how that works. So that's kind of a new ETF. So that one might not have had enough accumulation yet. But let's try it out. So subs is the streaming ETF. Let's just compare that to QQQ. Subs has Netflix, right? It's got to. That's probably its biggest holding, right? Let's take a look. While we're doing that, we're going to say subs ETF holdings. I'll zoom in so y'all can see it. So Roundhill Investments is the firm that does subs. It also does bets, which is the sports betting ETF. Look at number one. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I forgot. We had an interview with these guys, and they're actually, it's not just video streaming. It's also music, right? So I think you must have Spot in here, surely. Yeah, you do. So got Spotify. So the number one is our Chinese company with ticker TME. So that's going to be music. Get that out of here. But yeah, heavy Netflix, heavy Spotify, heavy Roku, Disney, and then some other ones I'm not totally familiar with. But anyways, so far, at least this ETF, this is not like a well-established sector ETF, is underperforming against QQQ. Right? but it's so new. So this is a tough comparison to make. It's so new that it hasn't really gone through. I'm looking at the daily chart. It's only had so many days for big money, smart money, institutional money to accumulate it. And I don't know if we've ever talked about this. I think we have, but like 4 market phases accumulation. That's how I always find this. Like I'm looking for an infographic to explain this. Yeah, so this is a decent graphic. This one I like more. So if you guys can see this one on the right, let's just do this. Open image and new tab. These are sort of the phases that you're looking for stocks to go through in a cycle. This accumulation phase is at the beginning, like after an IPO, you're looking for that bottom. And then you're going to look for some sort of indicator that we're following that accumulation. We're getting some advancement. And you can call this also like this lead in is called the markup phase. And then once it starts to flatten out, that's when you start to look for folks to take profit. This is very, very basic stuff. So what I would say is with this ETF is that we just really haven't gotten to that markup phase yet. Is underperforming sliding this week? Yeah, I mean, this would go back. I mean, actually, if this past week, so that's just 3, yeah, so that would be these 3 candles here. The past week, Netflix, Vincent says, I think Netflix and Roku sliding this week are why subs is underperforming. Very well could be. They're huge holdings. All right, so you guys are already shouting stuff at me. Let me just revisit a couple of the picks, and then we'll get into some of those. So I just want to go back to good old NMM, guys. Come on. I think NMM got chopped a little bit. I'm not out. What kind of drop was this? It didn't trigger my stop loss, which is kind of weird. I think maybe I didn't do a trailing for this. I raised it to an actual stop to like keep profit really tight. I don't know what happened, but it didn't trigger my stop loss. So NMM is our high tight flag. Price target number 1 is still $26. We might have a little period of sideways consolidation. See if we can see pre-market data for NMM. Yeah, I don't even think that it's covered like this. I don't think that TradingView has that data for NMM. Pre-market data is a different data set. Neil Mama. Exactly. NMM. All right. Picks from chat for the next 3 minutes, and then I want to see if I can make a quick day trade. On the fraction you're showing, yeah, Brandy. I'm sorry. So Brandy says, I know how to have multiple tickers on TradingView, right? So you have like the different screens. Yeah, I'm not sure how to do it. Definitely search. Just do a Google search, like how to gosh, that's a tough one. How to word that? How to compare 2 tickers on one chart, perhaps. Trailing stop losses as so. Can you talk a little bit more about using trailing stop losses to track a stock up? In my opinion on trailing stop losses is that it comes down to how often you want to check your charts. And a lot of times if it's just a swing trade, you should be checking them pretty often. If it's a longer term holding, like I for a long time through 2020 just had my my ARC ETFs with a trailing stop loss. So I did the trailing that I used was a 7%. If there's a day where it has a 7% dip, I want to sell everything, and then I'll get an alert to that, and I want to reassess and see if I want to re-enter or wait for a better entry point. And the trailing stop just works because that's a long-term holding, and that's like years at a time. Chewy is pet supplies, yeah. Chewy is pet supplies. Thanks for the help on the Thinkorswim thing, guys. Okay, what do you want? I want to check on some of these day trades, but I'm also happy to look at your guys' tickers. The couple that I'm interested in right now, let me just check my notes. I want to see XLE on the 10-minute. with my 8 and 21 EMA. I want to wait a little bit into the open, which is in 1 minute. We got Vale. Hey, Ramon. I want to wait a little bit into the open, and see if this downward pressure continues, because we got to get past this support, right? And we kind of got down here in the pre, but I don't want to get whipsawed. So I want to make sure that this cross maintains. And if it does, I'm going to buy a put. Let's look at ExxonMobil. Same exact deal. Same deal. It's getting oversold though. But we're in pretty much the right spot with our MACD. Oh, and there's the green candle. The market is open, folks. Ding, ding, ding. That's the best bell I have right now. Yeah, please, guys, if you're enjoying this content, please hit the like button and subscribe if you haven't already. So now we're watching really closely. I'll get to some picks, but I just want to go through sort of my day trades. I want to make sure that if there's going to be a cross on my two indicators, the EMA 8 and the EMA 21, that I'm able to get in right at the beginning of that. So we're looking at XLF now. Wait, why? I'm looking at my old notes, guys. Sorry, I was looking at yesterday's. So we got a nice cross up. I just want to get some confirmation on that because it looks like it was like really overbought, right? We're looking good on the MACD, but that cross was a little while back. So let's look at XLF or XLB rather. So XLB, like I said at the beginning of the show, I'm looking at sectors because the market's so choppy right now. I'm not trying to mess around and find like individual stocks. I'm just going to stick to sector ETFs right now, so I can isolate strength in the market. XLB is SBI Materials. What one? This one is. If you guys know, let me know. But let's see, XLB ETF. Just material sector. I want to see some example companies. Can a man get some holdings? Sometimes it's so hard to find what stocks are actually in these ETFs. Tradability, efficiency, fit, option. Just tell me the holdings. Okay. ETF database. Come on. Holdings. Yep, don't know a single one of these. I've heard of Sherwin-Williams, of course. Okay, Dow. Materials. Sure. Whoa, look at that. See, this is why it's good to wait a little bit before going short if the cross didn't occur. The cross occurred before the close yesterday. Monster candle up. I don't have an entry until I see a cross here. So if my red line crosses above my blue line, I'm interested. My hope was that the downward trend would kind of continue, but that's a very bullish candle. All right, so that's XLB. And then let's look at gold. Maybe we short gold. So we're going to look at GDX. Again, guys, the market is just catty wamptivity right now. I'm not interested in first rule here is protecting capital. I'm not gambling. This is not about gambling. This is about intelligent investing. Yes, I will try things out and experiment, but an experiment is very different from a gamble. So it looks like this cross down is holding, but we are getting oversold. So I'm going to watch for the whipsaw here. We are oversold. The MACD crossed yesterday. So let's just see what happens after 5 minutes. I want to see what the next 10-minute bar is. Again, so this is a 10-minute chart, EMA 8, EMA 21. The market is just bonkers. So what we're doing is I have a big list here. Let me switch this up. Sorry. I have a big list of sector ETFs, so I'm purely just looking at sectors. I'm not going to try to look for individual stocks. We're playing it as safe as possible. I don't want to get whipped around. All right, so that was gold. Gold is iffy. Gold could be the put. We might be shorting gold here in a second. Yeah, Aaron asks, isn't this the 10-minute tip you got from the options guy? Yep. I liked Brad from Trading Grounds tip. This is the 10-minute chart with EMA 8, EMA 21. It is from him. It is his tactic. And I like it, so I'm trying it out. Yeah, Jason, I can look at Flint in a second. I just want to look at the Dow really quick. So Dow watching for something. Watching for the cross. So using this method, it would be what day was this? This was the 15th, so this was yesterday. If I would have bought my put when the red line crossed below the blue line, I could have sold my put down here, and it probably would have earned me quite a lot of money. So that's what I'm looking to do potentially here. But I need to see that cross. If I zoom in really closely, you can see the cross isn't there. We look for the cross for entry. So someone's, I promised I would look at, okay, FLNT, let's do it. So let's look at the daily, since you were saying it's a swing trade. Also big ups for when you name your ticker, letting me know what type of trade you're looking at. That gives me an idea of what time frame to pull up on the chart. Ooh, and I wanted to do, we got to look back at utilities, because I think it has a nice reversal pattern that's good to demonstrate. Yeah, it looks like, hey man, we're back on trend. Back on trend. Wait, this is Dow. Dow's looking good. Flint. All right. So Fluent Inc. Is moving averages off. Very basic indicators here right now. It's just RSI, MACD, and then volume. So let's take a. What have they done to you, Fluent? Long bases. The bigger the base, the more it goes to space. I don't know what the actual thing is, but I like this. So here's what I see. Rounding bottom. Starting here. This was the final upswing in the downward trend. So we'll go ahead and go bop. And then we'll go over. I gotta move this. And then you can see this show up just again right here. Right there. That was the end of a day candle. It was just about to close right at where we started our final swing up, or where we had our final swing up. So this is a rounding bottom. So we're just putting this in context, of which this thing has had a few. This one, have you been trading this? This one looks like you could. I mean, this is prolonged period, so this is actually a good thing for the power of what's about to happen, or what's likely to happen. So this is almost. Like this is like a 6-month-ish rounding bottom. Quick maths. Draw resistance. And we had this thing that we've been talking about, which is sometimes it dips below. And then you get... So sometimes your rounding bottoms are going to look like this. And then this is your resistance. So this does not mean rejected breakout. Can you see that? That doesn't mean rejected breakout. That means watch for the bounce, baby. So FLNT, this is the daily chart for a swing trade. I think you want to look for confirmation on the bounce. And you kind of got two levels. You just got to break through this resistance. So I think that if you get a nice green candle, you can shoot for a swing trade with a price target of about 847. But then at a breakout above 147, we would look for full resolution of our double bottom that got it, or of our rounding bottom that got us here. which would be just slightly higher. Just slightly higher. So you'd want to break through up to about 9 1/3. 9 1/3. Is that helpful? That's FLNT. And then for stop losses, with this one, you could do. I mean, I actually like this. I might do something with this myself. I'll add it to our watch list. FLNT. Right now it's on ETFs, but I'll move it later. You want to look for previous support. So you could do a stop loss at 413, but that's probably a little bit too low. So let's just say if we get a green candle, let's say we're buying around 5 1/3. Let's just bring this down to about, let's just say 7.3%. That gets about 490-ish as a stop loss for entry. About 490 for your stop loss for entry. And then with all these, like what I'm doing with NMM and other like swing trades that, maybe take 1 or 2 weeks to resolve, is once I'm paying attention to it and the trade is going the way I want it to do, like that initial stop loss is if the trade doesn't go the way you want it to go. That's not your long-term stop loss. I'm entering and this is my setup and my rocket's about to launch. But then if there's like engine failure on my rocket, that's what that stop loss saves me from. But then after your rocket is going through space, you're setting stop losses to make sure that you're continuing your gains, right? You're setting little gas station checkpoints on your way to Mars. So what I think is always good is to keep raising a manual stop loss as you're watching the stock so that you're protecting the capital that you're gaining. So I just want to check back in on some of those day trades. So what was I looking at? It was XLF. XLF was oversold. Go back to the 10-minute. Okay, let's go XLF. MACD looking good. Still in oversold territory. Let me turn my EMAs back on. Okay, so that cross, man, I don't like the oversoldness of this. And it looks like it's getting rejected at this level. But I think if we can break above 34, I'm in. I'm in on XLF if we can do that. But we got 7 minutes to see what this candle does. So I'm just going to draw a line in the sand here. Boop. So I want a solid cross above that line. In fact, I'm going to set a little alert. A bit higher, actually. Oversoldness got me a little bit freaked, but we shall see. We shall see. It's on 10-minute. Yeah, Scott says that's why I like to use trailing stop loss, so I don't have to pay so much attention to the daily moves. True. But I mean, you also have to look at what you're doing. You've got your trades and you've got your investments. So depending on how aggressive you want to get in this market, man, you should be paying attention. I would not be entering anything unless you like really believe in the fundamentals and you plan to hold it for a very long time. Or you've just got an iron stomach and you don't mind losing some money in the meantime. Right. All right, nice cross up here. RSI is where we want it. MACD is crossing. XLB is getting a call right now. XLB. Nice looking cross. Trading options on XLB, getting the calls. They're pretty cheap. They're $82. So we're getting in the money. XLB calls expiring Friday. Going to go ahead and continue. I'm just going to grab 3 of them. $246 total. I'm submitting my order, which means I've requested for those contracts to be sold to me. And I'm just waiting for them to actually be delivered to me. Also, big shout out 13 if you're here. I got a leap on ET, which I wonder if ET like, does that count as utilities? Shout out to 13 XII member in the chat. Had some great due diligence on ET. I'm doing really well on that leap. Expires next January or 2020. Yeah, next January. Good. XLB. Can someone Can someone fill my order, please? It does seem like, guys, in terms of yeah, so my leap is not like a strict leap, right? It's not actually a full year out. My order is not getting filled. That's so annoying. And this thing is just going. I think I will be switching brokerages to TradeStation, guys. Any thoughts? Any TradeStation folks here? If you're a TradeStation person, let me know in chat. Give me a 1, and then don't only give me a 1, but tell me what you like about it. This is so annoying watching this thing beast out and not owning my calls. In the money calls expiring Friday. XLB. Just give me my options, please. What utter nonsense. What utter nonsense. So this is the materials ETF. Check over stocks in the materials ETF. Trading and trading view. Oh, so you use TradeStation, but you have it integrated with TradingView, so you execute your trades on TradingView. My order is not getting filled. I'm hoping that this little downswing here will help me out. Oh, really, John? John says TradeStation's data in quotes lagged for options. I'll have to see. Oh, Pam's having a hard time getting her orders filled. It's annoying. While we're waiting for this, any tickers you guys want to look at? This is XLF Financial sector ETF. I drew a line earlier that if we broke through, I would go long on it. But it looks like we got handily rejected. Handily. Uncle Raz is here. He has a small request. Please smash that like button. Let's look at Daku. Daku sign. Oh, house rule. Let me know what time frame you want to look at it on. That saves everyone a lot of time. You gotta let me know if it's a day trade, swing trade, whatever. I am getting brutalized by my brokerage right now. This is unacceptable behavior. Okay, Vincent, just because you made it easy on me. Thanks, Eric, for slamming the like button. Okay, so we're gonna look at LVS on the 5-day, 5-minute chart. This is about that. Ooh, I see you, Vincent. Do you have a specific question about this, or you just want me to? Well, it's definitely rejecting this sort of reversal that we have here. So it looks like we might be returning to trend. So, oh geez, I want more context. Final swing high before. Okay, so let's do this. Let's use volume profile. Okay, so it's trading well above that point of control. Okay. So what you got here is an ascending triangle reversal. It's gorgeous. It's beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. And when you have this is a reversal, my friend. So when you have this ascending triangle reversal, what you're looking for is a shape like this. And we need to confirm with our other indicators, so we'll do that in a sec. With this as your resistance support line. Okay? And that's what we see here, right? Bink, bink, bink. Gap up. Round back down. Holding that prior resistance, now support. And we're above it, actually. So I think that what you want to look for here, and let's just confirm with our other indicators, volume was drying up, but we had big volume during this first swing high. Good, good, good. Not huge volume right now, which is disappointing. We really want to see much higher volume than this. The MACD, I mean, hell, I should probably just look at the daily just to get some context here. Stupid paintbrush tool. Can someone talk to Pierce Crosby about the paintbrush tool? I'm just kidding. Yeah, we're not getting a huge surge of volume. Not getting a huge surge of volume, but that is all right. So let's go back to our 10-minute here. Or 5-minute, rather. Sorry, bud. I think you're resolving this. And then I'll bring in the 8 and 21 in a second. So I think that you can look for... You've got a lot of strength behind what you're doing, which is based on this swing low to this swing high, added to our line of resistance. Come on now. For a 69 he price target as a swing. And again, this is what these patterns do. You get this little breakout and then you get that bump right off of it, and it's looking just right. You'll probably hit some resistance here based on that bump. It might not just be a straight shot up because you're not getting the volume to back you up. So it might take some time. But let's look at the 8 and the 21. Crossing above, baby. This is on the 5. Let's look at the 10-minute. Crossing above, baby. I mean, I don't know. You might be able to do the old Brad from Trading Grounds trade on this, but I would wait for whatever's about to happen with this candle to really confirm this cross. Because this thing might just, the red line might just stay below the blue. Who asked for that? Was that is that Scott? Huh. I mean, I forgot who asked for that, but good stock. Good stock. Very good. All right, I want to check back in. What's going on with my stupid brokerage right now? All right, so we're going to look at XLB again. Okay, so the reason that my order got filled is because that big monster green candle came slamming back down. But this is okay. This is okay. We've got the MACD crossing on our side. The blue line is our fast line. It's crossing above the orange, and it's in bullish territory above the 0 line here. RSI moving in the right direction. We don't have a ton of volume behind us. Would like it if a lot more people would buy the stock right now. That'd be fantastic. Oh, Vincent, thank you, man. Vincent, that was a really good pick. So Ramon, you're asking about APHA. What time frame? Let me know the time frame. So Nilesh beat you to it because he says daily time frame with DVAX. Look. Let's have a look here. Looks like NMM might be getting some upward movement. On the daily. Let's look just at our price. You guys, oh my god, you're so. What? Oh, that's so. Where's my thing? Where's my thing? Let me do the thing. This looks like a stock that's about to reverse. So good. So good. I love this stock. So let's look at a couple things here. One is we've got a double bottom here. All right. Let's work it out, guys. Let's work through this. This is DVAX on the daily. All right. Our double bottom lines up with what looks like the high of a previous candle. This is the meat. This is the meat. Although it looks like this consolidation might be more meaningful at a different level. All right. This one is, here's what I'll say about this double bottom. You guys always hear me talk about go for the meat of the price action in the middle of your double bottom. This qualifies as, this is nothing but meat. This is like a tomahawk steak. No, that's got a bone. This is like a burger. All right. This is like a burger because there's no like frothy like single candle like spraying out of the top. All right, so good double bottom here. Let's see if it fully resolved. We'll see. We just want to see if the stock is doing what it's supposed to do. A little rough tech analysis. You can see that we pretty much hit our price target from the resolution of this double bottom in a swing trade. Great swing trade if you saw it. As always, we get that little fake out at the beginning with a little bit of consolidation, and then bang, 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 bang. That would have bagged you some good money. Let's see. Let's just see. We're doing this for science. If you got it back at the breakout above the resistance line, so I'll just randomly put something there. That's potential for about 65.5% profit. Okay. Now, let's look at this as a longer term double bottom. All right, let's get fancy here. Let's get a little fancy. We're going to go again to the meat. This time it's the meat. So we got some ocean spray here, but we're more interested in the body of our wave up here, which takes us to the high of like this candle pretty much. We could go higher though, because this consolidation lined up pretty well with this. I think let's maybe do that. Yeah. I think that's pretty good, right, guys? I'm just going to draw it at the recent resistance here, right? That's the thing that's defining my resistance line here. And then it's doing the same thing that we had on the other time frame where we have a little consolidation, boop, and then we want to see a close above our resistance line. And then our new price target for the broader structure of the pattern for a full reversal of trend, 21.55. Big move for this stock. This is a big overall rounding bottom here. Don't know much about it. Yeah, that's looking like a reversal territory, my friend. So just to put that in perspective, that would be a gain after resistance of about 82%. Dang. Good pick, my friend. That's my swing analysis on that. Entry is a close above resistance at 1175. You can set your stop at previous support or resistance, or just about 7% for your entry. And then keep raising that stop. Got a ways to go up here. Just keep that stop tight. We want to protect capital. Number one. All right. You're welcome. Thank you for the really cool stock pick. Okay. What else? V on daily. Okay, you want to look at Vincent wants to look at V. Let me check in on my stuff really quick. Let's look at our XLB day trade. Sorry about my nose, guys. You guys all know about my nose. Not looking good. Not looking good. We have crossed down. We are out of this trade. XLB exiting. Selling to close my position. How many do I have? Oh, so I only got 3 contracts filled, so I'm going to sell those. Not a good trading day. I think I just lost $30 on that. You know, whatever. It's cool, XLB. But we'll keep coming back to watch it and see if it wants to continue fighting. Okay, so V is going nicely right now. All right. The V on daily, was it? Visa. Okay, cool. Get these moving averages out of the way. Look just at the price. Zoom out to get the bigger picture. We can see it's an overall long-term trend here. We've got the COVID dip here. And then we've got our new trend established by 2 support points. Just not too far off from one of the candles during COVID, the COVID drop. So that's our overall trend. Now looking at it on a shorter time frame, still using daily increments. Got a cup and handle. Pivot at this high point on January 4th. Second pivot at this high point on February 22nd. Let's bring it down. Let's bring that down. Getting a random call. Ignored. Got our little handle here. So we broke out above our handle. Price target 4 handle. Be defined as the depth of the cup added to the breakout point. Breakout point is right about here. Price target of about 244. 244. RSI is on our side on the daily. MACD is on our side on the daily. We don't have the volume for a big breakout out of this consolidation, but I would look for this to resolve. They tend to do that. Cup and handles have a very high likelihood of resolution. So you look for that surge in volume perhaps to enter at this. This gives you a good chance to enter into it, right? Did that help, Vincent? This is what I see. I don't know if you see something different. I think that this handle, so you can call this a handle, you can call it, people call it a shelf. This period of consolidation, this corrective phase, so many terms, but it's all the same stuff. It's just what price is doing. Impulse up, corrective phase sideways. And we're looking for an impulse up to about 244. What is the time frame for the EMA cross? Crypto Morning Show asks. So I'm looking at 10-minute charts for options day trades with 8 and 21 EMA. This is and we're looking at V. This is Visa. This is a swing trade on the daily chart. Nice little entry here. Really easy because you have this handle to say that I want my stop loss to be previous support. Probably do something like 221. Nice pick. Nice pick. All right. Any more tickers you want me to look at? We don't have a guest today. I haven't disclosed that. So today we call it Wednesday Wild Day, which means it's just Chad gets to run the show. So let me know, guys. I'm going to keep checking on my trades. I'm trying to make some money with you. We'll check back on XLB because I just keep coming back, you know. It's in this little period of consolidation. I don't like that. Let's go to the 10 minute. Drop your tickers. Let me know your time frames. Let me know if it's a swing or a day. The method that I'm using right now, I'm going to be trying through the week, is just day trades using options on the 10-minute chart. Yeah, so we got a cross down, so I'm glad I got out of that before that we filled this whole candle. Ramon, no, I'm not really sure. I kind of just want to see what happens. Am I buying ahead of the JPOW conference? I haven't. I am not comfortable at my current skill level with trading around catalysts like that. The closest, so like if there's there's a conference today that's going to have an impact on the marketplace's perception of the economy. Let me put it that way, which will affect their buying and selling behavior. I wait for that to show up in the charts, and then after it shows up in the charts, I make a decision. I'm just not at the level of. I don't know. I kind of feel like it's risky to try to trade ahead of that. Just set it up based on how I think people are going to react to it. Right? Because it's not the actual thing or the statement that causes the change. It's all about the broader market participants' perception thereof. And that I don't know. People are unpredictable. If you ask JC Peretz, he'd be like, no, JC Peretz from All Star Charts would be like, unpredictable? What are you talking about? People have been doing the same thing since the Stone Age. Exactly the same thing. Nothing has changed. People are crazy, but they've been doing the same thing. I agree, but I'm just not as good at it as JC is. All right, so we're looking at plug. You didn't give me a time frame, but I fell for your trap. Yeah, what? Plug. It keeps going down. Do you want me to tell you when it's going to stop? Gap down on the daily, but holding support. So, I mean, kind of. Rough stuff. So, I mean, we could even draw it here. I'm sure that's meaningful. Yeah. So, you're looking for a bounce. I still have my EMA things up. Just ignore that, please. You're just looking for a bounce. I mean, this was a downward trend, very short-term one, and we'd be looking for some form of bounce. I don't know how big it would be. NNDM. Isaac said I sounded exactly like the South Park cop. Freeze. I'm a cap. I watched a lot of South Park when I was in college. NNDM, you can see I've been here. I want to just check if this. So I'm looking at NNDM on the daily increment. I just want to see. Or was that just? Did I get faked out? So at this level. How much? No, I didn't get faked out. I did that right. So it broke out. It held support for a while, and then came back down. Couple possibilities here. So the rounding bottom had a failed breakout. And that's what you would say there. So this is why you keep your stop losses on. That's why you keep your stop losses on. So now we're looking for one of two scenarios. Real breakout, because remember these things do their little consolidation thing, like to shake out the weak hands, right? In this case, it was kind of like this. So that's what we're looking for, but I would not feel comfortable with like really piling in. What I would say is you could enter at resistance around like 1380, but I would personally pile in once we break through handily, like firmly on like a day candle above this resistance line at 1796. Which I'll go ahead and just draw a more consistent line. So if this stock comes up again, we can look at it this way for a swing trade. Price target is still 27 and a half, pretty much. And that's based on the depth of this rounding bottom added to the resistance. Does that make sense? Looking at other indicators, You do have a cross on the MACD that says that's bullish, but it is in bearish territory. So we wanted to get up past the 0 line. RSI on a downtrend, but we got a while to go before this really looks like anything interesting. Were earnings, they already happened? So they missed on earnings, right? Or is that a beat? Why is it red? The estimate is 4 cents per share, and they got 16 cents per share. Am I tripping? Am I reading this wrong? They beat. Why is that red? Pam says VET. Not bad, not bad. Not bad, not bad. VET says, get me back in there, coach. I can fill the gap. So VET, Vermilion, I believe, energy, oil stock got a little bit beat up yesterday. But we've got a gap to close. So I like it. Thanks for shouting it back out, Pam. Going into this, let's just take a look. So this is one I don't know if is highly optionable, so I tend not to look at the short-term stuff. But yeah, just a beautiful candle at the open, and we're maintaining. It's at about 10 a.m. and we got an upward some upward momentum at 10 a.m. Day. Yep, says VET. Taking the stairs up. AREC on the daily. So always zooming out to put things in context. Really broad base, fantastic. I think you might get resolution here, my friend. So we got a rounding bottom. Nice broad base. The low is about here. We had our little fake out. Look like we're returning to prosperity. Set our targets. Looks like we actually resolved the target. Yeah, we did resolve the target. Look at that. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. So you can look for a return to that if this is going to continue trading within this range. I mean, you got like a pretty healthy bounce, nice looking candle, high volume on it. MACD is starting to turn around. Tough to trade off of, at least for me. Like I look for like longer term patterns, but you also got this next sort of line established here. Let me use volume profile. It's actually lower than I thought it would be. And it looks like you might hit some resistance here. Whoops. Because I can just use the yellow line. Volume profile, bye. So if you're bullish on AREC, you're going to, I think, get into some resistance here. Right around $6.67. But of course, But of course, if you can get a break above 751, probably more conservatively 798, perfectly okay to go long on it. Because I think that would be a 52-week high, if I'm not mistaken. 52-week range. No, I think we're a bit off of it. This was back in, well, no. March 8th, 19. Yeah, that would be a 52-week high. If it broke above that. SSY. Let's look at Tesla. I feel like we haven't done that for a really long time. Meh. This is the daily on Tesla. What is this level? Okay, so it's back. It's being supported by this previous like consolidation level. Just actually below right now. So just going by volume profile. Just going to place a line in the sand right here. I think I'm still in bear territory on this. Yeah, I'm still in bear territory on Tesla. Let's use our trend lines here. I don't know, maybe not. So here's what I got to say. With Tesla, if this candle continues to break down, but then bounces off of this sloping trend line that I've drawn based on these levels of resistance that we've had since February 8th, then we could be fully out of the woods. But if it breaks down past it, I think we're still in bear town. Does that satisfy you? Scalping calls right now? Cool. Hey, nice. How much is a Tesla call? Firing Friday. Too rich for my blood. But good luck. Oh, SSY. But you gotta let me know the time frame. RR. Rules of the show. That helps a lot when if you have a stock. If you give me the time frame, so I know how to pull it up on the chart. Just made a few hundo. Way to go, Bobby Bryan. CEL swing. You'll sell energy for a swing trade. Looks just like Tesla. Whoops. What is this level? Support. Two supports. Body of this candle. So you've got a pretty important level here at we're looking at the 1533. I wouldn't go long it unless it's solidly above 1533. And I would definitely short it if it breaks below this sloping trend line here. Or very simply, if you want to just not do the sloping thing, we can just look at this previous level of support, which is also this consolidation level. If it's breaking down past 1091, obviously short it. Things going to hell. But yeah, I mean, if we can hold this level and we get a breakout here, I need to actually switch to 4 hour over this one to see anything really interesting. Yeah, there's I don't know. Am I missing something, guys? Is there like a really discernible pattern? I don't really see one. I just see trading within a range. In fact, if I do Bollinger Bands, yeah, your target would just be if you get a break above this resistance at what is this 15 and a third, $15.30. You could target the median here of the 20. Is it 21? Now I can't remember because I have so many moving averages, but the median of your Bollinger Band, which is about $16.90. And if it crosses that, you can target a bit higher at $19.28. Talking KMPH now? FOMO shouldn't. Don't get FOMO. I get FOMO all the time. I shouldn't even talk. We're still in the game. Still in the game. Earnings are May 13th. This is about it. Which it looks like it resolved. So this is be like this. So we got a nice rounding bottom here. We had a little fake out or consolidation. Then it looks like we got resolution on KMPH previously. Bring that up to our level. That's a really quick one. And it looks like we hit our price target and then sold off. And now here we are again. Look, in it like a little short-term consolidation phase at that previous. Yeah, it was like this. We're previous resistance here is now support. Just doing some quick stuff here. Yep, see that? So we're staying above that, which is nice. We're not getting a full breakdown back to our previous lows. Now we've got a handle formed here at 11. I don't see anything easy here. The way you can look at this is just like pure, I believe, like Elliott wave type perspective, which is like we've got an impulse up, we've got a corrective phase, should be followed by an impulse up if we're in a truly in a reversed bullish regime. So I would be looking for a close above resistance. Like this spike was insane. Wonder what the hell happened that day. But that was probably like some type of test, wasn't it? Like an FDA approval or something like that. Close above 1398, 1393. Wait, what? 1398. Could go long. I don't see an established trend yet, though. Usually after a reversal like this, we want an established trend, not choppy hell. So a tough one. Bio stocks, very important to know the fundamentals on them to really protect your capital. But I know KMPH is like the most popular stock right now. AMD daily. Oh, okay. You were just talking about you bought a call. FDA approval. All right. Thanks, Jeremy. Figure or something like that. Tilray. Let's get Tilray. Man, my trades suck today. All good, though. I didn't lose money. It's a good day. Tilray for a swing. This level is going to be important to hold. So we want to make sure we don't go too far below it and break down past this support level from our previous handle. That would be a very bearish thing to happen. So what am I looking at this for? So Tilray, you just wanted to look at a swing in a day? That's fine. Swing trade, really tough to say that there's a setup here. The only thing that there could possibly be, there has to be a reversal because of this strong downward movement that we had. So you could look at this like a little saucer, which is not even a reversal. I don't see anything clear here for entry. I'm looking at it from a day trade perspective. And remember, guys, if you're really following the stock and say you're in a chat room where that says, everyone buy Tilray, it might adhere to different rules. But I'm looking for stocks that have very clear entry and exits. Looking solid for the... Excuse me for one moment. Looking solid from the day trade perspective. So it's got RSI is in confluence with the price action, or with our moving averages here, which our red fast line is crossed above our blue slow line. MACD made the cross. The blue is the fast line here, made the cross during the pre-market hours, and is solidly moving up past our zero neutral zone into a bullish zone. I think a nice day trade potentially. I'm willing to enter it myself. With an in the money call. I'll just buy one. It's $156. Long call. Thanks for the tip. Okay, so Kelsey, Sava, please. Looks ready to explode. All right, fine. Give me the time frames. You unruly mob. We're at 10:27 too, so I got a jet here in about 3 minutes. Okay, so we're gonna do TRVG. We're still looking at the day. It's strong on the day. Very strong. MACD agrees. RSI agrees. Watch for it to get oversold on this is the 10-minute. Looking very strong TRVG. Would have been a great trade this morning. Longer time frame. Okay. Yeah, switch to daily. Hey now, longer time frame. Heck yeah. Heck yeah. That was Trivago. Is this a traveling, like kayak.com? Oof. Rounding bottom. It looks like we may be returning to glory. Resistance. We had our fake out. Now it's time to prove our mettle. We might get... We might get this, and we might get this. Both are bullish. Not bullish as this when it goes down. So price target based on our rounding bottom pattern here on Trivago. This is going to be the last one for the day, guys. Depth of our rounding bottom. Beautiful rounding bottom. Thank you for that. They make the world go round. Is 863. Dang. Let's see what kind of returns that would be. About 70, 72, 73%. Nice. Nice reopening stock. Well done, my friend. I'm going to keep this one on the watch list. All right, guys. This has been Get Technical. I'm Neil Hamilton. As always, with support from producer A.B. Aaron Bree. I forget how to say that guy's name all the time.
Stocks covered today, a whole bunch. Be careful out there. The market's very, 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 very choppy. Focus on sectors that have strength. Look at your sector ETFs to find safe harbor in this storm of a day in the market. Big thanks to everyone that had stock picks and gave me the time frames. Super helpful. Give us a like if you like the show, if you like the format. Smash that like button and hit subscribe so you don't miss an episode. Also hit the bell. That'll alert you every time we're on. And as always, follow me at Neil's Tweets if you want to get the picks ahead of time. Great picks, though. I think you guys had better picks than I did. At any rate, it is 10:30 in the a.m. Detroit time. This has been Get Technical with Neil Hamilton. Happy trading.
Easy Mallard, what's up, sir?
Hey, good to see you, Spencer. Glad to be here.
What, Ryan's on vacation? What's going on?
Today is the one and only Ryan Faluna's birthday. So
wait, his birthday is St. Patty's Day? What?
Yeah, today's his birthday. He loves Benzinga so much, we're still doing a webinar together in like an hour from now.
Oh,
nice
my
hat.
God. Oh,
nice
my
hat.
God. Oh, I had no idea that today was his birthday. Okay, so he lives in Chicago, and his birthday's on St. Patty's Day. All right, we're not going to hear from Ryan, I think, for a while.
Right. We'll see if he makes it to this webinar at 11:30.
I don't know if he'll make it. All right, but the show must go on. Jonathan, what are we talking about today?
Yeah, I thought we should talk a little bit about economic data and news. With the Fed meeting today, or the decision today, right, and where to find that in Benzinga Pro, and some other little tips on the news feed for finding big events like these.
Okay, all right, I'm going to share your screen here, and so tell us what we're looking at.
Yeah, so what I have open here, and I'm just trying to maximize the screen on StreamYard there. All right, cool. It's maximized now. So what we're looking at is on the left side of the screen is our calendar tool. So there's 13 different calendars inside of this tool. And right now I have it on economics.
Okay.
And so you can have a variety of filters on here, including country. So I filtered this down just to show the United States. And then I was looking for when the press conference was this afternoon, as well as the decision. So I just went down and I found FOMC press conference, and you can see that's at 2:30 p.m. here. And then the statement right above that at 2 p.m. So this can just be helpful if you're looking at those big economic events, trying to plan ahead for your trading day. And then if you click on columns on the right-hand side, you'll see you can also add importance. And that's handy for anyone who's new. Maybe you're not sure what's important and what's not important. Well, you can just sort by importance, and that's decided by our news desk. They have a lot of experience, and as you can see right here, you've got the interest rate decision, the statement, and the press conference, as well as economic projections, all right there at the top. So, and then if you wanted to include other countries, you just go back to filters and see under country. Right now I just have USA, but you can select all to include other countries as well. Now, you can also get a heads up on everything from the news feed. So what I'm going to do here is I'm going to click on the news feed at the top of my left-hand navigation bar. And so it brings up the news feed. And what I want to point out are a few categories. They're not so much breaking news categories, so much as, just data points that you should be aware of, or maybe trends happening in different sectors. So more so idea generation. And so we're going to click on the categories button underneath the search bar here. And the first thing that I have highlighted is economics. Maybe I can zoom in on this to make it easier for all of you to see. So under categories, there's this big list, and these can be tags that are associated with specific headlines or articles. These are either manually applied by our news desk or automatically applied by our AI system to press releases and things like that. So the ones that I wanted to highlight for you today are number one, economics. And notice how this is highlighted in yellow. If I zoom out a little bit, you'll be able to see this rainbow colored bar on the right-hand side. And so I have this highlighted in yellow, but I can just move this little circle here to change the color on that bar. And that way I'll know about these big economic events as they're coming out. Or maybe I want to plan ahead for my day. One of my favorite categories for that would be pre-market outlook. So I just check that box for pre-market outlook. So now this is telling the system only show Jonathan economics related items and pre-market outlook related items. And then if I zoom out to normal size, I can click done in the bottom right corner. And so we've got some economic events here, as well as at the bottom, notice how it's about 4 a.m. when this comes out. Economic data scheduled for Wednesday. We've got the mortgage application activity, housing stats, and then, of course, it has the Federal Reserve announcing the policy decision and the press conference. So that's a little heads up there. Also, notice 5 stocks to watch at 4:45 a.m. And if you want to get news faster or just get a heads up on stocks that might be moving based off of news, that's a nice little article that you can rely on a daily basis, as well as these sector specific articles, consumer discretionary stocks that are moving, healthcare, industrials, information technology, etc. And I'm just checking the chat here. Okay, awesome. Looks like Raz is in the chat. That's awesome, Jason. Glad you're there. And then some other idea generation articles would be trading ideas. So down here at the bottom, we have trading ideas, and you can see that you've got dividends, long ideas, movers, previews, short ideas, small cap analysis, and technicals. Maybe I'll just take a look at what some of these look like here. So I'll look at technicals. I need to highlight these in different colors so I can tell the difference. All right, technicals will be blue. Small cap analysis will be green. And then, I don't know, I'll just do some long ideas, and those can be orangish. And I'll get rid of the economics and pre-market outlook for now. So let's just take a look here at what some of these, what is the actual content on some of these. And so if I go to, all right, I'm seeing Kodak, GME, Baba. So if I click into some of these that are highlighted in blue here, okay, look at this. We've got technical analysis related articles. It looks like they already have a chart up here with some support and resistance lines, and then the technical levels to watch. So this is pretty cool. And notice how this is tagged with long ideas, short ideas, small cap, technicals, and trading ideas. So it covered most of those trading ideas, topics right there. And then if we look at one that's highlighted in a different color, what's this? BlackBerry introduces new critical events management project for commercial sector. And it looks like that is under long ideas. So notice how this isn't so much breaking news this time as much as just an idea of something that might spark some interest. Do you have something to add, Spencer?
No, I just want to say that was super helpful. And I've got up on the bottom of the screen there our banner for a discount. But today is a special day. Today and tomorrow, special day, St. Patrick's Day. we have a special that is even more special than the other special, right? It's specialer.
Yes.
And that special is I'm putting the link in chat right now. It's 35% off an essential annual plan. It is a St. Patrick's Day sale. The link is in chat right. It's in all the chats right now. All right. That is, click on the link I just posted. It's also in the description of this video. It says it clear as day, St. Patrick's Day sale right there towards the top. And that'll get you 35% off of Benzinga Pro Essential Annual. I just wanted to drop that in before you continue.
Yeah, that's awesome, Spencer, and that's true. It's 35% off of the Essential Annual plan, so it'll be $912 for the whole year. So it'll save you almost $500 compared to the normal price of $1,404, and it's like more than half off compared to the monthly rate if you add up all the monthly payments. So let us know if we can help you with that at all. Also, you can reach out to our team through that little blue bubble in the bottom right corner, or you can reach us at onboarding@benzinga.com. And so just since we have a few more minutes here, I always like just to take a peek at the movers tool because it's just, I use it every day. So why would I not look at it, right?
Mallard, would you say that is like the most used tool on Benzinga Pro?
Other than like Newsfeed and Squawk. I would say this is the most underappreciated tool on Benzinga Pro.
Because it is the tool that I use by far the most. It's not even close. Probably even more than Newsfeed. So it's okay, but you're saying it is underappreciated. All right, we got to give the movers tool more love, guys.
Right. If you're on Benzinga Pro, you probably know about it, right? It's just so good for finding those pre-market gappers. But most people who first find Benzinga, they know about us because of our news that they find on their broker or some chat room or whatever else.
True.
So yeah, just clicking through here, it's just so easy just to very quickly find, all right, what's going on with the charts? Is this going to be a potential gap and go situation or not, et cetera, et cetera. And then, for this one, if I switch over to the 1 minute chart, I'm not even seeing an obvious news catalyst. There might be something here. All right, continue medical education program. I didn't even do that much research on this morning.
Yep.
But even if you were going off of purely technical, right? Some of these don't even have news catalysts. But if you're scalping, look at this 1 minute chart here. So this, even if you're only trading in the pre-market, you just draw out the support or resistance line. So I can just draw out that pre-market high. Boom, it breaks through that on volume. Maybe you throw in an EMA, MACD, whatever else you're looking at, and you're good to go.
Fancy on me, Mallard. Getting fancy. All these indicators.
Yeah, it just works. What it really comes down to, I'm just trying to show people, maybe it's a little easier to read here. There we go. Boom. So it breaks through. It's above that EMA the whole time. Maybe use that or something else as your stop. You've got the volume right there at the bottom. Pretty classic gap and go right there.
All right. I think that's good for today's lesson segment, whatever you want to call this little thing. You have any final thoughts, Mallard, for us?
I don't know. Just don't miss out on that sale. And if you want more video content like this, check out pro.benzinga.help. We have a whole library of webinars, tutorials, and then let us know what else do you want to see. I think there was a guy yesterday named Dave. He said he wanted to know more about the dividends calendar. Yep. So tune in tomorrow for another segment on how to find dividends, the X dividend date, all that. Yep. And that's what we'll be covering tomorrow.
All right, Jonathan Mallard, you can email, if you send an email to, what is it, VIP accounts, right?
Sure. You can use VIP accounts or onboarding@benzinga.com. Either one works.
That'll go to him. And again, if you don't know where you're going to this place, pro.benzinga.com. If you need help, pro.benzinga.help. Follow Mallard on Twitter at BZMallard. And again, I put the link to today's sale for St. Patty's Day in chat. It's also in the description. Jonathan Mallard, thank you so much, sir. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Thank you. See you then.
Hopefully with a face-up Ryan Fluna, but who can say it is his birthday and a national drinking holiday, and he's in Chicago, of all places. All right. Let's go to a Newsdesk update, shall we? I've got Randy Elias.
Hey, what's up, everyone? I'm back.
He's back. The man is back.
Oh, yeah.
Randy, how we doing today? You like my hat?
I love your hat, man.
Yeah.
Awesome.
You know what's weird? Randy and we actually sit like on the same row. He's like a few seats down from me, so it's weird.
It's a habit to like look over.
To look over. All right. Randy, what's on your mind today?
First, Uber.
Uber.
Yeah. So Uber had a filing in the after hours yesterday.
Yeah.
So workers or drivers in the UK are now going to be classified as workers. And what's interesting about this one is workers in UK are entitled to minimum wage, holiday pay, and eligible pensions. So overall, in the long term, for for labor workers, it's a good thing for like Uber drivers. But for the company Uber, it's sort of bad. They have to pay more money.
Right, and that's interesting because hasn't their new CEO been talking all about how they're trying to get to profitability? Like their whole thing is like we want to get to profitability sooner rather than later because being that profitable was cool for a while, but it's not so cool anymore, especially in the pandemic. Even though we're coming out of that pandemic now, so he's been talking a lot about getting to profitability, and this is going to make it just that much harder because they're going to have to. Again, it's more expensive. It's good for the workers. It's just more expenses for the company. It's going to make it just that much harder for them to get profitable. And then if the same sort of thing were to happen in the U.S., this is just the UK. What about the U.S.? It sort of begs that question.
Yeah, it's kind of like who's going to be next? Everyone's going to try to fight them.
But I know the fight's still going because I believe I saw that Uber is trying to argue that Uber drivers and Uber Eats delivery drivers are two different groups. I know the filing didn't mention Uber Eats specifically, but I could have sworn I saw that they're still fighting the Uber Eats thing because that's like a different economic model entirely. It's more food delivery than ride hailing. So this is not over by any means. Uber is trying to paint this as like a victory. It is a victory if you're an Uber driver in the UK. I guess the only question is now is what becomes of the Uber drivers in the US.
Right.
Does the government step in and force their hand? And then what about Lyft? If we're going to look at Uber, we should look at Lyft. Lyft got a price target raise this morning, I believe.
Yep, that was my next one. Wedbush.
Was it Wedbush? Okay.
Yes, sir. Wedbush added the stock to the best ideas list. Its best ideas list, and that stood out to me. So I looked in to see what made Wedbush analysts add this stock to their best ideas.
Yeah, tell us.
Well, I thought it would be a little more, but it's just a reopening play. As more people get the vaccine and more people start going out, their ride sharing business is just gonna accelerate from where it is. So the analyst just has expectations of ride sharing going back to how it was pre-COVID.
Okay. So just the fact that we're coming through this is essentially.
Yeah.
Okay. That's not, and what was the price target raised from
72 to 85.
And we're at 65 right now?
We're at 64.70.
64.70?
Yes, sir. We're flat for the day for a Lyft.
Yeah, we're flat on a day where the market is down. So that basically means we're up, right? Like Lyft is down 9 cents on a day where like the Qs are down 1% and SPY is down like 2/3%. So that's like on a relative basis, Lyft is up today. You got to think of it like it might look like they're down, but on a relative basis, they're up. Uber is not. Uber is getting punished a little bit harder here. I mean, Uber actually had a real fundamental news. An analyst price target change is good and all, but it's got nothing to do with the company. Uber actually had company news So
you know who else is getting punished today?
no.
Plug Power.
Yeah, we talked about this on the show this morning. If you're
Yeah.
gonna report accounting problems, you're gonna have a bad time. Randy, did you get a chance to look at this?
Not as much as I expected, but I did
Okay.
notice that there were 2 years of errors in accounting.
Actually, I think it was 3 years. I think it went back to 2018.
Yeah, I just did it.
18, 19,
yeah,
and 20.
18, 19, and 20. Yeah, you're right. So 3 years of accounting errors, and like it took 3 years, like to realize that there were accounting errors. Like I wonder like what was going on. I'm also wondering like, were the errors overstated, understated? We don't know.
Well, I mean,
more than likely understated.
they were probably overstated.
Overstated for sure. You never know.
Yeah, I don't know if I've ever heard of a company being like, "Oh yeah, we screwed up our accounting. It was actually better than we thought." Yeah, no.
Hey man, you never know what can happen. In today's market, you never know.
And then I did see that they said in the filing that they're going to release new statements, but they didn't say when. So we just basically, if you're in this thing, good luck. Honestly, good luck. I don't know. I don't know what you do. Do you wait for the new filings to come out? We don't know how bad it's going to be. Is it going to be like dramatically different from their incorrect filings? Will it be a relatively minor correction, like minor fix? We don't really know how different the numbers are going to be.
I'm telling you don't know. And
if you're in this thing, I feel for you because I don't really know what you do here. This is sort of a tricky spot to be in if you unplug power.
Yeah, pretty scary.
And it could be like, we don't know. It could be minor. It could be catastrophic. Like it could be really bad. We have absolutely no idea. We're only going to know when they release statements, and we don't even know when that's going to happen. So it's just like you're sort of stuck in no man's land for indefinitely, basically, until that happens. Jeez. Anyway, okay. Well, what else did you see today? Anything else? Strike your fancy?
So Teladoc.
I'm not looking at this one today. What are they up to?
Teladoc is getting hit on competitive news.
Competitive news? They have a new competitor?
Oh yeah, Amazon.
They're getting Amazon today?
Amazon
God.
is expanding Amazon Care telehealth service nationally for its employees and other companies. So with that news, it drove Teladoc.
Well, Teladoc is sort of got two things working against it. So they got the Amazon thing. That's obviously bad, right?
Mm-hmm.
This is like, how many times have we seen Amazon make an announcement that they're getting into a space and the companies in that space sell off, right? Like the famous example was Walmart. The day that Amazon announced they were buying Whole Foods, like all like the grocers like sold off. But also, if you zoom out, look at the daily chart. Teladoc was also a COVID play. It was also a growth COVID play, and those plays have all been out of favor. So like this is considered like a tech stock, right? Mm-hmm. So not only is it getting Amazoned, but it's in a part of the market that was already out of favor. These high growth tech names like it's a Cathie Wood play, right? ARK Invest owns this stock. And so it's got two things working against it. That's why it's down 7.5% today.
It's a 1-2 knockout.
Yeah, this is not looking good. This is not looking good. You can see the RSI would say, "Oh, okay, it's getting towards oversold," but it can stay down at oversold for a long time. So I would be very cautious. I'd be very cautious in Teladoc. Let me zoom out. You can see, yeah, we're basically, yeah, you gave back all those gains from December and January. I mean, we're basically back to where we were in November. Sometimes these Amazon moves are just buy the dip opportunities, right? It happened with Walmart and Target. You just bought if you bought Walmart or Target on that Whole Foods day back in like 2017, that was just in hindsight a great buying opportunity. But you have to consider that Teladoc has other factors working against it. It's not just Amazon. It's they're trading with Zoom and with Cathie Wood and with all those stocks. So be very, very cautious here in Teladoc. If you're bullish long term, great. That's probably the only way to play this is to just hold it and close your eyes, because in the short term it could be painful. That's my take on Teladoc.
Yes, sir.
All right. What else? Was there anything else on your radar, or was that pretty much all you had seen?
That's pretty much all that came across my eyes. I wanted to talk about.
really quiet day for you, Randy.
Yeah.
I'm surprised.
Yeah. Not really much interesting news, or at least interesting to me.
Here, wait. This is going from track the unknown. Let's look at GDRX. How's that moving? That's a great point. Thank you very much. See, that's interesting. GDRX, good RX, is not really reacting. It's down 13 cents today.
Yeah, pretty quiet day.
Very interesting. So I get, again, I don't really know what Amazon. I guess telehealth is the Amazon thing is. It's more of a telemedicine than it is an online pharmacy. That being said, GDRX is like right in the Amazon crosshairs, right? It's online services which Amazon can just move into in a second. So great thinking. Track the unknown, but I don't know how similar this Amazon telehealth thing. I don't know how much it overlaps with GoodRx, but a great thought nonetheless. It's all about relationships, man. It's all about relationships. This market, nothing moves in a vacuum, right? Like for example, you look at the Qs today. You see the Qs down almost 1%. I'm sorry, over 1%, and then you say, "Oh, what did I look? QQ? What is QQC? Get out of that." Yeah, QQQ down 1%. You see, okay, what's down with it, right? Well, like Tesla, it's going to be down, right? All the FANG stocks are going to be down. Facebook is going to be down. Amazon is actually up, bucking the trend. Apple is going to be down, right? Microsoft going to be down. They're all going to be down with the Qs. God damn, this hat, stupid hat, it's falling off. I'm sick of wearing that thing. Nothing moves in a vacuum. Clay R is asking about Ride. Yeah, I saw they were supposed to respond to that short report. Did they ever issue a response? They were supposed to report earnings later tonight. You can see here Q4 earnings scheduled for after the close today, and the conference call is scheduled for 4:30. Maybe they'll respond in that report. I would presume. I mean, that's what would seem logical to me.
Mm-hmm.
This thing got punished. Was it Hindenburg that punished this thing a few days ago? I think it was.
Yeah, I think it was.
That was that giant red candle. I guess we're gonna have to wait and see. I mean, look, it's hard, man. When you're in like the crosshairs of a short seller. What was the other one? CCIV? No, Clover. Clover got hit by that short report a few weeks ago, and it's actually bounced, but it's taking some time, right? Taking some time to it's been a slow march higher.
These short reports are deadly, man.
That's the thing, right? This is the way it's always been, right? The short sellers issue reports, and the stock tends to go down, and that's what made the GameStop thing so damn interesting. Is that for once, like the shorts were getting their faces ripped off.
Mm-hmm.
Like Andrew Left came out short GameStop and got kind of wrecked a little bit.
Yeah, it didn't work out in his favor.
And but this is like a normal market, right? A short seller, and it's not just anybody. You have to have a reputation. Not anybody can just issue a short report and have the stock go down. You have to earn it, right? Hindenburg has earned it. Andrew Left, back when he was doing short reports, had earned it over 20 years. It doesn't mean they're right all the time, but it's perfectly legal to talk your book, right? And say, hey, I'm bullish, I'm bearish, here's why. And it can take time for these stocks, especially stocks that are as hyped as these former SPACs are, like Clover and Ride. It can take time because maybe after that dip, people think, whoa, wait a minute, valuation. Maybe we care about that all of a sudden. So it's hard, man. I mean, Ride has kind of been range bound. It's been stuck between this like what is this $13 to $30 range really since September. I mean, trade the trend where it's at the bottom of that range right now. So maybe lean on those lows from August and October. It bounced a few days ago, but
yeah, I'm looking at that right now. It hit the. Oh, we're looking at. I was looking at Churchill. Sorry.
CCIV. I haven't looked at that today. Oh man, again it's down. Oh my goodness, this thing.
Yeah, pretty bad. Stock hit like the 60 levels, and then
man,
sold off. After
Yeah, Happy Muhammad. Hindenburg got their rep, I think, before Nikola. Hindenburg definitely came out against Nikola, but they've had their rep. They've been issuing short reports for years. Again, these people do their research. It does not mean they're always right. Sometimes they are very wrong, right? But they're influential for a reason, right? Andrew Left was influential in his short reports for reasons because he's been doing it for 20 years. Right. You earn the rep over time. Anybody have thoughts on SPAC, SPAK? That's one of the SPAC ETFs. I own not this one. I own the other one. If you care, Eric Douglas. I own the SPCX.
He doesn't
But
care.
they're all going to trade together, right? And it's gotten punished with the rest of these SPACs. If you want to know about SPAC, let's do this. Let's hop off and let's have the guys from SPAC Attack talk more about that because this is their expertise. I think they're doing like a SPAC Madness in honor of March Madness this week.
Oh, I like it.
They're going through the regions, going through the bracket. So I'm gonna see if they're good to go. And I think they are. I see Chris Kachi here in the background. Randy Elias from our Newsdesk. Thanks a lot, sir. Go back
Thanks for having me.
Go back to your headline writing hole.
Well,
all right.
Make that money, everyone.
Make that money. Ready? Okay, Randy is off. It is time for SPAC Attack again. One continuous stream today, so I'm not gonna end the stream real quick before I transition to them. Again, I want to repeat. St. Patrick's Day, Benzinga Pro Sale, 35% off, an essential annual plan. There is the link in chat, all of our chats, all 5 of them. There it is. All right, let's run this intro and do SPAC Attack. Let's see when they're ready. Mitch,
Hey, how we doing, traders? Welcome to the SPAC Attack, where we talk everything SPAC. So if you like the SPACs, definitely hit the like button down below. Hit the subscribe bell. If you're not subscribed, you're definitely doing something wrong because that's how you know when these videos go on first. All right, guys, let's go ahead and hit the like button. Looks like we're seeing a couple chat comments. Looks like people are liking the all-day feed. Some people saying, does this increase likes? It actually hurts our likes, but we're trying to get more viewers staying on with us and staying with us the whole day. So definitely smash the like button, hit the subscribe bell, and let's keep it going. Let's get into some SPAC headlines. You know, we got a lot to do today. I want to get to our South bracket of our March SPACness at the end of the show. And we also got a great interview today. Like always, guys, we've been reaching out to more executives, have a great interview today. Evolve Technology. It's going to be interesting, guys. So stay tuned. That's going to be around 11:15. Let's go ahead and let's get into what we always like to talk about first, which is our headlines.
All right, guys. Yeah, let's dive into headlines. We've got an exciting show coming up, so won't waste any more time. So up first, we have CCIV, Churchill Capital 4, of course, merging with Lucid Motors. I do own shares of CCIV. Company was featured in an interview last night on Mad Money with Jim Cramer. Got a lot of love from CNBC over the last 2 days. Cramer is bullish on the company and has compared it to Tesla. Not a lot of new information out last night during that interview with CEO Peter Rawlinson from Lucid Motors, talking about this being a technology race for electric vehicles going forward. Really dove into maybe Apple entering the electric vehicle race and whether or not he saw Apple as competition. Again, sees Lucid and Tesla really as the big players with that technology that they bring to the table in the EV market. Talked about the order book filling up nicely and then confirmed plans that the company will start production in the second half of this year. So again, they plan to ramp production up to 85,000 vehicles in 2023. Expansion of that factory in Arizona will take it to 365,000 units annually. So shares were up yesterday. Looks like we're down today, off of that Kramer bump yesterday. Another stock mentioned by Kramer last night was MP. So MP Materials. We've talked about it on the show for a long time. We had the CEO on not too long ago. Rare earth mining. So Kramer mentioned this stock during the lightning round, called MP Materials a terrific situation, given the current climate around rare earth mining in the U.S. So definitely keep MP on your watch if it is not already. We have FIII, which is the SPAC taking electric last mile public. So the company announced yesterday that they have reached 45,000 pre-orders, and they remain on track to start production in the third quarter of this year. So keep an eye out on FIII, as we complete that merger and really get into, the future orders going forward. This is a SPAC that still trades in the tens, going into that vote. So definitely keep an eye out. We have SPCE, Virgin Galactic. This is a SPAC that I own. Got a buy rating and a price target of $50 last night. So shares were up after hours. Again, this is one of those space stocks, focusing right now on the passenger side of things. But we'll see if they also dive into, satellites and getting revenue from some of these countries, sending people to space as well. So keep an eye out on SPCE with that, bullish price target out there. And then we're watching sports betting companies this week. So we have March Madness starting tomorrow with those play-in games at night. So the SPACs, we have GNOG, Golden Nugget Online. We have RSI, Rush Street Interactive, DMYD, Genius Sports, and DKNG, Giraffe Kings. There wasn't March Madness last year. Looks like this year, I saw a new note out from Play USA talking about how this is going to be the most bet on sporting event ever. Of course, it's spread out over 60 games, but that estimate is for $1 to $1.5 billion bet. The one that I'm really keeping an eye out on is DMYD, as Genius Sports has the exclusive deal with the NCAA for the sports data to provide to those sports betting companies for live in-game betting. So keep an eye out on all the sports betting stocks this week. I think we're going to see some record-breaking numbers over the weekend. So we'll have more on that, as we go throughout this week and into next week. We do have two SPACs that completed their mergers. So we have NBAC reporting that shareholders approved their business deal with Nuvei Corp. That is a vehicle-to-grid charging company. So keep an eye out on NBAC. And then we have ROCH, that merger with PureCycle approved. New ticker is going to be PCT. Another SPAC to watch in that sustainability field going forward. Shares are over $26. This was a well-received, SPAC. Definitely keep an eye out. I know it's on my watch list going forward. And then we have a new sports ETF out from our friends at Round Hill Investments, the same team that brought us Bets, the sports betting ETF, BETZ, and Nerd, NERD, a esports and entertainment, and also Subs, SUBZ, a streaming ETF. So Round Hill launched MVP today, ticker MVP. This is a company or a ETF that's going to invest in sports teams, sports leagues, companies associated with the sports apparel market. So I got to write an article about it this morning to announce that new ETF, and then also want to share that there are several SPACs already in the fund's holdings. So we have RBAC, SEAH, PUCU, SPTKU, and AKIC. I do own shares of PUCU, the units. So full disclosure there, but it's nice to see, these pre-SPAC deals getting an entry here in this new ETF. So keep an eye out. We could see some movement with some of these sports SPACs going forward. And then our movers yesterday, we had FTCV up 43% on that eToro announced deal. BRPA up 11%, CCIV up 8%, and LOAC up 8%. And as we turn to our calendar, the thing I want to note is, of course, Lordstown Motors, ticker RIDE, reported earnings tonight after close. I do own shares of RIDE, and we'll be excited to hear what they have to say, as, again, remember, they were the target of that short report last week. So keep an eye out on RIDE and how it trades today. That's what I've got for you today, Mitch.
All right. Hey, guys, like I said in the chat, definitely smash the like for Chris's cat. That's the man. He definitely looked like he liked one of those stocks. I heard him meow. That gets me excited. I'm going to take a look at that one just because. What's your cat's name? We got to know it. We got to give it a name. It's the mascot for the show.
That was Owen.
Owen. Yep. There you go.
And
That's Owen, baby.
I think he was a fan of those sports SPACs. So,
hey,
maybe
my man's watching March Madness
on RBAC, SEAH, and Puck U and those other ones. So, yeah.
Yeah, it looks like Owen filled out his bracket and he's excited to go. So I can't blame him. He probably he caught our show yesterday on the March SPACness. So definitely smash the like button, guys. We're having a good time. We're going to get into our interview in a second here, in about 5 minutes here. But let's go ahead and let's take a look at our watch list, see what's moving, see what we got up, see what we got down, see if there's any opportunities out there. All right, guys, going to go ahead and pull up the watch list here. Let's see what we find, see what we got moving here. Looks like I'm seeing a report at the bottom. I mean, this doesn't really have anything to do with it, but it looks like Chairman Powell no longer to speak today.
Interesting.
It looks like it says 11:55 Thursday, so it's looking like they're going to switch it around. Pull it back on us, pull a little change there. But let's take a look at what's up today, guys, see what we see moving. All right, so first things first, we're going to take a look at CIIC. Of course, this is a company that we've already had on the show. Great interview. If you didn't catch it, guys, Arrival. Let's take a look here. I love this kind of weekly candle here. Definitely some strength after that $20 dip. I'm going to keep an eye on this one. They've been doing a lot of work overseas. I like this one just because it does have that international exposure. One thing I'm really focusing on EV is how is our exposure internationally and how are these companies going to make money, not just in the United States, but elsewhere. All right, so another one that we could take a look is Clever Leaves here. Clever Leaves, can't blame it. Bouncing off that 13. We talked about this 12 support. Let's see if it continues to hold. I would look for one more test down towards that 12 before getting in, but it definitely looks like it's leveling out there, 14s and 12s. Let's keep rolling through. Is there any news on Clever, or is it just coming up based off of that support?
I think it's just based on that support and the continuation of the cannabis trade and people looking for companies in that market. So, the thing I'm seeing there, Mitch, is CIIC, CLVR, and MP, all movers today in the top 5. Those were all companies that we had CEOs on SPAC Attack. So,
yep.
If you're not tuning in, you're missing out on getting some of that background information and due diligence coming directly from the companies. So, and as we said, another exciting interview today.
Yeah, guys. So one that is interesting to me, and I'm going to keep an eye on it, is this Roth Capital here. Let's take a look at the daily chart, see how it's moving. We got about 2 minutes to our interview here, but let's take a look. This one came down all the way towards about low of 1564 when we had that downturn, and we're already back up to 2644, showing that investors really kind of they enjoyed seeing that thing down there and probably stepped up and got some buys in. Now it's going to be interesting if it can get over 28. You see multiple resistance tests here. You got it on the 8th of February. You tried to get it on the 19th of February, the day right after that, the 22nd. It's trying to get above that. Let's see how that level reacts when it gets there, and we'll keep an eye on this one. What's up with this one, Chris?
Yeah, so they completed that merger. This is a plastics recycling company. This one's real interesting again in that recyclables and sustainability going forward. They have some proprietary technology from Procter and Gamble, and so P&G is also a partner with them, as well as Total, L'Oreal, and BMW. So some big blue chip names. So going forward, they're really going to be a key player in the plastics sustainability field.
All right, guys. Well, you guys heard it here, guys. Definitely stick with us, guys. We're going to keep working hard to bring you more SPACs and unlocking these. Let me take a look quickly and see what's the biggest kind of down move here. And wouldn't you know it? CCIV, guys. CCIV. Hey, I've been kind of warned about that, that kind of following, I'm just seeing a bunch of people on Twitter. They just keep trying to pump this stock, regardless if it's going to go up or down. It's definitely going to have some volatile times going up and down. As you guys see it today, looked like it was going to get that Kramer pump. I think people bought it a little bit prior because the news was out a little bit early that it was going to be on Mad Money. And when that happens, I think people try to load the boat a little bit early, and you see in the turnaround today. I'm going to be keeping an eye on this one to see if it can hold on a downturn towards 24 and 20. If for any reason it does crack below those numbers, I would definitely get interested on this chart. I don't have any problem with the look on Lucid Motors. Now, one thing I do have is when will the revenues come and when's the valuation meet kind of where it is right now. We're talking about a company that's not selling, thousands of vehicles a day. So keep your eyes on these. Let's see where it balances out and where we can get another support test. We had a big test here near the 20s on March 5th. We'll see if it gets down to those levels again.
Yeah, Mitch, I think you're spot on. Kramer mentioned this one on Monday, that they were going to appear on the show Tuesday night. So investors had 2 full trading days to really get into this one before that Mad Money episode. So you saw Monday and Tuesday, CCIV was up decent both days. And then I think today we're seeing, the sell-off and people taking profits that front-loaded that interview. And like you said, and I do own CCIV, it's about the future. I think we're going to have, just some trading patterns for the next year because they're not going to have cars out for a while still. So this one is going to be, to me, more of a long-term investment, because we're not going to see revenue for a little bit still.
Yeah, that's what I'm going to be focusing on is the revenue, when it's going to come in. Is this going to be in kind of 2021, 2022? Or are we looking further out to 2025? That's really when I'm starting to see that I think the EV kind of demand is going to meet the supply also. I'm looking at, that kind of that 2025 being that real transition where you're just seeing in let's say in the parking lots, I think you're going to start seeing by 2025, 80% of the vehicles being electric. So it's going to be interesting to see the trend continue to grow. All right, Chris, let's get into what everyone's been waiting for. So let's get into our interview today. Super excited to have these guests on. Let's go ahead and bring them on.
All right, guys, super excited. Another exclusive interview here on SPAC Attack with Benzinga. Today we have Peter George, the CEO of Evolve, and Kevin Charlton, the CEO of New Hold Investment. That ticker is NHIC. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Thanks very much, guys. Glad to be here.
Thanks, guys.
Welcome. Well, like we do always, I'll have Chris start off with some questions, and I'll be back with some of my own.
All right, perfect, guys. So going to try to, tailor these questions to each of you, but feel free to add commentary, to any of the questions from both of you. So first, I'm going to start with Peter here. So the question we always like to ask is, why choose a SPAC to go public over a traditional IPO?
Yeah, thanks, Chris. So we're obviously considering doing an IPO, but we knew that kind of certainty to capital and timing was critical for the company. And as you know, we're the leader in touchless security screening. And as people begin to reimagine opening back up post-vaccine, people want to do it in a safe and frictionless way. And that's happening now. So certainty and time to get to market, to fully capitalize the company and bring our technology at this moment to the most important venues in the world to help them open up, we thought was really important. And the SPAC vehicle, obviously, the efficiency of that, the predictability of that, and the timing of that, it was just a perfect vehicle for us. So we're thrilled to be partnering with Newhold for that to happen.
Perfect. And so, Kevin, we turn to you. So, lots of SPACs out here, lots of private companies. I'm sure you looked at, a multiple number of different private companies. What were some of the key factors that really set Evolve apart and led to that decision to choose them with NHIC here?
Yeah, no, thanks, Chris. We when we launched NHIC last summer, our focus was industrial technology, and we were pretty specific. We were looking for a merger partner who had a defensible technology transforming an existing industry. We weren't interested in a science project. We wanted somebody who could use the capital from a SPAC transaction to accelerate growth and expand their presence in their market. Evolve really is exactly that. And excuse me, as we dug in and started doing customer interviews, it was really encouraging how enthusiastic everybody was. The starting point is that technology works. So for those who aren't familiar with Evolve, you walk straight through the Evolve system. You don't stop. You don't form a single file line. You don't have to take things out of your pocket or your backpack. It's a completely different customer experience. Now, our next question was, does it work? I mean, it looks so convenient. We initially were a little skeptical. It catches more threats more quickly, more accurately, with fewer false positives than a traditional metal detection system. And then when we talk to the customers, it reduces cost by up to 70%. It's 10 times faster, so you need a lot less real estate. That means a lot less staff. So when you can have the combination of better experience, more accurate, safer, and less expensive, it immediately rose to the top of our pile. We've got about 40 criteria that we grade green, yellow, red, and Evolve only had one red, so it moved to the top pretty quickly.
Awesome. Great insight there on the company. Peter, I'm sure you love hearing, those reasons as well. I want to ask maybe both of you here. So one of the things that jumps out, with this deal is some of the names attached to the pipe and attached to Evolve. So we have, Bill Gates as an investor, and then in that pipe, we have some athletes, some recognizable names, Peyton Manning, Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf, Joe Torre. Can you maybe, let's start with you, Peter. Can you maybe speak to some of these, big names attached to this deal and what it means for the company?
Sure. So first of all, let me start with Evolve Technology is absolutely thrilled with the investor syndicate that we have kind of coming with us going public. So the fact that, Bill Gates, Jeb Bush, Lux Capital, DCVC, General Catalyst, these are some of the most amazing investors and people that care deeply about our mission and about making the world a safer place. So we're thrilled about that. And then obviously, coming public and having recognizable athletes, sports athletes that care so deeply about making sure that when people come back to watch their favorite sports teams or their favorite athletes, that they can come back safely. Peyton Manning, Theo Epstein, Joe Torre, Andre Agassi, and Steffi. These are names that they recognize because they're athletes, how important it is for people to know they can come and enjoy a sporting event, but do it in a safe way. And given what we've gone through in the pandemic, everyone knows now that, security's changed permanently. And as people come back to gather again, the proxy is going to be that people can come back safely in a frictionless way. And the athletes that I just mentioned all recognize how important that is to bring people back to venues. So we're thrilled that we can provide at Evolve Technology that safety element. And we're thrilled to have these great celebrities, these great athletes, and these great investors part of the company now and long into the future.
And Kevin, just following up on that, how important, to get some of these names attached to this SPAC deal?
Yeah, look, I think the high profile athletes that you mentioned, they were introduced to the opportunity late in our pipe process. We were thrilled that they were inspired by what Evolve offered. And to Peter's point, they certainly understand how critical security is at those venues. I would say from our perspective, we were probably initially very encouraged and more encouraged by the current investors. And then also our pipe process was very smooth. It took a week. We had 25 meetings. We were 2x oversubscribed, which allowed us to upsize. Evolve has really good applications for the excess cash from the upsized pipe, as well as the proceeds we anticipate from the trust. I'm a sports fan, so and a big Peyton Manning, despite being a Yankee fan, a lot of respect for Theo Epstein and what he's accomplished at the Red Sox and the Cubs. Andre Agassi, Steffi Graf, they're all.
Looks like we might have lost Kevin there for a second. There, you're back. We lost you there for a second, Kevin. If you want to finish up, you want to.
Apologies. Yeah, no, I was just saying, as a sports fan, it was really exciting to have those names in. They were not an initial focus, but it was terrific to have them.
Yeah, I know we're all excited, to get back to sporting events. So Peter, just give us a little bit. Again, some people watching may not be familiar with Evolve. Mitch put that video up on the screen. So the touchless technology, but kind of walk us through what Evolve is all about and how it can help some of these large sporting venues and businesses.
Yeah. So we're the world leader, Chris, in touchless security screening. And the idea here is that we have the technology that can identify threats at the pace of life, meaning as people walk into an entryway, into a stadium, into a performing arts venue, we can screen for threats and let everyone else who's not carrying a threat come in. And as you might imagine, the old technology today is actually metal detectors, and they're looking for metal. We're all carrying
we might
metal.
have lost Peter there for a second there. All right. Well, as we get him back, he looks like we were mentioning here, and I'll put on the screen here, the investor deck here and touchless security screening. So he's touching a little bit about how when you come in, as you see these workers coming in with their hands tied, coffee cups in their hand. Go ahead and explain a little bit more for us, Peter.
Yeah. Guys, can you hear me now?
Yeah, we got you.
Yes, we can.
Great. Thank you. Right. So actually, this is a picture of the Moscone Center in San Francisco. We were processing 550,000 technology users. They're walking through the venue with all the things that they normally carry. And as you can see, coming through and not breaking stride, just walking into the venue freely. And then we have a picture of our tablet. If there is a threat that the technology sees, we quickly identify the threat. We box it. So it's easy to resolve. The person gets moved to the side and everybody can flow in. So we're using artificial intelligence and advanced sensors to do this. And we flip the model upside down. Instead of assuming that everyone has a threat until they prove they don't. And of course, that creates lots of lines and people have to touch your stuff. We flip the model and we use artificial intelligence to identify the needle in the haystack. If there's a threat, we can find it. If there's not a threat, the people can flow in. So you can imagine coming back to, a professional football game where 80,000 people have to get into their seats in 2 hours. It's a really hard problem to solve with the old technology. With our system, people can flow right in. We're going to pull people aside if they're carrying a threat, but everybody else gets to go into their seat without breaking stride. And instead of standing in the line angry when the whistle goes off, they're actually in their seat. They've probably bought some food, so the revenue goes up for the stadium, and they're ready to enjoy the game. So we think our technology is absolutely critical to helping the world open up again. And as I said, with people now wanting to come back and gather again and see their favorite teams and performing arts venues and their favorite athletes, with Evolve in their entryway, they can do it safely in a frictionless way, but also in a touchless way.
Yeah, definitely. I'll let Chris add on a little bit more about the stadium touch, but I definitely, what interested me was right off the way of not putting stuff down. I mean, in this kind of environment with COVID and really being concerned about bacteria, you don't want to be putting things down 30 different times as you're going into the building, let alone as you get to the office. So I definitely like that aspect of being able to keep your belongings in your hands and not having to put them down.
Right. Mitch, the one thing that I didn't mention but want to is because we're an AI software-based company, we're able to add threats rapidly. And so 8 months ago, one of our customers said, hey, COVID-19 has weaponized people. Can you add elevated body temperature to the threats that you see? So in 60 days, we were able to add that as well. So as people come through our system, we can screen for all kinds of weapons, guns, bombs, and large tactical knives. We can also screen for COVID-19 if our customers choose that feature. So we're really pleased about that because, you know, people want to come into venues going forward and know that any kind of threat is left at the door. But I also want to make the important point that yes, we can help the world open up, and yes, we can help people coming back, but also, you know, security screenings change forever now. Digital transformation has been accelerated by everybody. And when people come back, they want to come back in a new way. And they don't want to stand in a line anymore. They want to come back and use technology as a way to create a frictionless and safe experience. And we have that. So post-COVID-19, you know, we want to eliminate lines. We want to eliminate touching. People want to come back, and they want to come back in a safe way, and we have the ability to do that. So we think long-term, this is a game-changer technology and the new normal for how people will gather and crowds will gather in the future, both in stadiums for sporting events, but at performing arts venues, going into school, right? Every place where groups of people go, they ought to be able to come in without breaking stride. We like to call it democratizing security, right? The experience is second to none. Their security posture goes way up, so they know wherever they're going into, they're safe. And then we have a subscription software model, so it's really easy to deploy and easy to pay for. So it can be affordable for everybody.
Perfect, Peter. Yeah, I know that was one of the things I was going to dive into is, you know, the health screening. And I also saw, you know, digital ticketing also mentioned in the presentation. I'm going to circle back to you. I'm going to go to Kevin here. So, you know, deals already signed by Evolve with, you know, Six Flags Entertainment, the Cubs, the White Sox, Manchester City. When you really evaluate this company, you know, and you see, you know, deals like that in place, and then also the growth opportunities with the biometrics, you know, what jumps out to you, Kevin, in terms of, you know, the growth going forward for a company like Evolve?
Yeah, I think it's a great question, Chris. So the starting point is whenever you talk to the people who run security at the venues you mentioned, the first thing they talk about is safety and safety of the crowd. Yeah, they're concerned about cost. Yeah, they're concerned about the customer, the visitor experience, but their focus is on safety. So it was really validating to us as investors that people with that focus had thoroughly evaluated the system and were thrilled with it. Really effusive about Evolve and the impact. The thing that we get excited about in the market is if you think about the any venue concerned about a mass casualty event, and unfortunately that's a lot of different places. That can include hospitals, offices, post office, schools, unfortunately, a lot of different places beyond venues and sports stadiums. They're trying to balance three things. What's the size of the risk? How much does it cost? And how does it impact the operations of whatever the venue is? The beauty of Evolve is it addresses all three. It significantly improves safety. It has zero impact on the experience, and it's very affordable. So what that means is you can bring safety into places where it doesn't make sense today and make them more able to be protected from a mass casualty event. So in other words, the market's enormous because the big opportunity is places that don't have anything today. And Evolve will make those places safe.
If I could add to that.
Of course.
Kevin said, bring it into places that it doesn't make sense. safety makes sense everywhere, right? The problem is, prior to Evolve, the only available technology to make your venue safe was an 80-year-old metal detector that's looking for metal, but not looking for threats. And because of that, it created lines and an untenable situation. So as Kevin mentioned, many of the customers and venues out there chose not to do that because the trade-off was a terrible customer experience. Again, by using advanced sensors and artificial intelligence, we completely changed that, right? So now those venues that can have a technology that can let their visitors, fans, or employees come back in a frictionless way. So now, again, we can make security and venue safety democratized.
All right, guys. So one thing I wanted to add, and I'll go ahead and let me remove this banner here, but definitely one of the things that really stood out to me is, and I think it's just not focused on right now because of the pandemic, but it should be a major focus, is safeties in schools and how this really can help solve an issue that was present for like the last 20 years. You know, we've been seeing kind of the violence that has gone on in schools, and it's an unfortunate event, but definitely something that we want to be feeling safe, that we send our kids to safe schools. So can you explain a little bit more about that, Peter? And then I'll let you add a little bit on that, Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Mitch. I mean, that's a really great, important vertical to be talking about. And, you know, we should never have another Sandy Hook. We should never have another Parkland ever again. That's one of our missions as a company, is to make the world a safer place to live, work, learn, and play. And the learn part is, at a minimum, we ought to be able to let our kids go to school and not have to worry about an active shooter. And Kevin knows this because I've said it before, but I have a daughter who's the second grade teacher in an inner city school. And on the second day of school, she's teaching the kids how to hide under a desk from an active shooter, right? We need to do better than that. So schools is one of those verticals that our mission maps to perfectly, right? Which is, how do we let kids go to school and be safe and worry about learning and not worry about anything else? So today we have several schools that are using our technology. As you know, Jeb Bush is a big investor in the company. He's the school governor, if you will. So this is a really important vertical for us and matches perfectly to our mission. And we hope over the coming years that all schools will consider putting our technology in and letting kids go there so they can learn in a safe way. So it's absolutely an important vertical one. And again, matches our mission in a really important and relevant way.
Yeah, and to kind of expand that, Kevin, my question to you would be more along, was this kind of one of those verticals that really kind of attracted you to this company, not just only, kind of events and kind of different concerts and stadiums, but the school aspect?
It's a great question, Mitch. So one question we like to ask in our early diligence, we're talking to a lot of high growth companies, is they've managed to hire very talented employees. And so one of the questions we like to ask is to, these kind of employees, you had choices. Why did you join Evolve? Every one of them started with the mission. That was what inspired them to join Evolve and what inspired us, frankly. And so part of this transaction, we're creating a public benefit corporation that we're funding with 15% of the sponsor promote, a subject you guys understand well. And I'm contributing all of my board compensation to that vehicle as well, to allow places that couldn't otherwise afford the Evolve system to afford it. One thing that demonstrates how sincerely the management team believes in the mission of the company is that they asked if they could contribute their salary, their compensation to that as well. So look, we all have the chance to do business, make money, find a deal. It's really exciting when you can do it with something where it really is going to make a difference. People are going to be safer because of Evolve.
Perfect. So, Peter, I want to turn to you a little bit about the growth going forward. One of the things that jumped out to me from that investor presentation is a new subscription-based software as a service product. Mm-hmm. Talking about charging $2,000 to $3,000 per system per month, with 48-month contracts and the first 12 months paid in advance. So what's the story here, and how does Evolve really transition to a SaaS company going forward?
Right. So we already have, right? So we offer, the only way you can get our technology is to get it for 4 years and to pay for it monthly. You pay 4 times, which is the beginning of every year, but the price is about $2,000 a month per month for the 48 months. And the thing that we're really pleased about is nobody has a problem signing up for 48 months. Right. I come from the cyber world where these were normally annual ACV contracts, and then you had to get them to renew every year. In our case, when people make a decision to put security in their entryway, and there's a physical thing there that our Cortex AI software sits on top of, then they're happy to do it for multiple years. So they do. So we have a really great model. Every one of our customers signs up for 4 years. It's either a subscription purchase where you buy the sensor system and then you get a 4-year subscription on top of that, or you can get it just as a 4-year subscription. And it makes it really easy for them to deploy, because there's not a big front app cost to put the systems in. They just start paying monthly, and automatically they have their security posture dramatically increase. So we're really pleased about that. And again, back to democratizing security, cost shouldn't be an issue anymore, right? Because now it's so affordable to make your venue safe. Everyone will want to do it. And it's going to be a key element as people begin to open up to get visitors and spectators and employees back. They're going to want to come back in a frictionless way. Now we make it affordable for them to come back and for businesses to open and thrive. And we feel thrilled, but also privileged to be in the middle of helping venues do that.
Perfect. So, Kevin, I guess ask you first here about financials. Again, part of the SPAC process, is doing that due diligence, really looking at, the growth opportunities. So, in that investor presentation, we have, revenue estimates of $20.2 million for 2021. And then we get all the way up to $595 million in 2025. What stood out to really be able to hit that large growth going forward for the financials?
Yeah, so the things that stuck out for us, honestly, were the current gross margins. This is a product that is profitable today. This isn't something where we have to develop a technology. It's not something where we have to revise a pricing model, work on a supply chain. It's profitable today, and significantly profitable today. The second thing that was the primary focus was validating the total addressable market, the TAM. And the more work we did on that, and as with hopefully most SPACs, we do really thorough due diligence. And we were really encouraged that if anything, we think the projections, the team might have been a little bit conservative, which is good. And then the other thing is we haven't spoken much about this, but the strategic partnership with Motorola, who's also an investor in the PIPE, is a very significant avenue to growth. So yeah, they're aggressive projections, but it's a big market. It's the leader in that market. The system works. It's affordable. It's very profitable today. So yeah, we feel actually pretty excited about the projections.
Awesome. Peter, anything to add on the financial projections? Again, we see with SPACs, you're able to forecast going forward, unlike a traditional IPO, what really takes us to that $500+ million total in 2025?
Yeah. Look, there's an awful lot of demand out there for venues to be safe, particularly now as people come back from the pandemic and everyone's rethinking and reimagining opening up. Everyone wants to do it in a new way, and it has to be safe. It has to be touchless, and it has to be frictionless. So we think the opportunity is huge. There's tremendous demand in the market today. We're investing in by going public and raising this capital, we can invest in organic growth. So hiring new sales and marketing people in geography, both in North America but across the globe, to be evangelists for the company. And then, of course, we have these amazing channel partners. Kevin mentioned Motorola, big strategic partner. They have global scale and reach that really will accelerate our growth. In 31 other countries around the globe, Asia Pac and EMEA, we have trained reseller and distributor partners to sell our product. And then in North America, we have in-state resellers as well. So the combination of investing in our own organic growth, coupled with getting operational leverage from our channel partners that are delivering solutions to customers, gives us a lot of confidence that we can meet the demand and accelerate our growth. And as Kevin said, we have a plan here that we feel very confident that we can make or beat. It's a conservative plan, and the team that's leading this company, we've done this before. We've built and scaled global companies in both physical security, but also cybersecurity and analytics and software. And we have a blueprint to grow for the next 5 years that we feel very, very confident that with good execution, we're going to be able to achieve our numbers.
Perfect. So I want to try to wrap here. We also have a question from the chat that I really want to get to. My question for you, Peter, would be, competition. Are there any big competitors out there? And if so, what's the key main point that sets you apart?
Yeah. So there's a $20 billion TAM to go get. Only $2 billion of that TAM, Chris, is regulated. So think about aviation and professional sports. The other $18 billion TAM is our company's greenfield, but they're not using technology today to keep their venue safe. So there's a really, really big TAM to go get. We're disrupting the old analog technology or metal detectors in those regulated places. So people are taking those technologies and pushing them in the closet. But the big opportunity, as we've mentioned, is bringing this safe, frictionless, touchless experience to all the other venues that really want it and need it. And we're excited about that. And nobody else is doing that today. We believe we have a couple-year advantage over anybody. We want to extend that technical advantage to a market advantage and get thousands of systems out to tens of thousands of customers. And this capital will help us do that.
Perfect.
Excellent.
And then
go ahead. I'm going to jump in here. I got one last question. It's about a vertical possibility. I see it here on the investor deck. I see Uber stated, and this is really interesting to me. Is there any way that the technology can be adapted to vehicles, Peter?
Adapted to vehicles?
Meaning that maybe instead of walking through the metal screening, you're just getting into the vehicles and the screeners are placed on both sides of the door.
And what would we be protecting, Mitch?
One thing I've noticed is that with ride sharing, one of the things that you never know, especially let's say if you're the driver, you never know if someone's getting in your vehicle with a weapon.
Yeah. Yeah.
And this is something that just stood out to me. Like, this could be something major. Do you think you could have a possibility of getting into that?
Look, the capability of sensors are getting more effective and more capable, smaller, more discreet, almost by the day. And advances in artificial intelligence are changing everything, right? So today we haven't seen a use case for that, but I think that's an important thing for us to go look at and find other use cases with other different kinds of sensors that we can make venues safe. And if the venue now becomes a car, if there's a real need for that, we certainly want to do it. The reason why Uber is on there, Uber, as you know, has sites all over the world, but they have these green light hubs that Uber drivers are allowed to come to if there's some kind of grievance, a rating grievance or a payment grievance. And sometimes those drivers come in and they're angry. And Uber has 100 of these sites in North America, and they want to use our technology and are using our technology to make sure that when people come there, they're coming there in a safe way. So that's how we're working with Uber today, but we do have a strategic relationship with them. And if that could translate into helping those vehicles be safe, boy, we'd love to do that as well. And if there's anything we can do technically to make that happen, we'll certainly investigate it.
Awesome. Great insight there. Last question. We're going to pull one from the chat. That's something we like to do here on SPAC Attack. So I know in the investor presentation, Six Flags is mentioned in there, but we have a question from Connor Invest asking about that other theme park company that Mickey Mouse belongs to. Any comments, Peter, on, I know Evolve had some news out last year with some Disney tests. Anything to add with a possible relationship between Evolve and Disney?
We're not at liberty to talk about every customer that we have. In fact, you put up a list of some of our customers, but there's a whole group of other customers that we can't talk about. But for anyone who wants to take their family anywhere in Orlando into a theme park, they're going to likely see us a lot.
Great answer there, Peter. We appreciate that, and great question, Connor Invest out of the chat. So gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Again, we have Peter George from Evolve and Kevin Charlton from Newhold Investment. The ticker is NHIC. Thank you so much to both of you for taking time out of your busy schedules to join us on the show today.
No, it's great, Mitch and Chris. Thanks very much. We love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Appreciate you guys on. We'll have you back.
Great.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch.
All right, guys. Hey, well, you guys heard it there on the SPAC Attack. So definitely, hey, if you got some value out of that, definitely smash the like button, hit the subscribe. Let us know how we did. Give us some comments, give us some feedback. One thing that Chris and I try to do is definitely improve on these interviews, whether it's including aspects from the investor presentation or trying to go more in depth and asking some in-depth questions that maybe we can get some answers to. So definitely smash the like button down below, hit the subscribe. And without further ado, Chris, I don't know if we can get through the whole bracket today.
Let's try to get through what we can get through.
All right. Let me go ahead. You guys go ahead. Put in a 1 if you guys want to just go over this interview, or put in a 1 if you guys want to do the March SPACness South bracket. So let's see. 1 or 2. 1, we do the SPACness. 2, we just go over this company. I would rather go with what the chat wants. So you guys let us know as I'm pulling up this in case we need it. All right, I'm seeing some 1s already starting to roll through there. So let's touch a little bit on our SPACness. Let's get into it. All right, so first things first, I'll go ahead and I'll put this on the screen here. Chris, I'm going to zoom in a little bit. You guys let me know if you guys need me to zoom in some more. You guys heard us talk about this yesterday. So really, these seeds don't really determine anything, guys. It's just some fun to have some fun and talk about some SPACs in a different aspect. So let's go ahead and let's get into it. Without further ado, first matchup, DraftKings versus Gemini here. So that's DKNG, and Gemini is let me
GMTX.
Thank you, Chris.
So guys, press 1 for DraftKings, 2 for Gemini GMTX. I don't know if this one's going to be very close at all, but let's see if we can get some votes to roll in. Again, 1 for DraftKings, 2 for Gemini. I'm seeing some 1s out there already. I would have to go 1 as well, as we are, of course, talking March SPACness. DraftKings going to have a very good weekend, in sports betting. So looks like the 1s have it there.
All right. I didn't think there was much battle there, so I'm just going to go ahead and highlight DraftKings here, move down towards a closer battle here, guys. This is a pretty close battle here in the 8th and 9th spots. We got Car Lots just came out with the earnings, and then we got Ouster, and you guys heard about Ouster. J-Mac, shout out to J-Mac out there. He talked about this one last Friday. What do you guys think here? What do you guys think? Car Lots or Ouster? I mean, honestly, this is close. But what I think is long term. I'll let you guys know what I think here. But let's see, 1 or 2. 1 for the Car Lots, 2 for the Ouster. What are you thinking here, Chris?
Yeah, I was trying to wait to let a couple.
Yeah, I wanted to wait
in,
too, but
with J-Mac, coming on the show when I missed last week, I did watch that interview, and his DD on Ouster sounds pretty good. Car lots has dipped since that SPAC deal went through. I'm gonna have to go a 2 here for Ouster and support J-Mac.
All right. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. I know it. This is a battle, but at the same time, I see the 2s rolling through there. Can't blame you. Ouster takes the win here. Let's keep going. Next up, we got ChargePoint and BM Technology. This one, I don't know if it's going to be that close of a battle here, but I know which one I like. What do you think about these, Chris?
Yeah, so we have ChargePoint, charging infrastructure, and then we have BM Technologies, which is mobile first banking. Full disclosure, I own shares of ChargePoint. I have for a long time since it was SBE. So again, guys, 1 for ChargePoint, 2 for BM Technologies, which is ticker BMTX. I'm seeing lots of 1s roll in, and of course, that would be my pick as well. ChargePoint.
All right, guys. It looks like the Charge takes the win there, guys. Takes the win. All right, so ChargePoint. Let's go ahead and keep moving on here. Next battle up is going to be Helion versus PAE. Let's see who wins here.
Yeah, so this is ticker HYLN against PAE. And most of you know how I feel about Helion. I do own shares still, but PAE is an interesting one. They're a U.S. government partner on support and security systems. And I think with this new administration, that's going to be an area of growth. So this one was a tougher one for me, but, so press 1 for Helion, 2 for PAE. I would have to go with my my own account and support Helion, but I also like PAE here. So what do we got, guys, in the chat? I'm seeing a mixed bag here, Mitch.
Mixed bags, guys. So I'll go ahead and I'll say a little bit what I would think. I have faith in Helion just because I keep thinking about retrofitting versus new fleets. That's what always has interested me in Helion, and that's what I'll stay focused on. Is I think at the end of the day, retrofit before new fleets. But it looks like we got a close battle here. I might have to actually count.
Close.
There's a lot, guys. If you're not voting, definitely hit the 1 of the 2, guys. We need you to determine the winner, guys. We need you, guys. We need you.
I'm counting a tie right now.
Let's go ahead. I'm honestly, I'm seeing more 2s. I'm seeing more 2s. I'm seeing more 2s. I didn't expect it, but hey, we got our upset here. PAE taking over. Let's keep going. A hard battle here, guys. App Harvest versus Payoneer here. This one's a battle here, guys. I tried to make this one close here, as you guys can tell. What are you guys thinking? A 1 or a 2? Chris, we had App Harvest, I think, last week? What was it?
Yeah, last week or the week before. So, guys, hit 1 for App Harvest, 2 for Payoneer. App Harvest also getting the shout out yesterday on Zingernation Power Hour from Young Investor. Talking about that interview we had with the president, David Lee of App Harvest. Looks like the votes are rolling in. I would have to go App Harvest, based on that interview that we had, but I'm seeing a mixed bag out there.
All right, guys. I'm seeing some 2s, seeing some 1s. Let's see here. This one's a close one, man. You guys go ahead, get some votes in there. Get some votes. If you haven't voted, go ahead and get the vote in. Let's see what happens here. This one's a battle just because I think direct revenue, I'd look at Payoneer, just SaaS service there. But then you look at App Harvest and the future is looking bright. So we'll see what happens with this. Guys, looks like we got a really close battle. I'm counting the votes right now. That's how close it is.
Yeah, it looks close.
Looks like 1. Yeah, I'm going to go with 1. App Harvest with the win here, guys. With the win. Tight win there, guys. Texas Tech moving on there. All right, guys. Next battle up, we got Fisker versus Verti. Fisker versus Verti. What's going on here, Chris?
Yeah, so this is an interesting matchup because you have 2 different industries. We have Fisker, FSR, electric vehicles, and we have Vertiv, VRT, a software company, trading in the $20 range now. So hit 1 for FSR, 2 for Vertiv, VRT. I'm going to couple of votes roll in, but it really shouldn't surprise anyone since I do own shares of Fisker, and it was one of my top picks for 2021. I would have to lean towards Fisker, but also Fisker's had a nice run up this year. So can it keep the momentum going from now until the end of the year? So that is a key important thing to look at now too for performance. But holy cow, I'm seeing lots of ones roll in, Mitch.
All right. Well, you know what that means. We're getting frisky with Fisker today, baby. Getting frisky with the Fisker, man. Let's keep moving on. Let's shift forward here to Shift and Playboy here. Let's see what happens here. Who wins the battle?
This is interesting. Shift, SFT, online car sales once again. So it has dipped below $10 post-merger, $8.66. And then we have Playboy trading at 16. Playboy, a well-known brand, but really trying to shift their entire business model, from the old business that they were known for, really to focus on some, sexual health and possible treatment options going forward. So to me, I Playboy is well known, but doing a whole business shift, I just don't know. I would have to go Shift here, a 1.
There. And so I'm going to go ahead and you got me? I think I might. I don't know if you guys lost me or I'm still alive, but I'm going to go ahead and say Shift takes the win. All right, guys, we got one last battle before we get into Power Hour here, guys. So let's go ahead. MP Materials versus Multiplan here. So let's see who wins this one. MP Materials or Multiplan here, guys. What's going on? Do you guys hear me? Am I alive?
We hear you now, Mitch. We lost you for a second. So guys, hit 1 for ticker MP Materials, rare earth mining, or a 2 for MPLN. That's an insurance billing health company, a Churchill SPAC that has fallen all the way to $6.15. So this one almost seems like an unfair matchup, but it is a 2 against a 15. 1 for MP, 2 for MPLN. Don't get those tickers too confused. I would have to go a 1 here for MP Materials, and shout out to James Latinsky for coming on SPAC Attack months ago to talk about rare earth mining.
Yeah, guys. I mean, if you missed that interview, you definitely could have learned a lot about MP Materials while it was at a good price, guys. So I definitely seen the ones roll through there. So MP Materials wins again. Looks like we only got one upset. I know that everyone said that it was one. There was one upset. So that
PAE over Hillion there,
guys, over Hillion there, guys, the 13 seed there. So that's our South bracket, guys. We'll be moving forward as we move closer and closer towards the Final Four, the Elite 8 and Sweet 16. We'll be going more in depth into these companies and doing a little bit more research for you guys, telling you more about revenues, products, and things like that. But definitely smash the like button if you guys enjoyed doing this little March SPACness. If you enjoyed the interview, or if you overall just enjoy SPAC Attack, baby. Now let's go ahead and let's get into the Power Hour. Power Hour is next. We're going to go ahead and be wrapping up here, guys. Chris, what do we have for the rest of the week?
Yeah, so real quick, guys, just want to hit, we do have ticker NBA. No, not National Basketball Association. NBA is a SPAC taking Airspan public. We have the CEO of Airspan coming on the show tomorrow for another exclusive interview. And then on Friday, we have Daniel Cohen talking about COHN, an exciting SPAC out there. And then, guys, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Power Hour coming up now. Exciting guest. I know I'm excited. They have carparts.com, ticker PRTS, an exclusive interview. So you heard it here. Exclusive interviews on Benzinga all day long. Guys, don't go anywhere. Smash the like, subscribe to the channel, and let's keep going.
All right, guys, before I get on out of here, Thomas is asking if we're going to go ahead and send out the chart. What we're going to do is once I remake it here after we get the first round done, I'm going to go ahead and include this in the SPAC newsletter, guys. So if you don't have the SPAC newsletter, look in the description, grab that SPAC newsletter, and we'll see you there, guys. All right, like always, guys, we'll see you next time on the SPAC Attack.
What's up? What's up, everybody? It is time for our trade idea show, the Power Hour. I'm going to roll us with the intro, and then we got a jam-packed day.
Let's get ready to rumble!
Zingernation jam-packed show today. Peloton of 5%.
What's up, disciplined investor?
We got Benzinga CEO Jason Ransdell here with us.
The man, the myth, the legend, Tom Nash.
Peter Schiff on the Power Hour with us live today. Interesting, different, unique, innovative companies. Mia, you are live with us on the Power Hour. What's up?
Thank you so much for inviting me on.
Jessica Billingsley, that is the CEO of Akerna, the best trade idea resource out there. Yo, what's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday, hump day, favorite day of the week, camel day. What's up? What's up? We have a jam-packed day today. Stay seated. I'm going to start today off the way that I start every single day, which is with a preview of what we have going on. So few big announcements today. First things first, we have a live options trade. We're going to be making a live options trade on this show within the next several minutes. That's the first thing that we're doing. We then have two new stock picks, right? We're going to do the bull bear theses on two new stocks we have not talked about before. So we're going to be jumping straight into that. And I have a brand new page I'm going to show to you guys on Benzinga.com, a new tool, a new resource that we built onto Benzinga.com. You guys haven't seen it before. And so we're going to be rolling it out to Zingernation. That's all of you out there in the chat, in the community, hanging out with us today. So again, guys, stay tuned. We have got a live options trade we're making right up top. We have two new stocks, and we have a new Benzinga.com page. Of course, we do have our special guest joining us today to be dropping some of their ideas as well. So what's up, everybody? Nice to see all the Lukes in the chat. Love it. That gets an air horn. Check this out. First time hitting the air horns with the notepad. Fresh notepad today, too. But all right, guys, what's up? In the chat, put in the tickers that you are looking at. Show me what tickers you're checking out today. Mr. Raznick, I see popping on the stream with us. I can't hear him, though. Uh-oh. Nope, I don't hear you yet. But I was just giving everybody the lowdown. We've got guests coming on today. We have a live options trade. We have two new stocks that we're going to talk about and a new Benzinga.com.
How about now?
To leak. There we go. I hear you.
They you know, producer Rohan and Aaron like to really mess with me, and then I want the microphone raised, but okay, there we go. Just
we lost him again. He's muted. Check.
Why this thing?
There you go.
Am I good?
You're good, baby. You're good. Happy St. Patrick's Day. Happy Hump Day. Two special days in one. There's like I think Hump Day is a special day of every week, and we have St. Patrick's today. I've got this nice hat that Spencer gave me.
They want to know where the green is. I'm gonna make green for you listeners right now. I'm gonna make green for you guys today. You want to make money? That's why you're here. So that's what we're gonna make green for you. That's what we do. The Benzinga Power Hour makes green for you. We have minted millionaires. I've had 3 people send me their portfolios who've made over $400,000 off our picks. One guy, $6.1 million. And I was like a little jealous because, I only made, $1.6 million. He made 6.1. I was like a dyslexic. I was like, that's my account. He's like, no, that's his account. So that's
pretty damn good.
Yeah. So we are here to make some freaking money. That is what we're here for. If you want to make money, go. If you don't want to make money, go watch another show. Honestly, if you don't want to make money, go watch another show. And I don't care. Like some people don't like my personality, don't like my bedside manner, maybe don't like my directness. We went over my TEDx talk yesterday. We'll finish it today. My last 3 minutes of it, we had some, issues at the end. So we moved on, but we want to make some money right now. So that's what we're going to focus on today. And I don't know if you're new to the show, the Benzinga Power Hour, you never heard of it. This is us. This is the Benzinga Power Hour. This is Luke Jacoby over there at the Green Hat, I'm Jason Raznick. We are at
And this
Benzinga.
is the trade idea resource. We only do this because we want this to be the best trade idea resource in the world. All right, we think this is the format to do it. That's why we have Zingernation here with us. So guys, in the chat, again, put in the tickers you're trading today. Let's get the juices flowing, and so we're really going to hit it.
Yeah, there's Luke with 3 cameras. Now, KMPH is a stock that I have been getting because Viv, my girl Viv, she recommended it and making up so much money. Made so much money. She told me to stick in there, and you guys are telling me right now that it is up. So I got to go pull up my KMPH. What are you guys looking at?
Right.
What do you want?
I'm getting there.
Why are they looking at me?
Who's looking at you?
Oh, nice. Jason Douglas bought the dip on FLNT. Nice. All right, let's keep this going. Etsy, I love the CEO. Great CEO. Let's get the energy high here. Let's talk trades fast. Let's move fast. Let's look at these accounts. I want to start with KPMH, Luke. This is an important one. It's 1170. So this was had an FDA approval a couple weeks ago. Viv, she gave it to me originally. I sold some, and then she told me to keep it, so I bought some more back. We're up today about 70 cents. If you're here with me today, I would stay in KPMH. There's a lot of short interest on it. I think about 28% short interest. So therefore I wouldn't get out of it. I would maybe hope to see a rally in this at another date. So I'm going to stay in this one right now, and I'm not going to sell any more shares. So if you want to sell, I'll buy your shares. Whoever has some shares of KPMH to sell to me, my number. You can like me, whatever. I will gladly buy them. Okay.
All right.
KMPH. All right.
All right. Let me ask you about one that I think is compelling right now. Callaway Golf. Right. Stimulus checks are hitting right now as we speak. We're headed into spring. That's not something we had with the last round of stimulus checks. I would imagine that Callaway is going to be a major recipient of those checks. Thoughts on that one?
Well, Luke, maybe you're right, but here's the thing. We've had some interesting changes in Callaway Golf. They bought that Topgolf. Topgolf does really well when it's kind of cold, but it can still do well in the summer. I think there'll be more clubs purchased. I don't think you're wrong. Callaway Golf, on the show, we are buying it at $12. So it is.
Yeah, you called that one early on the show.
Yeah, we called that one very early, and I think it's something that you can still accumulate. I'll tell you this. I'm going to golf a little bit this summer. I'm going to do a golf outing for all the Benzinga Power Nation loyalists. We are going to do a Benzinga outing, power hour, whatever you want to do. We're going to do one. We have a guy who's a golf pro who's going to administrate. So yeah, Callaway, hit me the gong, hit me the bell. Let's go. Come on. Give me that bell. Now, Titleist, yes, Titleist, I think Fortune Brands owns it. So, James Deal, are you an investor in the private part of Titleist? Where are you? What part are you an investor in? James Deal said Titleist. Yeah, Titleist is a good brand. They know what they're doing. I've liked them. We'll get to costs. Yeah, my dad spent so much money on clubs. That's where my dad was going to leave some money to us, but too bad. He spent it all on the golf course. My dad's like Rodney Dangerfield. He thinks that his handicap comes down by buying clubs. So that's what he does. And that's just his thing. He doesn't do drugs, doesn't drink. So I guess just let it be that he spends it on his golf. Don't tell him I said that, but
safer way to spend it, I guess.
Yeah. Don't tell him I said it, but he thinks it's the clubs, not the player. I got some golf game, by the way. Okay. BFT.
All right, let's do BFT.
Yeah, BFT, because there's Nick Rosalina.
And then let's hit Boeing
Nick,
after that.
We're going to hit BFT for you, but go share this with your friends right now.
Yeah, guys, smash that like button. Share the stream. Let's get this thing going again. This is the Power Hour. This is Zingernation coming together to talk ideas. We're going rapid fire today. Share this freaking stream. All right, BFT.
So what's up with BFT? Why is this guy Nick going crazy about BFT?
Okay, so BFT is a SPAC. PaySafe. PaySafe is the company that's merging with.
Yeah. Okay. So I don't know enough about it, but we're going to bring on the CEO of basically every single SPAC. I talked to 3 SPAC CEOs last night. For tomorrow, we have the Apex CEO coming on, NSPR, or Friday. NSPR, it's trading below par value, below the $10. And then tomorrow, we have Kevin O'Leary coming on for an hour. He has MindMed and a couple other things. couple big announcements. Go to any other show on YouTube. Show me who's bringing on Kevin O'Leary and the CEOs of every single SPAC. If you show me one, because we're eventually going to make this potentially a closed community, and the guys that got in here first will get access to these CEOs before they're actually companies. I mean, look, so pay safe. Okay, so the reason that they're talking about this one is today there's an IPO. Jason Glass, I think, or something Glass took his company public, Ono or whatever. Payment world is going crazy, and they have a deal here with DraftKings. He's saying so they do this settlement for DraftKings. I wonder if a firm could do. I wonder if a firm could do what when you want to bet, if you could do in a firm like a loan to bet with DraftKings, that would be freaking crazy. So that would be, yeah, Michael, thank you. Those are our friends over there. Thank you. Appreciate that. Very nice of you to say. All right. So, okay, keep
going.
So
there's BFT, Boeing. That's the next one that I want to do. I see a lot of chatter about Boeing. Here's a chart. Here's a month. Well, that's sort of a screwy chart. All right, hold on. All right, let's talk about Boeing. So I see a lot of people talking about this stock and like looking at Boeing as one of those reopening plays. Here's my is that it's there's going to be a lag, right? If we're comparing Boeing to something like a Spirit Airlines or a Delta Airlines, there's going to be a lag. Okay, if the airlines start getting more sales, which they have, right? We saw over 1 million people go through the TSA checkpoints yesterday. Also, shout out to the show. We were looking at TSA checkpoint data like 6 months ago. Just saw it on CNBC for the first time ever today. But regardless, if people start going through those checkpoints, they start getting on flights, the commercial airliners are going to be the first ones to benefit. They're not going to need to order new jets for some period of time. Keep in mind, like they've had this 1 year pause in ordering fleets, right? They have these contracts that are already in place. They're like 5-10 year contracts to get 20 jets over 10 years. I would imagine that it's a decent amount of time, but before that Boeing starts getting a ton of new orders. So I don't love this one nearly as much as some of the airlines as a reopening play.
So Boeing, I think you're fine in it, but I missed it at 100 and I looked at it very closely. And so I'm just staying away. I may be buying some more Leslie's today, by the way.
Leslie's. Should we do the Leslie's pitch? I'm ready to go on Leslie's.
I'm buying.
Do we have a stock pitch banner video?
I'm buying right now another 2,000 shares of Leslie right now.
All right, I'm gonna do my Leslie's pitch. You ready?
Yep. Oh wait. Wingstop is here. Can you tell Rohan or Aaron Wingstop is here? They need
Wingstop, Mr. Rohan, producer Rohan. Wingstop is here. Can you or Aaron grab it since we have to talk about Leslie's?
I gotta show someone my email. Okay, let's keep going.
All right. Let's talk about Leslie's. Leslie's is one of my favorite stocks right now, and here's why. Okay, if you're not familiar with the company, they are a pool supply company. That's what they do, right? You need chlorine, you need pipes, whatever it is you need to operate your pool. You need covers. Leslie's sells that. Okay, the quarter that we're in right now, this Q1, this is historically their slowest quarter of the year. Right, it makes sense, right? You've got half the country; it's too cold to go into a pool, etc. So kids are in school. So slowest quarter of the year. What they had going for them for this quarter is the southern half of the United States froze like out of the blue, unprecedented. Remember Texas, right? Texas, nobody had power for a week. That's what happened. Okay, and so in those warmer states, they are not set up for to treat their pools for the winter, right? They don't close them down and flush it out and that sort of thing, right? So we saw all these cold states where they had pipes burst, all of the water, the chemical levels got all screwed up, etc. And Leslie's had to ship in trucks and trucks and trucks and trucks of supplies. So given that this is their slowest quarter of the year, analyst estimates for the upcoming financial results are still low, and they had this unprecedented catalyst that nobody seems to be pricing into either the price of the stock or the revenue estimates, right? It's just something that the market just doesn't seem like it's picking up on. That's why Leslie's is one of my favorite ideas right now. I'm clicking over to the calendar in Benzinga Pro. This is my earnings calendar. Looks like 5/3, May 5th. That's our estimated earnings report date for Leslie's. That's when I'm expecting to blow out numbers. And again, this is one of my favorite ideas right now. How's that one?
Yeah, I'm just annoyed right now.
Why are you annoyed?
E-Trade changed their ticker page. Literally, just 5 minutes ago,
Okay.
and I'm not happy with it.
What'd you get in it? I got a little bit of an E-Trade preview. Maybe we can talk about it in a second here.
I'm about to. I literally just had to get off the show because I'm about to email him and say, "What the heck?"
All right. Goodbye, Jason. You're leaving the show to go talk to E-Trade about their new ticker page. All right. Let's keep it running. You want to do DraftKings next?
Yeah. So I'm back.
Today is Ticker Wednesday.
I'm back, guys. But here's the thing: I'm very big into talking to people on chat, and I when I want to do research, I go to Benzinga Pro, and then I go to E-Trade if I want to make a buy. Okay, and they changed the page without letting me know first, and I think they should let me know first. And so one of our chatters, Brandy Reddle, said she likes, or I think it's a she, it could be a he, but I think it's a she. She said she likes OLN. Oh, I'm still on Leslie's, Luke. I don't move as fast as you. You move fast.
I'm on Leslie's too. We had a question on the chat. It said, "Are you buying calls?" And Leslie's, I already have them. Here's my account. This is my live portfolio, my real account. This is the most transparent stock market show you'll ever see. Show the live account every single day. Check this out. I've got the May 21st after earnings 25 strike calls.
I wish I could say what I really think, Luke, in life.
Right.
You know that?
Like that you have to fart right now, or what do you mean?
The farting thing, I'm in my own room now, so now I don't have to do that.
You
in
just
public.
let it go, but you can't really say
let it go, and no one knows. Although, did you see the Wendy Williams clip yesterday?
No, but I heard about it.
You did not see it?
No.
You heard about it from me. Okay, yeah. Okay, so Olin Corporation is a distributor of chemical products. So they chlorine and stuff. So I like this OLN play as well.
Right,
so Brandy, I'm going to give you credit. I may pick up some shares on this right now. I got to see what their competition level looks like, and I got to see what the setup is and the technicals, and see if there's insider buying.
All right, Brandy. I know. I'm going head to head with Brandy right now.
You're going to take her on?
I'm going to take her on.
Go ahead,
Brandy. If you want to come on the show, just say something in the chat. We'll send you the link so you can join. I love bringing people onto the show. We actually have a couple listeners who are going to be joining us Friday. We're going to have some listeners coming on with us. But all right, here's the thing with OLN. Look at this chart. Okay, this is a 1-year chart. Look at the price appreciation in this thing. My whole thesis with Leslie's is that they should have boosted sales, and the stock hasn't reacted yet, and the revenue estimates haven't been adjusted yet. So if you look at this 1-year chart of Olin versus this 1-year chart of Leslie's, right? This is why I think that there's still opportunity.
Luke, I may start a brokerage. You guys, Benzinga may start a brokerage. I am like so fired up right now. I can't trade with. I've been using a brokerage to do trades for the show, and I can no longer do it anymore. I can no longer do it. They fucked up the ticker page. I am like angry beyond belief. Okay, just to let you guys know. I don't understand who sits in a room and makes decisions like this. I'm sorry. Oh, my God. All right.
And shout out to our longtime listeners, Jason B and Zingernation, saying, didn't somebody say something about a chlorine shortage last week? Yes, they did. We actually, Jason, I don't know if you were on for this, but we had a user call in after we talked about Leslie's, saying he works in the pool industry and saying, like, there is a major chemical shortage. Really cool. So, again, so a member out of Zingernation calling in saying, hey, I work in this industry. There is a chemical shortage.
You guys, I wasn't going to start a Benzinga brokerage, but seeing what I'm going through right now, I think I am going to. It'll be for the people, by the people. We're going to call it for us, by us, whatever you want. But let's go back to this thing on the chlorine. I like this thing. This Olin has taken off since we started talking about it on the show. It's up another 1.5%. And I'm going to get to golf. We're going to get to Titleist, guys. I'm with you. I am with you. But listen, so this OLN, I don't own it right now. But since I own Leslie, and I could have some risk if, like, they don't execute, I'm going to pick up some Olin. All right. So I have, say, $35,000 on Leslie. I'm going to buy some calls on this Olin. I'm going to go 42 calls, 42 month. I'm going to buy, you want me to explain more options? Okay. Yeah, I'll try. But Spencer,
we're going to do covered calls today too. If you guys want to get out of just call buying and talk about covered calls and being more strategic with options, we're going to do that before we're over today.
Luke, will you show everyone right now how we do this? So the OLN will you take them to the earnings calendar so we can see when their next earnings date is, please?
Yep, check this out. So this is my trusty Benzinga Pro, guys. I use it every day, and I actually have a Benzinga Pro announcement I'll make in a second here. But every day on the show, this is the resource that we use to get our ideas, etc., do our research. So ticker OLN, we're looking at what's the next earnings date on this stock. Right now, the estimated earnings date, the company hasn't told us yet, right? We can see right here if the company has said it's definitively this day. Otherwise, our data team, our news analysis team is making their best guesses when the company is going to report earnings. That expected earnings date is April 28th, 4/28.
All right. I don't know what SOS is. We'll get to you in Blaze one second. Okay. What's the date?
That was Ryan R. But yep, keep going.
Who? Ryan R.
Ryan Rozbiani.
I didn't get an SOS. I don't even know what the heck it means. Raz. What the hell is this guy's talking about? Anyways, so let's go back to this. So Luke just gave you the earnings date in Benzinga Pro. The unconfirmed date is April 28th. So I'm going to buy calls. I'm going to take Brandy's idea, and I'm going to buy. The stock is trading right now at $37. So I could buy in the money calls. I could buy whatever I want, but I want to buy them after the earnings date. Earnings is my catalyst. Earnings is my catalyst. So what I'm going to do right now is I'm going to buy the $40 calls. Now, if the market takes a hit, this trade may not work out for me because there's time decay. So May 21st is my expiration. So if I'm going to buy, let's say $20,000 of OLN stock right now, if I'm buying $20,000, I would buy option prices of $2,000. Whenever I buy options, I do 10% of the stock because of time decay. I don't like time decay. And so because that I don't like time decay, Luke, can I share my screen so they can see my trade?
Take it over. Take it over.
Okay. So if I don't like time decay, I'm going to make a smaller trade because I have lost a lot of money on options in the sense of the timing. Brandy may be right on her prediction of this OLN, but her timing may not be right. So you got to be very careful with going too big on options.
Where's Brandy at? I said I was ready to take Brandy on. I said drop it in the chat. You know, it doesn't have to be combative, I guess.
You scared her away. What did I mean to tell you?
Yeah.
Or maybe she did right in. Who knows? Maybe she wrote the power hour.
Called me yesterday, said you need to stop spazzing out.
Who did?
Cool.
What?
Because I stutter so much. You know what I mean? I get excited and then I stutter. He's like, you need to stop spazzing out. And I'm like, okay.
Who said that?
Joel. You know Joel? PreMarket Joel?
Oh, I just blocked Jerry Watkins. Here, by accident. I don't mean to. By accident. I did it. I just did. I don't need. How do I unblock someone? I don't even know how to do it. Sorry, Jerry. You're the man.
Yep.
That was a mistake. All right. So I'm buying my OLN calls right now. Execution. It's a limit. Hopefully it'll execute. Okay. Okay, and I don't even care if you guys.
All right, so OLN. Wait, zoom in, break it down. Whenever we're doing live trades, let's break it down. So
and then we got to talk. We got to stock up 144%. We got to talk that next. Okay, remember, you watch CNBC to get some news updates. You watch us to make money and see what's moving and why it's moving. That's two different stories, guys. All right, so we got to zoom in. Let's go. Come on. Are you guys liking and sharing on your social media? If you have a Facebook page, share this away. I will give out so much swag. We have so much swag here that I will give it out. And yeah, the Zinger ETF is the SaaS offering. We're working with launching that with a brokerage. You'll hear about it very soon. Very soon. The ETF is launching. All right. Yes, Jason Douglas. I was trying to block the spammer, and I blocked a big supporter of us, and that was my mistake. So yeah, Luke, explain my trade. Oh, you're gone. Luke's gone. Okay, so Luke's gone. I'll explain. Luke, do you want to explain the trade? Do you want to go or no?
All right. So sorry, I had.
Did you want to explain the trade or you?
Yeah. Let's go through it. All right. So Jason just placed a bullish trade on ticker OLN. The company is Olin Corp, and the way that he did it, the stock is trading at $37 right now. So he bought $40 strike calls that are expiring on May 21st. And so what that means is that Jason has the right to buy shares of stock for $40 sometime between now and May 21st. So if the stock is above $40, he's making money. If the stock is below, he just, whatever he spent on these options, which is $2.10, he loses that onto the next one.
Yep. That's it. Okay. And then I want to show something else. Okay.
All right,
let's go. This is the trading account, but can't recommend this brokerage anymore. That's for sure. So, all right, here we go. Trivago. You guys had me buy Trivago. Remember, I sold half the stake, but here we go. Here's what I got. Here are the uppers. We got STKS. That's the one I told you about yesterday to buy, guys. It's up another 6%. Did any of you guys listen to me?
Find this?
Did you listen to me, Luke? I told you about STK yesterday.
You did tell me.
Did I not?
I
didn't tell
lose.
you?
No, you did tell me. You did tell me. It's on me. Ready? There's this dunce buzzer. I just dunce buzzard myself. I've never done that before.
Come on, Lukey. Come
All right,
on.
and
Lukey.
I've got some breaking news, Jason.
Then do the breaking.
All right, there it is. All right, guys, breaking news. I'm taking back the screen share. Sorry, Jason, I'm kicking you off for a second. But all right, it's St. Patrick's Day. Check out this nice green hat. For all of you that have been with us for a while on the show, you know that Benzinga Pro is a tool that we depend on. We made this tool to make ourselves better traders, and then basically said, hey, wait, we need to give access to we need everyone to have access to this. All right. So today, St. Patrick's Day, one day only. You can get 37% off your Benzinga Pro. Yes, we're running a St. Patty's Day special. We need something to lift us up on a red market day, on you know, this choppy couple of weeks that we've had. And so we're doing it. Nobody's going out to the bars and partying tonight, but you can party with Benzinga Pro. Guys, link is in the description. I'm going to spam the link in the chat as well. You know I love to spam the link, paste it 10, 15 times. But again, St. Patrick's Day special. Check it out. 47% off. Today's your chance. If you've been looking at Benzinga Pro for a while, wanted to do it, today's the day. And yes, there is a 2-week free trial. So if you're not ready to commit right away, then you don't have to. All right, Jason, you can go ahead and take the screen share back.
Well, we have a weird office camera on. The quality does not look as good as what he told me. But this is our office. A lot of guys are at home. I mean, I don't know. The vaccine, what do you think, Luke? Should they be back? I mean, are you good? What's up?
Let's see what Zingernation thinks. Do you guys think that it's time for offices to come back? People to get
We're not
back to
saying
it,
we're not saying everyone. Just saying a few.
Yeah, the people we like.
We got like 11. Yeah, just the people we like. We don't like. There's a guy, Justin. We don't want him to come back. No, Justin.
No. Yep. Exactly.
Okay, so that's the office. All right, look, I gotta get to the stock, man. I feel terrible. We have 144% gainer. Will you pull up symbol TKAT? TKAT. Come on, let's go.
Yep. Sorry, I'm just spamming this pro link in the chat. All right, I spammed it. TKFT.
No,
TKAT.
no,
right.
Luke.
We have a broken Benzinga Pro link in the description. All right, so let me go fix this. Hold on.
Oh, how is our Benzinga Pro description on YouTube? Oh, Luke's gone. It's just me and you guys. All right, so I'll just talk to myself. All right, so here's the story. My parents here's a little story I got to tell about my parents. They went on a week's vacation. They said they'll be back soon, but they never came back. So now I'm here all alone trying to buy stocks and make some green for you. I'm telling you, on some of my high conviction plays, I'm going to be right on. I have a lot of positions. I have 30, 40, 50 positions. But out of those 50 positions, there's like 8 that I know I'm going to be right on. I don't care what happens in the market. I know I'm going to be right on. When I say buy STK, that's an easy pick for me. STKS, that was easy. Did I know it'd be up another 6% today? No. But do I know it's going to be is going to hit $10? Yes, it just is. I mean, do I have a crystal ball? No. Do I have the almanac from the whatever that you know what I'm talking about? Back to the Future, back to reality. Yeah. So I don't know that. I don't know STKS will be that, but in all likelihood it is. It's just like my task buy, guys. I bought like 9,000 shares, and then I had 6,000 shares left of TAST, TAST at 189 or 185. It's at 6-something, 7-something. You got to be patient with some of these picks. Trading is good when you find some opportunities. So one of the things that I do, yes, blockchain Brian, I'm still bullish API, but I sold a lot of it. I sold it, and I sold a lot of my API, and then I bought it back at 51 or something. So I got out of it because when the market sold off, they didn't give a shit about API. They didn't give a shit. They didn't give a shit about Clubhouse. Like, if you're on Clubhouse, follow me on Clubhouse, Jason Raznick. I'm not a big deal. I'm a little bit of a big deal on Clubhouse. I don't know. No, I'm not. I'm just kidding. Anyway, so they didn't give a shit about it. So, Brian, I can't fight the market. I can't fight the market sometimes. So I fell into the market. So I sold my API, bought it back. And yeah, I'm hoping it'll get to 70, 80 again. And that's what I'm looking for. Yeah, the sports almanac. That's what I need. Back to reality. Let's go. Okay. And do you guys want to see the last 2 minutes of my TEDx talk that we didn't finish yesterday? You could say no. If you want to see the last 2 minutes of my TEDx talk before Luke gets back, you tell me right now, press 1, and I'll just put the last 2 minutes on. We had an audio issue yesterday because, producer Aaron was like, he was surfing porn at the office. Is that appropriate, by the way, to surf porn at the office? I mean, I don't know.
Maybe that's why he doesn't want the full crew to come back. Maybe that's why he likes the smaller COVID crew.
Oh, yeah.
There it is. We were wondering why.
Because he wants to surf porn at the office because there's less people. They won't be able to see surfing porn.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly.
I never thought of that, Luke.
We do have, I believe, Playboy. So somebody correct me if they know, but I believe that Playboy is going public via a SPAC deal.
Oh my God, James Santiago, you are a gross man. I'm not going to even read what he said. And I'm just joking. Producer Aaron didn't say that. But let's go. All right. We're going to go AVO, but we have a timeout because we have a special guest. Let me do it. Stay with us. Go share with your friends. Come on, guys. Let's get to 800. Let's get to 900, guys. Special guest. Hold on. Luke doesn't even know. It's okay. Hold on. All right, there you go. All right, so the special guest. Hold on, I had it up. Here we go. What the heck?
On the screen. That's pretty
I love when I make mistakes and I don't know what I'm doing. All right, hold on. Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Do. He was a mighty good friend.
All right, I've got like 3 stocks on deck to talk about it. You want me to hit one while you're pulling your thing up?
No.
All right.
You're gonna wait. You're gonna wait your turn, okay?
Hold on.
Get out of here.
Shit, I'm out.
That's from Detroit. And then so what I wanted to really more people that we meet that are serendipitous. We make it happen from here. Whenever I get as an excuse where a company needs to be located, we made it happen from here. Open a Windows 8 device. We are default next to Bloomberg and CNBC. It's amazing. And that's from Detroit, guys. That's from Detroit. And then so what I wanted to really get to and is this. This is obviously Home Depot. Home Depot and Lowe's, there's a reason for it. Home Depot and Lowe's, a couple decades ago, started this DIY, this do-it-yourself. Fix the shower, fix your fence, make your house look pretty. However, the beautiful thing now is the do-it-yourself, DIY, or as I prefer to call it, and my nephew Jay, because it's creative, the do-archy is all about this. So you want to create something. I heard someone talk to me, and the reason I'm bringing this up, and they're in this room, is because there's a hotel they wanted to buy in Livonia, Michigan. And I'm like, anyways, I talked to the person, and I'm like, stop talking about it. Just do it. Just go and do it. Take action. Be the Roger Goodell. Be the Roger Goodell, meaning there are companies now, Airbnb. You could rent out rooms. You want to have a dog kennel? I have friends that are big dog lovers. Dog vacay. Start your business there. There are no excuses for anyone in this room. It's not even just starting a business, at a company. So you're at a company, you want to move up the ladder if they still have that hierarchy and they didn't adopt my do-archy yet. If they didn't, please come and call me. But you want to move up that ladder? Right now, go home. Go on WordPress. Create a blog for your company. Show it to your boss. Show it to the team. You can create immense value every moment of every day now because all these tools are there. Arts and crafts, you have Etsy. I mean, this global nature of how we're able to produce and network and make things happen has never been around in our lifetime. Never been. It's almost sometimes too easy. When Roger Goodell did it, he had to figure out his address, write a letter. I mean, it was a process. Now, it's a question of who is the doer and who is the creative. And the last part of what I wanted to say is we at Benzinga and MarketFi espouse that completely. We give investors tools So we're a financial information provider, and we give them tools to put it in their own hands, because who's going to care about your money more than you? So to conclude, in a duarchy company, in a duarchy world, you can accomplish amazing things by choosing to build and do. Because look at me, if I listen to the voice of the teacher that you'll never read, well, I sure know I wouldn't be here, but I was really lucky that I had a mom and dad that instilled in me and gave me the opportunity to go learn, and instilled in me that I had to make it happen on my own. And without that, I wouldn't be here today. So ask yourself, when you leave this room today, which voice will you represent? Will you represent the you can't, or the voice of yes, the voice of duarchy? Thank you very much. I have to say I loved my ending. Which will you represent? The voice of duarchy and here's the thing. For this TED Talk thing, they literally had these trainers, these speech things. I never went to any of it. And I had a speech written like at hey, I love that message, this guy. Okay. So I had a speech written, and then at 11 o'clock at night, 12 o'clock at night, I hated it. So from 12 to 3 a.m., I wrote a new speech. I had to be there at 8 a.m. And then I got a new deck. I made a new deck at 4 a.m. I sent it to the guy got there at 6 a.m. He put the wrong damn deck in. And then he wanted a job at Benzinga. I wasn't hiring that guy. Screwed me up. But the theme of my speech...
We would probably have a much bigger deck installing business if you did hire him, though. Right now, we did put up $0 of deck sales last year. Zero. Can't get any lower.
Yeah. I'm referring to PowerPoint, guys. Stacy, I just bought the domain, Luke, patiorenovations.com, Luke. You know why I bought it?
We're doing it.
Because I get a patio person to come out and say, he'll give us a quote of like $12,000. I'll say, I'll give you the freaking domain, patiorenovations.com, and you can take your $12,000 and shove it up your ass. That's why I bought it.
There you go.
You like it?
I like that. That is good. See, that is the tip of the day. We already talked about like 19 stocks. We talked Alibaba, Galloway, Boeing, Leslie's, whatever. That is the tip of the day right there.
Exactly. We're not going to just give stocks. Now, Luke has stocks. Let's get back to stocks, because that's what we're here for. We are here to give you ideas and not to pontificate about our little shit. So, Luke, let's get to stocks. Let's get to the fight. Are we going to the fight, Luke? What are we doing right now? Should I get my sleeves up? Should I get angry?
All
Let's
right.
go.
So let's get to the fight. All right, and before we jump into it, I'm gonna let you guys vote. If you want us to do rapid fire 3 tickers out of the chat after we get through the fight, hit 1. If you want us to do covered calls after the fight, hit 2. All right, so the destiny is in your hands.
What was
right,
1?
Jason.
What was 1 and what was 2? I already forgot.
1 is you want us to rapid fire 3 stocks out of the chat. I have them written down here already. 2 is we're doing covered calls. Doing a covered call lesson, live trade on the show.
All right. I don't know. All right, let's do our fight though. I'm already lost. Go ahead.
All right, let's hit it. All right, ticker PTON.
Peloton, let's go, baby. Come on, let's get on my Peloton. Yeah. Come on, where's my Peloton? Let's go. Peloton. Yeah, baby. All right, that's it. I love Peloton, Luke. Do you love Peloton?
No, I am not the big Peloton bull like you have, and we'll get into the details.
What the fuck?
But
why are you not a Peloton bull? Why are you even here? Why don't you just go to sleep? I mean, if you're not a Peloton bull, then you shouldn't even be here anymore. Like what?
All right, check this out. Every fitness fad is exactly that. It's a fad. Name 3. Name 3 fitness trends, new things that have popped up in fitness that have not been a fad. Basically, the last thing that we had was in the 1970s, people started going to gyms. They still go to gyms. That's pretty much it, right? You look at the diets, they come and go. I mean, like Atkins diet. Remember that was the hottest shit around. I mean, it was on every morning show. We had publicly traded stocks that were doing that. Gone. They come, they go. Bowflex, right? We can go down the list and name them. Every fitness trend is a fad. All the fads are in fact fads. Plus, think about this: we have reopening coming. Doesn't help it. You're going to make the argument that it doesn't hurt the stock, but it sure as shit doesn't help, right? The fact that everything's going to be open.
All right, Luke,
Yes.
can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I am not happy with your words.
Okay.
Not at all. Honestly,
All right.
honestly, it's St. Patrick's Day, and I was gonna get you a Scotch 1942 tequila, but no, I'm not at this point. Because let me ask you a question, Luke. Do you think cell phones are a fad? Like, do you think Nokia was a fad? Yeah, Nokia went in and out, but then iPhone came along and it changed the game. Motorola had a StarTAC phone, it was a flip phone. You were probably peeing in your pants at that age when StarTAC was out.
I still piss my pants sometimes.
Okay, well, the StarTAC was this phone. It was like a flip thing. I still remember the day that I broke my dad's phone. The screen, like the keyboard came off. And so I got crazy glue. I was like 16 years old. I got crazy glue and I crazy glued it back together. And then it didn't work, obviously. And I was so scared. But anyway,
All right. So I'm about to destroy your cell phone argument. You ready for this?
Yeah.
First of all, I still pee my pants occasionally, so that part settled. Part number 2, right? You're saying Nokia, they came out with the cell phone, right? Our cell phones out of vogue. Check this out. If it's a big business, right? Apple it can step in, right? If Peloton's the first mover, we see historically first movers oftentimes lose, right? Apple already leaked that hey, they're going to be working on some sort of subscription. Remember this? SoulCycle is doing the exact same thing. There's going to be other folks getting into this category.
You don't
right now,
get it. You don't get it. You don't get it, young man. So Apple has its network. You know, how annoying is it when someone doesn't have the Apple iMessage? How annoying is it when we text Mitch Hotch and he doesn't have the Apple iMessage? How annoying is that?
Very annoying. Mitch Hotch.
Yeah, Mitch Hotch.
Listening.
Like, if you're listening, it's very annoying. It's Peloton. I don't work out. I mean, look at this nice, tight body, and I don't even work out. But here's the thing. When I start to work out, I am going to use a Peloton. Why? Because they have the social network. Viv is on Peloton. I could work out with her. I could talk to her on it. I could race her. I could enjoy that. Like, I'm gonna do that. Peloton is here to stay because of the social network, the network effect. eBay, Luke, eBay. Think about eBay. That site is still a piece of crap. Like, to do the searching, it sucks. Reverse balls. Okay, that's what it sucks. All right. And guess what? It's a multi-billion-dollar company because it has, what am I going to say?
Jason's frozen for me.
What?
All right, is he freeze for you, Rohan? Okay, all right, keep going. Keep going.
So
I'm just trying to slow you down.
It has the network effect. He's trying to slow me down. So it
all
has
right, you know what would be, this one isn't even out there yet, but you know what would be the perfect fit for having some sort of fitness network effect?
Me!
Facebook, Instagram. Think about how core that would be to their business. Natural ass transition. If Peloton proves that there is a massive market here that can exist at scale beyond COVID, right? Beyond people going to gyms and then not using their bikes as a really expensive coat hanger, it would totally make sense for Instagram to get into that sort of a business. Or even do some sort of joint venture with like a Nike or something along those lines.
Yeah, but Luke, this is what happened. It's nice to have these little tight communities. Sometimes it's nice to have like a new community that like you'd like discover. It's like my clubhouse. I've discovered a new community, and Peloton, I like the new community. I don't necessarily want to talk to my Instagram friends. This guy Kenny will start messaging me. I get it what you're saying. You're right. And then yes, things spring up, Luke. So there's going to be competition to Peloton. You're right. So there's a company that you and I are both investors in, Luke, StockX. It is Shoe and the other things, and it sprung up. The CEO used to be at eBay, and it sprung up, and its derivation makes the process of buying a lot easier. And so that is going to happen. But I think Peloton, yes, its valuation is insanely higher than Nautilus. And we had the Nautilus CEO on 7 months ago on our show, and he said they had this whole social network that's launching and all that stuff. The stock hasn't moved. It's staying stagnant. It's on a ride. I don't see Peloton going back to $40 right now. Is $100 or maybe a little too high? I mean, if interest rates go up a lot, maybe, but I think the social network is just taking off. I mean, they bought the look at my big ass bicep, right? They bought that bicep company, the muscle one. I don't know what it's called. You lift muscles. Luke used to be a power lifter, guys. He used to be a power lifter. There's going to be there's going to be weights, and you're going to have these things. So I don't know. All
right, Jason.
I agree. Okay.
Ready for this? Check this out. This is my calendar. Okay. I'm going out. We're going to St. Patrick's Day next year. All right. I'm gonna guess that it's on the 17th again, that same Thursday. Yes, it is. There we go. $100 wager that Peloton is above or below 105 right now. I'm saying below. If it's below, you owe me $100. If it's above, I owe you $100.
Deal.
Eton is going in the calendar. 100 bet above. Then we got a sample Zingernation too. All right, I'm there. It is.
Okay. All right.
And then automatically decline all of the meetings for the day. Done.
$100.
Only thing on my day. Let's go. 2022.
Right. I get to make this is awesome. I made $100 just now. So thank you, Luke. Thank you. I made $100. I guess I'll just count it in. I just put the $100 in the chat just now since I'm so confident, and I'm giving the $100 back to the community. If you guys get us to 800 people watching, I am going to send 10 shirts, 10 swag items, or track jackets. You got to get us to 800. All right. Luke, you lost on that. Now let's go to the next one. Are we doing? Are we doing tickers? Are we doing
if you guys
calls?
agree with Jason, type 1. If you agree with me, type 2. All right. So if you like Peloton right now, hit the 1. If you don't like it, you believe that all fitness fads are exactly that, a fad, hit the 2 button. I want to see where everybody's at. We got some people riled up on that one. We have some strong opinions here. Let's go, baby.
Yeah, John guys, don't call someone else a clown. They called this guy John Angeliki a clown. He's not a clown. He's being a nice guy, guys. Come on. All right, look at that. So we got a lot of 2s, Luke. That's you. Oh, I'm 1. Shit. Okay. They don't look like they're agreeing with me.
No, it's sort of a mixed bag in here.
Can you get Spencer Israel to get back to his desk and stop eating? Because there's a guy, Eric Douglas, that needs his help.
Yep, Spencer. Eric Douglas needs your help.
He's in the chat.
He's in the chat.
Scroll up.
Can you help our buddy out, Zingernation? All right, guys. All right, let's do this, Jason. Tell me what you think of this. Next up, we do covered call lesson where we make a live options trade on the show. Then how about we go to Zingernation? We go to everybody out there. We put the phone number up on the screen. We let people dial in and pitch their stocks.
Yeah, and Eric Douglas, you're right. Garmin, Fitbit, do it. This Peloton thing is taking a life of its own, okay? All right, they all think I'm wrong on it. They all think I'm wrong on Peloton. It's all right.
Well, we're going to be checking back in. If there's no other reason to subscribe to this channel, then hit the subscribe button and check back in on us 1 year from today, and let's see where this thing is at.
I'll tell you this, Luke. Time is on my side. Over time, most stocks do go up. Most stocks.
Yes. All right, this is the best comment we've ever gotten. I'm going to read this. I just put it on the screen. My homie walked into I was watching this, and he said, "What are you watching?" I said, "The news."
Yeah.
There we go. Chop that one up, okay? We're a little fired up.
All right, Luke's gonna do Beachbody is a good one. I'll talk to you about Beachbody. FRX. I talked to the CEO of FRX last night. I think we have the FRX CEO on tomorrow. I will get them on. Okay, let's go. But Luke, you're gonna do the covered call thing. I think I'm gonna go get a couple wings and come right back. Is that cool?
All right.
Hey, when I come back, can you guys surprise me with another 800 or another 100 people here? Are there no growth hackers on here? I mean, go to YouTube. Oh, yeah, I own Asana, but go to YouTube and look at Uncle Jack. You know, he has like 8,000 people watching. One of you guys know how to do it. Let's see who can growth hack the YouTube thing. And I have $5,000 of cold hard cash sitting here. I will go to the bank today and show it on the show tomorrow, and we'll have a delivery of $5,000 cold hard cash. You growth hack the YouTube and get me to 800 when I get back here. And that'll be
5,000 Canadian dollars.
5,000 American. Get to 800. You growth hack it. I got cash. My favorite wings. I'll come back and I'll show you. Okay. I'll be right back.
All right. Let's hit it. He's going. All right, guys. Covered call time. Covered call time. Let's pull Jason's little. Let's leave Jason's camera on. Maybe he'll do something embarrassing when he comes back and not realize it. Okay, so we're just gonna do that. All right, check it out, guys. Covered calls. We're talking about covered calls. How do we create our own dividend by selling calls against the stock that we own? How do we get paid for owning a stock and taking on in what is, in my opinion, a good risk? All right, and here's where covered calls come in. Ticker F. Ford Motor. This is a stock that I am long. This is, if you don't know, That means it's your first day on the show. I talk about this one way too much, but this is my 2021 stock of the year. I'm not going to do the full pitch again today, but we've had an awesome run. We got into it again. Look at this. We got into it sometime in December. 2021 pitch of the year, made it on the 4th, 844 to 1247. I mean, that's a hell of a move on a stock like Ford. So let's go. The stock moved fast. It moved up a lot, and it moved up a lot quickly. Okay, so I'm actually going to make my forward position a little bit more conservative, and I'm going to do that by selling covered calls against the stock. All right, if I click over to the live account, right, this is my live brokerage account. You can see I'm down $1,600 today. You know, not actually pretty good for a day where SPY is down, holding up pretty well. I don't know why it's not giving us a share count here, but you can see, all right. Here, wow, this is all effed up. It says our forward calls last traded at $224. If we had an average price of 74 cents and the last traded at $224, we would not be doing the show anymore. So something's effed up with all of our market data. We'll refresh that in a minute here. But all right, we in the live portfolio, here's all the stocks that we hold, right? You can see Ford is one of the positions in the portfolio. We own the common shares of stock. All right. And what we're going to do now is we're going to sell calls live on the show against the common stock that we hold in Ford. I'm going to talk you guys through why we're doing this, how the transaction works, what we get, and what risk we take on. This is a strategy that I like always, and I especially like it when I'm getting a little bit nervous about the market, which that's where I am right now, right? If we think back 2 weeks ago, I had days where I was opening my brokerage account. I'm, laying in bed in the morning, getting up. I look, it's like, 5:30 a.m. Not even everything's traded. I'm already down 10 grand. Okay. So I'm in this more conservative mode. So we're going to sell some covered calls. Again, we own Ford common stock here. And I already have this pulled up. All right. Here's our ticker page for ticker F Ford. And I am now going to go over to our options trade. Oh gosh, or options chain. Where's our options button? Come on now. We're having some brokerage issues. Hold on. We there it is. All right. Options chain. We got it. All right. So right now, our shares of Ford that we hold in the live portfolio are trading at $12.47. That's where the stock is at. Okay. I'm going to look about a month out, go to the next monthly contract, and check this out. 30 days away is April 16th. All right. So let's go up here. And we're going to go to this $14 strike. Okay. So I'm going to sell a contract against the shares. Oh, Jason's coming back. Nice. I'm going to sell a contract against the shares of Ford that I own. Okay, and let's pull out the calculator. We see that this contract last traded at 28 cents. Okay, so if we go 0.28 in the calculator times 100, because each options contract represents 100 shares, that's $28. So for every options contract that we sell right here, we're going to get $28 credited to our account. That's going to get deposited into the Interactive Brokers account. Great. We take that cash, we can use it, etc. And then the risk that we're taking on is that sometime between now and a month from now, we may have to sell our shares of Ford for $14 per share. Okay, the stock is trading right now. It's trading at $12.50. We might have to sell the stock for $14 sometime between now and a month from now. That is a great risk to take, in my opinion. So again, in exchange for owning 100 shares of stock, we're going to get paid $28. And the only risk that we're taking on is that we might have to sell the stock at a higher price than we have it right now. Again, we bought Ford for about $8.50. We have to sell it for $14 3 months later. Totally cool with that. Let's say that the stock price doesn't get above 14. We collect our $28 per 100 shares that we own. Great. If we only had 100 shares of the stock, we did that every single month. We're getting $350 just to hold our 100 shares. And 100 shares of Ford, the stock's trading at $12 is not a lot of money, right? We're getting paid $350 a year because we can do this every single month. We're getting paid $350 a year to hold $1,200 of stock. That's like getting 25% of the value of the stock back to us for doing nothing. Again, the only risk that we're taking on is that we may have to sell the shares of stock above where it last traded at. Okay, so we own a few hundred shares of Ford here, right? So I'm gonna jack this up. So we're gonna sell 5 contracts. Oh my god, we got logged out. All right, but basically what we'd do is we'd sell 5 contracts at 28 cents. So that represents 500 shares. So we get $140 credited to our account today. You know, when we get up to that 1 month period, if shares of Ford still are not above that $140, great. We take the 100. We go ahead. We do it again for the next month. Over the course of the year, I'm going to get paid $1,700 again, about 35% of my total value of the stock that I own, just for holding the stock. So that's why I love covered calls. Again, guys, it's like you sell these calls against shares that you own. You create consistent income for yourself. And the only risk that you're taking on is that you might have to sell the stock at a price higher than what it's last traded at. Okay. The way to use this, we did this last week. We did it on shares of Visa, ticker V gang here. I love doing this on stocks that I'm not buying because I want it to double in the next month, or I'm not like buying it on like this crazy rip or swing trade, right? I do this on stocks that are part of my core holdings. These are high quality stocks that I want to hold on to for a long time. And I'm just generating income by owning that stock. All right, I'm going to go through, look at some questions out of the chat. You need 100 shares of stock, right? Eric Douglas is asking that. The answer is yes. Because each options contract represents 100 shares. So you need 100 shares, right? If you own 200 shares, you'll sell 2 calls. If you own 500 shares, you'll sell 5 calls. Okay, and you don't have to do it all, right? If you own 500 shares, you can sell 2 calls. You know, you're not going to get paid as much premium in exchange for selling those calls. But if the price exceeds that strike price, you're only going to give up 200 of the shares that you have. All right. Next question. I'm just looking. So you can buy and sell calls if you don't own them. Yes, you can do that whether or not you own the stock, whether or not you own the options contract, and you can trade in and out of options positions. This is a question I get a ton. Can you trade in and out of options positions whenever you want, or do you have to wait for expiration? Just like a stock, you can trade in and out at any given time. All right, what else? Sell to open. Yep, that's the trade that we're doing, right? You're going to do sell to open. And there is our covered call lesson. There's what we tried to do a live trade, but we got logged out. I'll log back in a second here and we'll get it done. But there it is. Covered calls. Once again, guys, I'm going to throw this one out to the chat. I'm trying to keep this options education going. We get so many questions on options. They're such a powerful tool. You can make some serious money trading options. If you guys want us to do put selling on Friday, put 1 in the chat. If you want us to do covered calls again, put 2. And we're just going to keep making these live option trades. We're going to be checking in on them together. We're going to be explaining how the mathematics works and how we seriously get our accounts cooking. All right. Woo. Again, 1, if you want to do put selling, 2, if you want to do covered calls, we'll hit it Friday. And it's time now for okay. So one more question. So for us dummies, what's the downside? Not a dumb question. The answer to that question is the risk that you're taking on when you sell these covered calls is you might have to sell your shares of stock at some higher point in the future.
This won't fit on my head. It won't fit on my head.
You have a big head.
I got a Jim Harbaugh helmet here.
All right, we got a lot of ones here in the chat. We're doing put selling.
I don't understand what the heck to do here. I got my helmet, my head. Is my head too big?
I'll help you out. Hold on.
Okay. Ow! It's not working, guys. My glasses off, maybe. You coming to help? See, I don't know. I think we need to like stretch it out. Here. Oh, I'm gonna wear that instead. Oh, and you'll do this? Okay, good. All right, I think we figured that out. Okay, that's good. We're solved. All right, this is exciting, guys. What a day we got going on St. Patrick's Day. We got some winners. We got some losers. I'm going to show my account in a minute. We have a guest that we're bringing on in a minute. He's eagerly waiting to talk. Yes, I've been drinking today. It's St. Patrick's Day. I got Wingstop Diet Coke, baby. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Oh, look, it fit you, Luke. Holy cow. God, you look good, Luke. Go blue.
All right. Did you know I actually have an abnormally small head? I can't wear hats.
Does that apply to abnormally small other things too?
Yep. Exactly. They say, you know what they say about guys with small heads, right?
Yes. Okay, and then I want to shove in my lunch. My double chin, I see it, but it's okay. Wing stop. Thank you. Feel free to buy the cock. The cock. Oh my God. Feel free to buy the stock. Wow. Okay. That was not a good one. That was that was bad. Okay. All right. So, Luke, you look good in your Michigan helmet.
Thanks.
What do you guys think? How does Luke look?
Woo! I'm ready to play footballs.
All right. All right. Guys, if you love the show, like, subscribe, and turn on your notifications. We have a new way to do this. Turn on your notifications. It's a little bell next to the subscribe button. Turn that on. And I did not mean to say that thing. You gotta they got me on that. They got me. That was pretty funny.
Which one?
I said if you like the cock. I meant to say stock. I don't know why I said that. I was thinking of your small head. And then
you're thinking of my. All right.
Yeah. And then I said you like the stock, and it was bad. It was bad. So
I hope Spencer Israel isn't listening.
Oh my God, if Spencer Israel is listening right now, you'd literally turn off the feed. Should we let Spencer Israel turn off the feed? If you want Spencer Israel, if you want to keep this feed going, press 1. If you want Spencer Israel to turn off the feed, press 2. Keep the feed going, press 1. Turn off the feed, press 2. Let's see what they say. Because Spencer Israel wants to turn up,
Somebody saying they need your slip on the on the
What?
intro. Somebody says they need your slip on the intro. So should we let's add Nick in and see if Nick wants to join the madness today. I don't know if he's up for it.
Hold on. I'll do it. Oh, we got some money. $20 from Ghazi Kavrak. Ghazi. Okay, whoever gives money, I sing. I'll sing when you give money to the community fund. Okay, here we go.
Luke. Nick, you have to have some sort of head covering today.
Yeah, yes.
I got something. Do you have anything?
If you're not Jewish, if you're Jewish, yes. Put a yarmulke.
He's going to look for it.
Okay. All right, you got to have a head covering today. Come on, let's go.
All right. People are missing trades because we got to make our videos more boring. We got to make it more like Bloomberg TV so people don't miss trades.
Guys, why does DT hate me? He goes, you might have to put Jason on mute for a while. I'm going to put that. That guy's rude.
Yeah. That's
oh my God. James Santiago. Boom, 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 boom. Luke, dance. James Santiago just donated. What are you doing? Come on, Luke. That was terrible dance. Oh yeah.
Right, we lost Nick.
If you're Jewish, put your yarmulke on. We lost Nick. We'll get him next time. All right. Bye, Nick. I moved him off. That's hilarious. He's gonna be so mad when he comes back. Nick's gonna be so mad when he comes back. Oh, there he is. Okay. All right, you're back. All right, we took you off.
Wait, you couldn't find anything?
Yeah.
Oh my God. When you see
her, he's going to look again.
When the tears are in my eyes, look away, baby, look away. If you know that, sing that song. Chicago, you're my inspiration. Jerry Watkins, oh baby, you're my inspiration. Okay, it's Chicago, guys. You didn't know that song? All right, let's go. All
right, Nick, hit us with 2 rapid fire trade ideas. I'm gonna pull them up on the screen. Smash his 2 ideas.
Well, as you guys talked about before, I think you talked about IMT. That one's been going crazy today, up 170%. I think Jason talked about that. I missed that
Which one?
Sorry, TKAT, not IMT. Sorry,
there it is.
Yeah. I bought it yesterday. You know that. Come on, guys, let's go. I would have given it to everyone, but we didn't have 800 people.
Yeah, this thing's going crazy today, and the trend
nobody shared the stream. Disappointing. All right, go ahead.
The trend is still, intact for the day. It looks like you could possibly play it many helps. So, it's definitely risky at where it is right now and up 170%, but, you could possibly get a couple, 20, 40 cent scalps in it. Another one, IMTE. I believe you guys talked about this one before. That one's up 40%.
Wait, so this one, TKAT, are you hitting it or no? I'm not
I knew
hitting it.
But I'm just going
kinda
back to what Jason was talking about before.
All right,
how
so
it's
now,
been-
all right. Give me the next one.
IMTE.
All right, integrated media technologies. Okay, where are you way out with this? Here's a 2-day chart.
Yep. So it just hit fib support around the 640 area. Holding that area would be good. Could get another quick scalp out of this one too. Basically the same thing as TKAT, just for quick scalps and day trades in and out for 15, 30 cents.
Okay, so you're not in this one now, but you would hit it on the long side. Is that what you're saying?
Yes. You could look for an entry at 640 with a stop loss at like 620, and look for a 20 to 30 cent move and then take profit.
Okay. All right. It's interesting. All right. You got two strong ideas so far. If you got more, keep them coming.
YVR.
Okay. And ticker. Sorry. Ticker in the chat. I'm dropping it in. It's IMTE, India Mary Tango Echo, IMTE. There it is. It's in the chat. All right. Keep going, Mr. Nick.
YVR. Another penny stock that's on the move today.
Okay. In this one, if people aren't in it now, do you still like it? You see the trend holding up, etc.?
Yeah. So I'm not in this one either. Trend's still up. Good entry would be around like 315 to 320. Stop loss at 305.
Let's stay on this one for a minute, okay? Liquid Media Group. All right. Give me the symbol.
YVR Yankee Victor Romeo.
All right. I don't own any of this stock right now, but for shits and giggles, I may just buy it. Okay. YVR. Oh my God. E-Trade ruined their whole ticker page. I don't understand what the heck they were doing. YVR. Okay. So is this a real company?
I guess so. I mean, you never know with some of these pennies.
I may think I just may buy some for the freak of it. You guys are talking about penny stocks. It's up 34%. I'm going to go buy. Okay. It's at 326 right now.
Space.
All right.
No, it's not really.
I don't care. I'm buying it for 10 minutes, whatever. I don't care. I'm buying it. An hour.
Yeah, look for like 15 to 20 cents. If you get it, you get it.
I'll look for it. I'm looking for it right now. I'm looking for it, So here we go. Right now, I'm on YVR. Don't go ahead of that. So stay on YVR for a second, okay?
No, I'm not. I'm not leaving.
Oh, I thought you were leaving on me. Yeah, I'm buying random stuff. I just bought here. You guys don't believe me? You think I'm lying because it is a thing I would not normally do, buy a penny stock, because I don't really buy penny stocks. But I'm crazy because guess what? I drank at lunch. It's St. Patrick's Day. I had a full Diet Coke.
I did too. Yep.
I had a full Diet Coke. I mean, I'll show it to you guys. I mean, this Diet Coke has caffeine like no other. And so here's my trade. I'm probably going to lose a lot of money, but maybe you guys are going to join me on this trade. I don't know. Let's bring him on as a thing. So can you see my screen?
Yeah, I see it.
What? Did you say you want gazpacho? Is that what you said?
Gazpacho.
Yeah, I think this guy. Okay, so I bought at 329 and YVR. Let's trade it. Let's go. Why don't you want to buy it, my man?
I was looking for like 315 to 320, but now it's getting going. It's 4 cents off from the high day at 344.
It's at 344. I just bought it at 330.
It's at 340.
All right, 344. That's the high of the day. So if you're a technical trader, that's the level you want to watch. Gets above that, stays there, room to run. If not, it might get rejected and bounce off of that level.
Wait, this is producer AB. I just got to give a quick producer note. We do have Liquid CEOs coming on the Power Hour show next Tuesday.
Okay.
Shit! Producer AB is the fastest producer in the business. All right, that was like a 4-minute turnaround, producer AB.
Yeah, we have the CEO booked. His name is, let me get this right. His name is Ron Thompson. Mr. Ron Thompson coming on next Tuesday, CEO of Liquid Media Group.
What the heck is going on? What is going on here? Okay, I got some problems, guys. I'm sorry.
Raz, we might need to. I don't know if we're going to be allowed to have you do the interview since you just bought the stock right here. I don't know how all that works.
I can disclose it, man. You don't think people own stocks and talk about it? I mean, come on. You interview, you open your book. You don't do, like, if you open it. But here's the thing. You screwed up here, Aaron. You should have said, hey, Jason, I moved so fast. I reached out and they said, yes, they'll come on. Okay, but here's why I'm upset.
Yeah, I tried to set that up for you.
Yeah, Luke did try to set that up. I'm not that smart. I'm you know.
Okay, but here's you're what?
He's saying maybe he's not a fit. He's about to say I'm not that smart, you know.
Yeah. All right, guys, look at this. I only got filled for 3,200 shares. What the heck? I did it at the ask. I should have just hit market, but they don't. Is this OTC or not?
No, it's on that.
Oh, Lordy Lord. I didn't do market because I thought it was OTC, and therefore, if you do, they won't let you do market. So if I would have done market, I would have got all 6,000 shares. Instead, I only got 3,200 shares because some mother effer got ahead of me and outbid me because you guys heard me on the show. You guys are rude, mean, and crude. For you guys doing that, for causing me not to get all my shares, I expect to see the donation thing and the YouTube.
Wait. We're sitting right at that high a day. This thing is ready to break out. It is right there.
What's in my Diet Coke? Okay, they think I seem drunk today. Okay. All right, here he goes, guys. Here you go. I haven't had a drink of alcohol in 25 minutes. No, since Saturday night, guys. I swear, there's no drinking in me. Luke asked me to have more energy today, and we made we didn't tell you guys. It's not totally closed, but we closed a big deal, and this is part of Zingernation. You guys are going to be part of this. We're gonna celebrate you guys. We're gonna figure out some ways to celebrate Zingernation. But we closed a big deal. Luke closed a deal. I actually got a video made of Luke. Our entire company, or almost entire company, like 60 people, 70 people, made a video for Luke, and we watched it on our thing today. And it was a really cool video.
Damn awesome.
It was pretty damn awesome, and I would like to play the video for you guys. But until the deal's signed off, I probably shouldn't. So it's a big announcement, and you'll know the announcement. We closed a really big deal, and Zingernation's going to benefit from this. And we closed that deal, or it's pretty much closed. And then we just bought the stock that you guys front run me on YVR. I thought it was OTC, so I didn't do market. I would have because I was in a crazy mood. I'll do another stock. Whatever stock you guys tell me to buy today, I'll buy. I promise. Yes, I still have BCRX. I'm not buying that one right now, but any stock you guys tell me to buy, I'm here for Zingernation to keep it growing. I'm surprised, though, that there's only 714 people on the YouTube Zingernation. I thought we were a bigger family, but listen, all I can say is I'd rather have a quality family because quality versus quantity is what counts. If you make more money watching CNBC, then I want you to go there. All right, Bull Bear Finder wants to talk. He said, Jason, I want to talk. NSPR, we will talk about NSPR very shortly. The CEO of NSPR is coming on Friday, right, Aaron Bree? Aaron Bree, step in. It's the CEO of whatever coming on Friday.
Mm-hmm.
He won't answer. What the hell?
Yeah, Aaron doesn't answer that much.
He left.
He left. Okay. All
he
right.
does that sometimes.
All right. They want me to buy.
It's like this. It's like the new millennial Gen Z thing. It's like flexible work days, right? Like you can work 5 minutes at a time. Over the course of 6 hours, you get 2 in and you call it a day.
All right. Go ahead, sir.
All right, Nick, you have one more for us?
Yeah, Jason, if you're looking for a play, ZDGE.
Say it again. ZD what?
Z as in zebra, D as in dog, G as in George, E as in Edward.
All right, put it in the chat.
Here's a new thing. Every single day, pretty much, or almost every day, I'm going to spend $50,000 on stocks. So if you're not here, you're not going to know what I'm buying. So far I've spent $24,000. So why am I buying this one right now?
Earnings were
your microphone's killing me. What'd you say?
It's not working.
I mean, it's working like a train. That doesn't have a.
It's working like Aaron Bree, which is not
that's
much.
how well it's working.
It's just your internet connection. It's not your mic.
Oh, really?
Yeah. All right. Well, at least we got the one more ticker.
Why should I buy this stock, Luke?
Okay, so first of all, before we go to ZDG, your YVR is at 370.
Are you serious?
So that's doing good. Yep.
What'd I tell you?
373. So that's good.
Yeah, but I only got half the
now-
order because you didn't tell me it was on the NASDAQ. You owe me money, man, for doing that.
I don't play OTCs. I don't like
breaking
that.
out.
I don't like that part of the
And
deal.
look at this level. We said if it gets above that 344, the thing has room to run. Hit it, gapped.
Every day, 50,000. I just bought your. Wait, let's see if I got executed. Because let's see. I don't want because you guys effed me on the last one. Nope, I didn't get executed. So that's of course not because the market's a sham. That's it.
All right, Jason. You gave up some of your money. I found the person. James Deal in the chat. He got into the stock too, so he took part of your 6,000 shares.
Oh, James Deal, you owe me money. James Deal hit the $100 thing or money. I don't know what is going on. I mean, I'm just telling you what I'm doing. Why do you have to be a copycat?
Wow, 390.
Just kidding. You can be a copycat, but
390. Let's fucking go, baby.
All right.
390.
So to go back.
Why is my internet slower than molasses? Is our internet failing in the office or my computer? What is going on here?
I'm fine.
I'm computerless.
How's my mic? I
You're
have another
fine. That's
producer
great.
note from
Oh
producer.
my
Gabe.
god! Out of nowhere, Aaron just comes back. Great. I love that.
Yeah, like I'm talking to you through
Aaron,
Skynet
you decided
right
to
now.
work
He's
again?
back. Yeah.
Yeah, so one of the things we like to do is to take tickers out of the chat. I saw someone throw out ticker PRTS car parts in the chat earlier. So I immediately hopped on the carparts.com website. I had to do one of those CAPTCHA things where it says select the traffic lights, and it was really hard and had to do all this work. But we got an executive coming on the show in 10 minutes, COO David Menian. I think that's how you say his last name, is coming on the show. He's going to talk to us about Clubhouse, the company, car parts, everything. I'm excited. Nick, are you going to hang around for that?
Yeah, I'll hang around.
Well,
producer,
to watch, but yeah.
Producer AB, will you text me your research on the company?
I will. I've been doing it all since I forget the zinger who threw the ticker in the chat, but nonstop research since then.
There we go.
Love it. Look, we're getting some. All right, the tides are starting to turn in the comments. I like it. All right, I'm Skynet out. I'm leaving.
All right. Let me go over quickly on ZDG for you, Jason, and then you guys can bring on the COO of Car Parts.
Can you hang on the ZDG thing? I'm closing up a bunch of things on my computer. My computer, if you guys saw it, you would think a UFO came into it. It has green lines and blue lines going across it.
Yeah, your screen's actually paused.
I'm closing every app on my computer, and nothing's like I'm still dying here, but I don't want to restart. And that's just the story. So like this, you can go to ZDG, but I don't know. I mean, everything's just dying here. What happened?
All right, I want the ZDGE.
Okay.
You can't tease me with, I'm like the pick king. Okay, you can't tease me with the pick and then take it away.
We got good news. Good news. Producer Rohan is here. He is here. What is going on? Look at this, dude. I got like, is there an alien in my computer? What is going on?
Potentially, we can hear you, but we don't even see you. You're frozen.
I'm frozen.
So I like him frozen. The computer was drinking with Jason at lunch.
Should I have to restart this fucking thing? You take over.
He's gone.
All right, give me the ZDGE.
Okay.
Come on, you can't, here's a 1 month chart. What should I have up?
You could do 1 month is fine. 1 month daily, is that what it is?
No, it's not daily candles. These are 5-minute candles, I think. 30-minute candles.
Put on a daily. That's fine.
All right, here's a 1 year chart, daily candles.
Okay, so I know we are a little at the higher range near the all-time high. So you could look for a dip. I'm not saying to, look into this now, but probably under 1350 would be good. Just so you get, a decent sized dip, 40, 50 cents. But the reason why I like this ticker is for the past 3 to 4 quarters, their earnings have really increased. Subscriber wise, they've grown like 150%. Earnings is up. Hold on, I'm bringing it up right now on my screen. Revenue is up 100%. Subscribers is 140% and 151% respectively versus last year. Income is 2.5 million. They went from negativity to profitability. And let's see, that's versus a 100 million. Oh, sorry, not 100 million, $100,000 profit of last year. Now it's 2.5 million. So that's very good in growth. Their cash flow increased 300%. Let's see, a lot of things increased a lot. But the big thing that really, stood out to me is they actually continued to guide up. They're expecting to grow revenues this year. They said in this past earnings conference, which is 2 days ago, 75 to 80% from where they are currently. So that's a big jump from where they are now. And with revenues increasing, I'm guessing they would still increase their earnings per share, which they've done, year over year and quarter over quarter as well. So this is definitely one to look at, and it's a tech stock.
All right. So you like it fundamentally. You say buy at 1350 on the swinger. And there's the pick. ZDGE. And that YVR pick, spot freaking on. Let's go. Anybody who's not at the power hour today is missing out, right? If they chose to watch, I don't know, Spencer Israel or something like that, they're losing money. Look at that one. 50% gapper live on the show. We watched it all go down. We got to edit that one up into a clip.
Yeah, this one, one thing to really look for with these plays, these momentum plays, is, being near the high day and breaking that high day with volume and momentum. That's what really, continues these moves. And so far, it's been good. It's up an extra 35 cents from that past high day at 344. So very good there. Other than that, I could go over one quick stock, and that's it, unless we're tight on time.
We got to run. Okay, you gave us ideas. You gave us enough ideas. I'll take it. Nice. Round of applause, guys. We're all by ourselves at home, right? Let's warm up the trading fingers. Let's give Mr. Nick a round of applause, smashing the ideas, especially that YVR trade. Let's look at that chart again. YVR, there it is. Liquid Media Group sitting at 375, and Jason cannot get out of that. Because his computer's frozen.
Oh. Well, thank you, Luke. I appreciate it, and have a great day. Say bye to Jason too when he gets back.
All right, we'll do it. All right. I wanted to do user calls, but we're still down to producer Rohan. Michael Murray, can we get a producer Rohan over here? Yeah, there he is. All right. Well, we'll get a producer Rohan over here. Maybe we'll see. Maybe we won't. But guys, it is time again. If you're just joining us, we have one new stock pick to do. I've got a new page on Benzinga.com that we're going to release. We're going to break to the community now, and we're going to do an interview with the COO of CarParts.com. Another public company interview we're bringing to you guys. Let's go. And of course, it is St. Patrick's Day. Smash that like. Share that stream. Let's get this thing going. Let's get it buzzing. And producer Rohan, and buy Benzinga Pro. Producer Rohan, can you throw that phone number up on the screen? Let's hear from the community today. We did a little bit of lunch drinking, or maybe a little bit of goofy. So let's hear where everybody else is at.
Give me 30 seconds and I'll throw it up on the screen. All right.
All right, and let's hit this chat challenge. Zingernation is going head to head every single week. What is the best performing stock of the week going to be? Which we'll be doing shortly. Before we get to the next CEO interview, publicly traded stock, again, you can't miss these after we see these 50% movers happening live on the show. It is time to update you on our chat challenge. Every week, we're asking Zingernation, that's all of you out there in the community, what is the best or worst performing stock of the week going to be? The winner gets whatever they want. Whatever they want from swag.benzinga.com. Again, that's swag.benzinga.com. We asked you guys, we said, throw out the tickers. Let's get them going. Let's get the ideas running. And the competition runs from Monday through Friday, so we still have 2 days left in the competition. Shout out Happy Hump Day. Throw me your Happy Hump Day in the chat. But all right, throwing my screen up here. I'm going to get this drum roll going. Boom, there it is. All right, the question this week that we asked is, what is the worst performing stock of the week going to be? Check out all the picks. And you guys you're a lot better at picking the stocks that are going to go down than the stocks that are going to go up. I think I saw our winner with the stock down 20% so far. Almost everybody picks stocks that are down. That is freaking awesome. We only have 2 positive stocks. All right, let's do the quick math. So we're going to do count if, and we're going to less than, I think, ampersand 0. Let's try that. Nope, not 54. I counted everything. All right, we'll figure that one out. But all right, winner of the week, Dustin T, you are in the lead. Vinny S, you are in the lead. You guys here, you both picked Plug, ticker PLUG. That would be the worst performing stocks of the week. Stocks shares right now down 20%, 20%. Let's throw this chart up on the screen. Ticker PLUG. There it is. Another 14% that it's off today. I mean, I don't know if you guys have a crystal ball. It sure looks like you do. Check this out. Shares are trading lower after the company reported there are and lowered its price target from 65 to 42. Okay, how about that? You said Plug Power is going to be the worst performing stock. They come out with accounting irregularities. Whenever a stock that you own comes out and says they have accounting irregularities, it's not a good thing. Buy stocks that have good CPAs, good CFOs, and we'll keep that in order. But again, guys, and producer Rohan, let's get that phone number up there whenever you're ready. Let's hear from the community. Let's get Zingernation fired up. But again, we've got 2 days left in the contest. We'll declare the final winner on Friday. And again, guys, in the chat, click in the description of the YouTube video. If you want Benzinga Pro, it's the tool that we use every single day to do our research, do our analysis. Today only, St. Patrick's Day, running a special. Not only just buying random stocks, but you're getting 35% off of your Benzinga Pro. Link is in the description.
I just want you to know I'm alive. They had while you're in the wrong computer, the wrong thing. Aaron still doesn't understand what I'm saying. So my computer will turn back on. Do you understand now? Yeah. So my computer died on me. I have some updates. I need to get some trading updates, Luke.
Okay.
Why don't you have the YouTube chat right here?
I'm working with producer Rohan.
Rohan, why isn't the YouTube chat on the other screen? How do you know what people are saying in the chat? That's too hard to read. That's so much easier. Okay, well, anyways, I did buy that stock, and then I bought that other stock, that ZDGE. What was it?
Yep, ZDGE.
I bought it at $13.88, and then I haven't looked at the other stock I bought, that small one today. I bought both those stocks. So I bought this one at ZDGE at $13.88, and I bought that other stock.
You've never done a user call. Do you want to take one? It's pretty fun.
And it's at $3.61, and when it's at $3.94. Yeah, I think this liquid metals could go to $4 today, but I don't know. Maybe it doesn't. And then won't be that much. We have the CEO coming on next week. They're probably, that sounds like a good story. But guys, don't go buy these stocks, just willy nilly. I look at these stocks. I look at the technicals. I look at things going on, and I make positions. And and you guys have the same information I have. When Aaron Bree came on and said that he was coming on our show next week, that's when I found out too. Anyways, I own the stock. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it if I sell some. And then I bought that ZDG. I told you 50,000 a day, a few days a week, and that was 50,000. My hat.
Here, take the user call.
You've
never done one. They're a blast.
I don't want your earpiece in my ear.
Then use the other side.
Well, if that was in your ear, I don't want. I mean, God, it's like cooties. It's like drinking out of the same straw. It's even grosser. Jesus. Okay. Is Benzinga public yet? By the way, guys. Yeah, why are you guys dumping YVR? It's at 358 now. You guys are mean. Yep. I don't hear him. There's no one here, dude. No, I don't hear anyone. That was classic Benzinga thing. Rohan screwing up. Okay?
Listen, I missed one button. All right, that was my bad. Dylan, go for it.
All right. Hey, Dylan, I'm sorry about that. Producer Rohan, please do 10 push-ups. Go ahead. He's doing it. He's doing the push-ups. Thank you. So what's your question, Dylan?
Well, I got a stock to talk about.
Okay, good. What stock?
Mara, M-A-R-A.
Oh yes, it's the Bitcoin play. They own that mining thing. If Bitcoin goes up, it goes up, and it's arguably undervalued because it has some rights to some. Well, let me hear your side of the story.
Yeah, I got some $38 calls expiring April 16th. I think that it's obviously trading around 35 to 40. I think after earnings come out on March 22nd, it's going to be a great time to get in a little bit low. I see this $50 stock by June because I don't see why it wouldn't be.
Real quick, can you mute the video in your background, Dylan? We hear like a repeat.
It's like radio. Dylan. Got to always turn off your audio when you call in for the sports radio station. But so, Dylan, you don't think this trade is? I still hear myself twice. Is that because of Dylan? Dylan, come on, turn off.
My volume's down.
All right. Yeah, now it's good. So, Dylan, do you don't think the trade is crowded? Like everyone talks about it so much.
Yeah, I do think that. And here's what I think about that. If anything's taught me anything about crowded trades, it was Tesla back in 2017. I was always learned when I'm looking at financials and charts, I'm looking for something that's undervalued, something the market's missing. But I think a lot of that's changing with the power of social media and Reddit. So, for example, Tesla in 2017, yeah, I'd say it's undervalued then. Maybe people don't understand, the cat's not out of the bag yet. But, now it's a different story, and I'm almost looking for things that are overvalued because I'm waiting for a tweet from Elon or a new idea in Wall Street Bets on Reddit, and while those may not be sufficient reasons to buy a stock, it's a price changer.
No, it's a different world. I mean, look at this liquid metals, right? It was at 330 when I said I was going to buy it. It went to 394, and arguably, I mean, this is a small market cap. I'm not telling you guys to go play it or whatever. It's risky, but arguably, who controls the market? Like typically, you watch CNBC, guy comes on and says, "Oh, we're covering this." Morgan Stanley. So it's a different market. I hear you. The MARA trade, I like it. As Bitcoin goes up, it just seems it's crowded, and there's other derivative plays that I would play. So I'm not a big owner in it, but I own some.
Okay, you got time for another one or what?
Hold on. Dylan, I got news for you, buddy. You there?
Yeah.
I lost him. That CEO of Mara's coming on too, by the way. Okay. What's one more? Yeah,
no, I'm still here.
Oh, new person?
What'd you say about the CEO?
The CEO of Mara's coming on the show. On Benzinga Power Hour.
Sweet.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll be there.
Tell your friends. And earnings were out on Tuesday.
I'm going to tell them.
Wait, Mara earnings are out on Tuesday. Is that correct?
Yeah, 22nd.
Okay. All right.
I think that's a Tuesday.
Do you have one more stock?
Yeah, App Harvest.
Yes.
APPH.
Yes. Coupon boy. I was waiting for this, Luke. I got good news for you, Luke. Breaking news. Give me the breaking news thing. I got breaking news. Go. We got liquid metals up 50%. Let's go. IRS plans to delay tax deadline to mid-May from April 15th. Yes, Luke. Boom. Shakalaka. That helps us. That means me and Luke can take a vacation. I'll see you guys in Puerto Rico next week, all right?
Wait. Jason's being selfish. That means we're not going to take a vacation. That means we're going to build more stuff on Benzinga.com, more trader tools, ideas we take out of the chat for you guys, all right? We're not going on any vacation.
Zingernation. Oh.
Yeah, sure. H&R Block, publicly traded, ticker HRB.
Yeah, that probably Spencer Israel coming to us live. He said we can keep the show on. He's saying that could be a potential short because earnings, quarterly earnings could be lower because they're delaying the tax filing. HRB and Intuit. Spencer Israel coming live. He let us stay on the show. Look at INTU and look at HRB based on this tax news right away. Take a look. I don't have a trade on. I don't have the ticker. Is the ticker HRB, Spencer? Yes. HRB. H is in Harry. R is in Ralph. P is in Peter. What? Bravo. I'm sorry. I was talking to our producer Rohan. HRB is in boy. Okay. And then Intuit, INTU. All right. I'm sorry. Dylan, what was the one you have right now?
This one I'm looking at right now is APPH.
Yes. We had young investor launching a site. We got him. He loves it. He gave the stock that the young investor likes. Why do you like it?
I think this doesn't need a lot of technical, and this doesn't need a lot of financial for me to look at and understand. And
so
if you're not living under go ahead.
No, I just we have our guest come on. That's all. So we will discuss this one more later. The Mara news is out early, they're saying, but we'll discuss them later. Dylan, thank you for calling in. We appreciate it. Please tune in for our next guest.
All right. Thanks for your time, guys.
Yep, thank you, man. Yep, we appreciate it. Okay. Play the video.
Boom! Switcheroo. It's time, guys. Promise we're bringing you the best interviews. We have another one lined up. Bring him onto the stream now. David, what's up, man? Welcome to the power. Oh, we got it. You're so small. There we go.
What's up? What's up, man? Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Beautiful background that you have there. I like it.
Very, very customized.
There we go. All right, guys. And if you don't know, you should know. But David is the COO of CarParts.com, ticker PRTS. That's Papa Romeo Tango Sandy. And where are you joining us from today, David?
I'm calling from Torrance, California, our headquarters.
California. Okay, it's probably a little bit nicer weather than Michigan, but
much nicer.
Yes, but car parts. We are in the automotive hub of the country. Maybe not for long. Don't tell them I said that. But Detroit, Michigan, in the background here, hanging out. But I guess just getting started for anybody who isn't familiar with the business. Could you just give us the quick overview?
Yeah, for sure. So CarParts.com is the fastest growing website selling auto repair parts, tools, resources, information. We've been around for 25 years, went public in 2007, went through a major transformation over the last 2 years, made a lot of investments in our technology, in our supply chain, and today we are the fastest growing player in the space.
All right, I like it. And in terms of that transformation and what you guys sell, can you talk to us a little bit about that? And then in terms of the actual parts, and the products that you guys sell, what do you carry? How do you decide what to carry, etc.?
So what we carry is a combination of collision replacement parts. So that's anything that goes outside of the vehicle, and then mechanical parts. So steering, suspension, brakes, wheel hubs, shocks, and struts. What makes us very unique is our private brand. So we source directly from manufacturers in Asia, Taiwan, China, Korea. We bring them into our distribution centers. We have 5 of them, and we ship them directly to the consumer. So really, that's the competitive advantage of the company. It's the 2-step distribution model, straight from factory to the consumer.
Okay, so I imagine that's powerful for the consumers because rather than going out and buying a Ford part as an example, they can buy the part from you, which has an established brand behind it with a long legacy, and then save money on that part. Is that proper thinking?
That's absolutely correct. And most of the retailers that whether it's the dealer or AutoZone or Advance, they have a multi-step distribution system, so they go through multiple layers. What we do is we go straight to the factory. They manufacture all the same brands that you might be familiar with. We bring them into our DCs. We ship them to the customer direct, so we can offer the same quality part at a significant discount. So usually, if you compare it to brick and mortar retailers, it's 30 to 70% off.
Okay. And so something that I want to get into are the growth drivers, right? Because I would imagine that, the number of parts that are being consumed over time are relatively, flat. So it's got to be more of a market share play. If that's correct, can you talk about what some of those growth drivers are into the upcoming years, et cetera?
Yeah, so what's interesting and what people don't know is that, there's 286 million cars on the road in the US. That number is going up every year. And the average age of a car on the road is 11.9 years. So, not everyone in the United States drives a 1 to 2 year old car. The average age is close to 12 years. And our sweet spot is 8 to 15 years. So the car goes out of warranty, and then we become a solution to get the same part at a competitive price, delivered straight to your home. So that's really what we do.
Okay. All right, and then EV. Can we talk about EV for a second?
Sure.
I'm reading the chat live while we're talking, and there's a handful of questions about EV. But can you talk about the parts market for electric vehicles? Do you guys participate in that, etc.?
Yeah, we for sure participate in it. So, 90% of the parts that we sell are agnostic to the powertrain, meaning they fit both a regular combustion engine or electric vehicle or hybrid. So if you think about everything that goes around the car, lights, mirrors, bumper covers, hoods, fenders, all this is the same, regardless of the engine. And then in the wheelbase, steering, suspension, there's a lot of overlap. Now, obviously, it's still a small part of the car park, but over time, it's going to get bigger and bigger. So the reason why we're pushing for EVs is we're trying to be a little less tactical, which we have been over the last 2 years, and more strategic. So what's the car park going to look like in 5 years or 10 years? And for sure, everyone knows it's going to be a lot of EVs and hybrids. So we're making those investments right now to be ready for the next iteration of the company.
Okay. And are there other significant places where you guys are making an investment to be ready for to kick off your next leg of growth? The EV hybrid,
absolutely.
That's interesting. I'd love to hear about other parts of the business.
Yeah, so there's two things. So number one is just overall business. We're investing in our supply chain. What makes us very unique is the fact that we carry our inventory in the DCs, and over time, the goal is to ship to 80% of the customers within 1 day. Right now, we have about 50% coverage with our 5 distribution centers. So regardless of the parts we sell, those investments in the supply chain are going to be big for us. The next layer of investments is historically, we've been really focused on collision and replacement. So that's the stuff that really goes outside of the car into mechanical parts. So mechanical parts is 4 times bigger than collision in terms of the market size. We've been playing in it for a few years, but now we're making a big push in terms of catalog and content and marketing and assortment. So bringing in a lot of additional SKUs to expand that assortment into mechanical. And then the number 3, which I'll add, is we're investing in people. So over the last year, we hired more than 800 people across the organization. Technology, marketing, data and catalog, supply chain. Over time, we're going to keep recruiting the best talent that we can find to continue growing the company.
Okay, and let me ask you one more question. I know Jason wants to hop in. Any plans on expanding the product suite outside of more of those mechanical parts, like seats as an example? Like I've been following a couple of private companies that are making what seem to be pretty significant moves in the aftermarket parts space. Any thoughts or focus there?
Yeah, I think over time, we want to be the number 1 destination for anything auto repair and maintenance related. Right now, what we believe in is really focusing. So we want to go all in on EV parts and mechanical parts. And until we have that full assortment and we really build that part of the business, I think everything else is going to be on the back burner. Now, obviously, there's plenty of opportunities, a lot of cars. It's a big market. It's $300, $400 billion. Plenty of opportunities. But what makes us successful is we just focus on one thing at a time. We prioritize, we execute, and we just get after it.
Awesome. And I love the line that you just said, is that we want to be number 1 for all things cars, right? All things car parts want to be number 1. Those are the types of messages I love to hear from executive members of companies, stocks that I'm looking at. Awesome. And Jason, I know you've got a couple things you want to pop in with.
Yes. How long has car parts been around for?
25 years. So we launched as just a local distributor of collision parts in the LA area. Eventually, we became the first player to sell auto parts online. The company went public in 2007. We went through a difficult decade, not a lot of growth. 2 years ago, new management team came in, and we went through an extreme makeover, invested a lot of money into supply chain, technology, bringing in the best people that we can find. We've built an extraordinary team, and now we're it's the new version. It's the carparts.com 2.0.
Okay, and that's awesome. Your site and people in the chat are saying how easy your site is to use, how simple. Did you rebuild the site in the last 2 years as well?
Yeah, we completely rebuilt the entire website from scratch. So historically, we actually had 17 different websites, and the company had a different name. We decided to just consolidate everything in the spirit of focusing, building a brand for carparts.com, one website, one message, one mission, all the resources go into that one website. We went from 13 seconds load time into 2 to 3 seconds. But again, user experience and interface, it's really good right now, but it's a constant evolution. The market is evolving, so we're going to continue to make investments to make it even better.
Yeah, you're using some good technology on the website. You got the Akamai CDN, got some WordPress, and you've consolidated a lot of the extra JavaScript things. And
yes, site speed is a big deal for us. We're using Progressive Web App, which is basically when you pull up the website, it's as quick, it's as fast as an app. That's the experience that customers want these days. But again, it's a constant work in progress.
were you a engineer or developer or anything like that?
Not at all. I actually started as a CPA. I'm an operation and finance guy. But I'm learning. I'm learning auto parts. I'm learning technology. It's all fun. Okay. Ultimately, the vision is to build a destination. So I got to educate myself on everything. So I know just enough to be dangerous.
All right. So I'm on the car parts site, and you mentioned there was 20 other sites. Is that because you have other domains that are like electric parts or stuff like that, or no?
So that's what we had 2 years ago. And as of today, we're down to one site. So everything was consolidated into one site. So we no longer have all the other ones. And the focus is going to be growing carparts.com.
Okay. And something I'm excited, a producer, Aaron, told me to ask you about Clubhouse. I don't know if you and Luke already talked about that. Did you guys already talk about that?
Not yet.
Okay, cool. Why did producer Aaron tell me to ask you about Clubhouse?
So we were actually the first public company to put together an AMA on Clubhouse. So what we did is we announced our Q4 earnings last week. And right after we announced earnings, we went on Clubhouse and did an AMA. We had up to 5,000 people join and ask questions. And it was specifically targeting retail investors. So, I carry both hats. I do operation and finance for the company. And I spend a lot of time talking to institutional investors, which is fun up to a point, but I find retail investors a lot more interesting. I like talking about, our product, the problem, the solution, the user experience. And I find that retail investors are a lot more interested in that part of the business than just kind of building a financial model. So that was the main thought process behind it.
So, and I'm not saying you're taking a page out of Elon Musk's book, but he felt the same way. That's why he changed his conference calls and allow the retail investor to ask. And that's, to be honest, why Benzinga even exists. We're for people, by people. We have 15 million to 30 million people readers a month on our platform. And we started this video stuff when the whole GameStop thing happened, because we broke the story where it actually started in this room. This actual show is when the whole GameStop thing happened. It was the craziest thing ever, but it's a true story. And since that time, we've been going live video, for like 8 or 9 hours a day. And we're bringing CEOs of companies, and retail investors get to talk to you directly. Now we have to do a better job of letting them know you're here, because you have a very interesting story. And I thought that was awesome. The Clubhouse thing that you guys did this earnings call there. Was that your idea? Like, how did that come about?
So, we've been talking to institutional investors for 2 years now. And Lev and I were talking about better ways to be accessible to retail investors. And Clubhouse is really the fastest growing social media platform. So it made sense. We reached out to them. We said, hey, we want to put something together. Can you guys help us out? And they did. And, it helps to have the first mover advantage. But overall, it was a great experience. And for me, it's an opportunity to talk to not only retail investors, but also potential customers. So yeah. I think what you guys are doing is fantastic. You've built a fantastic platform. And the questions from your listeners are always interesting. So
oh, yeah.
I'm a big believer of like the Peter Lynch philosophy. Behind every ticker symbol, there's a company. And I find that, whether it's your listeners or retail investors, they want to understand what's behind the ticker. PRTS are 4 letters. What's interesting is what goes on behind the 4 letters.
Well, what's another thing that's really interesting, Jim? Like you said, there's an interesting story behind PRTS. But one of the guys in the chats wrote, I've been buying parts from you guys for the last few years. He didn't realize you were a public company. And I know you weren't public this whole time, but how do you address that?
Hey, listen, brand awareness is a big deal, whether it's for the ticker symbol or the company as a public entity or the website. And, the auto space is gigantic and we still have some work to do. For the last 2 years, we've been pretty quiet. Some people called us anti-promotional. And the reason is we wanted to focus on the business. Now, we're entering a new era of the company. We're going into growth mode. We're making a lot of investments. So we're taking some time to be out there and be accessible. So Clubhouse is one thing. What you guys are doing is great. So again, appreciate the opportunity for having me on and telling my story.
Yeah, I'll give you a couple, just like two more questions. So I don't know if you follow Kathy Wood from ARK Investment. So I had Kathy Wood on last week, and prior to that, we made a website where people submitted questions. We got like 14,000 questions for her, and in 40 minutes we asked a lot, and we do Kevin O'Leary. So we should do this more often. And to that point, this person Jason B wrote, love the site, fast, but he didn't hear of you guys before. Are you planning a mass marketing campaign, or is it going to be more grassroots? Or do you think you're start doing TV ads, or what's the marketing stuff? If you already addressed this with Luke, then you don't have to answer it again. I just had technical difficulties.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I did watch the Kathy Wood. I'm definitely following her every time she goes on TV. I mean, she's definitely
watch my interview and then compare it.
I did. I watched the whole thing. Of course I did.
Oh,
okay. Of course I did.
Yeah. Okay.
And I think she does a great job at articulating like investing in future, investing in disruption, investing in innovation. Obviously, that's her mantra. But she does a really good job at painting the picture of what does the future look like? What companies are actually taking advantage of what the future is going to look like? What companies are actually helping in building that future? So yeah, Kathy Wood is a fantastic stock picker.
And so when you come on again, we'll get questions from the audience that follow you, because Benzinga, we have 15 million people. There must be a few 100,000 that are following your company. So we'll get questions pre-submitted so we can get them answered for them. Because when investors feel like they have a voice in asking questions, it totally changes the relationship from an investor and a company. I mean, Tesla's a great company, don't get me wrong, but I will promise you, because they're able to get a hold of the executive and get answers, it changes the voice of the company and the growth projections. And I think Howard Schultz did that at Starbucks. So the way you're approaching it, David, I'm a big Clubhouse guy. I host a thing with this guy, Josh Brown, who hosts a halftime report on Fridays at 3 p.m. called the Boiler Room, where people pitch us ideas. And we started it 2 weeks ago, and every week it just grows by another couple hundred people. It's an amazing thing. Maybe we'll do an AMA with you on Clubhouse next. Who knows? But
I'm down. Absolutely.
We thank you for coming on. Is there any last things you want to say to Zingernation out there?
Yeah, check out carparts.com. We're the #1 destination to solve your auto repair issues. Everyone has a car. If you have a car that's a little bit older and you want to find the parts that fit and get them delivered to your door within 1 to 2 days, check us out.
And they said they did say your gross margin's awesome, but then someone did follow up with me on the marketing thing. Are you doing online ads or video? Is there any more clarity on what you're doing to get the word out?
We're doing a lot. We just launched a brand awareness national TV campaign, so we're doing a lot of TV ads. Okay. We have a NASCAR sponsorship. We have a professional fight league sponsorship. We're doing some stuff on the fishing side. So we're definitely getting out there and spreading the message. And you're going to see a lot more of us.
I heard you want to sponsor my son's flag football team. I'm just joking. You don't need to. I'm a first-time flag football coach, and we won the championship. And
congratulations.
So they joke with me a lot about that. So, all right, David, thank you for coming on. It's Car Parts, PR, P as in Peter, R, T as in Tom, S as in Sam. Great company, great site. Luke, you got to show the site to our developers. The speed that the site loads, the progressive loading. I looked at it and the site is. I'm just going to go to carparts.com and just order random parts because it's so fast.
Let's show it to our users right now.
Oh yeah, there it is.
I have it.
Wait, no, click a button. Go down to the spoilers, or I don't know. I'm not a car guy.
I'm gonna click on fenders.
Yeah. Click on fenders. Watch this. Click on another thing. Go. Oh, you come on.
Coupon.
Oh, you got
coupon.
Yeah.
You gotta love the coupon.
We should have got a Luke coupon, but okay.
Yeah,
so Luke, click on a part. Come on, you're just scrolling.
Okay. You said look how fast the scroll is. I'm scrolling, baby.
All right. Well, because we're on YouTube, it's behind. But the thing is super fast. So I'm giving this to Vin because the speed is awesome. All right. Car Parts, David, we'll talk to you later. And next time we're going to get the community to get some questions to you like you did on Clubhouse. Thanks man,
for having me, guys. Appreciate it.
Yep.
All right. Luck. Take care.
Peace. Soon.
Peace. All right. Bye-bye. All right, Luke, that was David from Car Parts. Did you play the music, the intro beforehand?
Special guest?
Yes.
Did I play the special guest intro? That's like asking, did I use the air horn today?
Hey, maybe we should turn off the Twitter and Facebook feeds, because I just checked the Facebook feed had like 400 people on it, or 600, and so that means they're less on the YouTube. What's so funny?
Wait, I love this. The drill meme is staying alive. Look at this. Webcoin in the chat. He has a drill. He must have a drill.
What's he talking about?
God. We explained this to you already, but it was basically it came out one day that I don't own a drill, and thus that invalidates me as an adult. And so for the rest of the show, we had like 4 guests in a row. We asked them all if they had drills. Tom Nash did have a drill. Nobody else did.
I remember, and I made a comment that you didn't understand, and I guess I'll just say it. Maybe I shouldn't, but I said I'm Jewish. I don't know how to do that stuff. Like, I don't know how to. That was my like joke on that thing, because drill, like, I'm not handy. And so that's kind of where I was going with it. But before we bring on the next guest, we have an awesome guest I just want to show you.
We have an awesome show coming up, baby. Not even just a guest, a show.
Oh, okay. Can I show one thing though to the community, please?
I don't know. Can you?
Yeah, that's what I said to Josh yesterday. He did not understand that. He's like, I go, Josh. No, I go, Josh. He goes, can I see your phone? I'm like, I don't know. Can you? He's like, yeah. Can I see your phone? I'm like, I don't know. Can you? He's like, yeah. Can I see your phone? He didn't get it, and I was getting annoyed, so I never told him. Look, guys. I don't know what's going on. See, we took all our team members and they made this video for Luke. Look at this. Cool.
I love it.
See, guys, I'm not playing the audio because I probably shouldn't yet. So that's it. All right. We'll play it another day. So how was the show? What if you guys like the show, smash the like or press the 1. That's the 1 is good. If you like the show, I bought some stocks. Oh, should I update on if I still own the stocks, or if I got out, or what?
Yeah. Let's pass it off in a minute here, but we got to talk about YVR. Where are you at with that one?
Because I know we have a good guest coming. You say a new thing.
You say guest, I say show.
But Fuel Ventures, I know this. I talked when I was in Florida.
It's a new show, Jason. Ask the VC.
Oh yeah, he's great. I was in Florida and was gonna go meet him, and then my parents are there. My parents are at the. I got him into Carbone, so my parents like me now. I was able to get him in Carbone. They couldn't get in, and I never can get my dad into anything, and I got him into Carbone, so he likes me. He's at the.
You got him into the Carbone and the White House. There's 2 so far.
That's true. I thank you, Luke. There's one more. All right, yeah. So quick updates on YVR. Yes, I bought some.
Federal Reserve leaves interest rates unchanged. Breaking news right there.
No, guys.
Federal Reserve.
Okay. Don't buy YVR for like something like that you're gonna hold on to forever. CEO's coming out. I don't know what's gonna happen. It's not Luke's birthday. Luke closed a big deal that we all made a video for him. That's what that is. It's not his birthday.
Woo! Thank you guys for making that video. And thank you, Zingernation, for letting us do this every day.
Every day, I'm gonna make this promise to you. Every day, even if I'm in a bad mood, I'll buy or sell a stock live on the show and spend more money than I'm comfortable, because you guys are spending your time with us, and I want to show that I appreciate it. And I'm gonna make positions. I'm gonna, but like I don't hold on to them. So that YVR I may sell, and like you guys just like do what you want to do. But like the market is liquid. A lot of stocks are liquid, but some aren't, and you got to be careful. And so I just want people to understand that. And you're going to hear from this VC who's awesome. His money's locked up for a lot longer, but his returns can be 100x, 1000x, 10,000x sometimes. And so the stock market on some of these stocks are fun to trade, and that's what I like to do sometimes. I used to play blackjack, but then when I realized the house is favored all the time, I said, I'm going to do the stock market. So I made a trade in YVR. Then I get out, I keep it. Like the ones I hold long term, you guys know what they are. Like,
wait, Jason, I want to get to Jeff. So
yeah,
are you
that's
done?
it. Guys, we got Spencer to cut me off. Yes, Spencer. No, you didn't get. No, that was good. Okay, here we go, Spencer.
Wait. But before we get to Jeff, I want to go over 2 more tickers, Jason.
Oh, it's a joke, Spencer. He killed you. Yeah.
All right, you guys asked for like a fundamental show, right? How do I do my due diligence, my DD. What do I look at? What questions, Luke? Why are you still here? What questions do I ask? You asked, we delivered. Allow me to present Ask the VC with Jeff Ransdell from Fuel Ventures. Going to bring Jeff on out. Luke, stop messing with me, man. Come on. It's already been a crazy day. We got the Fed announcement. I've got Jeff here. Let's do this. Jeff, how are we doing today?
Spencer, we're doing fantastic. How are you?
We are doing fantastic as well. Fantastic as well. So we got a lot to get to and not a lot of time to get. So let's just jump right in, guys. This show is Ask the VC. Jeff is a VC. Don't interpret that to think that this is going to be like a Shark Tank style show and you can pitch your idea. We're not quite there yet. We could be there, but for the moment, we're going to let.
That would be interesting, though, Spencer. We could go there someday. I like that.
That could be good. That could be good. For the moment, we're gonna let Jeff just sort of talk to us about how he thinks about companies. He's pitched companies like all the time, right? And a startup pitch is not that dissimilar to looking at a stock. It's a different market, but the questions you ask should be pretty similar, right? You got to know your numbers, as they always say on Shark Tank. So with that being said, Jeff, I want to start off with this question. Let's just start with like your overall. Actually, no. Let's start with your background. You were at Merrill Lynch for a long time before you became a VC. That's right.
A long time, Spencer. I was there 21 years. Yeah, started off actually way back when as an analyst during the .com days. So that's really kind of where the whole thing started. And I kind of kept my foot on the creative economy, if you will. It's really how I kind of look at it, and started seeing the world, as far as technology democratizing information, which obviously changes the world that you and I are in and how people construct their portfolios. And I left Merrill and Wall Street in 2016 to start this venture capital firm, Fuel Venture Capital.
And so can you give us your like high level view on markets right now, and from there we'll go into like the specifics and the nitty gritty of some questions we have.
Yeah, I mean, I think today is a great day to actually be asking that question, right? We have some Fed announcements coming out today, so I'm going to be pretty bold right now and just say much to do about nothing. My humble opinion, but really, I think what you've got going on here is this war between what I'll call the bond posse, if you will, and the Fed, right? The Fed continues to put stimulus into the marketplace. We're buying up, trillions of dollars. I think, what is it, $120 billion right now that the Fed chairman is buying up in different bonds and notes. And Janet just put $1.9 trillion into the marketplace. And I think that's just kind of scaring our bond policy, if you will. And there's this big fight that's going on. And as a result, I think you have some investors who are saying, well, listen, are things heating up too quickly and we're going to start to see some inflationary effects? And if that's the case, then my at-risk equity is no longer in play. And you're starting to see that in the markets right now. You're seeing the NASDAQ selling off, which, when yields are increasing, that's normally what you see. But don't forget, last week, the NASDAQ hit broke its 3-week loss. Everything was up. I personally believe, and I'm not a buyer in this whole, the growth momentum being dead. I'm not. I think it's an awesome opportunity for a lot of us that believe in the long game here, that we can be buying some great equities, especially in the tech space, on sale. And I think and that's really what I'm doing right now.
I was on mute there talking to myself. That leads into my next question, which was, where are you looking right now? What area of the market are you bullish on?
Well, I think, you can play this a couple of different ways. Obviously, I particularly like, the big names, the big boys, if you will. Look at Apple right now. You can buy Apple at a pretty good price right now relative to where it was not so long ago. And when I personally believe when you can buy Apple at these dips, why in the world wouldn't you do it? Again, if you believe, as I do, you got to think about this thing in logical terms. You cannot be putting this much stimulus into the economy and at the exact same time say that the economy is heating up. It's one or the other. And so you as an investor have to figure out what side of the fence that you're on. I have a saying, you shouldn't straddle the fence, because if you do, you're going to expose your testicles. You got to figure out which side of the fence you're going to be on. I personally am more of a bullish guy. I believe that the markets are beating down, some incredible tech companies, and I don't think it's justified. I think a lot of it's oversold.
All right, so give us some names. Who's on your radar?
Well, I think, if I'm buying today, and actually if it was yesterday, I like Salesforce a lot. I think that, as I was saying about technology, I mean, let's face it, what COVID has done for us is it's fast forwarded the future into today. So, these companies all over the world are needing to become more efficient and more effective, connect their employees. Salesforce is blowing through all of the projected numbers that anybody has given to them. They just increased their 2022 forecast. And I believe that this transformative technology and software such as Salesforce is going to continue to be, in play. I think it's a great buy right now. I think it's undervalued in my personal opinion. Margins are increasing, revenue is increasing. What's wrong with any of that? So to me, that's a no-brainer. I mentioned Apple earlier. Again, I just think whenever you can buy Apple at these discounts to where it was, it's just a good idea. These types of companies that are the king of the mountain, if you will, they're not going to get knocked off very easily. They're constantly iterating. And let's face it, everybody, I don't know, every 6 months, if we don't get a new one of these iPhones, everybody's pissed off. And the last time I saw, people are literally sleeping on the street so they can get access to the new one. I think that's pretty big demand. And I think anybody who throws, water at it is underestimating what that company, can do. I think Pinterest is an interesting company right now. Again, using the COVID pandemic as a foundation of thought. We have been purchasing a lot of things e-commerce. I think Pinterest brings a very interesting notion to the marketplace where creators and marketers can have a social media platform, but also make some money. And I think it's an interesting thing. And I think that if you look at that month over month, they grew their membership by 37%. Those are habits and rituals that are not going to go away very easily. And I think it's going to continue to move forward even after the pandemic is over. And so I'm a fan of that. Actually building a position in that company as I am speaking to you now. I like Peloton. Again,
this is an interesting time. Interesting time to have you on here, Jeff. Peloton, like everything else, it seems like in the last 5 minutes since that Fed announcement came out, last 10 minutes, it has been blasting off here. So tell us why you like Peloton.
Well, again, I mean, first of all, most individuals listen, I'm in Miami. We don't believe that COVID exists in Miami anymore. So you got to understand that where I come from and where I live right now, the pandemic feels like, I'm not saying it is, but it feels like it's over. And again, it's about habits and rituals, right? We have a lot of people around the world that didn't want to lose their health and fitness during the pandemic. And Peloton has been selling more of these damn cycles than you can shake a stick at. And people have gotten used to that. They've gotten used to the ease and the effort of not having to get in their car and drive to a gym, have to deal with all of that stuff. They can just simply, put on their workout clothes at whatever time they want to, get a very, very motivational workout in. The videos, the music, everything is doing very well. And again, in my humble opinion, as you just said, I mean, look at what it's doing right now. So, and I think that really is proof source to what I started our show off with, right? I think we all have to be careful. And again, it's about what side of the fence that you want to be on. But I think things like Peloton, which is this virtual fitness, I don't think it's going to go anywhere. I think that this company, I know the leadership of this company. I'm a big fan of theirs, and I think they'll continue to iterate and do more and more interesting things. And that's the one thing that I want everyone to really kind of take note of. When you're investing in technology companies, one of the things that I believe you really have to be thoughtful about is what you're investing in today is not necessarily what that company is going to look like even 3 or 4 years from now. because it is a technology-based company. And technology-based companies are constantly putting pressure on themselves to iterate and create better interaction between them and their consumers. So I think Peloton has a lot of different things that they could do and go into different verticals that we don't even know what it is today. So that's one of the things that I think is super interesting about a company like Peloton.
All right. The chat's been all over this, and I don't really know what's going on out there, but there's some algorithm who's just buying everything right now. I have not had time to look at the Fed statement. I don't really know what it said. I guess they're seeing a rate hike in 2022, but pretty much everything with the exception of the TLT, every stock, every major index is up, like not just up, but blasting off. And then in the last few minutes here, you can see SPY there. There's IWM, QQQ, the diamonds. I mean,
where's Apple at?
Where's Apple at? Great question.
Let's take a look at Apple.
All right, 124. We are still down on the day, but we're gaining those losses back here.
Yeah, I wish the Fed would have waited just a little bit longer, because I would have looked like a brilliant man at this moment. But I bet on this. Again, I think one of the things that's happening out there is there's just a lot of look, the bond players want to protect their position. They're going to do everything that they possibly can to try to drown us out. But I just don't believe that the market is there. You keep looking at earnings right now. They're strong earnings. They're blowing through the numbers. I mean, everything just looks good right now. And I'm going to tell you, we were just talking about Miami. I'm going to give you another ride my horse into the future a couple of months and tell you what everything's going to look like, because I see it right now in Miami. It's a damn renaissance. And I really believe that that's what's going to happen here. I mean, the human condition is not meant to be inside of the cave. That was 300,000 years ago we came out of the caves. We're not meant to be that way. We're social animals. And we've been kind of, thrown into our caves now for over a year. And I see it here in Miami. People are absolutely going crazy. I think we're going to see a renaissance like you and I have never seen in our lifetime or will ever see again. And I really think people need to just buckle up, be focused, identify the themes that you like, be smart about it, allocate your capital responsibly, look for the dips, because you're going to continue to see this volatility. There's no question in my mind. But I think if you're smart and you believe in the long tail, you believe as I do that it's going to be an incredible party for the next couple of years. Take advantage of it. My humble opinion.
Okay, Jeff, we went through a couple names that you like. Was there any more you wanted to drop? If not, we can go into some of the more the more philosophical part of this show, where we ask you how you do your research and what questions you ask when looking at a company, what sources that you use.
Let's get controversial before we get into that.
Okay.
Let's talk about Uber. I think there's a lot of people that like to throw water on Uber. Uber just lost, I think, an important legal battle in the UK. Yep. Now all of a sudden, the drivers have to be employees. First of all, I think that's the dumbest thing that you can even imagine. I'm an early investor in Uber. I spend a lot of time. I'm a huge fan of this organization, and I think I talk to a lot of Uber drivers. They think it's stupid. I mean, it does. The gig economy is there for a reason, and people have the ability to work when they want to work, not have to report into anybody other than the people that are sitting in their back seat. Again, as I said, with respect to Peloton, I believe that Uber today will look very different 4 years from now than it does today. And I think that right now it's at the prices that it is right now, I don't understand it. I think that in the near future you're going to see better things. And I think it's just downward pressure based off of these legal lawsuits and whatnot that's going on. Shake Shack just announced a partnership with Uber. That was pretty big. Again, little controversial, my opinion, but I'm a fan of Uber. I'm a buyer of Uber on these dips.
It's down today. I guess they're saying that it'll make it that much harder for them to get profitable, which is what Dara's talked about.
That's the theme. Yeah, that's the theme. Yeah. But it'll happen.
Yeah. Okay. All right, Jeff. The show is called Ask the VC, and we brought you on really because we asked, hey, what kind of show do you all want to see? And people said, give us a show about the fundamentals. Give us a show. We're not really looking at charts or patterns. We don't really care about that for the purposes of the show. We want to know, how do you do your research? You get pitched these companies all the time. They're private, but the point still stands. How do you do your research? So let's start with this. What resources do you use to research? It could be private or public companies.
Well, before we even get into that, let's just go back into some fundamental thought process, okay?
Sure.
So what's the biggest differential between public investing and private investing? The biggest differential is knowledge, right? In the public markets, we can gain as much knowledge as we want to. There's an abundance of information, right? And we can read that information as we're talking about right now, research, and we can make educated decisions on investment decisions that we make. In the private market, it gets more difficult because knowledge and information is scarce. And that's where talent and a tremendous amount of hard work kicks in to try and gain that ability or that knowledge to make the same, intelligent investments. And the earlier the company is in its life cycle, the more difficult it is to gain that information. And sometimes, to be really honest with you, and you've probably heard this before, but in the early life cycles of private investing in companies, let's call it seed or bridge to Series A, a lot of it has to do with just your gut and your belief system in the founders. Do they come across as passionate? And that's one of the things that I'll tell you right now. I go into a meeting with a group of people who want me to invest in their company, and they can't get me excited. I'm going to be kind. I'm going to be, I'm going to be a nice guy, but I'm not going to invest in their company, because in those early stages, that's really what it is. You're investing in people's energy, their passion around what it is that they're doing. And if you can get me to believe in what it is you see 5 and 10 years from now, then that's a company that I'll invest in. As you get a little bit later into the life cycle, what I like to say is, by the time, in today's day and age, by the time you get to a Series A round, you can't really hang your hat anymore on that energy or the inspirational game, if you will. Now you have to start to show that you have product market fit, that the technology that you have developed is not just filled with a bunch of bugs and breaking down all the time, that it actually works, and that the end consumer is attracted to it and is using it. And you see that by the amount of revenue that you're bringing in the door, the amount of customers that you're bringing in the door. Are those customers staying? Are they sticky, or are you losing them? At that Series A stage, you really have to be asking yourself and a lot of questions, and you have to be experimenting a lot. Is this going to work? Okay, that didn't work for a damn. So here, we got to try this. And there's a lot of that going on. From a research perspective, again, in those early stages, there's not a lot of knowledge. So you're really having to really look at that product market fit, those customer evaluations. Are you growing month over month in your reoccurring revenue? What does your burn ratios look like? Are you spending more money than you're bringing in the front door? And again, even at that stage, it's how hard are these founders working? I will tell you this: there's a lot of people that say, "Hey, I want to start my own company," but the fact of the matter is, it's not easy, and you have to be able to and be willing to work, 60, 70, 80, 90, 120 hours a week to make these. You almost have to birth these companies into reality. And as you start to get even later now into the life cycle, let's call it a Series B, maybe a Series C, you can see the exit fairly clearly. Now you're really judging that company as you would a public company, because you're acting with the end in mind. At that particular stage of the life cycle, this company is either going to go public or it's going to be purchased by a major corporation. As a venture capitalist, that's our job. And we're trying to constantly figure out which of those avenues is the best avenue for us to take. And right now with SPACs, the public markets are very attractive. And so, at that particular point, it's all fundamentals, right? Revenue growth. I want to see double, triple doubles is really kind of what we're looking for at those times. So
Explain that. Tripling revenue growth quarter over quarter. What does that mean?
Tripling year over year.
Year over year.
You know, at that Series A stage, you've got to be growing, and that's the whole. That's why investors want to invest in these private companies, is for growth, right? So we call it triple, triple, double. I want to see a triple in 1 year. I want to see a second triple in 1 year, and I want to see a double in the third. That's what we strive for. It doesn't mean it's going to happen every single time, but I mean, believe it or not, COVID has been incredible for technology. We all know that. You know, when it first kicked off a year ago today, I was pretty afraid. But let me tell you something: it has been an incredible year for technology.
It's interesting that you mentioned SPACs. What do you make of the SPAC? It's not a new instrument, but of course, there's been an explosion in the last year. Good, viable alternative to IPOs. Overheated, somewhere in the middle. What is your take on that?
I'm a huge fan of SPACs. I'm a venture capitalist, so of course I am, right? So again, let's talk thesis. Let's talk, you know, just get ourselves aligned from a thought process. If you think about the SPAC space, what's their biggest blocker, Spencer? Their biggest blocker, right, is to identify a proper target that they can uplist into the marketplace where the investing public finds it attractive and buys the stock. That's their biggest blocker. As a venture capitalist in the private equity space, my biggest blocker is getting to the exit. I can spend 5, 8, 10 years curating a company to an exit, but if I can't find, you know, someone to take me into the exit, then there's no way for me to monetize that effort. My biggest blocker is the exit. So in my opinion, what I love to see right now is this coming together of the public thought process and exit in the SPAC and your private equity venture capital. I think and it's one of the things that I was saying that I like right now. I like SPACs that have a management team that is focused on technology companies, and I like a management team in a SPAC that actually has experience, or maybe if you're even lucky enough, actually owns or is a general partner of a venture capital firm right now. Because all that's telling you is they have an abundance of targets that they've been working on for a number of years. They have significant influence. They have significant time, energy, and mental capacity that's been invested in that company. And therefore, those blockers are gone, right? So to be more concise, I like SPACs. I like SPACs that are managed by the right people. I think that we as investors, and again, I'm not here to take the piss on anything, but what I would say is, you know, if you don't have a background in finance, if you've never been responsible for managing other people's money before, I as an investor might stray away from that and look more toward these managers that have experience in the space, that know the game very well. And I think if you're doing that, SPACs can be very interesting from an alpha perspective. I think it's just the whole notion of the SPAC is giving investors like you and I and all of our listeners and the individuals who are tuning into our shows, they give us the ability to invest in these technology companies at earlier stages. I like to use the analogy between Amazon in 1997 when it went public, right? Mm-hmm. They had about a $1.3 million in revenue, if I'm not wrong, and they went public 3 years after they started things very quickly, and therefore we as investors had the opportunity to invest in that company and ride that wave of growth. Now, conversely, we were talking about Uber a few minutes ago. Mm-hmm. Uber is the exact opposite. Uber had top line revenue in the billions, been around for 11 years. That's a really long time. And so there was a tremendous amount of growth and wealth creation, but it wasn't created in the stock market. It wasn't created in the public markets. It was created in the private sector, which is why I'm in the private sector now. And I left the public sector because the private sector is where the opportunities are. And so these SPACs that are focused on these technology companies, I like them, and I think they give all of us an incredible opportunity if we do our homework to manufacture some interesting alpha.
I asked for questions in chat, and they're coming through. So let's cover a couple of questions from the chat here. People just want your take on things. They want your take on crypto. They want to know how invested you are in cannabis. I'll leave you with those for now.
Okay, let's start with crypto first. And I'm probably going to look a tad old school on this, but in 2017 and 18, I was actually involved in creating a crypto exchange, and so I got to see the space from the back side of the curtain. Right? There's an old saying: if you actually knew what was going on behind the curtain, you might do things differently. Another way of saying is if you actually could go into the restaurant, into the kitchen, and actually see how the food's being made, maybe you eat it, maybe you don't. It's the same thing here. I really got to see this space from the kitchen. I think that the underlying technology of blockchain is amazing. I think it has a significant part of our future. But the whole crypto, I'm not a buyer. Probably because of my former life being in, on Wall Street and finance, and just understanding AML and understanding how the SEC and the government with laundering money and dirty money and all those different kinds of things. It just scares the hell out of me. And I think it's something that everybody needs to be careful about. It's unregulated. You don't know what the hell it's going to do. I know, listen, I know there's been a tremendous amount of money that has been made, and I haven't made any money off of it. So there's your disclaimer. But I do think that things need to get dialed in. I think that regulatory thought process has not even entered the game yet. And when that happens, it's going to look very different than it does today.
And then a question, I don't remember who brought it up. I apologize. Jeff Cavallari. How vested or invested is Fuel in cannabis?
We absolutely have no cannabis portfolio companies in our portfolio. One of the things to keep in mind about Fuel Venture Capital is we only look for exponential technologies. Now, what the hell does that mean? What it means is we're looking for technologies that can exponentially grow. We were talking about growth, triple doubles a little earlier ago. I mean, let's use Uber or Airbnb as an example of an exponential technology. Airbnb, for the most part, doesn't own anything, right? If you compare Airbnb to like a Hyatt, think about the brick and mortar and level of investment that a Hyatt has to go through relative to an Airbnb. All Airbnb is a software package that connects in consumers that are looking for a unique way to go on a vacation or a unique place to stay overnight when they're traveling, and a owner of a property that's not using that property at that time and wants to make a little extra money. And look at where Airbnb is. I mean, Airbnb got to $1 billion valuation in 6 years when it took Hyatt 60 years to get to $1 billion valuation. To me, that's exponential growth. And that's the kind of thing that I'm looking for. So I'm not against cannabis. I think that cannabis is somewhat similar to the conversation we had about crypto. It's not federally regulated. I still think that there's some issues that are going to happen there. And you still have the black market. I mean, let's be honest. Are you, if you like your bag of weed, you have two choices. You can go and buy it at the corner and pay 5 times more for it, or you can continue to buy it from the guy or the gal that you were buying it from 5 years ago, for a lot cheaper. It just really depends on how you want to look at it. But I think that that cannabis is going to continue to struggle a little bit. It'll find its way eventually, but I'm not a buyer of the positions at this time.
Here's a question that I don't quite know if you can answer, but I'll ask it anyway. Now I have to go back and find it because we have so many. Oh yeah. What do you see? Let me pull it up on the screen there. What do you see with Virtuix and the Omni One system?
You know what? Really don't have an opinion on it. Haven't been following it. Not my wheelhouse. Can't answer that one.
That's okay. That's
as you can see, when I have an opinion, I'll give it to you, be it right or be it wrong. But if I don't, I'm not gonna blow smoke.
Okay, Jeff. Before we hop off here, I just wanted to go a little bit more into resources that people can use to do research. What resources that you use? when you're looking at stocks? Because you're a VC, but I'm sure we just spent 10 minutes talking about stocks you like, Apple, Pinterest, Peloton. You do your research. What resources do you use? What sites do you use? And what are you looking for?
So I think there's a couple of things, right? I think just for the average person walking down the street that's wanting to, or average investor that's walking down the street that wants to just have more information and more knowledge. I'm a big fan of Yahoo Finance. I can put different alerts in my phone, and throughout the day, I can get information and things that are going on with companies that I have a lot of respect for, or maybe I'm just looking at, want to see how things are going. I'm a fan of Yahoo Finance for many, many years. My go-to research is Morningstar. And I know that not everybody has access to that, but I think Morningstar is outstanding. And again, I'm not blowing smoke. This isn't me trying to, impress you, but to impress upon you. I think this show is amazing. And I think that people who have interest in investing and want to become better, I think what you guys are doing is really amazing. I was fortunate enough to get to spend some time with Jason about a month and a half ago, and my team and I have been following what you guys are doing. I think that there is a hell of a lot of amazing information and knowledge is coming out of this show right here, and I like the interaction. I like the realness of it, right? So I think you guys are doing a job, and it's something that I've been spending a lot more time making sure that I'm tuned into, and I think that people who are really interested in the space should do the same thing. And again, that's not to I wasn't paid to say that. I'm saying it because I believe it.
And then when you're doing your research, what sort of things you talked about wanting to see year-over-year revenue growth from startups you look at, but when you're looking at public companies and looking at stocks, what sort of metrics do you put the most weight into? Are you looking at valuation ratios? You're looking at cash flows, and what do you want to see?
I am a big believer in valuation, both on the public side and the private side. I think it's important to pay the right price for something, but again, remember that we're buying revenue it's not today, it's revenue in the future. And I think that's one thing that investors tend to forget from time to time. I like earnings per share. I think that's good. We were talking about it earlier in our show, but about what side of the fence that you want to be on. But I'm on the side of the fence that these are great opportunities to buy these tech stocks. I'm not a big believer that we're going to see all this inflation that's coming in. But if you are, right, if you're one of those people that do have that concern, a nice hedge is in the financial area, in something like Bank of America, as an example. I mean, I think that what you pay for the profitability that company kicks out is very low relative to its peers. And so that's something that I like to look at. And you know what? We live in a world where information is very democratized and it moves very quickly. I think hype is a big deal. So if there is a company that is getting a lot of hype, that's getting a lot of interaction on the media, that's popping up on social media in a lot of different places, I think that particular company is going to do well. May not do well for the long term, but there's definitely an opportunity for trading in the short term. And I think we as investors have to understand that the things that we used to do when making investment decisions, which were just really fundamental technical analysis, you have to augment that with just how the hell the world is working today. And one of the things that I like to tell people is, and we don't think about this enough, but, Spencer, how you interact with the world around you today is completely different than it was even 5 years ago.
Yep.
So you have to be thinking about, well, how am I interacting with the world? What am I using, right? How many different apps am I using on my iPhone on a daily basis? Do I own any of those? How am I eating on a daily basis? Am I really going to a restaurant, or am I ordering it? Do I own that company that's delivering that food to me? These are the types of things that I think are really different today than they were even 5 years ago. And I think that there's a tremendous amount of investable themes that we take it for granted, and they're right there in front of us.
Yep. All right. I put Jeff's Twitter handles, both his personal and for his firm, up on the screen there. Jeff Ransdell VC and at Fuel VC. To follow him on Twitter there. Jeff, we have a lot more to cover, I think, for the future. This was a good start, but there are more questions from chat, more questions that I have, and I'm sure more opinions that you have. But I think for now this is a good place to wrap it up. Everyone, please smash that like button for Jeff. I've prompted it there on the screen a couple times now. Thank you very much for the likes. Jeff, thanks for the time today. It's been a crazy day. We literally had you on during a Fed announcement, which was interesting, and the market's kind of doing some weird stuff right now. But I thank you for your time, and we will we'll get you back.
Perfect, Jason. As I said to Jason Spencer, you know, we're down in Miami. You guys want to broadcast live down here? You're welcome. This is your home.
Hey, that, you know, we just got through a Michigan winter, and we only get a couple weeks of sunshine here a year. So we may take you up on that offer, because it's
very good, my friend.
It's dreary. It's dreary. All right, Jeff Ransdell, again, Twitter handle up on the screen. Wait a minute.
And by the way, that Twitter handle is also the Twitter handle for my my Instagram, which I spend a lot more time on. And if you want to learn about the portfolio companies and Fuel Venture Capital, we spray my Instagram with all kinds of things right there. So you can also go there.
All
Spencer,
right.
it's great to see you, my friend. Have a legendary day.
Have a legendary day. That's fantastic. Thank you. You too, Jeff. I've never heard that before. Have a legendary day.
That was pretty great.
I'm gonna definitely steal that. Have a legendary day. I've never heard
legendary day.
Never had somebody wish that upon me before.
Spencer, have you ever watched How I Met Your Mother?
No, I feel like my day all of a sudden needs to reach a whole new level to get to
live up to that. I mean, it's been pretty legendary so far. So as long as it keeps going, that'd be great.
Most of my days aren't legendary. No.
Hey, just a shout out to the audience here. Do you guys know how you can make Spencer's day more legendary? By leaving a like on the stream, sharing it with a friend, tweeting it out. This is how you're going to make Spencer's day. This man works so hard. Make his day legendary.
Oh, all right. Oh, what camera settings does Rohan use? He's so smooth.
So smooth. For those nerds out there, I have a Sony A5100 with a nice lens on it. It's a Sigma 16mm 1.4. That's my settings. Our actual settings don't, I'm just exposed. F1.4, that's what you're looking for.
All right. Rohan, we have a new show about to debut, right? Tell us about that.
Yeah. So if you guys know what First Trade is, the First Trade crew, we got a little group of you guys out there. We're growing slowly. It is a show targeted at all you investors who maybe, all this information out there is a little bit much for you. And, we want to start together and grow as a community. Literally in the first episode, Spencer using a 720. I know, I want to get him hooked up with one of these.
Yeah, we got to get me one of these fancy cameras.
The thing is, guys, if you see his monitors, he has 4 monitors. How I fit a camera in between there is going to be interesting.
Very difficult. I have to.
So he's got a tiny little webcam, but we'll work on that. But yeah, First Trade. So the first episode, I literally made my first trade ever. And now throughout the weeks, we've been talking about like the basics of charts, all sorts of stuff. And we have amazing guests on. We had Hugh from Pennies Going In Raw. Today we have Austin Hankwitz. If you're on TikTok and you're interested in stocks, you've seen Austin's content. One of the first big finance investing TikTokers. So super excited to have this episode with him. We had a great conversation about how TikTok, might impact the future of investing. So without further ado, do we want to hop into that, Spencer?
Yeah. How do we do that? Do we have the?
Yeah. So actually,
set up.
I jumped the gun a little bit there.
You jumped the gun. I knew that. I knew that. I knew you jumped the gun. I knew.
Yeah.
All right, Rohan.
Got ahead of myself. Here we go. Pulling that up. All right, folks. Without further ado, First Trade, episode 5. Austin Hankwitz. This is going to be a good one. Stick around. I'll be in the comments chatting away. All right.
Welcome to First Trade, the show where we're educating new investors and traders. We recognize that some of us are experienced traders,
and some of us aren't. That's why we wanted to level the playing field and make the markets accessible to everyone.
Thanks for tuning in, and we hope you enjoy the show.
What up, everyone? My name is Michael Murray. That's Rohan Makecha, and this is First Trade. Just wanted to welcome you guys to our 5th episode. 5 episodes. Wow, we're moving along here.
That's
one a
fast.
week. Time is flying. Today we have an exciting episode for you guys, and I don't want to spend too much time messing around. Mike, I know you like to mess around, but we have an amazing guest. I'm not even gonna try and build up to it because you know what? Austin Hankwitz, financial TikToker.
He's
total,
awesome. One of the best. He's a
total
legend.
finance badass. I don't know if he wants to be described that way, but I definitely think so. Awesome educator, and we're gonna get into that.
Yeah, no, I've been watching Austin's journey now. Obviously, I watch all of his TikToks. The guy's awesome when it comes to financial education, and yeah, I think he's one of the best out there doing it right now. I think he's amazing at balancing financial advice with actually maintaining your money, staying safe in the stocks that you're trading and stuff. Not just making money and doing well in the markets, but in actual financial preparedness too, knowing what you're doing, protecting the downside, growing your assets.
For sure.
He's got the whole package going on.
He definitely talks about both sides, and I think that's important, especially for us beginners and noobs out there, to keep ourselves, financially strong, stay protected, but still have fun investing.
Exactly.
You want to hop into it?
Well, you got any big weekend plans?
Okay, folks, we record on Fridays, as you know, and today's not a Friday, it's a Wednesday.
Yeah.
It is Wednesday, my dudes. And so the weekend plans, I don't know, I'm thinking about just relaxing, getting some work done. Typical weekend, nothing crazy. I am looking for a place to live in Detroit, though, so I might spend some time hunting around.
Any landlords down here, let your boy Rohan know.
Hit me up. All right, folks, it is about that time. Like we like to do over here at First Trade, we're going to bring you the best guests, because you already know we got the best guests.
You can't call them all the best guests.
Of course they're the best guests.
They're not all the best guests.
No, they are a sum of the best guests.
They're all one part of the best guest?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm not saying the
fair, I
best
like that.
guest of our show. I'm saying the best guests around.
Oh, the best, plural best guests.
Yeah, I know. I have to
Okay.
enunciate more. Sorry about that. All right, come on.
Okay,
Let's
all
get
right,
into
all right,
it.
let's do it.
The audience has been waiting. They don't want to listen to us. They're here for our amazing guest, Austin Hankwitz. Amazing guest. So excited to have him on. He's been on some Benzinga stuff before. I know he's worked with my pal Drew Levine, but Austin is a TikToker, finance TikToker, who is just doing good stuff out there, educating. I think he'll have a really interesting perspective, especially for you beginner traders. You might have seen him on TikTok, and you're about to see him here.
A legend. Let's bring him on.
Hey,
Austin, how's it going?
Good. I definitely not the best guest. I'm sure you guys are going to have incredible people after me, and you've had some incredible people before me, but it's nice to meet you all. If you're watching, you probably have seen me on maybe TikTok, and I've made a couple features with YouTube stuff and maybe Patreon or just whatever's going on there. But long story short is I picked up my cell phone about a year ago when quarantine happened. Super big into Dave Ramsey and personal finance. And I was like, how can I share those ideas with everyone else? And I thought YouTube was the way to go. Turns out I'm terrible at editing videos, and it doesn't work. So I was like, well, what can level the playing field? What is everyone using to edit their videos and then sort of distribute? And that was TikTok. And so I shared a couple of videos about stocks and personal finance and investing. But actually, the first one was about dividend investing, right? Passive income, things of that nature. Did really well. People loved it, and just sort of built on top of that for the last year or so.
Yeah, no, I'm excited, and I love how you just got right into it because that was gonna be one of my questions. I'm glad you knocked it out. As I was gonna say why you chose TikTok, and I think right here if we should play his first TikTok, so we'll cut it in.
So I'm sure you've heard from the coronavirus that the stock market is dumping. It is, but this could be good for us younger generations. Boomers have been able to invest in these dips. This was the housing crisis, mortgage crisis. This was the tech bubble. Here, this dip is the coronavirus dip. People think you need thousands of dollars to invest in the stock market. You don't. You really just need about $30. 420 blaze it. SPHD is a ETF that pulls together the highest paying dividend stocks, lowest volatility. They average 11% every year for the past 6 years, except for right now. This is what they contain. If you buy one share every single month for the next 12 months, you'll have invested $366, dividend cash paid to you $22, market value $423, profit almost $60. Let's pretend you're 19, you do it every single year till you're 25, only one share per month, market value almost $4,900, 35 total invested, that's a lot of profit, 88 shares, that's the dividend, cash paid annually $303.
What was that experience like posting your first TikTok? How did it go?
It's a good question. I was nervous, and as you probably all just saw in that video, my voice was nothing like it is now. I didn't have a personality. I didn't have any confidence. It was just like, here's my dividend ideas. What do you think about it, right? It was just, first time really putting out stuff like that into the world. But I had some incredible feedback. I got like 1 million views in a couple days. People were really excited to understand what passive income means for them and how easily obtainable that is by investing into dividend stocks, right? So, I mean, people might be like, well, what's a dividend? And just simply put, it's a cash payment to shareholders for owning stock, right? So I own a share of Apple, and so Apple will pay me cash for owning that share of their stock. And that's really just them saying, hey guys, we appreciate you all being shareholders. We're just going to take some of our profits in cash and just disperse it out to you all. So, and again, that's super simple passive income. It's probably the lowest, barrier of entry into that low-hanging fruit into what passive income can mean. And I think that's why it did so well. It just resonated with a lot of people.
So there's a question that we pretty much have to ask every show. The name is First Trade, and so that's why we want to, whether it's a trade or investment, we would love for you to walk us through. If you remember, whatever that ticker was,
I remember
how it went. Sounds like it's a pretty good story. So love to hear about your first trade.
Okay, so the first trade was back in high school. What happened was me and a bunch of friends got together, and it was right after. So quick background is Dave Ramsey was, obviously you guys know who that is. He has a class that he teaches that high schoolers are able to participate in and better understand financial literacy and investing. So we all went through that class and we're like, yo, stocks are dope. Let's do stocks. And so the first trade we thought about was Apple, iPhones, big stuff. We all have iPhones. We've got it. How can we maybe profit from Apple creating iPhones? And we did some research online, and we swear that we found the Chinese company that was creating the LCD digitizers for the next like iPhone 4 or 5 or whatever, 6, whatever year it was, right? And it was a penny stock. It was going to be great. I was like, oh, it's like 2 cents. It's going to go to $1. We'll make all this money. Like, didn't happen. We lost all of our money. It was a terrible idea. But that was probably that first, rude awakening to what, just how, I guess, volatile stocks can be, how unpredictable and how risky investing into things that you might not completely understand can be, right? And so that's why every time someone asks me about a penny stock now or just, a micro cap company, I always make sure they understand just how volatile these companies can be. They're micro cap for a reason. They're penny stocks for a reason, right? If they had a lot of revenue or they had, an awesome product that was global or selling or something, they wouldn't be trading at a $40 million market cap, right? So, but yeah, that was my first trade, and very, very fun story to share with people. But it's it was a swing and a miss.
I like where your head was at though, because I was like, all right, Apple, pretty solid. Invest in what you use, and
he digs into like the company that's
you went into like you did your like investigative research, and not everything pans out, but I like where your head was at. That was really
swing and a
great.
miss, but it was a better swing than my first swing. I mean, I didn't even like have any research into my first one. I'm just like I don't even remember what I bought.
I'm kind of on the same boat there too. So you're most well known for your content on TikTok, right? And as we kind of get potentially a lot of new beginner investors, the younger audience, into investing from there, where do you see TikTok taking a place in that? Do you think people stay on TikTok for stock ideas, or where do you see them like graduating to, I guess, as they become more advanced?
Most definitely. I think now as cable television becomes outdated and networks like CNBC and Fox Business, aren't really meeting people where they are, which is the TikToks, the perhaps Snapchat. I never thought about that, but Snapchat's the Twitters, the Instagrams, all that stuff, right? I feel like the traditional old financial media companies just aren't meeting people where they are. And I'm not saying that they have bad content. Obviously, they have great content. But I think a lot of people now are consuming their news, consuming their education, consuming every piece of their just social whatever, not on cable television like it used to be 10 years ago. And so how does TikTok contribute to that? Is obviously TikTok's not going away. There's no ban on it, right? That was definitely a big worry, but no longer something to worry about. Personally, I think that since it's such a low barrier to entry, there's going to be a lot of people that if they should be teaching stocks and personal finance and investing, probably not, but they'll still try. And they might have a quick little run up or like they'll got an audience from an idea or two, but eventually the cream of the crop rises to the top, right? And so as time develops and as time goes on, we'll see more and more people try and jump in, maybe to sell a trade, maybe to sell a course, maybe not for the right reasons. And those people will likely be kind of pushed out, and the ones that have continued to be value-added content focused on answering questions, focused on education, focused on understanding where their audience is and meeting them where they are, both from a education perspective and social media perspective. That means are we hopping over to Instagram too? Are we hopping over to Twitter? Like whatever that looks like. But as that continues to develop, I think TikTok's stock talk, whatever, inside of the app will begin to mature a little bit, and people, I think, at least I hope, will be able to begin to see the differences between people who have been around like myself for over a year, or those people who are just trying to make a quick buck selling trade ideas or access to a Discord. I want every time I pull up maybe a financial report or some sort of information about a stock that I'm trying to relay to my audience, I show them where to find it, right? If that's the investor relations page of a website, if that's the SEC reporting files, like the raw files, or if that's maybe a press release on Global Newswire or whatever that stuff is, right? So I would hope that these people begin to graduate towards not just being inspired or blindly follow someone that creates content or has ideas, but then to look and find those ideas for themselves, and then also act on those ideas with information that they've gathered in the process.
Yeah, and that makes sense because, well, I mean, in general, right, you always want to recommend people to do their own research, do their due diligence. And that was part of it, right? Because TikTok, I feel like it's great because like people like you are providing really awesome due diligence, providing their research and the ideas together, right? So it's a really concise way of presenting that information. And there's an element of who do you trust, right?
Right.
Because I mean, in finance, in stocks alone, how many pump and dump sites are there out there?
Lots, I would know.
Yeah. So stock Twitter has been a thing for a while, but that's more of people who are experienced. Things like Reddit too, Wall Street Bets, obviously big in the news, big in the space. It's not only that like TV was kind of dying in the background and people realizing it's like right in front of their faces now, where the TV people are talking about Wall Street Bets and how they're controlling the market, right?
Yeah. So when you're talking about social media influencing finance, which is something that we haven't seen before because TV's been dying off, and not necessarily dying off, but it's had like the predominant hold on like investing and the thoughts and landscapes there. But now we're seeing like Wall Street Bets, the social platforms being able to have an influence and a foothold in like what people think about finance. Do you see that happening with like TikTok or some of the other Stock Talk, some of the other social platforms being able to influence like moves in stocks and prices and fluctuations and stuff like that? Or do you think TV is still going to have the predominant hold in that for the foreseeable future?
I most definitely do. And yes, TV has a predominant hold in that. CNBC, I think, is a very influential network. And when they have someone like Kathy Wood or Chamath Palihapitiya on there, they will, whatever they're saying, whatever they're talking about is going to be influenced. It's we like to hear from these people. TikTok, Twitter, it all just comes down to the spread of information, right? It's the democratizing information. It's no longer just found on CNBC or Fox Business or behind a paywall on the internet. If it's like Bloomberg, if it's Business Insider or the Wall Street Journal, it's a level playing field, and people are now able to comprehend, understand, receive, get all the information out there at scale. I guess the only experience I have with this is you guys, I'm sure, remember Nikola Motors and the SPAC that merged with it. And I had a lot of people reach out to me about the SPAC, and I was like, dang, this is really cool. Like, they seem like they have billions in pre-orders, and if they do anything Tesla did, their stock price will go up like crazy. So I made a video about it, and it got like 3 million views in just a couple days, and their stock price went through the roof. And I was not sure if I had anything to do with that, but it's just that the spread of information on TikTok, it just spreads like rapid fire, and it's crazy. But I absolutely do see a world where information is taken from just every source of social, if that's on TikTok, if that's on Instagram or Twitter, or if that's on traditional newsletters or a cable television.
Okay, so I actually had a follow-up question. The app Griffin, I'd love to hear you talk about that and how it might impact the future of investing.
So you download the app, you're able to sync up your debit card or a credit card, and then also your bank information. And so you go shop at maybe Target or Walmart or Starbucks, you buy something, and then they tack on an extra $1. And that extra $1 is invested into the company's stock, making sure that as consumers of products and services, we're also owners of the companies that produce those products and services. Super awesome. I love the idea. I was introduced to Aaron, the CEO of Griffin, a couple months ago. We at the time, he was pretty close to my house here in Nashville. Drove out, hung out with him, grabbed some beers, some chicken wings. It was cool. But I think why TikTok and why that video resonated so well on TikTok is, first off, if anyone's spewing, I don't know if I'm allowed to cuss here, but if anyone's spewing bullshit online, it gets sniffed out real quickly, right? If that's a pump and dump, if that's let me just get rich quick, it gets sniffed out very fast. Aaron's app, Griffin, is very genuine. It's the underlying mission is so everyone is empowered to invest. If it's a level playing field, right? That's why I think it resonated so well on TikTok. Is there are humans on TikTok across tons of different backgrounds, and to have an app that can just, I guess, tick the boxes across all those different backgrounds and really resonate with people that can smell bullshit from a mile away, just like everyone else can on the internet, is meaningful. But as it pertains to what I see that sort of transcribing into is now everyone is able to have the opportunity to invest into the stock market at scale without having to worry about, what do I buy? What do I sell? What was the name of that biotech company you told me to buy? What was the name of who's the next EV again? What's a SPAC? It's just like, live your life normally. It's a bottom-up approach, right? So like we've seen with Robinhood and Public and some of these other online brokers, it's a broker at the top, and then they make it more human by putting in celebrities or social media or gamification, where with Griffin, I see it as a bottom-up approach where it's like, you guys just live your life how you normally do, right? Go shop at Starbucks, go have your Netflix subscription, go buy stuff from Amazon. We'll just sprinkle in investing on top of that to bring you closer to where we think you should be. And I think that is what makes it truly revolutionary.
I think that's really cool because it takes the thinking out of it. Yeah. And I feel like once you see the investing and once you see it grow, that's where it clicks in your mind, where you're like, okay, I want to get into this. I think this is good, right? And
I feel like it also plays into the psychology too of like when you're looking at your money and which stocks it's going into or which investments it's going into. I think it really brings the gravity in for people of like, wow, my money goes a long ways. I love that because the psychology is like, it's bringing people to the point where they're realizing I don't need to be wasting money on this kind of stuff. I can just put more money into my stocks. And I think that's an awesome feature of it. I think it helps people grow.
No, that'd be awesome to see. And I think it'll be great for introducing a lot of new investors, especially like that younger crowd, like whether or not they're of the 18-year-old limit yet or whatnot, but they'll get there,
Yeah, talking about new traders in this climate, because this has got to be like one of the most interesting times to be a beginner trader. And obviously we've got so many new traders in the market too. Everybody on Robinhood, everybody get into it with their stimulus money and the money they've got sitting around. In this market, since we've had so many new people join, and now we've had the corrections and the rockiness and the red days and the green days, what advice would you give to beginner traders on how to handle a correction, specifically like people who have just gotten into it in the pandemic and are now dealing with the rough patches of the pandemic too? What advice would you have people for brand new there?
AKA me.
I guess there's two sides of this that I want to try and answer. The first side is my main advice for someone new in the stock market is I want them to understand that they need to have a foundation laid before they jump in and say, let me just go invest thousands of dollars into stocks. Right? I want them to say, I have my emergency fund. I don't have $20,000 in high interest credit card debt. I've got everything figured out. I'm investing towards my retirement through a Roth IRA. Now with this extra $700 a month, or now with this extra $4,000 or whatever it is for them a month, this is what I now want to invest in and trade with in the stock market, right? Because once you have that foundation laid and you see you're down 20% in a day, like some of these companies have been, or in a week, right? You don't freak out like crazy. You're like, whoa, okay, that was crazy. But like worst case scenario, I'm still retiring a millionaire because I'm doing the Roth IRA thing, and I got my emergency fund, no problems there. So that's the first big advice, is like, make sure you have this foundation laid where when these market corrections do come, you're not over emotional because you need to pay your rent. You're not over emotional because you have student loans. You know what I'm saying? And then the second part of that is to make sure that the companies you're invested in, you understand, right? I understand if you're a new investor, you might want to jump on the hottest SPAC or a brand new biotech or a really cool EV company. But it's also super important to understand what these companies do, how they make money, and your investment conviction about them, right? So if I see a company trade down 20% in a week or 30% in a week, because I understand what the company does, I say, oh, sweet, no problem. It's now trading at 7 times forward gross profit instead of 14 like it was last week. This seems like a great buying opportunity, considering that they're projecting great, revenue growth and high gross margins and things of that nature, right? So lots of profit in the future. They're trading at a discount. Let's do that. But if I was a brand new beginner and I didn't understand what these companies did, how they made money, it would be hard for me to really stay in the game and keep that long-term mentality.
Michael and I had talked about this a couple times too, is like in our first episode, we are talking about all these, meme stock traders or people getting interested in trading meme stocks, which I think is fine, honestly. But, just like know what you're getting into. You're really
100%. Yeah, go have your fun, do your thing. But like, let's make sure we don't have 14,000 in high interest credit card debt while we do it, right? Let's make sure
exactly.
we pay our mortgage,
Good call.
And that's something I appreciate about you and your content too, is like, not only are you teaching about stocks and investing, but also balancing it out with like having solid personal finance, which I think is, really important. And I think one of the more recent ones you posted was about how do you choose how much to invest, like the percentages and stuff like that. Mm-hmm. And so I might even link to that in the description, because I think, we talked about it earlier in the show and you did a really good job of breaking it down. So I definitely recommend the audience go check that one out.
That Dave Ramsey training shining through.
That's right.
Showing up. Love it. Yeah, I feel like, and playing off of that, probably our last question for you, I feel like really plays into that topic of, advice to new traders and how to handle the market and the corrections, and having the balance of risk and also knowing what you're getting into. I feel like there's a way for new traders to take advantage of this correction in the market, but it has to be balanced with playing it right. Like you don't want to jump all in. You want to mitigate your risk. You want to protect your downside and not jump into anything one eye closed. So in your opinion, what advice would you give to a new trader that wants to capitalize off of the correction? Because we have had a dip recently, and in that dip, where do you see the potential for a new trader to make a profit or capitalize and get something out of this dip that we've seen recently?
Most definitely. And just so we're all on the same page, you guys say traders, if they're trading, do that, all cool. I'm more focused on like investing, right? So we're doing like 6, 9, 12, 18, 3 years perhaps. So we're not just like trading on a week basis there, but
right.
Assuming, it's how do investors capitalize on, this recent downtrend? I would say, and here's what I'm doing personally, is I'm identifying secular growth trends, and I'm figuring out the companies that are operating best inside of those secular growth trends, and I'm investing into them. So you ask, what's a secular growth trend? Super simple example is the baby boomer cohort, right? 3.6 million people turn 65 every single year, and they will through about 2029, 2030. That means it's a lot of old people. What do old people do? They go to the hospital a lot. They need to get their, activities of daily living, which means they maybe help with dressing. Maybe they have mobility issues, transferring, things of that nature. And so you find the companies that are helping serve this larger growing population who are doing that very, very well, and invest in those companies. A great example of this is actually the company I just stopped working for recently, is Amedisys, ticker AMED. They've been crushing it lately. They're the nation's largest home health, hospice, and personal care company, right? So they have all those fun, those 3 things that happen when you're older, all packed into one thing. So it's like, yes, the market's down, which pulls Amedisys' stock down, and all these other companies' stock down as well. But with that being said, we understand where these companies are going. They're operating in these really cool secular growth trends that aren't going away overnight. They'll be here for the next 5 to 10 years. How can we invest into those secular growth trends? By investing in the companies that these trends will propel further, right? So that's the Amedisys in that that's the LHCG and that secular growth trend of like the baby boomers. But another thing on the other side of that's like streaming services, right? That's the Roku, right? That things of that nature. That's what I'm doing. I'm focused on these longer term trends. I'm trying to buy quality companies as they're dipped down with the overall market pulling everything else down. But I'm confident as these trends continue to come to fruition in the next 5 to 10 years, the companies that I've invested into will see the upside in that.
There you go, Rohan. There's your advice.
There we go. That's what I needed. No, I do really appreciate that answer. And I think, Jack Hurley also similar sort of thing he was mentioning with the secular growth trends. Basically, watching out for those industries like energy or whatever it might be, EVs, that's something that's like, going that direction. But the point that I think was really important out of that is trying to find the company that's doing it the best, right?
Yeah.
So
huge. Yeah.
No, that was great. Austin, awesome to have you on.
It's been a pleasure.
Loved having you on the show. Loved hearing from you. I will be, continuing to tune in from your TikToks or to your TikToks.
100%.
But no, I mean, I really appreciate it. And quick question for you. I'd love to know what's next for Austin. You've been growing a lot this year, so what's in the? I know you. So you just mentioned you left the company, and so congrats on that.
So what's next, right? I have this sort of overarching idea that, well, maybe it's a realization. And I alluded to it earlier about traditional finance being sort of tired, lazy. It's not meeting people where they are. It's, Jim Cramer yelling at you on TV, or it's Fox Business trying to interview someone and it's boring. There needs to be finance content created and distributed where people are. If that's TikTok, if that's Twitter, if that's Instagram, if that's wherever, right? So, what I'm working toward over the next 6 to 12 months is creating some sort of finance media company with different personalities underneath of it that focus on almost every pillar of investing. If that's equities, if that's real estate, if that's cryptocurrency, if that's alternative assets like trading cards or Masterworks type stuff. But creating this company where we create content that's digestible, understandable, and meeting people where they are. So that's my game plan for the next 6 to 12 months. Can't wait to give you guys updates along the way, and would love to have you guys on for sure.
Dude, we'll be looking out
Absolutely.
for it. Sounds awesome,
I'd
man.
take you up on that for sure. No, that's awesome. And, meeting people where they are is so important. Me coming from like a media and social media background as well, like that's always been the biggest thing is, serving the content to the audience where it's at. That's where everything's headed. And I love your idea to cover every, the spectrum of finance. So I'm looking forward to seeing what you create. Good luck with that. If we can do anything to help, absolutely let us know. And I appreciate you coming on, Austin.
Absolutely. Really appreciate it, guys. Thanks so much.
Good luck, man. Talk soon.
See ya.
All right, folks. Austin Hankwitz, solid dude, great guy. He's been on Benzinga like once or twice before. Shout out Drew Levine, you did the last interview. But you know what? What a fantastic guest.
Yeah, no, he was a fantastic guest. I mean, that was good information. Yeah, he taught us a lot. I mean,
It was
could've been
evident.
better.
So I loved what he had to say about stocks and finance because, I mean, unlike me, and I know, unlike me, he was very concise. He got to the point and he was providing that knowledge. But also, just for me, like, that man knows what he's doing. You can tell that he is a content creator.
He's sharp, yeah. And he didn't just
he's a content creator and an educator, which is why I think he does so well, which is why I recommend you guys check out his content,
Check him out
especially
on
if you're
TikTok.
beginner investors, because he gets right to the point, makes it easy to understand. It's like the best teacher you could have,
Yeah. I love it that it wasn't just like general financial knowledge either. Like he covered the stuff that's in trend right now, the Wall Street bet stuff. Like how can the newer traders take advantage of the dip in the market? I love that because I feel like there are a ton of people that have just gotten
and
into
he brought a different perspective because we do have a lot of traders on here. A couple episodes ago, Hugh Henney, we're also bringing in that investment side of things, and we want to make sure that the show, whether you want to invest long term, whether you want to make trades, whether you want to do both, we want to make sure we're providing that info. And I think Austin is a great guy to follow, great resource if you want to up your investment game.
Check him out. Look for his new company coming out. Everybody should
there
pay
we go.
attention for that.
I'm excited to see that too.
That's awesome. Yeah, super pumped for him.
And hopefully we can, maybe have him on again, or maybe some sort of work. But that was great.
That was sweet. It's a great interview.
Before we let go of you guys, though, just a couple things. We normally like to just talk about where our portfolios are standing, where my very beginner portfolio is standing. So, want to talk about that real quick?
Yeah, no, I mean mine is doing decent actually. Obviously it started red. It was a fucking catch-up week. Brutal the first couple of days, but then it tailed up. I had a good couple of days in the solar stocks. Enphase really popped up for me again. I'm still holding Dogecoin for some reason. I couldn't tell you why. At this point, it's like, what do I have to lose? But I've got Enphase. A couple of other stocks I had did really well. One of them is Canopy Growth.
Nice.
Love that company. Still bought into the cannabis field. And I'm getting back into Calavo growers, which is actually what I'm really psyched about. Avocado grower and shipper and distributor.
Gotta love them avocados.
Very interesting, yeah.
All right, well, it was a mayo week for me actually, maybe a mustard week.
What's a mayo? What?
You said it was a ketchup week for you.
Yeah. What does a white and yellow week mean?
Dude, it was just a dad joke. Okay.
What the?
Just let me be.
I thought you had like a point to that. I didn't realize it was just a terrible joke.
Well, it was a bad joke of mine, but let's talk about my portfolio. I have it pulled up here. How are we looking? Celsius Holdings. I was talking about it in the last episode.
You bought it?
I bought in. But get this. I'm so proud of my one with this one, and I'm not going to get overconfident. But so here we go. Starting of the week. Last week, I was like, I kind of want to get into it. Starting of the week, It was running up. It was 55, 60, and we had earnings in the middle of the week. And I'm just like, everything I've heard is earnings can be risky. But I also was fairly confident. Luke was talking about it, that they were going to do well in earnings. So I was really struggling. I was like, do I buy this or not? And I was like, you know what? In the wise words of some other traders, even if I could grow, it's just not worth the risk at this point, right?
True.
Like, I didn't have the appetite for that risk. So I was like, here's my guess. It's going to run up after earnings, and then for some random reason, it's going to drop off. Guess what it does the next morning?
Did it run up and then it dropped off after earnings?
Exactly.
Look at you go.
So
Market pro.
I felt so proud of myself. It went from like the 51 when I first got interested but I couldn't buy in because the market was closed. And then it went up to like 67 or something like that, almost to back up to its high, I guess. And this was right after earnings. And then like 3 hours later after earnings that morning, it crashed down to like 41.
Is that where you bought in?
I'm a little bit behind. I'm at like 45 because I got it on the uptrend.
Not bad though. Not bad.
I didn't want to catch a falling knife, as they say. I'm learning this terminology.
Terminology too. Sexy.
Yeah.
Man,
So like that's when the
nice
stock is
job.
dropping, but you don't know if it's gonna stop. So
Yeah. Yep.
So I picked it back up on the uptrend.
Wait,
Now
hold on,
it hasn't
what
gone
stock
anywhere
are we
crazy.
talking about again? Just mental exhaustion.
Celsius,
speaking
the energy drink.
Yes, that's
one
what
you
it
could
was.
probably use right now. And so it is sitting. Oh, well, it just dropped back down to 45. Anyway, it's kind of been hovering around. It went up 47, 48. But I just have a feeling that this might pan out well for me. If anything, it was just a better place to buy in.
Love the read though. There was self-control. You didn't buy in before the earnings and just see what happened. You held off. You went with your gut there. That's impressive. Yeah, it's hard to go with the gut, man.
Yeah.
It's a good read.
And then I also got in BCRX. I bought $100 of BioChrist Pharma because I'm on the biotech buzz, and that was just like seemed like the stock to get at that time. But
Kirk's nice.
Kirk's, and that's been going up and down. But overall, still in the green on that. All right.
Solid.
So we're making some recovery, although I'm still losing big on Torch and Huya.
Oh, yeah. Huya was mine. I won't comment on that.
So that's how our portfolios stand. Maybe getting a little bit better. We'll see. Not, don't want to get too excited. But
Subtle
with
brag.
that, folks, that is episode 5 of First Trade. We're chugging along here. 5 episodes already. Whew.
That's quick.
Anyway, if you want to be part of the community, make sure you hop in, join our Discord. And also, it is important to leave a review on Apple Podcasts. Why? That helps us grow. And if you want to spend time listening with your ears and you're tired of our faces, you can, listen to us there as well, or on your favorite podcasting platform. Speaking of Apple Podcasts, I put the challenge up last week. Whoever leaves the funniest review today, I would personally Venmo them, or I'd get their info.
Dude, apparently viewers don't like money.
No,
Do
I know.
people
I
just
was
not
shocked.
like cash.
$50. That's $50 to write 2 sentences or something like a meme on Apple Podcasts. And you know what? People didn't take it up. I don't know.
I'm just gonna make
we got
like 4
some
ghost
some
accounts.
reviews, and to those of you, I don't BS around. Even though we didn't get the results I wanted, I will send you the money. So if you're one of the 9 people who decided to take that opportunity and go for it, leave a review on Apple Podcasts. 1, we appreciate you. But 2, looking like your chances are pretty good. So let's pick a review here.
1 of 9. That's pretty solid. Wait, are you just gonna pick from random right now?
No, I said the funniest one.
Oh yeah.
All right. The first one, Virgin Trader here. I am
got a
beyond
strong
pleased to
chance.
find information on trading that begins with my kindergarten trading brain in mind. Seriously, I sat here with my notebook. I took a ton of notes. For full disclosure, I'm a former teacher and mostly self-proclaimed nerd. So note-taking is a thing. I've learned a lot. I'm home full-time. Time to learn. I'm willing. Excited for each episode. Thank you.
That's strong.
Kiwi Rick, thank you. Appreciate that. And you know what? Me too. I'm right there with you. Glad you're enjoying the content. Thank you for leaving a review.
Rohan's
Appreciate
also a
it.
virgin trader.
Yes. Waiting in line for tendies. Thanks, Rohan and Michael, and the Benzinga crew for guiding me through my financial journey and embracing me as the Titanic sinks. All right.
Ouch. That ended sad.
I feel it though. I feel it. All right, I'm gonna have to give it to Virgin Trader over here. It made me giggle, and appreciate your thoughtful review,
Thank you,
even though it
Virgin
was
Trader.
funny. So I will be sending you $50. So make sure to email me Rohan ROHAN at benzinga.com. And if you have a Venmo, if not, we'll figure out whatever way you want that sent. But appreciate you. and
Congratulations, Kiwi Rick.
Congrats. Maybe
Yeah,
next
man.
time we do this, you guys will take action because I don't BS around.
Dude, use the $50. Go buy a stock in Calavo Growers. That's what I would do.
Nice.
CVGW.
All right, folks, that was a good one. I think that just about does it for this episode. We're going to wrap it up. And Mike, my name is Jeff, and I'll see you next week.
Your name is Jeff? Wow. I didn't know you were actually going to do that, but I kind of like the way to end that as the show.
What up? What? Oh, that was. What is your ear shape like?
Fucking pear? I don't know. wrap up the what the fuck. Use
Bye,
that.
Daddy. All right, folks, and that was First Trade. Thank you so much for hanging out with us. Appreciate you all listening. Just I got a couple minutes here before the next show comes on at the close. So you know what? I would take this opportunity. You guys saw at the end there, we did that little segment for leaving a review on Apple Podcasts, and obviously not a lot of engagement on the whole leaving a review thing. So I was pretty shocked there. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm putting my email up on the screen. It is rohan@benzinga.com, and I challenge you. There is a link, right? It's pinned in the chat. Listen to First Trade on Apple Podcasts. Now, granted, if you're not an Apple Podcast listener, you're free to do this on Spotify or wherever else you listen. Send me a screenshot of you following the podcast, listening to an episode, and, of course, leave a review if you can on Apple Podcasts. And we're going to do another one. So not this week, but our next recording of the show, I will pick a winner. And I don't know, let's say $25 for this one. Again, you can make it in a couple of minutes. There wasn't a whole lot of participation, so your chances are good. I encourage you to do that. I'm going to take a second here also to address a couple comments. Tam, thank you. Thank you for watching. Appreciate you guys so much. If you have suggestions for the show, whatever it might be, right now in the description, it might have changed over, but there was a link to our Discord. Feel free to join there. And, of course, the full episode will be posted to YouTube in a little bit. We got Mike Murray over here. What you saying? Did we get more reviews? No, but that's what I'm making a pitch for. I know, right? Yes, so like CS, this show is also on Spotify. That is correct. We're pretty much on all your favorite podcasting platforms. If we're not on one, message me. I'll add it there. It doesn't take that much work for me to do. Solar Up and Up, big fan of the separate show format. Noted. Thanks for the feedback, and we will definitely be watching out for that. As you know, we're probably going to be running an all-day test for at least a couple of weeks now. But then after we've collected some data and some reviews from you guys, the audience, depending what you guys like, then we'll make a decision how to best continue forward with this show. Show some love for Android users, absolutely. Ronan, if you look up, you know what? Let me put another link in the chat for all you Android users out there. This is going to give you the link to our Spotify, whatever else. It's a red circle link. It's where we host our podcast. So let me paste that in here real quick. Oops, sorry there. So I'm going to go over here, redcircle.com. And this is, like I said, this is where we host our show, First Trade, all our podcasts pretty much. And I'm going to paste a link there just so, you know, for all you Android users out there, you know what? I see you. I appreciate you. I get that, you know, if you don't use Apple Podcasts, then absolutely. Boom. Link pasted. That's how you listen to our podcast on other platforms. You can link it from there. Don't mess with the Rohan. Jim, shout out you. Love you. Love you all. And I think we have Spencer Israel just about ready to join. Looks like he's getting ready for St. Paddy's Day in style.
I'm here. Oh, let's get that background off.
Why is that background on there? Oh, from the previous show?
Let's get that background off.
Spencer, is that my bottle of Bacardi?
It might be. Hey, I'm in a mood.
Well, it's all yours. Go for it.
Wait, help me get rid of this.
Here, I got it.
Oh, I got it. There we go. Okay. Oh my God, guys. Everybody. Oh my God. What a day. What a day it's been. Okay. Pumpin' Powell is doing his thing. And it's working. All right.
Pumpin' Powell, baby.
Love it.
Pumpin' Powell.
He's doing his thing, and I'm here for it. All right. I've got my Bacardi. Let's do it. All right. It's a party. It's a Pumpin' Powell party is what it is. Everybody, it's St. Paddy's Day. It's a Pumpin' Powell party. I have some coffee in here. Hold on.
Dude, just mix them up.
All right, just get rid of that coffee.
That's the best kind of coffee. Irish coffee.
There's literally the what do you guys do after hours here? Jeez. All right, that's the last of the Bacardi.
Those are production supplies right there, Spencer.
Production supplies. I got my hat. All right, everybody, cheers. L'chaim. It is a great day. Where's my? It's a great day. L'chaim. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. All right, that's the last of the Bacardi. We got some Cuervo, which I
have some more tequila in the freezer if you want that.
And we've got some Brulee bourbon, which I do like. It is not fake alcohol, Jim Stocks. I promise you. It is a party, guys. It's a party. Do you not understand what's happening right now? Let me pull up my screen. If you haven't seen, I'm sure you've seen it by now. You've all seen markets are partying.
All right, Spencer, I'm going to leave you to your drinks and the stream.
All right. I'm not going to be left totally alone because Joel Elconin will be joining me in about 10 minutes or so. But I mean, guys, are you kidding me right now? Look at this stuff. I don't know why do I have the TOT? Who cares about the TOT? Let's get that off. Let's start with SPY. Boom. I'm getting rid of the view up. Sorry, it's in the way. Look at that. Boom. Diamonds. Boom. Qs. Boom. Everything. Boom. Look at tech. Oh, and now Aaron's bringing me. Dude, he's bringing me tequila. I'm really not a big tequila drinker, so I'm going to put that on the floor. I sound drunk already. I'm not drunk already. I'm not drunk at all. Although I did just finish the last of our Bacardi. But Apple still red for the day. But look at that. Look at that pop. Okay, everything. Tesla. We got the Qs. Did I bring up the Russell? Look at the Russell, guys. Everything going bananas. What about Shopify? Yeah. What about Zoom? Give me that. What about Teladoc? Give me all of it, man. Not Teladoc. Yeah. Gross. Guys, this is the party. What about like all the SPACs, right? Like CCIV, everything just caught a bid at the same time. Okay, so here is even crypto. Exactly right. Even crypto. Look at the GBTC, guys. Look at this. Can I make a confession? All right, here's my confession. I've said this before. I'm very, very bad at interpreting Fed speak. All right, Neo to the moon. How's GameStop? GameStop is just not participating. AMC, no, not so much. AMD, yeah, Nvidia, all that. So I'm very bad at interpreting Fed speak. Okay, so I can see what they said and I can see their reaction, but I have a very hard time putting two and two together. That's just me. Okay, I find Fed speak to be extremely boring. The one thing that is easy to let's get that off my screen. The one thing that's easy to interpret is what they said. I mean, I'll bring up the news feed here. We got all these headlines from the press conference, which, by the way, I didn't even know if that was like good to go. I thought they'd moved it to tomorrow or whatever. But all these headlines, and the one thing that stuck out to me the most was the fact that the number of people on the FOMC committee who foresee a rate increase in the next year and 2 years has gone up. That was super notable to me. Where is the we got so many headlines. Holy cow. Where God. There we go. That was the one. 4 Fed officials see rate increasing in 2022. That was up from, I think, 1 last time around. And 7 officials see a rate increase in 2023. Okay, that's also up from, I think, 5 last time around. Okay, so that's very clear. And also what they said, this is interesting too, right? Right? They're talking about the economy picking up. They're talking about inflation going up. And they're talking about not raising rates. So what are we doing here? Oh, it was my hat. What are we even doing here, guys? They're talking about inflation. Inflation is going up, but it hasn't gone up yet, apparently, is what they're saying. Okay. Has he been to the store? Has he been to the gas station? Anyway, back to the charts, because that's all the fun. Guys, give me your tickers. I want to know what y'all looking at. All right? Give me what you're looking at, because If you're not up in this market, oh boy, I'm sorry. Everything is up, even Bitcoin, as we said. I mean, oil doesn't really move on this. What about gold? Yeah, let's look at GLD. My GLD. Look at GLD. Nice. You're looking at Chewy? Yeah. Let me bring on these charts for more than 5 seconds. Okay. Chewy got something. You got something there, right? Not as big a pop as the other names. Neo, it brought up. Nice pop on Neo. We're looking at Mara. Yeah, moving with Bitcoin. Everything, guys. That's just interest rates don't matter. There's going to be inflation, but who cares? It's not today, apparently. Sava. Yeah, man, look at that. Look at that thing. I lost track of that name. $52 it was this morning. $61 now. All right, I just got word that Joel Elconin is back from his own party. He's been having a party this afternoon along with me. And let me make sure I'm done with my party juice as I lose my hat. Rodrigo's right. Nothing matters. Stocks go up. This is crazy. What about Nikola? That's a good question, Battleground. What's Nikola up to? If Nikola can go up, then you know. Yeah, all right. All right, let's bring Joel on here now. Actually, let's just start the At The Close show. Let's start the At The Close show right about now. All right, it is time for pre-market prep at the close.
3 consecutive highs, opened, matched yesterday's low, and then once it took out there, that's all the breakout momentum traders needed.
Joel, it's a party.
What's going on? Happy St. Patrick's Day.
I got 2 words for you.
Pump and pow, baby. You know what?
Yeah.
Pump and pow is making Helicopter Ben look like a test pilot. Holy mackerel. Well, let's recap things here, folks. A little bit of selling this morning. I don't know why.
Show us your charts.
Oh, that's right. I got to show you the chart. What you got there, Suspense?
I got some Powell juice. Pump and Powell juice.
Oh, man. Spencer, you wore a red shirt today, and the market didn't go down. So
it was a test. I was testing Uncle Jerome, and he passed the test.
He is amazing. Pump and Powell. He got us going. We sold off a little bit this morning, took out the pre-market low, and then we turned around right after 2 o'clock. You can see this big old bar here. And we made a new all-time high, folks. Last number on my sheet was 3970.75. That was Tuesday's high. That was the all-time high. We caught a couple kids jumping in the pool there above 70.75, went to 73.50, and now we're 10 handles off that high. So just a little profit taking up there. Still a good area, still a good number moving forward. Crude, that's a buck off its low. That's down 16 cents. It's 64.64. Powell's pumping gold. Gold's up $16. It's 1746.80. I'm glad I didn't get shaken out there under 1700. Silver, that's up 55 cents or 2.14% at 25.56.5. And you're buying, you got to buy Bitcoin here, up $2,140 at 58,050. So up and away, Spencer.
Oh my gosh, Joel! I was just confessing to the audience that I am horrid at interpreting this stuff, but I guess the best I can interpret it, Powell said, "Hey," and the FOMC said, "Hey, markets, economy's getting better, getting hotter. Inflation, we don't really quite see it yet, but we think it's coming, and we're not going to change interest rates anytime soon."
Well, not Ben. Jerome called me during the show this morning. I told him
Right.
not to call between 8 and 9. I told him that.
I know you did.
And so I called him back.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, no matter what you do with rates, buddy, people are not pulling money out of the market. I mean, that's just plain and simple. But hey, he doesn't care about inflation. What people have to understand about inflation is that there's inflation in stocks too. There's inflation in assets. There's inflation in NTFs. There's inflation in
NFTs. But
those two.
Those two, exactly.
Exactly. I mean, that's just it. I mean, that's the way the market is. People are not pulling the money out of that, out of the market for these paltry rates. Let's see what the bonds. I didn't even look at the bonds. What are they doing here? At US is the 30-year bond. I mean, they might just need to get rid of that thing. New low for the move there. That's the 30-year T-bond traded at the Chicago Board of Trade, and then the equivalent of that is Tilt, TLT, and boom, man. And if you guys think, hey, that this is a big decline from 180 to 135, I mean, a lot lower prices could be seen here in these bond market. But what do the folks want to talk about?
You're talking about Alibaba, which is an interesting chart. Now we talked about it this morning. The bad news never ends on this thing. But hey, forget company news, forget China, forget regulation. Low interest rates means buy everything.
The Bobster. We talked about the setup here, and I don't know. Dennis I don't know if he was ready to strike just yet, but we talked about that 230 area. And boy, how often? I mean, I think Baba, for like a as high price stock as it is, I think it's pretty true to the technicals. I mean, look at this. You had 3 lows at the 225 area, 226, and then you had this low right here at 226.53. That was a nice setup. Wish I would have been keeping a little bit closer eye on it, but I liked it. You didn't come down and test the move. I like this chart here in the Bobster. Looking good. I do not think Dennis struck on it yet. Your resistance, I don't really see anything up. If you're going for a little bit of a swing trade here, maybe 241, 242. Got 2 highs, 41.33, 41.72. That's as if you're a short-term, trader and you picked it up here at 230. So that's what I'm looking at in Alibaba.
Congrats to Doc and Dave. Said he was down 16K at the open. He's up 10K now. What a reversal.
Hey,
Jerome.
Hey. All right, well, just don't give it back here. Spencer, you are having a good. I should have come into the office today, man. You are having a good time there. But we just got to bounce. S&P's up 16 handles at 68.75. The reason I'm like hesitant to say that like this is the top is that we haven't traded our 9-day average trading range. So if we get up to now bite your tongue here, 9-day average trading range would take you closer up to 39.90. But maybe we'll save that for
and
tomorrow.
The high of the day was 39.73.50, right?
Yeah. So I mean, who knows? Who knows what will happen? Will happen tomorrow? But there it is. Good day in the market.
So I guess that's the question, right? That's the question. Is this a pop that gets faded tomorrow? No. Okay, you said it.
Why?
I asked it. You said it.
No, the fade of fade. I mean, we'll see. I mean, if this is 2 highs in the same area, definitely has some significant. But boom, until it's taken out, then it is resistance. So there are a pair of highs in the same area. The rate conversation has helped the Facebook breakout.
It helped everything break out. Facebook is at not anymore, but it was just at a high of the day. And
no, I just think that
you look at that. Look at where Facebook's at on the daily. That's interesting.
That's a nice. Oh boy, was that on earnings? I wonder what that day was. That was a bad day.
That
Look
was
at that. This is a great eye there, Spencer.
not the 27th.
Look, was that an earnings day?
On the 27th. Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Wow. And look at that. You have that other pesky high up there too at 287.63. This high, what was this one? 286.78. Didn't quite get up there today, but I'd keep an eye on that because the last, few times it went up there, it didn't hold, really caught a cold and came down. But who knows? Knocking on the door here. We did have this crazy consolidation here, and this was weird. I remember looking at this. It broke out the top. What was rare here is that after it broke out of the top of that, 2-3 week trading range, came back down within it, gave you a chance to get in on the cheap. So nice looking chart there. Let's see if the move can continue here in Facebook.
Maybe we should pour one out for maybe for the banks. or
pour one out. Is that like your millennial term or something?
Pour one out, like
a drink.
Yeah. Pour one out means oh my god, I'm struggling to explain what that saying means. Show them some love. I'll
tell you right now, JP Morgan, this is looking a little toppy to me. I mean, I'm not calling a top, but I'm calling the top here. 57.63, 56.92, 56.88 today. 3 highs in that same area. Oh, 3 monthly highs here, but this isn't a monthly. You know what I would do on this one if I was long this JP Morgan? I would look at this, not today's low, but I would keep an eye on that 2-day low. Give yourself some room. You're at 155. Maybe if it takes out 152.18, it's $1 below yesterday's low. So keep an eye on that. Just don't like to see 3 highs in the same area. Could be Jamie Dimon getting out of some stock. Bank of America, new multi-year high, pulling back. So that 38, 38 is pesky. Did get to 38 today. Let's see here. And also on these folks, if you're on these banks and you're getting a little cabin fever up here, man, keep your eye on the high close for the move. That was 37.94 back on last Friday, and you have surpassed it, but you haven't closed above it. So I'd be keeping a close eye on these banks here. Just the fact that it's had a new all-time high, not posting a new all-time closing high. That's what I like to see.
Yeah, pouring out just means for your buddy who's not with us anymore, for your friend who's not there. Cheers to the friend who's not there is basically what.
It's kind of sad, Spencer.
Well, I mean, it's the banks, right? That's what I meant by that comment. Anyway, I can't wait to hear from Dennis tomorrow. I'm sure he's having
yeah, this is probably a good hour. I wonder if he got down and dirty in this. Let's see. What do we got here? We got 19 or 20 minutes left. Do we want to cover some stuff from this morning?
Yes.
I want to. What do you want to cover?
Can we start with Lennar, please? Did you see that thing today? Because holy moly.
Oh, wow.
I know.
Wow, that's ripping. That's a breakout.
I know.
I mean, if you're trading this thing and you're short over 95, then you need to stay after school because there's no way that once this thing took out 95, 4 highs in the same, 3 highs in the same area. You had that big seller there. I don't know where it opened up. I mean, it kind of jogged around in the pre-market.
87. I don't know. I'm just
88.50 took out yesterday's low. People were looking the other way, but man, once it came back up through that open, that was a heatless trade. And then I think when it blew through 95, whoever was short scrambling for cover, traded over triple digits. This has never been over triple digits before. This is a huge move for Lennar. So, if you have a target in this area, I'd encourage you to take it. But I'd say this is out like 42 standard deviations here for this move here for Lennar. And is it boosting the other home builders? Because I know a lot of them have already reported.
Great question. They trade together.
Look
KBA
at that.
looking
KB
good.
Homes.
Whole brothers looking good.
Yeah, well, also good news on the interest rate, right? You know,
That's
bad,
true.
right?
Also true. What's the other one?
what a-
and what is it?
Hovanian. Wait a second. Hovanian is a triple-digit stock?
No. They did a
reverse split.
They did a reverse split. I know. The only reason I know that is because
Your mom owns it.
No, that's but my dad like had a portfolio for me that he started years ago, and my dad bought this stock in my portfolio, and so I owned this thing for years, and I got rid of it like a couple years ago because I was like, Dad, what did you do? Why did you give me this stock?
What was the other one that your dad was stuck in?
He made his money back. I don't remember what it was.
What was that one?
I don't remember.
Was it a crypto or no?
No, it was a biotech. But I owned this. That my dad bought for me when I was like in junior high or something, and stuck it in my portfolio for 10 years, and then I sold or whatever, and I sold it. But that's the only reason I know that there's a reverse split. It's not.
Can we get your dad on the show sometime? We'll have him come on and talk about doctor.
Sure. No. Wait, what's the NVR? Is what I was thinking of. NVR is the other home builder that I was.
NVR.
Yeah.
NVR.
Isn't that?
That's a $4,000 stock.
Wait, I'm not crazy.
What is this?
Right?
Get that off my screen.
I'm not crazy.
$4,000 stock. Who trades a $4,000 stock? No one trades a $4,000
Okay,
stock. Split your stock.
I'm just thinking of the largest home builder stocks, and KB Homes, Toll Brothers, and NVR.
Toll. We didn't look at Toll.
In addition to Lennar. That's the point.
This one a little bit of a laggard. Didn't bust out, but we'll see. We'll see what happens with this. Trying to get up to that all-time high. I believe they already reported though.
They all should have already reported by now. It's pretty late in the season. Joel, what about Uber here?
Uber Eats.
We're talking about Uber this morning. Actually, I don't even remember if we got to Uber this morning.
We did not.
We didn't even. It was on the list. We didn't even cover it.
Yeah, what that something about the driver designation or something?
Yeah, I mean Uber got a pop thanks to the Fed, just like everyone else did. But yeah, it was they're reclassifying their UK drivers. I think just Uber drivers, not Uber Eats drivers, is how I understand it. And this was like a lawsuit that's been going back and forth for years. It's not over yet. But yeah, they basically have to just provide benefits. It's basically just a win for the drivers. They have to provide benefits and that sort of thing to their drivers.
Oh, under 39.60 here. I guess we'd have some major resistance up in that 39.70 handle. Would it be great to come back unchanged here on the day? That would be like, okay, nothing happened today. Uber, this is what sticks out in my mind about Uber is that you see where this arrow is here? That was earnings day. Made a new all-time high and then kind of STB. And it had a big decline to under 52, came back to 60, and then, flirted with it for a couple days. So this is what the big money thought about the stock after the report, beat it up, and then it came back down. Bad news again. Lower high here on the move, so that's not a good sign. I guess if you want to look at, let's see if this comes back in. Where did we go? We went 50, 60 to 61. Let's call it 10-point move halfway back, 56. So better hold in here. Next daily low to keep an eye on, 54.72. That was your March 9th low.
Joel, what about this buy the dip in Plug Power?
Did it happen?
This thing was down 25%. Just about overnight / this morning, and it's almost hit $40 again today.
How low did it get?
32.80.
Oh, 32.8. It did get to 32. Are you sure?
That's what I'm seeing.
32.80, but that was in the pre-market.
Yes. That was at
Yeah.
like 7 a.m. 6:05,
Yep.
whatever. Yep. Yeah. Oh, you mean during the regular session, it only got to like 35? 35.
Yeah. This is one of those instances where,
Wait,
where the pre-market.
wait.
I don't know why I put that up there. Hold on. What were we just talking about?
Plug power.
Plug. Yeah. This is one of those instances where you just, you get overdone in the pre-market and you can use that. Now, if you were looking at this and you're short, you're thinking, man, I'm going to bring this in at 33. You found out pretty quickly. You had the higher open. It came down to 35. Did we have any? Oh, look at this. Didn't even get to that low. Yeah, 33 and a quarter. See, that's weird. When I see 33.26 to 37.60, I just say, hey, split it. Maybe we'll stop around 35, but wasn't an active of that. So Nola Trader here is calling me out.
I knew that was coming.
Oh, you know what? What does this guy want? He complains all morning in the show. Okay. He's complaining now. I mean, I talk about a stock that closes, trades up to 212 in the pre-market, then trades down to 191 and change in the regular session. And I'm sorry, Nola Trader, I didn't predict that it was going to come all the way back to 210.
Wait, no.
You know what? Maybe you should start doing your own pre-market show.
Joe,
and I can listen to you and I can point out everything that you do. I mean, give me a break. Man.
I think we should have couched everything that was said this morning with, oh, by the way, everything we say could be undone by Jerome Powell, which is essentially what happened here today.
God, I give a guy a level and whatever. I mean, whatever. No stocks for Nola Trader.
Oh man,
I'm out.
All right. No, come on. Look, you have potential. You have potential. All right, let's do some more tickers from chat, and then we'll just wrap it up here for the day. And then Mitch and I are going to hang out after the close. We'll watch the news as it comes in, and we'll do Cannabis Insider at 4:30. What about? All right, we've gotten asked a couple times about this one, AVEO, smaller cap. What kind of volume does this thing have?
AVEO. Avio?
Yeah, not a heavily traded stock.
Sounds like a stock. It sounds like a kid's game or something, isn't it? Is this what you want? AVEO?
Yep, small cap.
Yeah. Wow.
Low float, small cap. These are harder, guys. These are harder. He asked for a level if you have one. These are finicky. These things can blow levels out of the water. So
yeah, with this one, I mean, it's after the fact, Jack. They must have had some good news, right, on this day, and the good news was sold. When you see a green bar like this, and then you see a red bar like this, and where did it settle that day? The day that it got to 1824, it settled at 1157. I mean, you just don't go big green bar, red bar, big green bar, especially in a stock that has some news on it. So this is coming down. Do I think it's going down to $8? No. Did it get a little bit overdone when it went to 18? So maybe, I don't know how this thing is usually pretty quiet. So I think you'll have to wait for like a quiet period to settle down, because right now you're kind of hitting a moving target. I would just keep an eye on these closes. You had that. It's interesting because it was a tricky day after you went up to that 1824, because you closed higher on the day at 1244, but that was resistance the next day. So just keep your eye on your closes. I'd say 1115, approximately where we're trading the close from yesterday, 1141, that high from today, 1152. Another leg down here in the S&Ps. I said we're going back to unchanged, and it looks like we're going back to unchanged here. That would be 52.75. Your all-time closing high, that was made on Monday at 58.25. That's right where we're trading right now.
A couple more interesting charts here. Let's look at Jinko Solar. This one is interesting. This one had a nice bounce off of 40, and it broke through the floor of that range that it was in for what is that?
Back and fill.
Months.
Yeah, this is just this is backing and filling here to see if this moves for real. Let's call it 38 to 50, 12-point move. You're coming in at 44. If you're long this Jinko Solar, you want to see it hang out here at 44, put a little couple lows in, maybe an inside day, and then continue the jaunt higher and get over 50. If in fact it can't hold this 44, 44 and a quarter area, did trade down to 42.21 today, then you have a chance of testing the low of the move. And what is there? What was that solar stock that Dennis bought the other day? Was it First Solar? Or there was some other one he bought? No, he bought some solar stock. What? I think it was this one. This one's holding up pretty well. First Solar. I can't remember what it was.
What was then? And there was another solar stock too that was ripping that I hadn't heard of before. A couple of days ago. I know.
man.
I know. Mitch knows it. Mitch knows it. Was it?
Were we talking iSun?
That's the one.
iSun W.
iSun.
SOL.
ISUN. That was the one. That was ripping.
What is it? Is that okay? That's a good name for a solar stock.
iSun. Yeah, I hadn't heard of it before the other day, but I guess they had earnings on Monday, and I don't remember what Dennis bought.
It was First Solar?
Yeah. The Echo is saying it was First Solar, and so is Damath. I always look at these in context of the TAN ETF.
Yeah, I know you're a big ETF guy.
Yep. What about this? Is I love me a good gap fill. What about Molson Coors TAP?
TAP.
I love me. I've not looked at this one in months. I love me a good gap fill.
Oh, there it is. There you go. I mean, if this is interesting because people got caught here. You had all those lows just above 48. You come up and fill the gap. I don't know. I don't know if this move is over yet. And the reason I'd say that, I think you might get closer to 50 on this leg. I'm not really sticking, any major prediction out here, but that's about halfway back, 56 to 44, right? Right, 12-point move, add 6, boom, 50. So there's another target. S&P's slipping a little bit more here, folks, heading back towards unchanged.
Just to give everyone a quick preview of the earnings slate for tonight, not much. We've got Five Below. We've got Sundial. I know a lot of you love Sundial. We've got Ride. Did Ride ever respond to that short report, or maybe they'll respond?
They did. I can't remember. Oh, right. No, I got it.
Yeah. They did a week ago.
Yeah, I don't know about these things. Do I want to be long going into the report? I don't know. It seems like if these short sellers, and the way this is just my observations, if they hit them on the report and they don't bounce back in a day or two, then they kind of get them. Like Cloverleaf, they got it. They got sacked on the short report, hard to recover. So that's the way I look at it. Unless they can really, do a quick about face, then it's really hard for them to rebound.
Yep. And this is a question that RAG put in there. He asked if you could look at a UK stock. A lot of overseas stocks, if they don't have ADRs,
can I?
Well, I mean, in this case, I don't really know how liquid the. Yeah. So in this case, the company is Avon. They do have OTC shares. I think it's AVNBF, but a lot of these things again are not super liquid at all. So you're really not getting an accurate measure.
Yeah.
They'll reflect the trading in the primary market, which in this case is London, but you're not getting. It's not a liquid market. You're not getting a real accurate measure of the trading in the primary market in the U.S. So the
day's done by the time you're getting information. Right. Day's done, and that's why when we talked about Nokia. And the Reddit guys were trying to get it, and it's just they did get it that one day.
Yep.
I hope they sold on that day. They did get it, but Dennis made a great observation about this. Yep. Is that, and these guys, they did their homework because they jammed it after Europe closed. So there was less liquidity on that day. I mean, you can look up that move, the time of that move. And then they woke up and they're like, "Oh my God, it's $9!" And they got out and they just started selling here on the U.S. market. Say, "Hey, we'll buy it back tomorrow on our own exchange."
Yep. That's exactly what happened. What else here? As we head into the close, Joel is right. We are nicely off the high, but still well above where we were. You pull up the futures for us, well above where we were.
Yeah,
at 1:59 Eastern time this morning.
Yeah,
So
you could feel you could feel that that break this morning. I had a small short on, and I'm just like, oh well, it's 6 points my way. Oh no, I'm even on it. Oh no, it's 4 points by it. There was that real consistent buying. I wish I would have had something at 39 and a quarter. I had absolutely nothing there. Kind of was hoping for Monday's low 39.13, but they're laughing at me on that one. But we are poised here, 3 minutes to go in the session, to post a new all-time closing high, folks. I like that. The highs and lows are important, but where you're marked is the most important thing. Actually, the last after hours print, that's something I also note. Last night was 57.75. So all this,
So basically today was a wash.
It's a wash.
Today was
Yeah. And I could say the broker had made a lot of commissions, but it's commission-free trading. So I don't know.
So somebody asked a great question on the last show, on the first trade show. If you own a partial share, do you get the dividend? The answer is yes, but you just get partial dividends. So if you own less than one share, you get less than one dividend per share, right? So whatever the divvy is, you get a fraction. But I thought that was a great question. So I just wanted to answer that on the stream.
Ooh, Boeing.
How are we doing?
Interesting chart here. I remember banging the table. Remember when we did that game when I smoked you guys? What was that, last Thursday?
Yeah.
Around the bell?
Yep.
I mean, I didn't even think it was that close. I don't know who was judging, but I thought I blew you guys out of the water.
Okay.
But last Thursday,
each their own.
Was trading at. You were actually pretty good, Spencer. You actually, I did catch the part where you were making fun of me. I did. Because someone asked you about a stock and you gave like a bunch of exact levels. You're like, it's going to trade up to 192.48, and I caught it, Spencer. Don't think I didn't. I caught you making fun of me.
All right,
but that's okay. That's okay. I got thick skin. Been in the markets. Okay, so Thursday this closed at 252 even, and I said there's no doubt that this thing is going to trade 268. Now, if you use that at a target, you might have been swearing at me when it went to 278.57. But now it's back under that area. So what you got to do for Boeing here, hopefully they don't have any bad news overnight, is you got a 10-point bounce off that 54 area. So I think you're okay. I would like to see what happens. 54 is a nice cushion. Of course, news can always move things. The high of the move was not made on the day it made the 78.57 high. What I'd like to see over the next couple of days is it improve on that 69.19 close from March 12th.
All right, 5 seconds left, Joel. In
5 seconds.
Today's session, we are just about done. Final tally for the day as I'm speaking. Let's just go to the index.
Nice.
SPX closes up 0.29%. The Nasdaq closes up 0.38%, and the Russell closes up 0.73%. All three indexes were down several hours ago. All three came out. Let's just do the Dow Jones. Why not?
Dow Jones.
We're not total snobs here. Dow Jones closed up about 0.5%. All four indexes were down. All four staged a comeback. Thank you very much, Pump and Powell.
Yep. And I hope I didn't scare Nola Trader off. Nola Trader, come back. I was just giving you a hard time. I think I hurt his feelings. So
final tally for the day. We are green in about 60% of S&P 500 stocks.
It's a good day.
Green today, about 37% in the red. Your leader this today, as far as sectors, was the consumer discretionary sector. Industrials was up 1%, just as the discretionaries were. Materials were up. Utilities were down. And yeah, that was pretty much it. So we were
all right.
Way more
Good day.
Good day. Good day. It was
okay. All right. Nola Trader came back. All's good. So I'm gonna sign off here before I offend anybody else.
Joel, we had a good day. I'm excited for tomorrow. We got day 1 of the tourney, at least the first 4.
Oh yeah.
Gonna be a day.
I haven't done any brackets yet. I'm too nervous to do any brackets. I'm gonna have to focus on that. I might not be on the show tomorrow morning. I may be doing my brackets.
All right, smash the like. It says it right there for Joel. And Joel, we'll see you tomorrow, man.
Okay, adios, amigos.
All right, it's 4:00, which means we got some news flow coming in hot here on Benzinga Pro. Let's share my screen and let's bring Mitch on and let's talk about the news as it's coming in. Okay. What do I see here? Okay, YVR. I saw that mentioned in chat a few times. YVR is one of the. There's like a half dozen or so stocks that can be classified as quote unquote non-fungible token plays. YVR is one of them. We had a list up before on Benzinga Pro. I didn't copy it because you got to get in Benzinga Pro to get that list. But all right, here we go. Lordstown Motors is out with their earnings report. Q4 earnings per share, they lost $1.04 per share last quarter. That is down from a 15-cent per share loss a year ago. So losses widening to say the least. I can't talk there. And now the headline is gone. Let's go to the chart here and see what is going on with RIDE. Mitch, how was your day today, man? I saw you streaming the JPAL conference.
Yeah, pumping power, doing what he usually does best. Pump
the markets. Yeah, you missed the start of our stream here. I polished off the last of the very, very last of our Bacardi, and then there was a little bit of bourbon that I also.
Well, my friend, I didn't come empty-handed.
That's what I'm talking about.
Woodford Reserve, baby.
Yep. Okay. Anyway, back to ride. So let's see if we can get. There we go. It's a little bit better. I got rid of the view op. Whoever suggested that, sorry, he was just getting in the way. It was too distracting for me. Kept the RSI up so we can have some idea of what the relative strength index says. And let's go back to the news feed, see what's going on with ride. RIDE. Okay. I'm sorry. It looks like there was an adjustment there. EPS 23-cent loss versus a 10-cent loss a year ago. They see their year-end liquidity. They have going to have at least $200 million in cash and cash equivalents. Okay, so they're not going to go broke. But I don't know what their debt is off the top of my head. I guess we can look it up, but I don't really want to do that right now. Let's see if they. Let's go to the PR feed.
See what we see. See what we got.
What's a ride in the press release / SEC feed that I have here? And come on, buddy. Come on, old buddy. Work for me. I'm doing a refresh.
Well, I got a trade after this, after we get through ride. So I want to talk about something that I saw spike up in the last hour.
Here's the press release. Right there, Benzinga Pro.
Boom, boom. Put it full screen. I can't even see it.
You can't even see it? Okay, should I
there
see
you go.
Yeah, it's too many words. I'm with you. I'm going to skim this thing real fast. Full year net loss of $101 million on cash and $630 million at year end. They exercised warrants, which resulted in some more cash. CapEx range for the year, $275 million. They're entering the due diligence phase. I'm not really sure what that means. That's for a loan. Is that for a loan? Okay. They are accelerating the development of the Lordstown Motors second vehicle with a goal of in the second half of 2022 starting production. That's what SOP means. Start of production in the back half of next year. They're going to unveil a demo sometime this summer. Okay.
I think that's
obviously
important news there.
It's going to sound, the whole thing is going to sound super bullish. You got to sort of look behind the flowery quotes, right, on these things.
I think because of the short report, the most focused thing is going to be, is their timing of release of the the vehicle going to come out exactly when they're saying it? If you start seeing delays, then it could be that the short report was right, that they weren't even close to releasing it near that time. So I think that's what to focus on, and at least what I'm going to be focused on Ride is when do they release some information about when the vehicle's coming out, and will it come out exactly on that date? Spencer talking to himself,
Damn it. Sorry. I was on mute.
I got the green at least in the back. At least I don't have the green on. So,
Happy Muhammad, Ride is out. Ride is out. The earnings report was out at like 4:00 on the news.
So Spencer, before we get to the next earnings, one that I did see start moving up, and it's interesting. I don't know too much about this one, but I need to learn. So silver plays. I saw Gato, this Gato, Gato's silver. I don't know what this one really is, but I'm using my movers tool right now, guys, on Benzinga Pro. And one of the things that I'm doing is I'm putting it on the last hour as a scanner here, the last hour of the regular session. So I want to see what moved when Pump and Pow was really on. So to me, this Gato silver moved up like 4 or 5%. It's interesting. It's dropping now, but it did move from like 1450s to 1560s. Do you know any other major silver stocks we can take a look at, see if maybe we're seeing a move?
Well, you can go to, you know what I'm going to say. You can go to the ETF, right?
Of course.
You can go to the ETF, which is SLV. That is the iShares Silver Trust. Again, that's a commodity ETF. So that's an ETF that actually owns silver. It's not an ETF that owns silver stocks. So there's a bit of a difference there. As I try to Google, because whatever, let's just Google it. This is what I do when I'm lazy, right? I just pull up
First power of Google, man.
First Majestic, Wheaton. Yeah.
Party City, ripping, bro.
SLV. Still with SLV. That's what I would do. First Majestic. Thank you, Blockchain Brian. Wait, Mitch, what are you saying about Party City?
It's up. It's on that scanner that I'm looking at. So
really,
yeah, it's not doing too bad.
You know what, let's go back to the newsfeed and cover some more news as it comes in. So we had Ride. Five Below is out. Let's go.
Nice. Let's take that look.
5VE brick and mortar retail. Q4 earnings per share, they beat $2.20 versus $2.11 estimate. Sales of $858 versus $838 million. So a beat and a beat in the fourth quarter. As far as forward-looking numbers, they gave some Q1 guidance. EPS well above the estimate. Sales also well above the estimate. And if that wasn't enough, they announced that the board has approved a $100 million buyback. Give me those buybacks and give me those divvy raises. Look at Five Below. Nice. Very nice. I don't have a Borat sound on my soundboard yet.
You are the Borat.
That's it. That's it. Very nice.
Let me see how I want to be interested in, because one of the ones that could be affected with that 5 earnings is Ross Stores. So I took a look there, and you kind of see a little bit of a move up near the close, but it hasn't moved right now after hours.
Here, wait. Let's go back to 5, and let's go to the Peers tab. Let's see. Anything jump out to us? Not really. Okay. Back to the news feed. Five Below. We're done with you. We'll come back in a few minutes and see how the report holds up. Let's go to American Outdoor Brands. That's the company formerly known as Smith & Wesson, right? AOUT. And earnings just now, 82 cents is what they earned per share last quarter versus a 13-cent gain a year ago. Sales, $82 million versus a $59 million estimate. They gave some guidance. Sales guidance for the year, that was above the estimate. EPS guidance for the year, also well above the estimate. This is AOUT. Again, the company formerly known as Smith & Wesson. They've done some weird spin-offs. I think this was a spin-off of that company, or they separated the businesses. But nice pop after hours, 24.50. Let's zoom out on the daily, see what we can see. Yeah, this was a spin-off. I remember this one. So this is not like the firearm assets, right? This is everything else from that company. Okay. All-time high. This does not look like a real candle to me. I don't know what that was. That that daily, that high of 30. That does not look. That looks like some sort of a cross or a fat finger or something. But I would call this an all-time high in AOBC. So there you are right now, 24.75. Let's go back to the chat and see what the chat's working on. You know what we need, Mitch, for this sort of like after hours hangout?
What do we need?
Can we get some tunes?
Yeah, we got to get some back tunes or something like that.
Some tunage here. Just because this is like the chillest, most relaxed part of the day. I know that Luke and Jason are also relaxed, but they're all like they're like chaotic relaxed. We're like chill relaxed, right? Thank you, Logan Reed, confirming that AOUT is their apparel stuff and not the firearms. Confirming that I did not make that up. What about Givo? Okay, I saw that in the newsfeed. Let's go back to the newsfeed. Let's look at GEVO earnings. To the extent that earnings per share matter in a company like this, I don't know how much they do. This company is so tiny; it's really all about growth, revenue growth. So, but still, though, sales $500,000 versus a $750,000 estimate. By the way, here's the headline I mentioned earlier. Oh wait, no, it's not. That's something different. Forget that. GEVO after hours. I'm still not quite sure. Like, can someone in the chat explain to me why this stock like has captured the attention of so many traders?
Probably a short, a small float.
Besides the fact that it went from 1 to 14, is there another reason? Can anyone explain to me like what is so special about this company? Because I have no idea.
I'm not sure, but probably the float's under 30 million, so could give it that momentum name with the day traders. I know day traders keep an eye on that.
Well, after hours now, we're down here significantly. So you can see right there. See that big red bar, the volume bar? That's the close. Okay. So the close today was 9.43. So we're down about half a buck. Fat Cat saying chat room pump. Yeah, I believe it.
All right. So an interesting one that biotech that has a huge price target today with a buy rating, Sava.
Wait a minute. After this, weren't you going to make a trade for us or something?
Yeah, well, I was looking at silver. We didn't really get into it too much, but I was looking at silver and I'm looking at some other plays. But I'm still diamond hands in Genius. I'll tell you that at least.
We'll have to get to that in a second. we'll get there in a hot second.
I'm sure there's going to be some people interested now.
Sava had Jones Trading, which is a small research firm, put a buy rating and gave it a price target of $110.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to point out. That's a big change from where it is right now. I mean,
110?
Yeah.
Oh my goodness. I'm just curious. What other ratings does Sava have? Probably not much. Yeah, that's what I thought. This is the ratings calendar in Benzinga Pro, guys. You can see all the analyst coverage. I see what you see: Maxim, HC Wainwright, Cantor, and Jones. So these are all like smaller firms. No, like if a bulge bracket bank were to come in here, like a JP Morgan, a Goldman Sachs, a Morgan Stanley, a B of A, that would carry a lot of weight. A Deutsche Bank, maybe. These are all smaller research firms. So I would just say, like, I'm not super familiar with any of these firms or their track records. That being said, a price target of $110 is notable on a stock that is trading at 62.
That's definitely for sure.
So I didn't see that this morning, but good catch, Mitch. All right, I never want to stray too far from the newsfeed because there's a ton of headlines that people like Randy are popping in there, and I feel like every time we look away, we miss more stuff. And guys, by the way, like Benzinga Pro, like you got to pay for this, okay? Like you guys are getting like a sneak peek, but this is stuff that people pay for. So I want to point that out. And today is St. Paddy's Day. And we've had the sale up all day. I'm going to put it in chat once again. The St. Patrick's Day sale gets you 35% off a Benzinga Pro Essential Annual Plan. This is today, tomorrow, and Friday, I believe. The rest of the week. There is the link. It is in chat. It is in the description of the video. You also get a free 2 week. You can always get a free 2 week trial. That always applies. If it's not for you, it's not for you. You know. But I just wanted to mention that. Sean Wilson says it's worth every penny. The thing about these services, right, is like all it takes is one winner for it to pay for itself. That's kind of the thing. So enough about that. Back to the news feed.
All right.
Wait. What is this Penn National headline?
Dun, 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 dun.
Penn National Gaming reports approval to offer mobile online sportsbook in Virginia.
Boom, boom.
Let's go look at Penn. Real fast.
Did you see the recent Michigan stats from betting?
No, I'm sure you did though.
You know I did.
What they say?
The interesting part of it is MGM stepping up, number 2 now
in Michigan.
Yeah, you know, one of the things I'd say about MGM, and I use them. It's my favorite platform. Is the promos. They just give you promos left and right. They keep you like that.
Interesting. So look at this big volume bar. That big volume bar at that was the close. My bad. I thought that was after the close. Okay, I stand corrected. That's not abnormal. Still though, we're up after hours. Penn National expanding into Virginia.
Man, if you draw a trend line on the weekly on this, is
all right. Let's do it.
It's impressive.
Oh, look at that.
Look at that trend.
And this is why I hate. Not hate. Hate's a strong word. This is why I have soured a little bit on the RSI. I used to look at RSI a lot a few years ago. And what soured me on the RSI is, so the RSI says this thing is like almost overbought, right? It's almost in overbought territory. The thing about that, though, is it could stay overbought or oversold like forever.
Yep.
Right? Like just because it crosses that 70, what is it, 30 or 70? Is that it? Yeah, it's 30 or 70. Just because it crosses 70 and the RSI indicator says, oh, it's overbought. This is why you can't really use most indicators in a vacuum, right? You have to use it in conjunction with something else. RSI by itself won't tell you a lot, right? So that's why I'm not a fan.
You know what I say about those indicators is that they're lagging. So one thing you always got to understand,
RSI is a lagging indicator for sure.
It's lagging indicators. So what I do for indicators is I use them for confirmation, not to get me the trade idea. Because if you use them to get you the trade idea, you're usually going to be late to the move. It's like using the MACD. The MACD is one that I use often, guys. And what I use it to is determine once I'm in, is the momentum going in my direction, not to determine to get me in. And that's what I use the indicators for.
Great point. Buyback from, and is it a buyback and divvy raise from Williams Sonoma? Do they have earnings? They had earnings. WSM, the catalog, Williams Sonoma catalog, which is fantastic and horrible at the same time every year. Q4 EPS, they beat. Q4 sales, they missed. A $1 billion buyback and a nice divvy raise from 53 cents a share to 59 cents a share. Let's go to WSM and take a look. Oh, that's not it. WSM, take a look at the board. Oh, that's a weekly. Holy moly. Let's go to it in 1 minute. Nice. Look at that, Mitch.
That's a nice little candle right there.
1 minute chart.
I might have to even pull this up. Let me see how it's looking.
There's a daily. There's a weekly. Let's go to the monthly. Oh my God, this is sick. This is sick. Wait, it's just a mail order like retail, right? That's what this is?
Hey, anything e-commerce, baby.
Is it even e-commerce? I guess it is. All I know is the catalog. Jeez.
Honestly, I've never even seen it. I'll be honest. I don't like it just because it's so near that resistance. So 140, if you look on the weekly,
okay,
it's rejected off 140 plenty of times.
What?
No, that hard weekly turn there, and then also on the weekly. You also see on what is the 5th on March, it also rejected from that level. I would let it. It needs some volume around probably, I would say 135. Let's see how it did today at 135.
Venus,
how is that with rejections?
Venus's logic is basically the same logic that applies to the rest of the retail market, which is, hey, it didn't go out of business. That's bullish. If you made it through last summer, bullish.
Didn't everything make it?
No, not
What didn't?
J.C. Penney finally died.
I mean, that was already on the tombstone.
Didn't Payless die? Payless Shoe Source. There's a bunch of retailers that died last year. You can Google it. There's a whole list.
I honestly was surprised. I mean, because I've mentioned this, if you just took a shot on some stocks in March, you probably did great. I mean, it just shows me times like when there's that blood in the street, you got to go buying. It's not, and this is why I always say that you need cash. If you don't have cash, guys, and you don't have something to invest and you're fully invested, that's, I think, when you start getting into a little bit of trouble. I don't know, but what do you think about being fully invested sometimes, Spencer? Not that we're trying to say that that's the only way, but
I'm pretty fully invested right now.
What do you? How do you add to positions to when you get a down move? What do you do on your portfolio?
Yeah, so like I dollar cost average. I guess I'm never fully invested in that sense because I'm always dollar cost averaging. But what I mean is that my portfolio has my main, like my taxable account, my Fidelity account has, I think 9% cash, and I don't really like going below that. Like I don't like having less than 9% cash. I just like always having some cash. So in that sense, for me, I'm fully invested in that. In terms of my overall allocation, I don't really want to reduce my cash position right now, but I'm always adding, like I'm dollar cost averaging into stuff. So I'm always adding to more, every paycheck or whatever, I'm always adding to more positions. But that's how I do my investing. So in terms of allocation, I've got somewhere in the 8-9%, 10% cash range, and that's where I like it to be. That's just me.
All right, guys. So one more thing here. I'm looking at some Bitcoin stocks. Mara starting to set up, and with that, I'm looking at a different one, BTBT. So let's take a look here. Let me try to get a trend line drawn here for us. It's not perfect here, so let's see what it'd be kind of more of here in this area. But really, the biggest thing is this kind of more basing action that I'm seeing here. So there's a base at 16, and we just kind of ripped from that level. So one of the things that I try to do is when I see multiple supports, at least I have my out plan. So my out plan in this one would be near that 16, and I would be looking for it to get back above kind of this $20 level and get strong when it does get above that $20 level. But the biggest thing is, how far is Bitcoin going to go this year? I think it could really, really get above 100,000. So with that being said, I'm keeping my eyes on these Bitcoin stocks. What do you think about the Bitcoin stocks, Spencer?
I think I'd rather just own Bitcoin than own a Bitcoin stock, personally. Because with the Bitcoin stock, you're also, in a way, beholden to the financials of the company. But with Bitcoin, you're not. So if you want exposure to Bitcoin, why not just own Bitcoin? Why own a Mara or a Riot? That's how I feel. Can I pull up another stock that's not Bitcoin?
Let's do it, man.
Right, this is not really my bag, but guys, BBI, okay, small biotech. Why did I bring it up though? Let's go to our news. Actually, no, forget the news feed. Let's just scroll down. Let's go to news.
Right, overview.
Go to news
right there.
Big insider buy. Let me zoom in. Is that easier to see? Big insider buy. Okay, the CEO bought 100,000 shares at an average price of $1.18. This is in a Form 4 filing. We don't need to go into the filing because we see it in here right now in the news feed. Let's go back to the chart and zoom out. And heavy volume after hours. Big spike again. Super small name, not my bag. I'm just looking for movers, and this is a mover. So I just wanted to bring it to your attention.
It's going to be an interesting one. I've paid attention to those. I mean, when we think about it, an inside buy is what got me really focused on Fubo before that move from $10. So one of the things is I don't overreact on the inside buy, but it can get it to light. So if you see those, at least pay attention to them. Maybe see the next couple of days if you really do see kind of a bottoming action. Ooh. And one of the things I look at is if the bottoming action is above that inside buy. Because if it's the bottoming actions above that inside buy, you might have that support of volume right underneath you.
Mitch, check this out. This is actually a good segue too. This is a tweet from a Politico reporter. The cannabis banking bill will be reintroduced in the House tomorrow.
Dun, dun, dun.
Never passed the House in 2019, stalled in the Senate. They're going to reintroduce the cannabis. This is what the Safe Banking Act in
going green, baby.
On the floor of the House tomorrow. I bring that up, A, because it's notable and I'm bullish cannabis, but B, because we've got Cannabis Insider on the show next. Hey, while we're here, let's look at some cannabis stocks. They're
you know what? In a second, we could bring them on if they're ready. I have one that I want to ask about and how they feel.
I've got like 5.
My thing, all right, go for yours, and then I got one. But my thing is a little interesting. Mine's actually more in property, kind of a RET. So,
not Yoda. Okay, this is the ones. So, not Yoda asks, what are some good U.S. cannabis stocks?
Let's do it. Spence's the U.S. guy.
Your definition of good may be different than mine. I can tell you what I own. How about that? And then you can do your own research from there. I own the largest MSOs, the largest multi-state operators. So these are stocks that this fucking hat. God damn it. It's pissing me off. I can't fit over my damn headphones. The largest multi-state operators. So what does that mean? I own so these stocks don't trade on exchanges yet. They will trade on exchanges when the legality status changes, when cannabis becomes legalized on the federal level. So you want tickers? I'll give you tickers. I own Curaleaf, CURLF. Okay, it's Pulpit Daily. I own that. I own Green Thumb, GTBIF. Okay, I own Cresco. God, I'm actually blanking on the credit. Thank you. CRLBF. Okay, and I own TrueLeaf, TCNNF. Those are the 4 that I own. If I could go over and do it again, I would probably just buy this puppy, the MSOS. This is a cannabis ETF specifically for U.S. cannabis stocks. The 4 that I mentioned make up like 40%, I think, of this fund. But that's what I own personally. Mitch, you said you own one, and then let's transition and let's bring the cannabis guys on.
All right, so I don't have any of these right now, but one that I'm actually looking to actually buy is KERN, and then we talked about that one.
Yeah, we know that.
The reason I like that one is I'm an avid PAX fan. I love their vape. I think it's one of the best in the products in the business. Okay. So at the end of the day, that I'm behind the company, but really it's starting to set up. I love the bounce off $5 today. It had a really good bounce off that $5. I was looking at 550s already. So now that I've seen that $5 hold, I can start risking off that $5, and I'm going to look to try to grab that one. Now, the one that I wanted to bring up to the boys, and maybe we'll bring them on as I go ahead and kind of talk about this one.
Let's just bring them on.
Patrick, let's bring them on. Let's switch over to branding. Let's get into the cannabis time.
Yeah, what's up,
boys?
Yeah.
Here we are. Look at this.
Cannabis.
Look at this sausage factory in here. What's going on?
Wait
Look at the color. It kind of matches.
Y'all have the same last name. What's up with that?
What is up with that? Who are you?
He technically had it first. I can't say anything.
That's fair. That is fair.
Also, I'm not wearing green, but we're talking about green. So
How can you not be wearing green, by the way? What happened?
I don't know. Maybe that's why my dog is biting me so much today.
I hope so. That ain't many.
Right on the ankle.
Hey, I like the Akerna. I like the Akerna.
How can you not like Akerna? Jessica Blaisley. There's literally nothing that you could say about Jessica Billingsley that isn't she's an awesome, brilliant
She is
CEO.
wrapping up the cannabis technology space right now.
She really is.
This is a data company, right? Would you guys kind of explain it, kind of that?
Yeah, big time compliance. Seed to sale, tracking, like all your regulatory needs. This is what that company does for the MSOs and the
That's right.
cultivators.
But they are the only. Because I think they just acquired. I forget the name of the platform. The platform that they just Viridian. That's right. So now they are the only platform that is built on SAP, right? So clearly we know the value of that when it comes to other ERP systems. And
wait! You use too many acronyms, man. You gotta.
That's fair.
I'm not that smart.
That's fair. So when you think of manufacturing technology, SAP is a juggernaut, an absolute juggernaut, right? Okay. ERP systems, you have to have it, or you're not manufacturing. And in the cannabis space, Akerna is that, right? So I'll sit down, shut up, and take my medicine. I'm sorry I use so many acronyms.
Wait, Spencer, I mean, do you know other ETFs, though? Like other cannabis ETFs? I'm happy to recommend a few for you.
Of course, I'm familiar with all of them.
Well, you love your ETFs, I know.
Yeah, I just my point was like the four stocks that I own just happened to make up like 40% last I checked of the MSOS.
That's true.
It is very.
You know what? You guys picked some good ones, but there's a couple that you left out that I've got to shout out because I think that they are either up and coming or they're sort of already there, but for whatever reason they're in the background, right? So GTI you talked about, Curaleaf, Trulieve, Cresco, those are the big ones, right? Mm-hmm. Do not forget Air Wellness, AYRWF. They're becoming a very large player.
Is that how that's pronounced? I thought it was like Ire. It's pronounced Air.
I feel like today, all days you can pronounce it Ire, and they're probably not going to get mad at you. Well, but I think it's Air.
I think it's Air. I used to say AYR, but they have grown at a pretty rapid rate compared to the rest of the industry. And I mean, everybody's growing rapidly this year, but I mean, scaling back to last year. But when you look at the New York market, Air and Columbia Care are the two that are going to run New York for the foreseeable future. That's CCHWF. Nick Vito,
and New Jersey, for that matter.
Yeah. Those two companies are well placed for New York.
Okay.
All right. Guys, before one more because of the banking news. That's why I wanted to mention this one. Okay. So IIPR. Before I get on out of here, guys, IIPR. And so my look is actually on the opposite way, the downside. I'm a short bear in this. What do you guys think about me being a bear in IIPR?
You know what's funny about it? IIPR has been the juggernaut of the sale leaseback craze in cannabis for a little while now. I mean, look at that. What is it trading at? $194 right now? Mm-hmm. 194 and a quarter. So it's done really well. They've basically monopolized the market, but with the Banking Act comes access to capital markets, comes access to other traditional loans and way better rates. I mean, and let's think about that for a second. When you are getting a sale leaseback, some of your rates for the leases that you're paying off, they're in the high teens in terms of percentages. That's crazy high. Right, and way higher than what you'd get through a traditional loan. So I expect some of these guys to come down a little bit. It's hard to bet against IIPR at this point, but I can understand why you're bearish.
I perhaps wouldn't buy.
Hey, well, it's kind of the opposite. In the pandemic, I wanted to buy it. Now I want to knock it down, and that's how it goes sometimes.
But I mean, they're legit. I mean, they have been an awesome company in the space.
Yeah, they definitely helped out. They helped in the early times.
Look at the Forefront news. I mean, we don't need to hold you guys too long, but like Forefront just did another $51 million deal through them that they just announced.
Yeah,
so I mean, they're not slowing down.
I only want one of those millions for myself. Can I just get $1 million? Well, I mean, please.
No. Sure.
Thanks, Spence. I appreciate it.
Guys, this was fun. We should do this more often.
All right. I'll see you guys. Have fun. Cannabis Insider.
Have a good one.
Let's
cheers. Thank you, boys.
Enjoy
Woodford.
Wait a minute.
You got it. Cheers up, boys. Cheers up.
Spencer, there's probably some bourbon on my desk, Spencer. if you want to go get it.
we have tequila.
Wait,
too.
you can't mix. What are you
I'm
doing?
sending the Spencer to Mexico, man. He's gonna go get some tequila.
He left. He's
already
gone.
gone.
Later, guys.
He's like, I finished my bourbon. It's
He
time
put
to
a
keep
straw
going."
in the bottle, apparently.
So is Mitch. Mitch is gone too. Guys, welcome to Cannabis
Hysterical.
Insider. We're here to talk some cannabis news, stocks. I'm here to fight Patrick on anything we disagree with.
Let's
But
go.
hey, if you're ready to hear about some cannabis, drop a 1 in the chat. Also, yes, nice bourbon, super SPAC, man. Patrick and I are from Kentucky, so definitely Kentucky approved their choices there. All right, y'all.
Love it.
Aaron, kick us off, man. Cannabis. We have people concerned for Spencer in the chat. Never
No,
mix dark with white.
Well, I would be concerned for him too, and God bless him. Like, he's old enough to know better than that. He must have gone through college at Michigan, or I think he went to Michigan. But God, we all know better than that, don't
Late
we?
bloomer. Late bloomer. We love him.
Yeah, yeah.
ETF man himself. Welcome, y'all. We are here to chat about some canna stocks. Patrick,
Let's
how you
do
doing
it.
today? Happy hump
I'm
day.
great. I am great. Happy St. Patrick's Day, everyone. I am so jealous and pissed that I don't have my own bourbon with me right now, but I will get one shortly. So
we're getting to it. Fear not. It will come. So we have a bunch of companies we can talk about. If you want to throw us some ideas about companies you want to hear,
hit us.
Please do. I'm going to start the day though. You know, let's start with a little bit of news, and then I want to get to my kind of like stock of the day, if you will. But
Go for it.
I don't know if you saw this, Patrick. I think it's Choice. Hold on, I'm going to go back to it. It's Joe Catalbiano started his own SPAC, trying to become. Yeah,
good for him.
He started his own SPAC.
Good for him.
So
I like
I'm going
Joe.
to get the ticker. They're going to list on the NEO. It's on cdxx.un.u. I don't know
How many
you're
dots could there possibly be?
I don't know how you're going to remember that. cdxx.un.u.
Can we standardize the damn tickers by now? I mean, just across all these damn exchanges, CDXX dot whatever. This is ridiculous.
Yeah, so Joe Catalbiano, one of the founders of Cresco Labs, which we just talked about as being one of the major MSOs in the space, started Choice Consolidation Corp. They are looking to become like a 5-state MSO. They're not looking for breadth for a lot of states. They're looking for depth in the markets they're going to be in. So they're looking at limited license states like Arizona, Nevada, which I think Nevada, there's so much money there to be had for cannabis. It's crazy to me that more people aren't trying to challenge Planet 13 and 1933 and some of those. But
Vegas is a daunting market, though, and a lot of people don't understand that Nevada is a crazy good market for cannabis.
Mm-hmm.
But you have to have a certain amount of chutzpah to get out there and build a store on the strip, man. I mean, look at Planet 13. Well, I know when you and I were there, we went to Planet 13. We went to the Reef dispensary, which is Cresco.
That was great.
Which are funny that they're right across from each other, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
But again, I mean, you got to be well into the market to be able to pull that off in Vegas.
Yeah. So they also attracted Choice Consolidation. Also attracted Pete Cadence, former CEO of GTI. So I mean, you're looking at two former executives of still two of the leading MSOs out there and leading cannabis companies globally. When you think about it. I mean, I think Choice Consolidation looks like an easy win to me. Obviously, like we'll see, to be determined, but I would bet on those two if I bet on anybody behind a SPAC.
Oh, for sure. And so it's not an altogether, unfamiliar story, right? I think yesterday or the day before we talked about Green Rose and that SPAC buying into 7 markets all at once, right? So I feel like this is the new normal, right? It's consolidation we knew was coming. There will mainly be private companies sucked up in all these transactions. Maybe there'll be a couple of publics in there, but I doubt it, right? I would imagine more often than not, you're going to see, those smaller single state operators looped into some of these big deals. But
absolutely. Well, and it sounds to me like they're looking to acquire people that are like they're looking to acquire cultivators and then a retail deal. They're not necessarily just focused on vertical integration already, but they are looking to achieve that by the time they're done with their acquisitions. So
yeah,
keep an eye. cdxx.un.u NLVVF. I will look into that and get back to you. But my stock of the day, we already touched on CCHWF, Columbia Care. They had record earnings, quarterly earnings in Q4. They obviously surpassed their 2020 goals, as many do or have, with the boom of essential in cannabis. They acquired Greenleaf Medical, which positions them very well in some medical markets like Maryland and Pennsylvania, and they are perfectly positioned for New York. I mean, CCHWF, it looks like a winner to me. Patrick, do you have any thoughts there?
Absolutely. I mean, these guys know what they're doing. They know what they're doing. They're positioned well in the Northeast quarter. I forget who it was. I want to say it was maybe Boris Jordan or from Curaleaf, the executive chairman from Curaleaf, or one of our pals, maybe from Tilt Holdings. All these guys anchored in the Northeastern market, and that corridor is gonna be ridiculous in the next 6 months. And if we take it out a bit further than that over the next year, you're looking at everybody vying for New Jersey, New York, Pennsylvania, an already tight, limited market in Massachusetts, right? There's some big companies in that area.
Massachusetts.
And you've got some privates that will most definitely be going public. I mean, you look at Ascend Wellness, you look at Holistic. I think that they're still probably a year or two out, but definitely companies to keep an eye on.
Look at Tilt Holdings and Her Highness brands in New York. I mean, and they're positioning in Massachusetts.
That's pretty cool too.
Tilt Holdings, y'all. If you don't know them, I'll get the ticker here. Unless Patrick knows it off his hand.
Tilt is, I think,
TLLTF on the OTC. So Tilt Holdings is basically like a pick and shovel MSO. So they have their own brands, but they're also there to partner with major MSOs and support their brands. So TLLTF is run by Gary Santo, the president over there, and obviously a great executive team past him as well.
For sure.
But I mean, they are positioned to grow pretty majorly on the wholesale side. Her Highness is a pretty fabulous brand in the Northeast and New York. So I mean, TLLTF, Columbia Care, Air Wellness. I mean, yeah, New York is primed for some great companies to enter that market.
For sure. Let's transition really quick because we're getting a lot of questions about Sundial, SNDL. So they're up, but slightly. Here's the thing with Sundial. They popped on, I believe it was Monday, when news came out about this JV, this joint venture that they were putting out with SAF. That's SAF. They're creating a bank, like Sunstream Bank Corp or something, right? So they popped. I think they were up something like 10, 15%. They released results, I believe, today, and they fell a little bit. Tomorrow is their conference call, I think, for those of you who are asking. So tune in. I'm sure we'll be covering it tomorrow and covering what happens to the stock then. But $1.54 they're trading at now. They're still up like, almost 2%. But I'm a little bearish, actually.
I mean,
I would say that the news is kind of fading a little bit there.
For the moment, yes. But I love that acquisition of Indiva, or the partnership and merger.
It's very smart. Indiva, when it comes to edibles, is got to be one of the best out there.
They license, for everybody here, they license Bang and Wana brands. So the two, I would say, or at least two of the top leading edible companies in the U.S., Indiva license their products for the Canadian markets.
That's
so
right.
Sundial just put, I think it was like a $22 million investment toward Indiva. So that to me was awesome. That was a fantastic way to use some of the funds they raised I think it was what 74, 75 million amongst this volatility. I thought it was a really smart move. But past that, I do see why you're a bit bearish. I think they have a little bit more to prove out operationally, but I mean, we'll hear from them. we'll hear from them.
Is crazy. Volume is crazy. I mean, what are they? Almost a $2 billion market cap now. It's just been insane the amount of volume that they've had. So transitioning again, TCNNF. Let's hit TruLieve really quick. This is Kim Rivers. Kim, we know very well, the CEO of that company. Just the absolute monopoly that she's got in Florida alone. I think they just opened like their 51st, 52nd
more
store.
than that, isn't it? Isn't it like in the 60s now?
Oh, maybe it is. I don't know. They go so damn quickly. Who knows? Who can keep up? Right. But I mean, 50, 60, it doesn't matter. There's really no one even close to that. Right.
Yeah. Well, and here's my personal input on some of the, I'd say when you look at any type of sentiment toward TruLieve, the where you get picky is like a slow in growth, but it's because they've grown so much prior to that like there's only so much growth you can do in one market to be effective and still bring in that revenue. Right.
Well, let's talk about that for a second. And Aaron, if you can pull up the chart it shows itself, right? If you want to go back to let's go back a year, right? This time last year, it's crazy. I mean, they were trading at, okay, hold on, Benzinga Pro, chill out, will you? All right, they were trading this time last year at like $6.75 a share. They are now at $51.80 a share, right? It's pretty insane in terms of the amount of growth that they've had. Now let's look at this, right? I love stocks like this. I don't know about you guys, buy the dip, sell the rip, whatever you think, right? Everybody has a different opinion. They're down like 2% right now. I jump at every single chance I get when it comes to good companies like this. When they're down, they're going to go back up. Mm-hmm. They are, right? A company like TruLieve, unless they have some massively bad news, let's take CannTrust, for instance, right? They were skyrocketing. I forget the ticker for CannTrust. Maybe you can look it up while I'm talking. But CannTrust was skyrocketing about 2 years ago. And then all of a sudden there was a back room of cannabis that they found that wasn't licensed, right? And then it absolutely went to shit after that, right? And so you always have to be careful. Yeah, God bless him. You always have to be careful when you place your bets in cannabis. And of course, I'm not recommending anything, but I know right now there are probably 3 or 4 companies, and we could expand the net from there, right? Maybe there are 5, 6, 7 of the big MSOs that are positioned to be real winners of this industry, right? TruLieve is one of them.
Yep, right? I agree. That ticker for CannTrust, by the way, was CNTTQ. CNTTQ. They were the Canadian player, if not the player globally, when it was the fall of a giant when they went down.
It was. I mean, you were looking at Canopy and Aurora and CannTrust, really. I mean, Hexo and all these other ones, Organogram, they just weren't holding water compared to CannTrust. Mm-hmm. And then obviously you see some of this now. I mean, 93 cents a share. It's tough. I mean, look at their competitors.
I mean, I would say I think there are a lot of stocks that are trading lower than that I would bet on before CannTrust, though. Yeah. And that's, I mean, I need to dig in a little bit further before I fully get behind what I just said. But I think 93 cents is, it represents, I think, where they have bounced back from.
Well, exactly. But here's the thing, right? Keep an eye on this company too, because when it comes to companies like a CannTrust, right, they're always going to hit rock bottom. And if they don't sell, right, take for instance MedMen, MMNFF, I believe. Somebody double check me there. But MedMen, God bless them, they were totally screwed by their CFO. Yeah, MMNFF. Yeah, wow, I can't believe I got that right. But they were the belle of the ball. Right, we talked about them a little bit on Monday, and the billboards all around LA, and how literally every single person in the industry, you might not know a bunch of tickers, but you knew MedMen, right? And now they've just sold their, I believe it's their New York or New Jersey. Yeah, it was their New York license to Ascend Wellness, right?
Yep.
So
Abner.
it's only Abner's awesome, by the way, you guys. Abner Curtin over there at Ascend. But it's only a matter of time. Only a matter of time.
Well, yes, it does have True Leave. No, it does not have CanTrust. D-Train Choo Choo.
CanTrust is an LP, licensed producer in Canada, right? So would be excluded from that MSO's ETF, given it's not an American company.
You know, I love the MSO's ETF, but like, I mean, anytime I can get behind Tim Seymour, he's the dude. CNBS. I'm a fan of that ETF.
Huge. Well, listen, here's the thing with some of these ETFs, right? You've got MJ, you've got MSOS, and YOLO, both run by Advisor Shares. Yep. And you have, the MJ ETF is run by ETFMG, right? They have an absolute ungodly amount of ETFs out there. And then you've got CNBS, right? This is Tim Seymour's
There's
ETF.
a fifth one, THCX, Innovation Shares.
Right,
Yeah.
Matt Markavich and his team.
Yeah. I like that one too. That's an under the radar one, and I think a good value for ETFs right now. I think, you know, all of these are good bets. You know,
but here's my thing when it comes, and this is my personal opinion, right? So I'll sort of disclaim that. But when it comes to these ETFs, you have actively and passively managed. If you guys don't know what that means, I'm sure there's an article on Benzinga that we can link you to for that one specifically. But take a look at CNBS. Take a look at I think MSOS is the better of the Advisor Shares, but really doesn't matter. YOLO's good too. But take a look at those two, right? Performance is key, and I think that they far outpace the others, right? There may be a ton more assets under management when it comes to the MJ ETF, right? And the amount of institutions that are in that, but it's not the same. Not the same at all.
Yeah. You know, kind of looking at the chat, we had a question earlier about a few questions really, but I've had this one up for a little bit. New Leaf Ventures. This is a complete change of pace. So love your ETF knowledge. I think we'll probably be back there many more times talking about these ETFs. But NLVVF, New Leaf Ventures. This, Patrick, this is like it acquires assets, businesses in the industry, provides consulting services, property, intellectual property, and equipment for lease and ancillary services. So I think this goes back to what we were talking about before with that type of sale lease SPAC, that type of debt and loan type, facilitating. It seems to me it seems to me that.
Here's the thing, and this is my personal opinion, right? But this is what I'm reading about this company. New Leaf Ventures engages in acquiring assets and businesses in the cannabis industry, provides licenses, consulting services, real property, intellectual property, and equipment for lease and ancillary services through its subsidiaries. You know what that means to me? I have no friggin' clue what this company does, right? And here's the thing. If you don't know what the company does in this industry, it generally means they don't know what they do, right? And I hate to make that judgment because it's the first time I'm ever looking at this stock. But, you know, they're trading at 39 cents a share. Is that Canadian? No, that's OTC. 15 million market cap. I mean, they look new. Maybe they're just trying to get their feet on the ground and figure out what's going on. Again, I don't know much about them, so I can't make a great judgment here. Looking at their balance sheet, looks fine.
Yeah, 15 million, wasn't it? That's what TradingView gave me. It's fine. I agree. Looking to another one while we're there, MCOA, Marijuana Company of America. This one I like. I like them, but they are, to be as confusing as possible, focused on the hemp side. So
same plant.
They're all cannabis, right? So Hemp Smart, I believe, was their brand name. So I think they're strong. I think they have like a $40-some million market cap. You're actually going to see them if you all would like to participate in our event series in May and June. So they'll actually be participating in our events, and you can hear from their C-suites directly on what they're actually doing. But Marijuana Company of America, talk about good SEO. but they're actually focused on the hemp side of things. So got some major competition there, but I think they are doing pretty well, all things considered, for those succeeding on the CBD side of things right now. All right. Yeah, so I think, Patrick, was there some Grudge news, some GRWG news that you wanted to touch on?
Here's my thing, you guys. Look up GRWG. GRWG. This is Grow Generation. They're on the NASDAQ.
Mitch, go away. Can we get the Walmart of cannabis?
The Walmart of cannabis? Yeah, why not? Let's get that Walmart up in here.
Oh, man.
By the way, I
All
like
right,
what Walmart's doing with some of this fintech stuff, so keep an eye on that. But they're now at $2.5 billion market cap, right? They're up about another 237. Let's call it almost 5% today. This is a company that I've liked for a long time, right? They came to our Miami conference way back in 2018, I think it was. And I remember Michael Solomon and Darren Lampert walking around the room and trying to say, hey, we're going to be a big deal. And look, they are. You know, they're in markets all across the country. They're a picks and shovels play, right? For those of you who don't know what that means, you know, if you look at the cannabis industry as a gold rush or a green rush, I hate that term, but it is what it is. This is the Levi Strauss. This is the company that is actually making a ton of money while the rest of the industry might be good, they might be struggling. GrowGen is solid and has been, right? You look at other competitors, Scott's Miracle Grow, Hydra Farm. Even I saw this ticker in the chat. It's not exactly the same because they do some very different ancillary businesses, but Kushco Holdings, KSHB, I believe is the ticker there, right? But also a really, really good company. But one is Kushco is packaging and accessories. GrowGen is like hydroponics supplies for growing and cultivating, right? Which obviously everyone needs.
Well, and listen, I like the Urban Grow listing as well. You know, they might be an underdog in this kind of ancillary side of things.
I love Urban Grow.
I think they have a solid team.
First companies. Urban Grow was one of the first companies we ever had present at one of our conferences, right? And they've been through a massive struggle and finally got their listing on the NASDAQ. I believe it's
UGRO. Yeah.
UGRO. That's right. But a really good team. Brad Natras over there is a very, very smart guy. Been around the industry for a long time. So I would expect them to really compete.
Hey, real quick, we had a fun
Yeah, go ahead.
question. We have like 2 minutes, so I think let's like maybe do a little bit of a rapid fire answer session here.
Let's go.
CGC, Kronos, or Tilray. Listen, CGC is continuing to do what they do. Tilray, assuming that everything goes well in the mid-April earnings call. The mid-April shareholder call, they will become they'll become the largest by revenue cannabis company in the world with Afria. But I still like CGC. I still like Canopy. I'm a big Canopy fan. They have so many arms everywhere. I don't know what you think. Patrick, go for it.
Yeah, so I just for the sake of diversity, I will take Tilray here, and here's why. I love Canopy. There's literally nothing to dislike about Canopy. All the celebrity brand engagements that they have, the acquisition of BioSteel, and you've got involvement from people like Patrick Mahomes, right? I hear he's a good quarterback, by the way.
Martha Stewart.
Yeah, Martha Stewart, Snoop, Seth Rogen, literally everyone. And they're jumping into the beverage space, right? So they're doing really, really well. However, let's say that Constellation Brands has them on lock. You've got, I believe it's Altria that's big in Kronos right now, right? Or has been for a while. There was a massive investment there. So you've got big alcohol, big tobacco, and then you've got Afria and Tilray, right? And that merger making them the largest by revenue in terms of cannabis companies across the world. I'll say this, Tilray is a brand known all over the world. People know their stuff. People love their stuff. That's why I believe they're keeping the Tilray name even after this merger. And I would say they're one not to snooze on.
Oh, gosh, no. I have, before we get to Ryan and After Hours, I have a really sad anecdote. I owned Tilray and then sold about 2 weeks before the announcement.
Come on. Sorry, pal. It happens. Guys, throw your sad anecdotes in the chat for Ryan
Or throw an emoji. Make fun of me. I deserve to be made fun of.
Ryan, is it Ryan Faluna up next, Spencer?
No, it's
not Ryan Faluna. Dude, are you kidding me? Ryan Faluna, not only is today St. Patrick's Day and he's in Chicago, but it's also his birthday.
Well, I know. That's why I was going to say happy birthday to him. I figured he was like 3 beers in already. But
Ryan Faluna is face down in a ditch somewhere.
Good. I can't take you seriously without your green hat. Can you put it back on, please?
That was backward.
Oh, wow.
That's beautiful.
That's special. It is. It's special.
Hey, it's bourbon time, Patrick.
It is. My friends, thank you for the time. Spencer.
Yep.
Back to you, pal.
Oh, thank you guys. Appreciate it. All right.
Peace.
I'm going to pivot that branding. Thank you very much. Whoever did that. Thank you, Elliot.
Boom.
Thank you, Patrick. Okay, every Wednesday evening, we've been doing an evening show with Ryan Rozbiani called After Hours. It's typically been at like 8 o'clock, and today we just decided to move it up. So that's what we're going to do right now. So Ryan Rozbiani is going to come on in a second and just talk charts, talk trading, right? He's a real trader, right? Well, see, this is why I hate the hat, because it just falls off. Stupid hat. Talking through setups, what he's seeing, right? So Ryan Rozbiani joining us now with some cool guitars in the background. What's up? What guitars are those?
Hey Spencer, how's it going? Epiphone SG, got this one back in high school freshman year. I worked this whole summer making like $5 an hour underground, and bought this one, and that's a Yamaha, old school Yamaha acoustic.
All right, before we go, D-Train Choo Choo asked if Sundial earnings are out yet. D-Train Choo Choo, let me look in the press release / PR.
I think Sundial's tomorrow.
Is it tomorrow? I thought it was tonight. I could be wrong. Did I have that info? No, we see it. It's scheduled for after hours. Our data team has it as today. You see this tomorrow?
No, I'm just checking Earnings Whisperer. They have Sundial set for... No, it's today after close.
Yeah, that's what our data team has. So no, the answer to your question, D-Train, is no. I have not seen a press release for SNDL or a filing, which means that's late. That's concerning. If you're not out by 5, if they're not out by 5:30, that's really late. So
sell.
Sorry, D-Train, can't really help you there. All right, Ryan, it was a freaking insane day today, wasn't it?
Oh man, it was like waiting for a report card. It was and like the report card landed, and then like a minute later, Spy's like, "Here's your reward. You guys did really good." Oh man, I was like a kid, like refreshing that Fed page, waiting for that PDF. I was like waiting for like Comic-Con tickets. I was like, boom, 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 where is it? And then it came and it took forever to load. It's like, oh, what are you doing? And then I saw the numbers were lower and everything was good. I was like, all right, we're free for the next 3 months.
yeah, basically just
free.
I was trying to do a stream, but I couldn't keep my eyes off the damn everything was going up. I was like, what is happening right now? Anyway, okay. Well, what's on your radar right now? What are you watching?
So right now, the big one that I'm watching is their earnings just dropped is Gevo, Gevo. I think this one is a solid company in the biofuel sector. They did pretty bad in earnings. The earnings didn't come out so hot. Got the cool Benzinga Pro here. They missed earnings by 2 cents, and then they missed sales estimates by 250K. Which I have to give them a little leeway here. They're a biofuel company that works in the whole sector surrounding. I'm not sure why my screen isn't moving live with you there.
Oh, that's not good. Try stopping the share. Yeah, that usually does it.
Sure. Let me just stop real quick and share real quick because I want to make sure they see the numbers too. Oh, I've got 2 Benzinga Pro tabs open. That's why. Let me close one of them. I had the wrong one being streamed. Sorry about that. So we can see it now. So I have to give them leeway here because these guys are a biofuel company. Their biggest contract is with Delta Airlines, and Delta hasn't been flying much, so they haven't been able to kind of start using this biofuel within their planes. So I think come into the reopenings. Delta's been doing really well. The stock's been doing well. We've seen more flights. I think coming to the reopenings and stuff moving forward, you can see Gevo making a move up, and this could be one of those really good buy opportunities. I added more to my position like a half an hour ago after the big earnings dip that happened down here. But I don't know. I got a good feeling about this one. It's riding that 200 MA support. It's begging for a reversal. Again, earnings are going to hurt it we're going to probably have to wait a day or two more, but eventually earnings are forgotten and then people wake up and see more. The other big thing with this one is that people kind of glance over is the co-founder is on Biden's green energy board, and that green energy board is a big player in this infrastructure bill that's coming down. Some people are saying 2 trillion, some people are saying 4 trillion, so more spending. But biofuel is a big component of that one. So Gevo will probably benefit off of that as a catalyst. So I think that this is going to be a good one. Again, this is a stock that it's one of those future forward green plays that should do really well in the coming months to years. So I like to use these opportunities when it's under 10 to kind of start accumulating shares. I like it. I like it a lot.
What else are you watching?
I'm also watching. So another one that I added today was I added more Square. So the reason I added more Square is I think fintech is going to be hot. I think I really like where these guys are moving forward. These guys are again, we talk a lot about penny stocks on this show together, but Square is one of those that I put into my long, like right at. So I'm going to pull up the 1 minute chart for this one. So this was the one that I was eyeing really closely. So as you can see here at 201, just like every other stock, this guy went berserk and said, hey, we're going to the moon. So he had a big jump there. So I was lucky enough. I caught it on the lull down here around the 240 area. I caught it and added a few more shares to my long account. I averaged up, which is something that I'm psychologically getting more and more used to. So I averaged up there. So I think Square is going to be a Goliath. They just bought Tidal. They're building out more. They're getting bigger and bigger in the crypto space. Fintech is getting big. Cash App is getting really hot. They started fronting people their stimulus checks, and more people are moving there. I think Square wants to be a really big player on par with the SoFis and the actual big banks. They want to kind of get in there and kind of make big moves. So I'm really excited for the future of Square, and we'll definitely have to see it moving into future earnings and moving into the future. I think Square can be one of those companies. Again, see, when it had a real high of 280, so 283 actually. So can we see it move back up and fill this little tiny gap? Maybe, but I'm excited for this one really long term. But I'm liking this play a lot. I think that we will see a big movement, especially in the fact that Jack Dorsey is getting more and more involved with the crypto space and all that. But yeah, I'm seeing a lot of comments coming into the chat asking about BNGO. A few comments, not a lot, a few comments. So I like that stock a lot as well. BNGO is the genomics stock that revolves around the kind of the Cypher system, Cypher Sapphire system. I can never pronounce that one properly. But these folks, I'm still waiting for Kathy Wood to buy some bingo, BNGO. I don't know why she hasn't. She went with Surf Oncology. She bought some of that. She finally sold the last 4 remaining shares of HIMS that she had. I'm still flabbergasted as to why they ever added that to the ARC-G fund, but thank you, Kathy Wood. I used that as a scalp opportunity for the stock and made some decent money, so thank you there. I call her Aunt Kathy there, so thank you, Aunt Kathy. But I'm really curious about this one too. I have a small position here. I'm trying to matriculate more and more with this one. I like it a lot. This one again, when they do press releases, they do really well with the stock. And this was one that was in the February highs of over $15. So I'd like to see this one make a leg back up. But again, it broke the 50 MA support. It's fighting to regain that 50 MA support. Show me the MACD. The MACD is flattening. This one's begging for a reversal too. It needs some volume. Volume doesn't look like it's been very high for this stock compared to what it used to do like towards the end of last year. But I think with some pressers, with some good news, of course, we want this to be factually good news and real good news, not just fluff pieces. We can see this stock jump back up. I think this is more of a longer term play than a short term swing. But I think short term, you could probably scalp it from the low 8s, mid 9s to like 10, maybe even 11, moving up and moving forward. So you can probably do really well with that stock. But again, If you guys have any questions about any stocks, if you have any questions, throw them into the chat. I'll try my best to answer them as well. So I'll try to do my best there with that. So Sam O is asking, what are my thoughts about NNDM? NNDM. So let's pull that one. Nano Dimensions. Again, Kathy Wood interview with Jason Raznick, the big boss of Benzinga here. Was a few weeks ago. I think it's a few weeks ago now. Time has been flying, man. She spoke very highly of them and was very bullish on them. Kathy Wood is brilliant. She's one of my favorite investors. As Spencer always says, when Kathy Wood speaks, we listen and we must follow. As Spencer said it, not Jason. I get my Benzinga team people confused sometimes. I'm very bad with the name, so I apologize. But I'm very excited about NNDM. NNDM is in a niche yet broad space of 3D printing, but they're into the 3D printing world of chips and chipsets and stuff like that. So the big thing here, the big value that they have is, so imagine you are the US government or the US Army and you are designing a chip that you need within your module, whatever you're building, whatever you're creating. Usually we would have to send these off to third-party places to send them the designs, which are highly classified. You have to go through the documentation, the signing, send it off there, hope that it gets signed, hope that it comes back to you, hope that there are no leaks to your enemies or whoever that are out there, and you want to get this back. But with NNDM, they have this machine, you could buy it, put it in right next to your computer. It's not even that big. It's like the size of a refrigerator, last I heard this EO speak about it, and it prints the chip for you right there. So that's the big value add that this company has to the whole broad spectrum of especially the secret service, secret army-based government contracts. So that's what excites me about this play. And of course, Kathy Wood adds big time to this. I believe they put them in the ARC-Q fund or in the Israeli fund that they have there. I'm not sure which one, but it's in one of her funds. And I like this stock a lot, and I think this is one of those stocks that as we move into 2022 and onward, we will see more and more movement from here. This one is parallel. My same thesis for NNDM applies to PLTR. Same exact thesis. Build a position long term, and it should hopefully pay off for you. Again, before we keep going, I'm not a financial advisor. All this is for education and entertainment purposes only. Take any risks at your own discretion. I say that for the lawyers. I should have said that earlier. Alan Marcus is asking, can you please explain the Fed report? Can you explain what the Fed report? I'm sorry if I'm moving up and down, so I'm still getting used to setting up my setup in a way that I can see everything. Alan Marcus says, can you please explain what the Fed report is? Who are they? What they say. Okay, so the Fed report, every 3 months we get a Federal Reserve report. I'm going to try to pull it up now while we're here so I can actually screen share and show you all what the Fed report is. I put it on my Twitter, so I'm going to just really quickly run there. I hope it loads. We had a bit of a load issue. Oh, that was a lot faster than what happened this morning. So I'm going to I'm going to stop sharing my Benzinga screen here, my Benzinga Pro screen. I'm going to share this Google tab. Summary of economic projections for 2017. And I'm by no means an economist. I'm just going based off of all the other brilliant people who have spoken about this, and I'm going to try to do my best to explain it. But again, an economist is your best source for stuff like this. But if you look here, the GDP versus what it was, actually the GDP versus where it was or where we were expecting it to be is projected to be higher in 2021, which is good. You always want a growing and flourishing country. You want a higher GDP so that it's a bullish signal. The unemployment rate stayed stable. Oh, cool. You can see the December projections down here. I'm still getting used to these charts. So GDP went up from 4.2 to 6.5. Very bullish. You want a really good GDP projection. 2022 went up as well. 2023 came down. I listened to the whole thing with Jerome Powell. No one really asked about the 2023 projections of why they came down lower, but I imagine it's a bit of a conservative estimate. We will have growing pains towards the end of 2022 as the interest rates go up. So that'll be probably due to that. So I'm getting myself mentally prepared, but getting myself financially prepared for that movement when that comes in. So that's a bullish signal there within the GDP space. Then you have the unemployment rate, which was projected to be higher, is now going to be lower, which is really good. We always want a low unemployment rate. Same thing, it came down lower across the board for all 3 years. That's very bullish. The PCE inflation rates, inflation rate went up, but again, they're talking about the inflation rate. They want to keep this at a long run of around 2%. Jerome Powell has said this millions of times. Literally, we can probably record him a million times each time he said it and put them next to each other, that we are going to try to keep inflation around 2%. We will do whatever we can. They will go out and buy bonds. They'll do whatever they need to do to be able to keep that rate as normal as possible. It is higher, but again, not a big deal. I'm pretty confident in what Jerome Powell can do with this. I know a lot of people don't trust him, but that's completely fine. And the core PCE inflation went up as well, but that's okay. Not a big problem. The market, look, all we need to worry about this is that the market liked it. The market was interested in what these numbers were. They thought it was bullish, and we literally saw that on the SPY chart, literally jumped within a minute. Another really cool page from this chart that I want you guys to look at from this PDF is, so these are the actual board members of the Fed. So these are the FOMC participants. I don't know what FOMC really stands for, but you guys can Google that one and figure that one out. You guys are smart. So this is participants appropriate monetary policy midpoint target range for the target level of the Fed's fund rates. So that's good as well. Their Fed fund rates, again, it's more cycled around the under 2%, and they want it. Again, they were all flat here, which is good. They want to keep this as close to zero as 2021. That's what everyone's saying. Hey, 2021, we want to keep it as close to zero as possible, which they are, 0 to 0.25%. 2022, again, a lot of them want to keep it zero. Each one of these dots is a vote, by the way. They want to keep it close to zero. You had a few people who got a little bit antsy, and they said 4 people up there. That's fine, no problem. 2023, again, over 1%. Again, that's completely fine. And again, in the longer run, 2024, 25, 26, 27, they want it between 2 and 3%. And that's fine. That's healthy for the economy. But the reason we want to keep it low now is the economy is so fragile. The stock market is fragile. These two are very interchanging items that often go together, and they kind of hurt each other. So this is something that I'm looking forward to. We'll see another report in 3 months. So again, another report card, like we were talking to Spencer a little bit earlier. We'll get another report card in 3 months. But these are all good signals. So for the next 3 months, don't freak out about rates. They're literally telling you what they're going to do. And Jerome Powell has said well in advance, we will be telling you what we will be doing with the interest rate with the Fed as we go forward. So don't freak out. Don't let people freak you out. Invest, make money, find where the money is, follow the money, make the money. And yeah, let's go back to stocks for a little bit. I'm going to go back to screen sharing my Benzinga Pro. I love this tool, by the way. Benzinga Pro tool is so good. So awesome. Let's look at the chat. Let's see what the chat folks are asking. Smash the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. The like button is meant to be smashed. Ryan, as long as you don't engage, it doesn't matter the order. I don't know what that means, but okay, Super SPAC Man, thank you. Super SPAC Man is someone who comes back a lot into these chats and engage, so thank you. Alan, you're most welcome. Why are you bullish on the cryptocurrency stocks like Voyager? So Voyager is actually a stock that Luke, Hot Stocks Luke, talks about a lot. I like Voyager as well. So Voyager, not Voyager Therapeutics, don't buy the wrong stock, Voyager Digital. I'm not saying buy Voyager. I'm just saying there's two different ones, very, very similar. Voyager is on the OTC market. Voyager is a crypto exchange. They're advancing very quickly. They're adding a lot of different cryptos on there and a lot of different altcoins that are not available, for example, on Coinbase, on Gemini. These folks are adding. The only issue that Voyager has is there's a bit of a lag between the time that people sign up and when they get approved. That's because of the high demand. High demand is always a good thing in my opinion, but the CEO spoke to Real Meat Kevin and said that, hey, we're working on this, we're going to get there. And crypto, again, we've seen this a lot. As the dollar comes down, crypto goes up. It's just a natural inverse relationship that these two have, and they correlate, inverse correlation. Voyager is a medium for exchange for this. I think Voyager will have its big move when Coinbase IPOs as a sympathy play. Voyager will jump because Coinbase is going to IPO at somewhere between 250 and 300 last I saw, or 150 and 200, some ridiculously large price. It's at $100 billion valuation last I read. Voyager is something that's going to be a sympathy play off of that. So it's going to be one of those things like, for example, if Delta goes up, people go out and buy Spirit Airlines because Spirit also goes up, and it's sympathy plays. So you want to really use sympathy plays to your advantage and kind of build off of them and kind of use that to make money and see where that goes. But I like Voyager. Luke posted a really good thread on his Twitter, so you can check that out. He has a whole DD thread on them that I read was really good. Real Mick Kevin did an interview with Voyager CEO, really good interview if you want to dive deep into that one. But I think that DD thread will do you a lot of justice and save you a lot of time. Hope that helps. So Dennis is asking, wheat stocks, HMPQ and KG are up in green. Congratulations, that's awesome. My favorite wheat stock is SSPK. It's a business in a box model. They're merging with Weed Maps. It's a SPAC, business in a box model. It's going to be really big, I think, in the future as more weed stations and stores open up as it gets legalized. Governor Cuomo said that, hey, New York is very close, whatever very close means, in the government sense of making cannabis legal in New York. So we'll definitely have to see there. And see where that goes as well. And we can definitely figure out more and more about these cannabis stocks moving forward. I'm scrolling up a little bit in case I missed anyone's questions, but of course you can throw your questions down. If you have any stocks you want me to take a look at, we can definitely take a look at them there. What do you think about DLR, Digital Realty Trust? DLR, I don't know who they are, but we can, that's the benefit of this tool is I can cheat code. Oh, we got an expensive stock. It's not a penny stock. DLR operates in 275 data centers worldwide. It has more than 30 million rentable square feet of cost. Okay, so it looks like they're in the realty business a little bit. Okay, cool. Let me see. Is there any big connections? Any IT needs for digital? Okay, interesting. So they recently wrapped a $680 million sale of 11 European data centers. Okay, very cool. These guys, are they a REIT? I'm not very familiar with REITs, but let's take a look at the chart. There's a big gap here. It looks like it was filled. We can take a look very closely to an actual chart. So let's take a look at the daily chart. Okay, so it's fighting to reverse. So it's upward, but it looks like it might be curling downward. It might want to curl downward. Volume has been sort of flat across the board of where it is. Again, these stocks. Again, let me see the float. Okay, it's a higher float stock, so that makes sense. It needs a lot of volume to move it. Let me get a bigger picture of this stock. Let's go to March 2020. Crashed, recovered fairly quickly. Recovered fairly quickly after the COVID crash. Came up. It's been fluxing. It's been stuck in this box of between 226 and 264, which is fine. And I imagine that these spike downs are something around earnings time, so that makes sense. I don't know. Digital Realty Trust, again, the realty space, the one stock that I really like is O Realty, does really well in that space. You would have to do some more DD on this one. The chart looks fair. It's a fair chart. If I was to buy it, I would have loved to have caught it here in the low 130 area would be good, a good spot to catch it. But again, one thing that worries me a little bit is this ripped through all three of its supports and hasn't regained. It looks like it regained the 21 moving average a bit here, and you might just get a golden cross and you might just see this fly up. But again, please do your own due diligence on this one. I think that in a play like this, which I don't know much about, I don't want to put out any information and kind of sway you in a way that I kind of throw it off. But okay, it looks like all the expensive stocks are coming. Someone's asking about Snow. Snow, if you guys know anything about this one, Warren Buffett was able to buy this stock at $5 a share. And as you probably know, this is a very famous IPO. This stock IPO'd and opened at $245 a share. So imagine on IPO day, you wake up, a stock that you bought for $5 is now up $240 and then went to a high of $319. That's wild. And it went to an all-time high, it looks like, of $429. That's amazing. That's awesome. That's what people love IPOs. That's why I like SPACs. SPACs I can get in cheap, I feel like Warren Buffett with SPACs. I can get in for $10 a share, and I'm kind of worrying my way into its movement. So it's got a 220 million float. For those who don't know, this is a data-based company. They've got 3,000 customers, 30% of the Fortune 500. They've got data lakes. Okay, cool. That's awesome. Public cloud, cloud-based computing. Let me see. Is there any recent news about it that I should know? Director. Okay, so you have a big sell here. It looks like their lockup might have ended. So their director sold. So you can see this is called a Form 4 from the SEC. This is buy and sells from insiders. Let me scroll this down a little bit so you can get a better look at it. Spicer Michael L. disposed. So you can see here, this is the code here, A or D. A is acquired, D is disposed of about 150,000 shares, and then another 500,000 shares. Wow, okay, at a price of $219. Wow, he got rid of a lot of shares, but then he's still holding a lot of shares. Still, again, these are common A stock. This is the remainder of the shares that are here. Again, this is his direct ownership is down here. His indirect, this could probably be shares that he received through a trust, or he received as kind of like a bonus. Sometimes companies pay their employees and their directors and their board via shares, and then they sell the shares. And these are more secured, restricted shares, not secured, restricted shares. They're not the shares that are in the open market that we play around with. But let's take a look at the chart. Let's give this one a fair evaluation. Chart looks like he wants to reverse, man. This stock is looking for a reversal, rip through all three moving averages, came down to a low. Interesting. Okay, so it wants to reverse. It had a good day today. It was up 0.79%. After hours, it's giving you 0.1%. Again, this is one that's going to move slower than most because of how expensive it is. You're not going to, the pumpers can't help you on this one, which is a good thing. You don't want to depend on pumpers. But yeah, this is an interesting one. Again, in the cloud space, there's two stocks that I really like. One is CrowdStrike. They had really good earnings yesterday. They're around the same price. CrowdStrike is one that I really, really like. They had good earnings yesterday. They went up and then they came back down today. Now they went back up today again, about 6%. Now they're down 0.5% after hours. Like, I don't really care about 0.5%. That's completely fine. But CrowdStrike is really interesting. They're a really gutsy company. They've got really gutsy management, which I like. They call out everything that's bad in the industry, which is something that I really, really like to see. That's why I really like CrowdStrike versus Snow. I full disclosure, have a position in Crowd, but Crowd, if I were you, I would look for days that are red to catch this under 200. But this is one that I think will grow into 2021 into 2022 long term. This is a really good one. Yeah, smash the like button if you haven't. So let's see, what else do we have here? Let's get like a cheaper stock that we could talk about. So like folks that actually, because we got a lot of people here who like to play penny stocks. Lots, good one. Let's talk about Lots. Lots was a SPAC-a-rooski. Everyone loves SPACs. There's actually a really, really good show on this channel where they talk about SPACs. If you subscribe, you'll have access to all of those videos. And these guys cover some of the best SPACs. They did an interview with one of my favorite SPACs, Omnichannel Acquisition Corporation, with the CEO Matt Higgins. Definitely check that out. Those guys are brilliant. Chris does really good interviews. Make sure to subscribe so you can get access to that. There's a plethora of and wealth of information in this channel and a lot of DD that you can take advantage of. It's free DD. All you have to do is hit the subscribe button. It's like, boom, free. So let's go through car lots. Okay, so I'm sorry for the rambling. I had to give the SPAC guys a shout out because they do such great work here. So Lots had an all-time high of, let me see if it's an all-time high. Yep. So it's just like most other SPACs. You can see here, these guys come in at $10. Then you start kind of go through the 5-phase SPAC model. You get some rumors, which pops up the stock to between 10 and 11. You get LOIs, indefinite agreements, which pops the SPAC up between like 11 and 15, depending on the target and how valuable it is. Car Lots has a lot of competition with companies like Carvana. And then, of course, we saw a big sell-off in February across all SPACs. So when SPY takes a hit, SPACs take an even bigger hit. But when SPY starts to recover, SPACs will also recover, but they will have a 1 to 2 week lag as well within them. So you'll see them slowly start to recover, hopefully all SPACs across the board, but we can take a closer look here. So this one looks like it is struggling a bit. The stock is headed downward. You can probably see this will probably make a downward move here. You have a death cross here, which is when the 200 MA is above the 50 MA. Now a death cross is the opposite of a golden cross. Golden cross is bullish, good. Death cross is bad. These don't always happen. By happen, I mean these don't always resolve in being good or bad, but again, it's something algorithms use a lot, so be careful there. And this stock is proving that it could be heading downward. I would like to see this hold the $7.50 support, and if it breaks that, you are headed all the way back down to $6.45. And if it breaks that, man, you're going to $6 sub $6 territory. So be very careful with this one. Car Lots has a lot of competition, but if they I would look into their earnings reports, look into their investor presentations. That's the beauty of SPACs. They give you a full investor presentation with a lot of details. Dive deeper into the S1 filings, into the SEC documents, see the true financials that are out there, learn about it, and then SPACs are a very good vehicle to park your money into, especially if it's a company that you truly, truly believe in. But thank you for the question. That was a really good question. It helped me elaborate a little bit about SPACs. So let's see, what else do we have? KULR or RBKF. So I don't know KULR, so I will not jump into that one because I don't know it, but I can talk to you about ARBKF. But I'll pull up KULR just to do a basic analysis of the chart. This is an OTC stock. Let's see what sector these guys are in. I'm imagining they're in Bitcoin. Commodities have thermal management technologies, batteries. Okay, very cool. 5G, which is 5G is a very big sector. That's why I think Nokia will do really good towards the later end of the year. Once people forget about the meme stocks, we could probably see the Nokia stock do really well. And parallel, it had a very parallel chart to BlackBerry before the Wall Street bet stuff happened. So I think that in the 5G space will be big. It's inevitable. It will be big. But let's take a look at the chart closer and see what we're doing. So, okay, wow, we got this chart on the cusp of, look at this. This is, I believe this is, the technical term for this is a descending bull flag. It's a bullish signal, bullish indicator. You can see this line right here at 274 is about where you want to be, about $3, I want to say, is where I want to see a breakout. Yep, $3.01. I want to see a breakout here. If we could draw, we can draw here, right? Oh yeah, I completely forgot. I feel like Neil now. Neil's got the technical show early in the mornings. You can check that out. He does really, really good technical analysis. I cannot hold a candle to his technical analysis skills, but you can see here, you can draw. This is awesome. I completely forgot that we have the whole, this is some of the benefits of the Benzinga Pro Tool, man. You could have so much fun here. So let me get a flat line now so I can cheat a little bit. Horizontal line, and we can drop it right here and turn this one thicker and turn this one white as well. So you can see here, we're having some fun. You could draw your chart here. So you can see you have like a descending bull flag here. It's not perfect. I'm doing this on the fly, but this is set. So hopefully the MACD is telling me, the RSI is telling me that this is going for a breakout. So this could be aiming to make higher highs of over $3 very, very soon. So watch the volume, see if the DD makes sense. If you see here, you got a spike in volume today, which is good, which caused the big bump. But I would definitely keep a close eye on this one. After hours, it's doing beautifully. Intraday, let's see how it did intraday. It had another 5%. So it had, overall, looks like it had a 10% day so far. So keep an eye on it. This one's a really good stock. Your other stock, ARBKF, which is Argo Blockchain. This is a stock I'm familiar with as well. I don't have a position in this one, but I think that this one is on par to probably be the closest thing to the next Marathon Digital Holdings. You can see here, this one's also forming sort of a descending bull flag. It's not perfect, but you can see here that the 50 MA is finally forming. They're a brand new company to the OTC. These guys are at the highest level of the OTC, and there's a lot of rumors that they'll come to the NASDAQ. But if you look here, this one is fighting for a reversal as well to kind of go back into that $4.55 range. So I like this stock as well. I think blockchain and Bitcoin are here to stay. I think this is going to be really, really good. Sundial report. Let me see if Sundial's report has come out. I know a few people asked about oh, here we go. Here we go. Sundial earnings. This is the power of the Benzinga Pro Tool, ladies and gentlemen. Look at this. Within 5:26 and 4 seconds, we got the data. Here we go. Sundial reported quarterly earnings sales of 13.9 million, which beats the analyst estimates. Very good by 15.16%. This is also a 35.50% decrease over sales. Okay, so the year-over-year sales did not do so good, but the quarters of these sales did very good. So that's amazing. Congratulations to Sundial. Let's see if it's reflecting into the charts. I'm just going to quickly jump to the Sundial chart. Let's see how it's doing after hours. And it's telling me, look at this, 5% jump. Very good. I was expecting really bad earnings. I'll be totally transparent with you all. I was expecting really bad earnings for Sundial, but they did very well. They beat their sales estimates, which is good. Did we get the EPS data yet? Let's see. This is the big kahuna. Why would they put this? Whoever wrote this doc, it looks beautiful with the colors and that, but it makes it really hard to read. I guess maybe I'm just getting old. Here we go. Revenue increased by 10%. Awesome. Branded net cannabis sales increased 75% in 2020. That's amazing, especially with everything going on in 2020. Net cannabis for the fourth quarter 2020 was 13.9 million, an increase of 8% over the third quarter. Really good. That's awesome. Committed 58.9 billion in the fourth quarter and further 31.5 million subsequent for year-end strategic cannabis-related portfolio investments. So that means they've got money on the books and they're going to be investing either. They'll probably be doing maybe some M&As or maybe some expansions, some updates to their facilities, so that we will definitely have to see that. We've entered our second year of commercial operating facing numbers. Okay, so I won't spend too much time reading too much of this, but I want to see if we can get some really good numbers. So they came down a little bit. Numbers came down. So the gross margin came down by 46%. I'll chalk that up to the Rona. Revenue went up 10%. Cool. Net revenue down 4%. Okay, not bad. I'll chalk that up again to Rona. I don't know too much about the actual cannabis space on these numbers of coming into me. So here we go. Q3 versus Q4. Again, did good. Some stuff came down, but that's okay. But if you look, their gross margin versus their previous quarter went up 723%. So that's awesome. These guys are actually chalking up to not just be a fun stock to play on cannabis hype. They're slowly growing into be an actual, like, a really, really good company. I think this is the same. This is the same things. The EPS probably hasn't come out yet, but that's completely fine. Let's take a look at the chart now. Let's see how it's reflecting in the 1 minute. And we can probably see, oh, here we go. Here it is. Good earnings. I like it. I like this. This is good. Earnings, you got the MACD's curling up. Everything's rising up. I would not chase this stock. Chasing is never good for any play, but this is inching up very, very nicely. Again, right here, you've got your resistance forming at 167, but it is slowly, again, intraday, it was kind of sort of just flat. And you can see here is barcoding, waiting for that earnings report, a little bit of hype. People were like, all right, we want to get in. So if you got in here, even if you got in here, you're doing pretty good right now. You're up 6 cents a share. If you got 1,000 shares, you're up $6,000. I believe the math was there. I don't know. Forget about the math. I'm not a mathematician. But it went up. It's going up. We'll definitely have to keep an eye on it. Don't chase this stock. You got a lot of people that are in this one, but Sundial, I'm very happy for them. Very proud of these earnings that came through. And thank you to whoever reminded me about these Sundial earnings to bring them up. That's awesome. I'm very happy we caught that. As you saw here, the Benzinga Pro Tool brings it to you really quickly. It's a very, very, very good stock. Very, very good tool. Benzinga Pro is not a stock yet. Maybe they'll go. Let's see if Benzinga goes public via SPAC. A Benzinga SPAC. I'd invest in that. I don't know. Would I be allowed to invest in that? We'll definitely have to see. Now I'm just talking to myself like a psychopath. Sundial price target. I don't have a price target. I'm not an analyst. I don't have a price target in this one, but I'd like to see Sundial grow steadily into the future. Somewhere in there, read 700 million cash on hand. So if we want, we can take a look. We can actually go into their filings. This is the beauty of these kind of tools, is we can actually go into their filings and see how much cash they have on hand. To the SEC doc would be where we would need to go for that one. So you said 700 million. Here we go. Here it is. 660.4 million unrestricted cash on hand as of December, and 719 million unrestricted cash on hand as of March 15, 2021. Okay, so that means they better not do a single dang offering in the next year or two. You've got almost $1 billion cash on hand. They've got $1 billion offering waiting in the wings. That's what's been worrying me a lot. Please don't do any offerings anymore. You've got a lot of cash on hand. Make use of it. Be smart about it. You don't have to be totally cash heavy in these positions. Again, I'm talking to Sundial now. So Super SPAC Man says price target for Sundial 420. That's something really funny. When cannabis got really hot again and there was more rumors about it, Sundial actually hit a high during pre-market. It was like around $4.20, but during intraday the highest it ever was $3.96. So I mean, 420 would be cool. We'll definitely have to see what goes on there. So let's see. Torch is a stock that people are asking about. Let's jump into Torch, TRCH. Torch Energy Resources. I've been hearing a lot about these guys as well. There's a rumor. There's not a rumor now. It's been confirmed that they should be merging with Meta and going into the green energy space. Chart is downward still. You're going to need some volume. You're going to need some juice. Again, this jumped on hype of the merger. This is going to need some juice, or it's going to stick into this box trajectory using that 50 moving average as support. So we'll definitely have to see what happens there. I want it to overtake this. I want it to get stronger, but I don't know the details on the merger. So that's what kind of, I think we're either the merger. Okay, here we go. They have an offering. This morning, Torchlight did a 3 million share offering pursuant to the full exercise of the option granted. Torchlight secured approximately 27.6 million in gross proceeds. Okay, so it looks like this was an offering that was underwritten and done already, and they're just announcing that they closed it, which is good. So it's not a new offering. Torchlight Resources statement F8. So let me see if this F8 has any news on it merger here. F8s are Form 8Ks are the way that this is an SEC filing that companies have to do to communicate to you, the shareholder. They can't just go on Twitter and tweet this. They have to go through the SEC. SEC has to read it, approve it, and then it comes to us, the shareholders. Give notice to shareholders pursuant to extend the date by the further arrangement. Second amendment date, plan of attachment, deadline. Towards I guess we'll have to wait for more details on that merger, but let's take a look at the chart. But again, a lot of people are waiting in the wings for that merger. Chart could be stronger, but I guess when the chart jumps up this high in one day, makes a 50% move, people are bound to take profits, and it's fair to take profits there. You got this doji here, and then you got the red. But again, the merger has to be really good for this stock to ride back up again. AREC, a few people are asking about AREC. AREC. Let me take a sip of coffee, refuel a little bit. Look at this chart, man. American Resources Corporation. I believe American Resources Corporation is a mineral company that we spoke about on the stream yesterday. So yeah, there we go. Coal mining, coal processing in Kentucky. Coal's a topic, man. Coal's a topic. Top penny stocks again. I'm looking for any like SEC filings that came in, any Form 10s. Here we go. We got their annual report. It came in amended. Here's an 8K from the company. I want to see if there's anything important here that we should know about. Today reported its fourth quarter earnings. Okay, so earnings came out already in, let me see, I think in December these earnings came out, if I'm not mistaken, if I saw that date correctly. No, March 11th. Okay, so their earnings came out, so you're out of the wing, you're in the clear for the earnings for Q4, because earnings are a bit of like a report card for the stock or the company, so people are a little hesitant to buy before earnings, but this is waiting for a reversal. It had a lot of volume today. If you look down here, these kind of unhighlighted on like they're a little bit transparent candles are volume. You had a lot of volume today. You had 75 volume versus 1 volume that you usually have 1 million volume. It overtook the 21 MA, which is awesome. This chart's getting ready to reverse. Coal is an industry that's highly spoken about. It's fighting the clean sector energy, but again, you still need coal for electricity and a lot of different things. Coal isn't going anywhere for the time being. Smart investments, strategic investments here. Be smart, don't chase. That's essentially the best thing I can tell you. Hall of Fame is another one that we should talk about. Hall of Fame was a SPAC, one of the very early SPACs in 2020. Took a really big beating because these guys revolve around people actually coming to their centers and their essentially, for lack of a better word, amusement parks to be there. If you look here, man, it's Hall of Fame is a heartbreaker. Again, SPAC, I think this is when they merged. There used to be a time when you wouldn't see the previous data, but these guys merged and came down, even gapped down in November of 2020. It was right after and during COVID, so it took a beating. But this one is one of those stocks that everyone's talking about having a nice recovery, and I think these guys will have a nice recovery into opening, especially sports are going to get hot again. People are going to go into everything that's going on into the sports world. Hall of Fame is a really good one for sports. Oh, look at that green candle. You guys saw that? That green candle just showed up right now. I don't know how that even happened, but yeah, smash the like button if you haven't. Just for that green candle. That green candle just popped up out of nowhere. I don't even know what that was, but that's awesome. Hall of Fame just had a 14% day. There's 16% overall. Congratulations to people in Hall of Fame. You guys are doing solid. So that's awesome. I don't know what caused that, but we can check the tool here. You got the tool set here. Here we go. All of this data just came in today. Hall of Fame Resorts spike, share spike after hours. Twitter announces 200,000 followers. Okay, for non-fungible token idea. So is Hall of Fame wanting to do a non-fungible token idea? Is that what's going on here? Let me see. Let me open the tweet. Okay. Latest craze is non-fungible tokens. Via Ben Fisher of the Journal of New York Times or Business Journal. The league is also NFL is exploring NFTs. So that'll be really interesting. Gronk and Patrick Mahomes last week were talking about plunging into the NFT space. So NFTs are going to get hot. It looks like Hall of Fame might be dabbling in that as well. But yeah, look into this one. This one's going to be a nice recovery play. I think that these guys in the next few months to a year could inch back up into the $5 or $10 range again very soon. But again, do your own due diligence. You'll have a lot of fun. So someone asked about Upstart. Upstart had really good earnings. There's a funny story with Upstart, which I will tell you in a second. And they jumped big time. Here we go, 46% in after hours. The stock took a huge jump. They did really good earnings, so we can take a look at their earnings for Q4. Here we go. Scales up 21% on acquisition of Prodigy Software. So they're acquiring Prodigy Software, which is amazing. I don't know much about Prodigy Software, but acquisitions are awesome. F1 sales were 500 million versus the estimated 354 million. That's amazing. Q1 sales are estimated to be 112 to 118 versus the estimate 73. So they increased their guidance. That's really good. The earnings per share beat. Wow, that's great. It's almost over 3x. It's over 3x earnings beat. Sales were beat as well, 86.7 versus 74.6. Very good as well. And the stock price reflects it, man. Look at this after hours movement. You just went from whoever bought here at 65 really threw a Hail Mary out there and said, hey, I'm going to throw some love into this stock and hopefully the stock pays me back. And looks like this person is having steak tonight. So congratulations to everyone at Upstart. This is a really, really good movement. Just be careful. Do not chase. Just because this happened doesn't mean that this volume and this price action will hold forever. Be smart. There's always times to get into stocks like this that you believe in and like. Don't just chase. A lot of people are talking about CWRK. I think we talked about CrowdStrike already. I like green. I like green too. Eric Douglas says I like green. Eric, I like green too, man. I'm going Currency Works. Okay, so Currency Works. People want to talk about Currency Works. CRCWRK. Currency Works, penny stock land. Here we go. Penny stock in the OTC market. Let's see what these guys do. Blockchain. Okay, so Currency Works is in the blockchain space, which is big. We all know blockchain is here to stay. Blockchain, by the way, is very different from Bitcoin. Blockchain is a ledger which contains information that is shared across anyone who's part of that ledger or has access to that ledger. Bitcoin is the currency form of the coin. Bitcoin uses blockchain to handle transactions and stuff. So they're not the same thing, but they work together. NFT. So it looks like, okay, here we go. So Currency Works is working on an NFT platform. You're hearing a lot about stocks entering the NFT space because it's so hot. Play it smart. This could be like when every single company was talking about doing an EV car over the summer. You heard Alibaba talk about an EV car and never spoke about it again. So be very smart. Do not chase. Again, a big movement like this where you have a 43% move in one day. Be very, very smart about how the stock moves and how it operates, because they could talk about it today and then 3, 4, 5, 6 months from now, you're still waiting for this to happen and it won't come and the price action will return to where it was previously. So be very smart. NFTs are a hot topic that people will take advantage of to help their stock and help their company. Some people will be honest and actually go into these stocks and kind of be a part of it and play that and play the NFT world, because it's going to get big. And I think the best way to invest in NFTs, aside from actually buying an NFT that you believe in and like, is buying Ethereum or buying Cardano. These are it's really Ethereum is the only way. Cardano hasn't been adapted into the NFT world yet, but Ethereum is the currency that you use to buy NFTs. So, and Ethereum is like Bitcoin, but it's like the silver to the gold. But Ethereum is the currency that people use to buy NFTs. So definitely might be the smarter investment here versus all these other companies that are on the OTC that are talking about, hey, we want to go into NFTs. So play it smart and you can probably do well with that one. Let's see, what else are people talking about here? We talked about Currency Works. We went deep into Currency Works actually. We're in Currency Works right now. People are still asking about it, but okay, no problem. Sundial is up 15%. Yeah, we went over Sundial. Jiva, we went over earlier in the stream. You can just scrub a little bit earlier and you can definitely catch that. GBTC. So Gopar is asking about GBTC. GBTC is the Grayscale Bitcoin Trust. This is an ETF that just purely contains Bitcoin that you can add to your Roth IRA, your 401k, or you can actually just buy it and hold on to it. There's a premium on it sometimes versus what Bitcoin's price is, so you'd be paying a higher price per than rather just buying Bitcoin directly. But GBTC is available for, it's mainly created for you to put it, if you want to put it into your IRAs or if your 401k or something like that. That's what it was created for. And they have multiple ones. They also have an Ethereum one. They also have a Chainlink one coming soon. They have a Litecoin one. So they've got everything you might want under the sun to put into a 401k or an IRA or any form of retirement account, deferred compensation, whatever. These guys are here, but again, you're paying a premium versus the actual coin itself. So this is mainly if you want to take advantage of those tax bennies moving forward. You can use GBTC and kind of throw it in there and come back to it in 50 years. Hopefully, Bitcoin's taken over the world by that time. But yes, smash the like button, by the way, if you haven't already. Jivo, we spoke about. BW, we spoke about I think we spoke about BW already, but if not, I'll come back to it. LGHL, again, be very careful with LGHL. LGHL is talking about doing cryptocurrency exchanges in India. Waiting for that license, but India is cracking down heavy on cryptocurrency and cryptocurrency exchanges and all that stuff there. So be very careful there. This one has been the target of a pump across the internet. So please be very careful, LGHL. A lot of smart people are using this as a scalp opportunity. So be very careful there. BFT. Finally, someone asked about BFT. I've been doing these streams with Aaron and different producers forever. Now it's been a few weeks. I say forever, but it's been a few weeks. And I love them, but no one ever asked me about BFT. This is a SPAC I want to talk about all the time, but no one ever asked about it. BFT, in my opinion, is one of the most wild SPAC deals ever. The time it was announced, it was the biggest SPAC deal of its time, even bigger than PSTH. This was a $9 billion SPAC. The reason I didn't touch it is because BFT, about over $1 billion of this will be going to pay off debt. That's a lot of money. That's like, it feels like they're just IPOing or SPACing just to pay off that debt and use that deal to pay off debt. These guys are in the digital payment space, in the fintech space. That worries me. That worries me a lot. After this deal goes through, all of that money, over $1 billion, will be going to pay off debt. I'm going to try to find see if I can get a little bit fancy here and maneuver to an investor presentation here so I can show you that actual data to prove to you that I'm not just making that up. Here we go. Surges, share surge on Pace. This is when they announced PaySafe. It was during the summer. It was December. Feels like it was summer. Feels like it feels so long ago. Let's see if I can find it here, but I might not be too lucky to find that here. It'll be very hard to get that actual document and catch it. But check the investor presentation. There's actually a beautiful slide that's usually there which tells you the breakdown of the SPAC deal. Dive deep into that and kind of take your gut move. Does it make sense to you to have a $9 billion SPAC and have $1 billion of that to go to pay off debt? To me, that was off. That was weird. So I stayed away from it. But again, I really hope the best for PaySafe. PaySafe is a really cool company, but the SPACing of PaySafe is what worries me. It worries me a lot. BLOZF. This is an OTC stock. I don't know OTCs very well, but we can jump in. Cannabis. Okay, cool. I know cannabis. We can talk cannabis. There's actually a show before this one that talked a lot about cannabis. This might be a great question for them. So come back tomorrow or whenever the show is. Ask those folks about it. But the chart looks good. Reversal's happening. It's getting there. Cannabis is getting hot again. Take it where you can. Solar Up and Up is asking, did it pay off all their debt? I'm not sure. I don't know. I think they're still accruing debt. Their cost of operations was high last I checked. But please look at their financials before you invest in any company. Always look at their financials. Fubo. Fubo is a cool stock. Fubo is a cool company. But they're dealing with a lot of legal stuff right now. So they've been dancing on this 200 MA support. I think Fubo comes out a winner very, very soon. The gambling space is getting hot. The country needs the money from gambling to pay for all the spending that we're doing. That's why you're seeing cannabis is now all good, all clear. That's why you're seeing gambling is all good and all clear. You've got Penn going into the S&P 500, a gambling-related stock. So I think the country is moving towards a point where not the country, the government wants gambling money. So I think that this will be a stock that recovers again. This was a stock that went to the highs of 62.29. Will we get up there again? maybe sometime in the future. I'd like them to regain the $40 threshold first and then make their way up slowly and surely. But they have a lot of smart people on their team. I really like this stock. And full transparency, I have a very small position in Fubo. But again, do your own due diligence. But I think that this one could be a really good one, and we can see where it goes. But again, it's struggling to hold this 200 MA support here. Like it broke it today. Did it close above it? Let me see. 31.57, closed at 30. So closed above. So that's okay. We'll give it. We'll cut it some slack. CCIV. Again, another stock no one's ever asked me about. It's one of those big stocks. No, we're getting all the big stocks today. PFT, Fubo, CCIV. I don't think we ever spoke about this one, but here we go. This one's regaining the 50 MA. Very good stock. Very good for the stock. It's regaining it. You got volume jumping up these past 2 days. They had the Jim Cramer interview yesterday, which was like, all right, we've heard all this stuff already. Wish you would have asked better questions. We got to get that guy on Benzinga and have Jason Raznick ask him a few questions. I want to see an interview with the CEO of Lucid Motors, Mr. Rawlinson, with speaking with Jason Raznick. That'd be really cool. You got two dojis right here. We'll definitely have to see. These are flipping points for the stock chart. You got this huge gap right here. I'd love it to come back and fill this gap, but we'll definitely have to see what happens there. But just basing it off of a regular chart here, this is begging for a reversal. It's been begging for a reversal for 3 days now. Maybe we'll get it tomorrow. Maybe we'll get that reversal tomorrow, and we'll start going to that $32, $34, $36 area where this stock, in my opinion, should be. But it had a lot of stuff going on. Tyler, yes, we spoke about Sundial earlier. We went deep into Sundial. We spoke about the earnings. They had really good earnings. Congratulations, Tyler, if you're in that stock. You just won a lot of money from the Sundial stock. There's take profits and you'll get your money. Is Sundial now debt-free? I'm not sure. You can take a look at their earnings. They'll tell you there, but I don't think they're 100% debt-free last I recall. But again, take a look at earnings. Clean Spark we spoke about. We spoke about Clean Spark. Ride is Lordstown Motors. They got hit with a short report, so you see a gap down here, and that gap slowly got filled and then rejected again. They'll need something to go up. Ride's taking a beating. From all angles. From short report, the CEO of Workhorse said something about their CEO that wasn't very fond. It looks like they had earnings today too. Let's take a look at their earnings. As expected. Bad earnings, because again, their cars aren't out yet. Their infrastructure isn't out yet. How would we expect it? Good earnings. Earnings per share -23, down from negative 10 cents year over year. Fine. Okay. Where's their? I imagine they had no revenue or anything. That's why there's no revenue numbers, no revenue projections. Okay. Shareholder alert. Motors drops after revealing SEC inquiry. Okay. So it looks like the SEC is looking into them. Sometimes these short reports are valid and they have some validity to them. So it looks like the SEC caught a gander of the short report, looked into it, and said, hey, we got to look into this one too. So definitely see what happens there. Lordstown says we've received greater interest from Endurance than we anticipated, and we're announcing a transaction in August of 2020. Okay. My big thing is I want to see what happens with the SEC. I don't have a position in them. I'm not crazy about Lordstown. I was never crazy about Lordstown, even when they were SPAC. There's a lot of really good companies that are in the same space as these guys and what they do. If you can get out and salvage, it might be a good idea, because if the SEC cracks down on them and the SEC news is bad, this can get really ugly for the stock. But so play safe, do your DD, look into the short report, start seeing if you can validate some stuff for yourself, and adjust based off of that. Bail. There we go. CCIC and Vail. I'll talk about both of them. Can, by the way, Carl is asking about Can. Can I loved. Can is a hardware stock. We spoke about it in the stream yesterday. They are a hardware stock for Bitcoin mining. Can is really, really good. I like Can a lot. The chart looks good as well. I'll just tell you that right off the top of my head because I've seen it so much. CCIC is one of the stocks that I was. This is my original Lucid stock. So this was a stock that I caught on rumor announcement and wrote it up, and I'm still holding shares. I will hold shares for the next 5 years into this stock. These guys are an EV van, very beautiful EV van, very beautiful EV bus. I believe they're headquartered out of Europe, but they're building facilities here in the United States. We can see if there's any news on it. CCIV merger shares spike up 12%. Okay, that's awesome. I believe they're slept on as well. I agree with this headline down here. Well, he slept Tesla unshed into the golden age of vehicles. Okay, that's true. I just want to see this 8K, see if there's anything valid in there that matters to us, and then we can go directly to the chart. But again, these guys have a beautiful investor presentation. I even did a DD video on this stock on my YouTube channel if you want to check it out, where I dive deep into this stock and talked a lot about this company. If you want to check that out, you can as well. Just search my name, Ryan Rozbiani, and put CCI in CCIC, or you can put whatever Arrival, Ryan Rozbiani Arrival, and it'll come up. It's the stock. I talked about them a lot, so I did a lot of the work for you there. But the stock's reversing. It's getting up there. This stock was at an all-time high of, I believe, 36, if I'm not mistaken. There we go, 37.18, very cool. And it's trying to fight back. It's trying to get up there. The merger for this stock is very, very soon. So we'll definitely see there. You might see a sell-off into the merger because some brokers lock the stock. So that reduces the volume a lot. So you remember what happened with GME and AMC. Once you lock the stock to be able to do the name change, you reduce the volume significantly. So you see a sell-off. So if you're looking to get into the stock, that might be a time on the merger ticker day. When it's locked, look for that dip and try to get in. I know brokers like Robinhood, and Robinhood's really fast about it now. They do it literally instantaneously. Webull, it has a little bit of a lag, but that's okay. TD locks you out for like a day, I believe. So be very, very, very careful there with these. So let me see who else was in there. Vail. I promised to talk about Vail. Vail has a really, really good dividend structure. Vail is really, really good with their dividends. These guys are a mining company. They work in the mineral space. There you go, iron ores, largely diversified mineral space. They're out of Brazil, if I remember correctly. What does it say here? I'm getting old, man. Rio Tinto, I believe that's in Brazil, if I'm not mistaken. If I'm mistaken, I apologize. But no real news here. But let's take a look at their chart. Vail's doing really good, man. I think Vail's going to be a winner this year. Vail riding that the 21 and the 50 MA are sleeping on top of each other. I wanted to overtake it. The chart, let me see if I need to go zoom in really, really close for this one. So still in that downward trend. It's begging for a little bit of volume. If we have a volume day like these 2 days here, any of these days here, you can see Vail jump and pop off and do very, very well and return back to its highs of the $19, $20 area. Let me have some fun. Now that I know that I can draw in here too, again, I'm still learning as much as I can about this tool, even on off hours when we're not streaming. I play around with it a lot. You can draw some trends here. Again, if you want really good technical analysis, you got to come in the mornings and watch Neil and see what he does. That guy, one day I was watching, he had like this super rare pattern that he found on this stock. I was like, whoa, this guy's killing it. But here, you got a descending bull flag. Again, we saw this in another chart earlier. This is a very wide one, but look for this to break out. I think that this could break out. Wait for the dividend payout to happen. You'll see a little drop in the stock after the dividend payout, just like every other stock that does a dividend payout. You'll see a small drop. Then you can probably see this start to crawl up as well. Let's see what we can do. Let's see what we can do here. UWMC holding this from 12. I'm sad. Let's take a look at this, man. I don't want you to be sad. I don't want you to ever be sad holding any stock. The stock market is meant to be fun. The stock market is meant to be a tool for financial independence. Don't let it bring you down. Don't be sad. Never be sad. Money is made and lost every single day in the market. You're not alone. This happens to all of us. So UWMC was a SPAC with Gores. Gores are very, 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 very smart people. They have some of the best SPACs out there. Laser, which is the LiDAR company. Velodyne, I believe they are. Was another Gore SPAC. So let's see what's going on here. So again, these guys are in real estate, just like Rocket. Real estate's been having a bit of trouble because interest rates, when they're low, people go out. Actually, no, this should be good for them. Actually, interest rates are low. People buy more houses. So these guys should be doing relatively well. One thing that I saw was these guys need to do more marketing. Nobody knows about them. Rocket spends literally millions and millions and millions of dollars on marketing. They had Super Bowl ads. They had Twitter ads. They were all over the place. They were giving away $500,000 or $50,000, something like that. These guys need press. People need to know about your company to be able to use it, just like real estate, just like the old school 21st century companies that did real estate. You need to get out there. You need to do some marketing. You need to spend money to make money here. But again, look, the good sign is, look, the chart is in an upward trend. It's fighting to kind of regain that 21 MA and then fight. But unfortunately, you do have have a death cross here, but again, as mentioned earlier onto the stream, these don't always play out bad or good. Death crosses when the 200 is above the 50, so be careful, but play it smart. You're down a little bit. So you said you were in, if I recall correctly, you said you were in from $12. Okay. So you're down a significant amount. That's okay. Average down if you still like the stock. If you don't like the stock, cut it and move on to another stock. You can definitely put your money into other stocks that'll make you money. Bag holding, again, it's a terminology that people use for people who are holding a stock that is down. They're called bag holders. If it's a stock you believe in and you think it's going to be good in a long term, it's not bag holding, it's investing and waiting it out. But if you think that this stock will not recover and you don't feel confident about it and the DD isn't there for you, maybe cut the position, look into other investments, and you can definitely make your money back elsewhere. But again, that comes down to your due diligence. But you'll definitely have to do some due diligence in this company and see where it is. I know they had earnings last month, so look into the earnings there, see what their numbers are, see what the guidance is, what they're looking to do in the coming months. GHI View is the SPAC. Pepe Le Pew is asking about A1. A1 is, it looks like Cathie Wood buys this stock every single day, but this stock does not want to move on the Cathie Wood news. Like Roblox went to $90 on Cathie Wood's movement and purchase, but this stock just does not care. The highest it ever was $15.10. This is a 3D printing stock as well. It's a SPAC that's merging with a 3D printing company that, look here, see every single day we have like Cathie Wood bought A1. Cathie Wood bought A1. 10 SPACs owned by Cathie Wood. So you see here are some of the SPACs she owns. BLFY isn't a SPAC anymore. DKNG isn't a SPAC, but these guys all started as SPACs. I'm trying to see the name of the company that they're merging with. If you guys know it, always with SPACs, do me a solid. Throw me the name of the company as well that they're merging with. Mark Forge.
I do think, Ryan, this might be the last one we have to look at for today.
Cool, no problem. We'll wind down. So they probably know who they're merging with. So let me just give them a chart analysis, and then we can close up for today. Okay, so chart is headed downward. You'll need some volume for this to pop up, but I think if Cathie Wood's buying it, she's very smart. She's a lot smarter than us, a lot of us. She's got a team of 29 analysts that are on these stocks. So follow the DD, take it from there. I wish you all the best of luck. Aaron, my man, thank you so much for having me on. As always, it's a blast.
Yeah, man. Thank you for coming on and wrapping up the day with us. We love having you for this after-hour trading session, looking at the tickers and seeing kind of what happened today. I mean, any final thoughts going into the market tomorrow?
I'm very excited for tomorrow. I'd like to see more green. Happy St. Patrick's Day to everyone. Smash the like button if you haven't already, and be very safe and smart out there on St. Patrick's Day. A lot of people like to hit the Guinness, so be very smart out there. And I wish all of you the best of luck. And Aaron, as always, it's always a pleasure being on here. And if anyone has any more questions, if I missed any questions, you can hit me up on Twitter at Ryan Rozbiani, and I'll answer as many questions as I can there. But thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Benzinga Network. Thank you, everyone.
Well, thank you, Ryan. We'll be back live tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern for pre-market prep.
All right, man.
And we'll also be back tomorrow for another after-hours trading session with you, Ryan.
Oh yeah, 3 days in a row, man. 3 days in a row.
Yeah, I know, because we're usually supposed to have our party show tonight, but we just kind of moved it up and we didn't really get to do the party session in this hour, but we moved
this
up.
This felt like a party to me. I don't know about you. This felt like a party to me. After 2 p.m. was a whole party.
Exactly. All right, well, Ryan, we'll see you tomorrow.
All right, brother. Have a good one. Bye-bye, everybody.
Peace and love, Zingernation.